well, which has a fair few top seeds. I think Cooper Chapman, Dylan Moffat. Who else have we got on that lineup?
Yeah, definitely. So Matt Banting, former tour specialist, and also Darren O'Rafferty, so the rafter, the lifeguard. Darren O'Raff, well, so like such a great history of surfing, and then also some emerging talent. We've got Quincy Simmons in there as well, so some junior surfers, both in the men and the female, that are rising through the ranks. And I'll tell you what, Dylan Moffat this morning, talking about hot stuff, he was grinding away again, just looking, and Molly Picklum as well. Haven't mentioned her yet. She's coming in the round 2, so stay tuned for action. And again, thank you to our main sponsor, VW. We're on the road, and I'll tell you what a trip down here from Cronulla last week, and we're now at Stop 2 event, and we're at Port Macquarie, the Australian Open of Surfing.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I'll tell you what, speaking of Friday 13th, yesterday we left in the morning.
Yes.
We got about 20 minutes on the road, and we had a flat tyre, and then we had to turn around, come all the way back. Notice there was a bolt in the tyre, so we had to go to the tyre place, get the tyre fixed. We didn't leave until like 8 o'clock. It was just... And then our food took ages to make, so we were kind of going, okay, why is everything taking so long this morning? And Friday 13th, that makes sense.
I'm not superstitious, but I was in the pit at the HPC and I lost my wallet. We pulled out all the bricks and my wallet it's disappeared.
Oh no.
So I found about $10 to last me 2 days down Port Macquarie.
Oh no.
Oh, so if you're at the pit this weekend, you see my name in a brown bag with lots of cash. That's my wallet.
That's your wallet. I also saw a pretty funny video of you playing a bit of basketball at the HPC as well.
Yeah, that's our new instalment. It's just full of froth. So
come
from Cronulla, had the week with the Australian rowers, so Olympic rowers all week at the High Performance Centre here at Surfing Australia. And I tell you what, it was such a fun week. All the athletes training, like Cooper Chapman, Wade Carmichael, the CT crew, and it's just such a great environment. You know, best people, best surfers, and there's always a load of fun. Bit of basketball to go with the table tennis.
So fun.
Foosball next month. That's on its way as well.
You got to bring a pool table in as well.
Totally.
Oh.
Kelly Pool.
Yeah. One of my friends has a pool table at his house, and I'm there all the time. I'm like, Mayo, you have to teach me how to play pool because I suck. So I've decided I want to get good at playing pool.
Well, that's what we talked about. So live action we can see just with our first heat just about to get underway, and a couple of scores to come out. So stand by. As we see, delivery of the froth.
Yes.
How was the froth of the walkers this morning?
I know.
The locals enjoying all ages around Port Macquarie. It's like as soon as that sun came up, it was like everyone hit the pavement. Beautiful restaurants.
Yeah.
Nice coffee place here.
Such a nice day.
My little shout out is for the Breakwall HQ. Right at the Breakwall. Seen Mick Kane take a nice win at his Aussie title at the Breakwall. And great coffee as well at the Breakwall, and a skate park. The kids are hit already.
Yeah. I should have brought my skatey. I could have had a go.
Yeah, so Destination New South Wales. Big shout out to them, our great sponsors. And this is day 1 of the 2-day event, the Australian Open of Surfing. Port Macquarie. Hope you're enjoying live broadcasts. All those watching around the world, around Australia, and even sitting in their hotel or their residence here at local Port Macquarie. Shout out to Hutto, one of our statesmen here, Australian champion longboard, shortboard. Big Hutto runs a surf school here. He's got his sons, Wayne, and again, he's got his other grandson in this event as a junior. So
wow,
little junior H.
That's pretty cool.
All right, well, straight to action. And Anna Dos Santos, she is just getting the numbers and crunching a 9-point combo. Kyla Whitfield a 5-5. So good little waves. And you can see just on that horizon, swell is coming from the northeast. So really marching straight in. We're going to see a change with that southerly, that southeaster this afternoon.
Yeah.
High tide around 8:50 mark. So a morning high tide, really close action. We'll see a separation and a build of the waves as well. Local Hutto got a few gold nuggies off him this morning of where the good spot is. But I'll tell you what, there's a nice right-hander right where the surfers are now. Banking out about 2 or 3 waves yourself? 2 or 3 turns on a wave.
Yeah, my last one, I think I got 3 or 4 turns in, so I was pretty stoked, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to come in on that one. That'll do me for this surf. I just tried to have a look on live heats as well, where you can see the breakdown of the scores for these girls, but unfortunately I've got no service in our beautiful little truck in here, but I'm happy with the aircon. So I think it's going to be a pretty hot day down here, or up here I should say.
Yeah,
at Port
32.
Macquarie.
It's saying 32 on the eastern seaboard, so drink
Very
your
exciting.
water,
Yeah, I've got a
stay in the shade, and
massive bottle of water down here, so
get your coffee early. Well, right up and right. It looks like could
yeah,
be Shayla Wendell.
that was Kyla Whitfield up and riding. So Annie's goofy, Kyla's also a goofy, and Shay is a natural footer.
And again, open. What I love about the Australian Open, it's open to all levels.
Yeah.
Junior surfers taking on some of their heroes, as well as some former tour veterans like Darren O'Rafferty and Matt Banting still driving strong.
This is what Jess and I were talking about actually down in Cronulla. We were saying how amazing it is for the younger surfers to be surfing against the more experienced surfers, you know, because they're going to lead up into events in the future. They'll be like, oh, I remember that. A great opportunity for the young up-and-coming Groms to surf against some more experienced surfers.
Well, we're going to be joined by Cooper Chapman in heat number 4. He's going to jump on the webcast. He's in the event as well.
He
brought the ninja pom-pom with his hair this morning.
Yes, he did. I saw him warming up. I was like, Cooper, sit here. There's a bit of a rip, so just keep busy. And yeah, he's looking on point for this event, so it'll be exciting to see how he goes.
Well, a shout out to, one would say, his brother-in-law, because he was training yesterday at the HPC.
No way!
We're in the ice bath with the man.
That's so funny.
And I'll tell you what, after a big hard earn, I like the avocado and eggs.
Yep.
What does he get?
Bacon egg.
Bacon egg roll with onion rings.
Oh, of course he does.
That's what you do. Because everyone's different.
Yes. See, I love a good avocado on toast with a bit of paprika. That's my go-to.
Nice. I like little pomegranates. Pomegranates, they're not bad. Thank you, Wisteria, up at Casuarina. That's my coffee hole up there.
Nice.
And Cartel.
Yeah.
I think coffee is the language, the universe language for all humans.
Totally.
For a bit of froth in live action, as you see Kyla going left on the goofy and Shayla Wendell. So opening up her account, a bit slow. So it'd be good to see, as we talked about last event, that quick start getting into your plan of surfing. You can see Ana Dos Santos, it's priority, neutral priority from the start, where the one on the inside gets the right away. But when priority begins, once 2 surfers in the 3 surfer account, priority is such an essential tool to making those best choices to get the wave and, well, dance on the ocean and do your thing, get critical and bring out the innovation in surfing.
It's very exciting. And all these girls have that as well. They've got that variety. They have that innovation. So it's whether or not they bring that to the table in the first round. I hope they do, but I think we might see a bit more of that in round 2 of the girls. But there is 9.5 minutes remaining in this one. Annie is sitting out in front with a combined score of 9 points. Kyla Whitfield is in second with a combined of 6.33, and Shayla Wendell is yet to drop her first scoring ride. Up next, we will see Heat 2 of the girls featuring Grace Knight, Charlize Everett, Matilda Taylor and Imogen Einfeld. So that's going to be an exciting heat as well. Do you know anyone in that heat, Crispy?
Yeah, definitely. So you see the juniors. So Imogen Enfield, a great surfer, and Charlize Everett and Grace Knight. So it's great to see the junior surfers emerging through Heat 3. Quincy Simons and your sister as well. You know her well.
I know her
well. You know the nuts and bolts of that one.
Yeah, don't like her that much. No,
I
she's
love
great.
it. Yeah, the competitive. You know, when I think of great surfing families, I think of the Huttos that are locals. I think of the Wrights, and then, well, the Northern Beaches. I think of the Starlings.
Yeah, it's very... I don't think I've surfed a heat against Jessie in a very, very long time. The last heat... Actually, you know what? The last heat we surfed against each other was down in Bells Beach, and it was the first time she's ever beaten me in an event.
No one's counting.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it'll be the last, but she'll have something else to say, I'm sure.
Well, there we go. Don't forget, join us. Follow the live scores on liveheats.com. Anna Dos Santos opens with a 2-1-7. And as we said, just waiting for Shayla Wendell's first wave. Really easy to follow. And a 5-3-3 and a 3-6-7 for Anna. Just a commanding lead. And I saw her a couple of free surfers watching the water this morning. Just getting out there, couple of waves. Seeing the difference from Cronulla. We had those nice south swell, real stormy surf, and then it tweaked around finals day to something similar to this.
Yeah.
But we're faced with a nice wind swell this morning from the north. Then it's going to tweak around. That south-east swell is going to build throughout the day at low tide. Just after lunch, and we got Kyla Whitfield out there, a 4-8-3 and a 1-5. So still waiting a small score to come through for Shayla Wendell. And really slow start needs to shine because there's no repechage in this event.
Well, I know I was speaking to Kyla the other day in the surf. She is from Narrabeen, so I see her out there a lot, and she was like, oh, got knocked in my first or second heat at Cronulla, as we see Annie up and riding. Just a quick up and out. Probably just want to get the ball rolling with just on 7 minutes remaining, but I saw Kyla and she was like, I need to get the ball rolling in these events. So we see Shay on a really nice looking ride. She tags that first section and again for a second, and she rides out of that one. So that'll be a good score to come through for the surfer in white.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and yellow up behind. She puts that one up on her backhand. Unfortunately, that wave just dies out. So scores to come through for all surfers. What's the update, Crispy?
Yeah, definitely. So, well, 6.5 minutes remaining. That is exactly what Shayla Wendell needed. Let's look at the replay. Fresh broadcast live here, the Vans here at Port Macquarie, but tags at nice looking wave and a nice controlled finish. That's the 2-for-1 deal, I like to say, here at the Australian Open, here at Port Macquarie. Thank you, VW, and presented by Surfingers Rescue 24/7. And again, it's a COVID safe, strict COVID-19 policies and regulations outlined by the New South Wales government. Again, distance, again, sanitisation, and also the crowd down here. Really spacing out. Let's beat this thing and really following that New South Wales government guidelines with COVID safe surf event.
100%. I saw a little sign this morning when I was driving through down to Town Beach, and it said, stay alive, keep 1.5. So that was kind of cool that I saw that, and I was like, you know what, that's pretty exciting, and we're all coming together to beat this, and it's...
Yeah, definitely. Surfing New South Wales, you know, from Luke Madden to all the crew there doing a great job, to the work crew. Really working in close with Sport New South Wales, the New South Wales Office of Sport, on plans and safety measures, and talking to the local community, the local cafeterias, the local board riders, and even this morning, not blocking the footpath. They can walk on through, enjoy the event at a safe distance, and enjoy it around the globe. Thank you to Fresh Air Broadcast and via the World Wide Web, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au. Pretty
exciting. They also have updated their website page as well, so go check that out. Have a little browse through, get familiar with it. I know there's still a couple of entries open, I think, for the next few events, which is exciting as well. There is a $42,000 prize pool for all the events put together, so $7,000 for each event, which is pretty exciting.
Well, you got a nice little paycheck. You made the podium. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
I had to fly. I missed the final, but I was watching it on the broadcast. It was great to see. But congratulations making the final.
Thank you.
That was great waves and great surfing for you and the crew. And Cedar Lee Jones took a win right at the end.
I know, she was just on all the bombs. You know, when you're just like, someone is just in rhythm. She was in rhythm for that event. As I'm talking about in rhythm, this is Shaylee Wendell up and riding again. Carves that first turn again for a second one. She's going to bring this one all the way through. So we've got scores to lock in. Well, 3 scores now for Shaylee Wendell as she finishes that one off nice and strong with just on 4 minutes remaining. So Kyla Whitfield could be in a little bit of trouble here.
There it is. There's the morning selfie.
Yeah.
And the yellow flag is up. And Anna Dos Santos in the lead. And like we said, Shayla Wendell, we didn't throw the bath out with the baby. But I'll tell you what, she is back and exactly doing what you need to do when you're on the ropes. Let's look at this. She's found the spot. This is the right hander that we saw paid the dividends this morning. And only 2 waves, and she's just patient with the turn, just letting and connecting with that wave. And, well, nice strong finish, opens up, and a nice stomping landing. And that is exactly the way to kick through your first round here at the Australian Open Women's here at Port Macquarie.
Well, if you were coaching one of these girls in this heat, say Kyla, for example, what would you tell her to be doing out there?
Well, just maintaining priority. Be patient, breathe, number one,
Yeah.
and really 3 minutes. Time is the enemy, but
Yeah.
a lot can happen in 3 minutes. And like we talked about last week, we even kept saying it. When you're in the lead, time seems to go so slow.
Yeah.
But when you're losing, it just takes so long to go through.
100%. I remember in the final I needed like a big score at Cronulla, and I just was not.
And what did you need in the end? Like something like a 7 or an 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just was not in rhythm.
Yeah.
I was sitting near Cedar, and whenever the waves came through, she had priority, and I was like, what is going on? And it just went so quickly. 25 minutes just went like that. It was crazy, but it was so exciting to be in a final with such experienced surfers. I mean, Sarah Baum was ripping, Filzy was ripping, Cedar was obviously ripping, she took it out, and it was so exciting to just be in that lineup and to just experience that as we see Annie Dos Santos up and riding on her backhand. She tags that first section and she puts it up there again for a second, and potentially a third she does. So Annie is looking really nice and in rhythm as we see Kyla, beautiful first turn. She brings it around for a second one. Hopefully this wave will give her another section. She's going to try and get through it. Unfortunately, she can't, as we've got 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. So we do still have a couple of scores to lock in for Shay. The judges are having a good, hard think about it. As we see the replay of Annie, she is absolutely ripping on this one. I saw her on the alley rights down in Narrabeen the other day, and she was putting on an absolute clinic out there, and Kyla up and riding behind her. So we've got 1 minute remaining. Scores to lock in for all surfers. Situation on our screen at the moment is Annie Dos Santos is out in the lead, Kyla Whitfield in second, and Shaylee Uendel is in third. But we do have some scores to lock in for Shay. Quite a few, actually. So hopefully they'll lock in before the end of the heat. We can give you guys an update on the situation as we are in the final minute of this one.
Yeah, definitely. So probably a little technical difficulty just getting those scores in for White. But I can tell you that from those waves, from those tags, Anna Dos Santos will be in the lead. And Shayla Wendell really coming up close. So, well, you got to surf in the thing with your plan. You surf like you don't know where you are. You come in last as well. So
100%.
You surf like you need that 7 or 8 in the dying end. You don't give up till that red flag goes up.
Oh yeah, I always score myself and give myself a point less than what I think. As we see Shay up and riding on another really nice ride, and she just kicks out of that one. There's probably about 10 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah, you could really see just safety in those turns, but still a good wave, whereas you compare that to Anna Dos Santos attacking that wave, the speed and the rhythm and sharpness of those turns. That's going to be a big score that'll drive her through to the seeded round. Quarterfinal action, that'll be either later on today or day 2 tomorrow. Here at the Australian Open of Surfing 2020, Port Macquarie, we are on. And looks as though we're going to go to a break. That is round 1, so we'll let you know the full scores of Anna Dos Santos and maybe Shayla Wendell in white taking it through and bowing out Kyla Whitfield in the round of 24. We'll hear from our sponsors. Thank you to VW, and we'll talk to you soon. See you on the other end of the break.
Early morning, sun beats down upon the curfew smile she's on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dreamed, tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Day event, the Australian Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. I'm here with True Starling from the Northern Beaches. True, we're at the beautiful Port Macquarie. Look at the glistening sunrise this morning. A few boats going out.
Yeah, how majestic is it?
It is amazing, and well, the water's actually quite chilly.
It is quite chilly. I took my heat seeker out this morning and I was paddling around. I'm like, okay, I'm cold in this, so it must be cold.
Yeah, definitely. I've only brought the shorts and the vest, so I'm going to go for the ice bath this morning here at Port Macquarie. But I'll tell you what, the Doonas, it's as simple as the Doonas off the ocean. It's cold, but the soury swell to bring us some reprieve for the water temperature. And the waves are coming. The main ingredient is here.
Yes, very, very exciting. And
Right. Yeah, who you got in the water now?
yeah, so in the water, in the red, we have Tia Collins. In the white, Charlize Everett. In the yellow is Matilda Taylor. And in the blue, Imogen Einfeld. And the last heat looks like a pretty good one. We'll get to that in a second as we see Tia Collins up and riding on her first one, I believe. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck on that one. So she's going to kick out of there and get straight back out there.
Yeah, definitely. So Heat 3 up next. Well, it's your lovely sister Jess Starling from the Northern Beaches. Good luck to her. Tia Collins in white. Quincy Simons from the Gold Coast, and she's been training hard. And well, we aren't at Bonnie Hills today, but Bonnie is at Port Macquarie. Bonnie Hills is here in blue up next.
We were just talking to Jess and she was like, you staying with Bonnie Hills at Bonnie Hills? I was like, no. So we see Charlize Everett putting that one up there, unfortunately coming a bit unstuck on that last turn. So scores locking in for first of red and white. Red locked in a 1.23, but can we just take it back to that last heat? A bit of action happened towards the end of that. So what was the final outcome,
Yeah,
Crispy?
definitely. So again, for all those viewers watching live on the Fresh Air broadcast around the globe, Anna Dos Santos taking a win that last one, a 5.33 and a 8.33, and Shayla Wendell again a 5.73 and a 5.67 for her. So red and white go through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Anne Dos Santos and Shayla Wendell in white. And Kyla Whitfield just getting eclipsed at the end, and again just required a good score. And where the girls just came back, Shayla Wendell came back with rapid fire 2 good waves. They found the spot, that right-hander that we heard from local surfer and surf school owner Wayne Hudson. That right-hander is the key pick for the comp bank.
And Charlize Everett locked in a 2.50 for her first wave. So white's in first, red in second, yellow and blue yet to open up their account. But we have just on 17 minutes remaining in this one. Pretty big day of action coming up. After this, there's 16 heats of the men's round 1, which will be very exciting. There's some pretty big matchups coming up. We've got fellow commentator Cooper Chapman. I think he's coming up in heat 11, which will be very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lock, stock and barreled, and even with Ethan Stocks out there, Sheldon Sinkus from the Gold Coast, Jackson Baker from Newcastle, Harley Ross Webster, always a big performer. Kobe Clements, the young backflipper, he'll be looking to pull out some backflips, no doubt, hit the air. And Jamie Thompson, just to name a few. Chris Saffis from Yamba, Zach McMahon, Evans Head, Dylan Moffat, he has been the pick. Mr. Unpredictability.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He landed a backflip yesterday in the surf at Lighthouse Beach.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
I want to see that again today, no doubt. Callum Robson, Nathan Cook, Joel Vaughan, so some of the rising stars and emerging talent, some of the best surfers in Australia and in the world in this event.
As we cut to live action, sorry Crispy, but this is Imogen Einfeld's first wave, unfortunately only just getting the one turn on that one, and behind her that is Tilly Taylor. Having a look at this one, I think it's an all goofy footer lineup in this one as she carves her first her way through that first one, and again for the second, unfortunately just catching that toe side rail, and she dives down through that one. So all girls have one score to lock in. I think Tia has a 0.5 otherwise on her second wave, which will be pretty exciting to see. I mean, this is a very good lineup in this one with 15 minutes remaining, small scores to lock in as we see the jet ski keeping an eye out for some friends out in the water and keeping all those girls safe, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's right. The real safety patrol on
Yeah.
the water and also on land. So again, another COVID-safe event here with Surfing New South Wales, and working in close with Sport New South Wales and the New South Wales Office of Sport with all plans. And again, check it out under our safety plan, Surfing New South Wales, on our website, event tabs. So again, very good morning. Day one of the 2-day event. My name's Crispy, and I'm co-commentating here with the beautiful True Starling. And how good is it just to be back into contest mode in the water, sharing some coffee and seeing great surf action beaming around the world.
Oh, it's so good to be back. I mean, once we finished that Cronulla event, I was like, okay, let's go back into the next one. Like, I could have gone back to back to back to back. I was just, you know what, let's just keep the ball rolling. Let's keep going. I didn't realize how much I would miss events, and now that I'm back, I'm like, okay, please just keep going. Don't stop.
Definitely, and well, 14 minutes talking about don't stop. The first quarter of this heat's done. Charlize Everett, she's currently just climbing away, a 4.83, a nice little banker.
Yeah.
And a 2.5, as we say. Build the house through your heat. Quick start. Grace Knight, just a couple of small scores. Currently needs a 5.94 to grab the lead, or drop a 1.23 a second score. So 2 scores. Scores are out of 10. And your best 2 scores locked in out of 20 to advance on through the top 2. We'll go through to round 2. Matilda Taylor just requiring a 0.31.
As we see Imogen up and riding on a second wave. Beautiful first turn. Unfortunately, just that one's not offering anything else. So she kicks out of there with 13 minutes remaining. So what was the rest of the situation on that one? Sorry, interrupted you there.
Live score always takes precedence. So Imogen Enfield, a 1.34. And you know what? It's going to come close, and there it is. Gets the score just with even falling off on the scale. So score locked in, a 1.5. Imogen Enfield in second now, looking to take the lead. She'll require a 5.04. 13 minutes remaining there.
Yeah, plenty of time remaining. Charlize is kind of taking this lead and she's running with it, but there's still plenty of time for the other girls to come back and climb up as well. As you were saying before, building that house, and Charlize has got that 4.83, so she's hopefully going to build on that one. I think her second scoring ride is only a 2.5, so still plenty of time remaining for her to build on that second scoring ride. I mean, Imogen Einfeld is in second, Grace Knight in third, and Matilda Taylor in fourth. Red, blue and yellow only have small scores to their name, so hopefully we can really see them opening up in the future of this heat, and they can, you know, keep the ball, as we were saying, get the ball rolling and keep going through to the quarterfinals.
A couple of coaches, we talked about a couple of CT surfers in this, former World Surf League surfers like Matt Banting and also Darren O'Rafferty, but I'm talking about super coaches. Samba Man, he's in this event.
Is he?
Wayne Hudson, Heat 2 Samba Man.
Wow.
High Performance Centre coach versus the local coach and surf school owner Wayne Hudson, former both state and Aussie champs. This is going to be the clash of the Titan and the Coaches' Cup.
Wow, that's exciting. I haven't seen Samba in so long.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know where he's been?
Here.
Getting tubed at Middle Rock.
At Middle Rock, he reckons. Wow.
Where is Middle Rock? It's in the middle.
Yeah. It's a secret.
All right. Kalani Ball, talking about seeds as well.
Wow.
Kalani Ball rolled up this morning. The Stanwell Park. I used to see him as a Grom Junior. He used to come down to board riders at Cronulla. But I'll tell you what, hiding from the South Coast, the beautiful South Coast of Stanwell Park. And again, he is one of the leaders and top seeds in this event. So stacked and packed 2 days action. The Australian Open of Surfing 2020 Port Macquarie. This is the New South Wales Open, event 2.
100%. I mean, Kalani, event number 1, was on fire. That final between him and Dylan were going toe-to-toe the whole final, and it was so exciting to watch as we see. Believe this is the current heat leader, Charlize Everett, up and riding on her backhand. Tags that first section, unfortunately just coming unstuck, a bit of wobble on that one, so she'll get straight back out there with just over 10 minutes remaining in this one. But yeah, Kalani and Dylan, it was air central. I think Dylan did 2, he went up, did an air, and then came down, hit it, and then raced it all the way through to the inside, and then did another air rev.
Yeah.
And landed it in the front, and it was insane.
He is comfortable in the uncomfortable, and that is innovation in the judging criteria. So it's great to watch.
Yeah.
That's what the fans want to watch. They want to watch exciting. They want to watch electric surfing
And he's so
take it to the next
unpredictable.
level. Exactly.
He's so unpredictable. You just don't know what he's going to do. So you're kind of sitting on the edge of the seat just going, what's he going to do here? What's he going to do here? You know, is he going to go to the air? Is he going to do a fin release? You know, so it's very exciting to see. And Kalani Ball just putting that traditional rail surfing in as well really took him through. And, you know, he won that event and he was on fire throughout the whole 2 days down at Cronulla. So I'm excited to see him really open up down here. Well, up or down here, depending on where you're from, at Port Macquarie. We are at Town Beach today. So
Yeah,
this
the
is
beautiful
day one.
Town Beach.
Yeah.
And tell you what, there's a skate park behind me. I had my grom this morning, had a
Yeah.
surf, as you saw, Keen
Yeah.
Dogs. Had a surf, had a skate, and it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet.
So sick.
Well, welcome back to day one of the 2-day event. Don't forget, visit newsouthwales.com and you can see the beautiful pictures on our live broadcast. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast, and they're doing a great job. Log on,
Yeah.
www.surfingnewsouthwales.com, and just type that into the Google search engine and click on enjoy the view, enjoy the scores, and enjoy the live broadcast. As you can see, well, some rowers out there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, seeing the Olympic rowers all week, they were titans.
Yeah, they would have been.
We even had a little race off yesterday, 250 metres.
Yeah.
I did about 57 seconds.
Yeah.
They were banging it out in 43 seconds.
It's
Not even
crazy.
moving. They were just up and down there.
Yeah.
The legs, the tone, the training that they put in.
It's crazy.
And it was really cool, just talking about having them on the tramps, having them on the skate, just the transition. As we see live action, Imogen Enfield on a nice little wave. I think, go back to the game plan, I really think wave selection is going to be a key. Quick start and attacking those waves are going to be the keys to success
Yeah,
this
I-
first round.
100%. I mean, we've seen maybe the ocean's got a little bit of morning sickness this morning, so
Yep.
it's not as consistent as the girls may hope, but there's still plenty of ways for them to really open up on. I mean, Imogen is in second. Grace Knight only chasing a small score to get up into second place, and same as Matilda Taylor. So we see, I believe this is Grace Knight up and riding. Just a quick up and out for her. We do have just under 8 minutes remaining. And having a paddle behind her, current heat leader Charlize Everett up and riding on her backhand. She has been staying very busy in this heat. Unfortunately, that front foot looks like it just slipped on that wave then. But talking about rowers,
Yeah.
down in my gym in Chocolate Box, there's quite a few rowers that train there,
Yeah.
and they are machines. Like, I try and keep up with them, and then by the end of the day, I'm like, okay, I need to go have a 3-hour nap because that was just insane. They are so strong. They're so fit. Like, you just go, okay, whatever you're doing, can I have a bit of that? You know, it's so inspiring to see how hard they train and how strong they are. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see that you thought the same.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said, the transfer, they love surfing. They actually want to surf now.
Yeah.
They want to tramp. They want to skate. They were skating on the Smooth Skate Star. And I'll tell you what they do want to do, what we learnt, was eyes and vision is so key. Their foot placement so key.
Yeah.
And just their rhythm
Yeah.
so key. They are strong. Imagine rowing for 2 hours, hard aerobic. I just can't.
No, it's crazy. But it's so...
But they're so strong.
Yes, they're so
And
strong.
they're so determined. And I met a world champion yesterday. Her name
Really?
was Olympia, and she's the current world champion. And guess where she's
Wow.
from? Radelaide, Adelaide.
Wow.
So a shout out to Olympia. And it was just great to see them gel together, learn together,
Yeah.
and even grow together. And all
Yeah.
the best for the Olympics 2021.
Yeah, it's so exciting. How nice is it to see when they're all... I'm such an OCD person, so I like things to be like in sync. It's so nice to see their rhythm, and when they're rowing at the same time, I watch it and I go, this is just so therapeutic. As we see Imogen up and riding, she is in second spot. This looks like a better scoring ride for her. So she hits that first section, brings it around again for a second. There we go. That's the kind of surfing we're used to seeing from Imogen, and she jumps out of that one. So that I think will be her best scoring ride with just on 5.5 minutes remaining in this one. So situation, Charlize Everett is out in front with a combined score of 7.33. Imogen Einfeld in second, 4.03. Grace Knight is in third. She is chasing only a small score to get through to second, as we see. I believe this is a current heat lead. Oh no, that's Tilly Taylor up and riding. It's hard to see white from yellow, so she's going to take this one all the way through and hit that last section, and unfortunately, maybe not riding out of that one. What do you reckon on that one, Crispy?
Yeah, just a bit caught up. But I'll tell you what, she only needs a 171, a small score, but we will have an improvement for Imogen Enfield. She'll extend second. And this is your current heat leader, Imogen Charlize Everett in white, 733 combo. Well, she just looks confident. She's already banked in those scores, and that goes with a quick start, banking in some scores. So on the tail end of this heat, when the yellow flag's raining and time's the enemy, such a key component to really maintain your confidence through the heat to close it into the next round, really.
Yeah.
Again, up next, Jess Starling, all the best. Tyre Collins, Quincy Simons, and Bonnie Hills. That's going to be another exciting one as we roll through 4 heats here at the Australian Open of Surfing. We're in the women's division here at the beautiful Port Macquarie, the New South Wales Open, event number 2.
Yeah. And how we just saw Charlize unfortunately come unstuck on that last wave. How important is it to finish the wave in the last 5 minutes of the heat?
Totally. So we see with Imogen Enfield, she got that nice wave, had got that rhythm, just got a bit caught up, just didn't finish that last wave with control and speed. Judges are critiquing that. So you still get points, but you're not rewarded the maximum points for maximum degree of difficulty.
Yeah, 100%. As we see, this is Grace Knight up and riding. She has dropped down into 4th. Unfortunately, that one not opening up for her, so she'll get straight back out there. We have 3.5 minutes remaining, so it doesn't seem like a lot of time, but it is a lot of time, you know. So 3 minutes can go either pretty slow or pretty quickly, depending on what your position you're in out there. So hopefully she'll have a fair bit of time to get another set out there.
Yeah, and definitely in the priority. So you want to make good choices, and especially with priority, but also under priority, making that strategy, those little plans you have with your coaches and your game plan for that heat and the conditions, always a key component to just really hold fast. And even in the last 10 seconds, you can fire some dangerous darts and make it to the next round.
Yeah, 100%.
Takes one wave.
Yeah, I've seen so many people go from 4th to 1st in the last 10 seconds of a heat. So anything can happen. There's still 2 minutes 40 seconds. So yeah, literally, it's still an open scoreboard. Anyone could get through this one. Matilda is only chasing a 3.57, and Grace Knight only chasing a 4.44 to get through. So still small scores required for yellow and red, and they do have the ability to get those scores. It's just whether the waves come through for them or not. Charlize is still sitting out in front, so she has been building that house throughout the whole heat. Imogen Einfeld is in second. She's kind of got her rhythm in towards the end of this heat. Matilda Taylor, Grace Knight chasing small scores with 2 minutes remaining in this one. The waves are so fun. The water's a little bit cold, but it's kind of nice out there in a heat because you're not having to worry about, you know, getting too hot or being freezing cold. So you can sit out there in potentially a G-bomb, which all our female surfers would know hopefully what that is. It's just a long arm, short leg. And in a heat you get so warm, so I will be going out there in one of those for sure. As we see second place, that was Imogen Einfeld. Just a quick up and out. We can see Grace Knight paddling out a little bit further out the back with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in this one. This is the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie New South Wales Open 2020. Crispy, did you know that Surfing New South Wales are actually offering a free surfers rescue course and accredited CPR course to all the board riders clubs?
That is epic, and no one yet. I find it exciting, and again, Surfers Rescue 24/7, supported by the local government here in New South Wales and the Australian government. Such a great thing. If it saves one life, it's worth it.
Yeah, and for those who don't actually know what Surfers Rescue 24/7 is, it's a free surfers rescue course designed for recreational surfers. So it actually provides critical training using proven techniques that can be used to assist in an emergency using the tools you already have on hand, which is your surfboard. So the course can be completed in just 2 hours and you might be able to save a life. So that's pretty empowering. I know I've done the course.
Yeah,
I haven't had to
same.
save anyone yet, but I know that I'll be ready for the day if I do have to, but hopefully I won't.
Well, a quick one. I'll give you a 10-second story.
Yeah.
If it can be done. I've done the course as a presenter, done it with my kids. Thought they're a bit young. They're 10 and 11. The next week at Board Riders, they save a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old in a rip based on
Wow.
those techniques. So there it is. Does save lives. And don't forget to record them as well on surfingnewsouthwales.com.au. And talking about wrapping it up, Charlize Everett is going to move through. Imogen Enfield, small scores. And again, the score's a bit nervous in those heats.
Yeah.
But well done to that as we roll into the next heat. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and would like to say welcome back after the back end. Australian Open is surfing here at Port Macquarie. We'll catch you soon. We'll just hear from our great supporters of this event.
Early morning, sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dreamed, tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free, no one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Alrighty, welcome back to day one of the two-day event. My name's Crispy and I'm with True Starling. And I'll tell you what, Australian Open is surfing women's division. Heat number 3's in the water. Who's in red, True?
I got my little sister, Jessie Starling, out there in the red in, as we see, I believe that is Surfer in Blue, Bonnie Hills, up and riding on her first scoring wave. So Jessie Starling taking on Bonnie Hills, Tia Collins in the white, and Quincy Simmons in the yellow. So this is a pretty exciting heat, this one. All the surfers have some incredible talent. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out as we see Quincy up and riding on her forehand. Beautiful first turn, puts it up there for a second. I was talking to her yesterday out in the surf and I've missed her. She's just so blah, 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 blah. She's like, we've moved to Yamba and there's all these fish here. And then I started asking her about her dog, Lord Maui. And she's like, how's Bill? And blah, blah, blah. It was so funny. She's got so much energy. I was like, that's right. That's what a Grom is like these days. Okay, I remember now.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's 13. I saw her this morning. She was frothing over. There was a nice little sausage dog having a walk and they said hello. And Mum Kim's out there and, well, Quincy had a couple of boards, a little firepower, had a nice little surf, and well, she's dropped into heat number 3 here at the Australian Open Women's Division, and Quincy Simon's first wave locks in at a 3.47. We've got Bonnie Hills out there here at Town Beach, a 4.5 and a 1.17. And I was thinking we're going to be at Lighthouse Beach with the
Me
nor'east
too.
swell, but, well, all the Conest directors, Adam Cuban and all the crew, and head judge Phil Courtney doing a great job, really, with local surf school owner
Yeah.
Wayne Hudson, knowing where the conditions are as they're going to improve with that Souri swell.
Yep.
And they've made, well, Johnny on the spot, a great
I
decision here on
know.
day one
Well, I
here
think
at
they'll-
Town Beach.
I think they got up at 4:30 this morning to go and check everywhere, which is dedication in itself.
It is.
So we see, I believe that is Red, Jessie Starling, having a look at that one. Unfortunately, just missing that one, so she'll potentially lose priority depending if she had that one. Unfortunately, we can't see that. So, but we can see Bonnie Hills is out in the lead. Quincy Simmons is in second. Tia Collins in third, and Jessie Starling in fourth with just on 16 minutes remaining.
Yeah,
So-
plenty of time. So,
Yeah.
well, I like to cut them in quarters. You got a 20-minute heat, not like your final last week at Cronulla, 25. What a
Yep.
treat. But
Beautiful.
20 minutes is pretty good. You got 4 quarters of 5 minutes and plenty of opportunity. But the key is to make your wave selection, bank in a couple of turns,
Yeah.
and really get the rhythm flowing through your veins. And also your toes. Toes to the nose.
Yes.
That's a longboard comp.
One. I tried longboarding once and I was so bad at it. Oh my goodness. I tried to like hang 5 and then hang 10, and I think every time I tried I just went straight over the top of the board. I hope my dad got those films because I'll try and find them in the archive somewhere. They were hilarious.
I love the history of surfing, and
Yeah.
I love the froth. I do a few longboard comps,
Yep.
but only just fun on the single fin, and when we're doing the commentary around Australia. But I tell you what, a lot of fun when you find a point break like Lennox Head or Flat Rock or the Pass.
Yeah.
You have to have a longboard.
Yeah, 100%.
When it's small too, when it's 1-2 foot like today.
Yeah.
But a bit high tide, real pyramid takeoff today. So you need your shortboard. You can see the evolution from the log all the way to, well, the carbon wrap of 2020.
Yeah.
And the future's still, with the new fins as well. The
Yeah.
technology is still, driving to the future. I wonder what it's going to be in the next 10 years, the
I
next
know.
10, the decade coming forward for surfing and progression.
As we see Tia Collins up and riding, she is in second place. She cars that one through. Unfortunately, that wave just dying out on her. I've actually recently just gotten into bit of twinny surfing.
Nice, yeah.
I've got a fish beard at home and got it for my birthday this year from my parents. Thank you. And it is so much fun. I've done it a little bit before, but this board is like probably one of the best boards I've ever got. It's so much fun, and I just take it out when it's kind of small, like fun little right hand A-frame, and I was really enjoying it. As we see on the right, can't see what color that was. I think that was the surfer in yellow, potentially maybe blue. It's a little bit hard to see the colours with the glare. That is definitely the surfer in yellow, up and riding on her backhand. Quincy Simmons, as she tags. Oh, that second section gets a bit of release on that one. So all the girls putting in some potentially big scores with just 13 minutes remaining on the clock. Up next, we will see in the red, Emily Burke taking on in the white, Summer Longbottom, in the yellow, Rosie Smart, and in the blue, Evie Conway.
Well, there you go. So Amelia Burke, great foundation, Newcastle surfer.
Yeah.
And real power puncher, and really tall too. She puts a lot of
Yeah.
power and trains well with a lot of the juniors and pro junior surfers. Summer Longbottom now living at Cronulla.
Yep.
Second generation legend, Dylan
Yeah.
Longbottom, a father and shaper.
Yeah.
I was talking to him last week. Love to get one of his big boards, and also the twin fins, like you say, they're real nice little rhino chaser with the twin fin.
Yeah.
That's my pick for big wave surfing. And Rosie Smart and Evie Conway. So you seen them around in the junior series?
Haven't seen them surf too much. I've definitely been following them on Instagram. I know that my sister and I, in regards to our magazine Murmur, we've been keeping a really close eye on them, which has been very exciting. And I think I'm actually looking forward to this next heat to see how they go and see
Yep.
what they bring to the table.
Or look at the seeds that they got to face. You got Cedar Lee Jones, her sister who won. Also, Boda Lee Jones, her sister in Heat 2. Carly Shanahan from Coffs Harbour, Sasha Baker, Sunshine Coast versus Freya Prum. Marimbula, now Gold
Yes,
Coast. And
yep.
Freya, she pops airs pretty much
Yeah.
every surf and yourself true. And
Yeah.
then the Rising Stars and our pick for You got Charlie Hurst and Molly Picklum.
Yeah.
She has just been exploding and detonating some
She
great
sure
waves
has
lately in
been.
turns.
Yeah, and I know that she's got Coach Micro down here, or up here, I should
Yep.
say, as well. So Molly is looking in form for this event, so hopefully she can bring that to the table for her quarter-final heat, which we will see later on today. But back to live action, we've got in the lead Bonnie Hills with a combined score of 8.80, Quincy Simmons in second, 6.80, Tia Collins in third with a 4.16 combined total, and Jessie Starling is in fourth with just a 1.67. So there's 11 minutes remaining in this one. All the girls are still, well, I should really say Tia and Jessie are still hoping to really open up their account with a good scoring ride, but Bonnie and Quincy have kind of taken the lead on this one, but there's still plenty of time remaining. I mean, I'm looking forward to the rest of the day for the girls. I mean, we've got, as you were saying before, some big names coming through. I'm looking forward to seeing Cedar, how she backs it up in her quarterfinal heat number 1. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes in that one. Hopefully the waves keep providing. This is the day 1 of the Volkswagen Australian Open of Surfing down here at Port Macquarie, presented by Surfers 24/7 Rescue. With just on 10 minutes remaining in this one, the girls opting out of that one, so Bonnie still taking the lead, Quincy Simmons in second, Tia Collins in third, and Jessie Starling in fourth. Crispy, what would you be doing with 10 minutes remaining if you were second place?
Yeah, definitely. So, well, second place, Quincy Simon. She knows what she's got for a backup. She'll be looking for good choices and also looking to keep her rhythm and just keeping the board moving. You don't want to get too cold. You don't want to get too stiff. You want to make some good choices and really find your spot. So you stick to the plan and also maintain that priority.
Yeah.
So it's really getting a wave, getting points, or looking to establish priority to get a better wave. Always eyes on the ocean as well.
Yeah,
One eye on the competitor and the other eye on the ocean.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this morning it seems as though the rides have been the better scoring rides. So hopefully all those girls are looking to snag a couple of rides in this one. The swell is still looking pretty nice, and we still do have that morning glare in the ocean, so it's looking pretty sparkly and really magical out there. So I'm looking forward to heading out of the booth very soon and watching it in live action.
Yeah, just hearing those beautiful, ocean noises, and just it's a nice breeze in nor'west, really canvassing some nice clean waves here at Town Beach, Port Macquarie. And I tell you what, the surf report, low tide is at 1:45, 2:27 this afternoon, a 0.2, and high tide just gone past a 1.8. No wonder it's close action for the judges and the beach commentary.
Yeah.
They've taken their shoes off and they're dipping in the ocean under their seats, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
But I tell you what, forecast looks promising for tomorrow. Again, southwest winds, that'll be gracing us 1 to 2 foot. So
Beautiful.
great weekend of action here at the Australian Open of Surfing. Here at Port Macquarie, the New South Wales Open, day 1 of the 2-day event. Again, 8 minutes remaining live on screen. Bonnie Hill's in the lead, so again, your sister, what would you be loving to tell your sister right now? And what do you think when you're in that position in fourth? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, well, if I was with Jessie right now, I'd tell her to just breathe. And, I'm hoping that she's got priority out there, so just wait for one of those sets. Just be open-minded about where to sit, and just don't take off on a bad wave. And if you see a lip, hit it. And just really capitalize on those scores, which will be very exciting. But for myself, I know that I would just be okay. I know that a wave's got to come. I've got 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. There's still plenty of time for me to come back. I don't need a big score. So I'm still in the game, which is very exciting as well. So I'd just be telling her to just breathe, take a little moment, and then take off, have good wave selection and take off on a good one.
Yeah, definitely. And, she needs a 5.81, but with 7 minutes remaining, you can cut that into 2 waves.
Oh,
so,
100%.
well, bang out,
Speak of the devil.
a 4 and a 3, and, well, up and riding, just Starling. And a nice first turn, waited for the wave, needs to finish on this one, and, well,
there she goes.
Nose and the nose. It's all about the nose of the board faces the beach and the nose of the human.
Yes, so that will be Jessie's best scoring ride. Hopefully that will take her up into second. We'll have a look at what the judges see very soon, I'm sure, as we see the replay. Crispy, she carves that first turn and she's looking for this end section and she tags that one, maybe a little bit late, but she rides through that one nicely. So that will be Jessie's best scoring ride in this one.
Yeah, we'll see where that fits, and it does climb the ladder to the next round. And Jess Darling, well, she posts a 5.27 at best, now requires a 1.54. Right now, what does a 1.54 look like?
I'm sure she finishes it.
And then for Quincy Simons, we talked about if you're in second position,
Yeah.
she's got to drop a 2.83 out of
Yeah.
10. So she'll be looking for a good wave that
Yeah.
provides her opportunity for one banging turn or a combo of nice tight turns out there. Again, some turns of the day so far. We could see in competition that Anna Dos Santos was electric on that wave. That is the benchmark in this division
Yeah.
for the women's. It was an 8.5 rewarded and 3 vertical turns on that right-hander. And well, here we go, live action. Tia Collins also in need of a 3.98. So a nice average score. So we'll see what she gets done. She needs to finish, and well, incomplete, and the body language says it all.
Yeah, she was not liking that one. She was only needing a small score, so she could have just grinded that one out and just kind of tapped it on the finishing section and ridden through, and I reckon they probably would have rewarded her for finishing that wave, but she'll get straight back out there. There is just under 5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time, but if I was Quincy, I would be making sure that I gain or upgrade that 2.80 as we see Jessie up and riding. She's only looking for a small score. She brings that one around, and Quincy up and riding behind her as well. So Jessie finishing that one off. Unfortunately, that way for Quincy, not opening up as she would hope. So I hope Jessie gets a score on that one. I'm not going to say too much. I think she will,
yeah.
but
You know,
I don't want to
again,
jinx it.
you're not jinxing it, but I must say that was smart play. We talked about that
Yep.
inside. Let's look at the replay. You've got Quincy Simons in the background on a bigger wave, but she needs to drop ball, and you can see that she just went a bit far away from the pocket,
Yeah.
whereas you had Jess Starling bang out a few turns, and we might see a rattle in the cage. And there it is. Well, Jess Starling went from fourth, went to third with a 5.27, and she's just gone to the top. She's gone to the penthouse with an elevator helicopter or maybe an Uber helicopter, and she's in the lead driver's seat for this heat. Jess Starling, that last wave of 4.13. Bonnie Hills is second now, needing a 4.91. And Quincy Simons bumped to third with that opportunity, just getting a 4.3. Now requires a 4.84.
Yeah, so still small scores. What was Tia Collins needing as well,
So
Christy?
Tia needs a 5.98, so good score required. And
Yeah.
again, go back to the start. Your sister Jess was sitting on a 1.67 for a long time, but really pulled it back with priority, with consistent surfing and sharp surfing, and a great proven talent that she's been training hard this week.
Yeah, she sure has. She hasn't been working too much as well, so she's been in the water as much as she can. I think if she wins that one, she'll end up being in my quarter. So
Well, that is one
Bonnie
to
Hills,
watch.
come on.
Oh, too funny. And the thing is, you do know your competitors. Do you find that when you're in a heat, like your heat, do you want to know who's in your heat? Do you do a bit of research and development to see on Instagram or your social platforms?
I don't. I'm kind of like, you know what, I just rock up and go, okay, I'm in quarterfinal number 3, cool. I'm in white, perfect. All right, let's go. What time am I on? And then I'm out there. But I know that Jessie, she does research. She'll go through Instagram, watch clips, and psych herself up. But yeah, I'm very much cool. I'm just going to rely on my surfing, and if I can get a couple good waves and finish them, I'll be stoked.
Yeah, that's so cool. Well, visual learners versus the research and development. Maybe a scientist or a physics teacher in there as well. All right, so up next, don't forget Heat 4. You'll be joined. Cooper Chapman's going to jump in the box with us. Amelia Burke, Summer Longbottom, Rosie Smart, and Evie Conway here at the Australian Open of Surfing. Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. And event stop number 2, $7,000 up for grabs in this event. Quarterfinals, really, for men and women. A great reward and a great injection into to the athlete's pocket to drive them into the next event.
100%. I know that when so if you were Bonnie Hills or even Quincy, what would you be doing out there? I mean, second and third spot.
Yeah, I think Quincy had to pounce on that one.
Yeah.
You know, pounce on it like a cat on a mouse, and she dead set, really kept the rhythm. She wanted it. She was confident
Yeah.
in her turns, and she squeezed everything like a morning orange juice. And let's watch his fresh air broadcast. Nice little reset there for yellow, and this is Quincy Simons needing a score. Let's look around this inside section. Bangs out that nice little phone cline, and again, just squeezes everything out of that wave.
Yeah.
Is it the score required of 4.84? I didn't see the first turn, but I'll tell you what, we'll leave that one with our accredited judges.
Yes,
The panel
we
are
sure
here.
will.
Again, if you do want to become an accredited judge or coach or do a surfer's rescue, check it out on www.surfingnewsouthwales.com.au, online learning platform for the states.
Yeah. And this heat is done and dusted as we Bonnie Hills actually ended up taking that one out. Jessie in second, Quincy Simmons in third, and Tia Collins in fourth. We're going to pay the bills and send it over to our sponsors. We'll be back right with you after the break.
Early morning, sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dreamed, tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back to day one of the two-day event. Australian Open is surfing. Port Macquarie is the stop number 2, the New South Wales Open, the women's division. We just had 3 divisions in the heats kicking off, and heat 4. And I'd like to say good morning to Cooper Chapman, fresh out of the water and fresh from training all week with Wade Carmichael. Cooper Chapman, welcome to Port Macquarie.
G'day, Chris. Beautiful to be here, mate. It's been quite a while since I've been in Port Macquarie, to be honest, so it's great to be back in the booth here with you and hopefully surfing a couple heats over the weekend.
Well, mate, you have a great life like all of us, and I tell you what, you know, what's a day in the life with Cooper Chapman, training up the Gold Coast, you're at the HPC with Wado, you're even at Stratty as well in that event. That was cool.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year, 2020 for me. I've been very fortunate that COVID, affected the world very interestingly, and for me it worked out okay. I moved to Byron Bay from North Narrabeen in May when JobKeeper came in, and I realised I could be on that program so I could start working on my little mental health business instead of being on the tools for the year. So I moved up to Byron and been building my business, and then I moved recently to Kingscliff, and I've been training full time at the HPC, and been a great life, to be honest, for me this year. I'm very fortunate and very grateful for the opportunities I've been given. But it's beautiful to be down here and competing again. Super excited for today.
Well, live action there is our heat leader, Evie Conway. So we're just rolling through. You'll be here for a few heats. The Open Women heat number 4. And I tell you what, did you see that last heat? Jessie Starling taking out a win. She moves on through with Bonnie Hills. So I think Bonnie Hills took the win right at the end. And Jessie Starling, North Narrabeen, you've been a part of their board riders with the Hedgehog, with Maddie Cattle, and all the crew. Such a formidable force in the ABB as well as on tour. Talk about your junior series coming through the Grom searches. How has that helped you as a competitive athlete and a surfer and a good human? What
Yeah,
about that?
I had a great junior career. I've been super fortunate that I was in that era with like Matt Banting, Noah Dean, Creed McTaggart. We had such a vast array of great surfers, and it allowed me to create my sort of career. And I had such a great friendship group of guys growing up, moving up and down the east coast of Australia, surfing in these Surfing New South Wales events, from the Rip Curl Grom searches. I remember years ago you
Yeah, that's
commentating a lot
right.
of events when
I
I was a
know.
little
Make
kid.
me
and
feel old.
yeah, and I was just saying to some friends, I think the last time I was here in Port Macquarie was when I was probably about 14, and I used to come here and hang out with Matt Banting, who
Yeah.
lives here. And yeah, I mean, Matt's not here this weekend. His uncle's sick, so
Yeah.
he's down in Sydney. So condolences to Matt, and sending best wishes to you and your family down there. Hopefully your uncle's okay, and yeah, we're missing you up here.
Yeah, definitely. So a shout out to him, and thoughts are with the family, the Banting family, Lenny and all the crew, Matt and the family, all the best. Well, talk us through this one. Any standouts for, we saw Jess Starling come on through, true sister. Any other young ladies from the Northern Beaches that you've seen that are really coming through the ranks as we see Drew Starling?
Yeah, the Starling girl's ripping. I'm sure True's stoked that she her sister got second just then, so she didn't move into her heat. Yeah, I'm excited to watch a few other girls in this event. Molly Picklam's been a massive standout in sort of junior women's surfing in Australia at the moment and globally, so she's going to be a big standout. Who else? is in
Yeah,
the
great
draw?
to
Having
see.
a
We've
little look
got
through
Molly
the Lee
Picklam. You
Jones
saw,
sisters. Are
yeah.
great surfers. I've been watching them surf a lot, sort of through their junior career, being on the Northern Beaches, and yeah, they're going to be exciting to watch here today. Who do we have here? Is that Blue?
Yeah, we've got Evie Conway. So we're going to go down to last heat's winner, and she is live in this COVID-safe event. And congratulations, and that is in blue, Bonnie Hills here at Town Beach. Congratulations, Bonnie Hills, on a win through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Bonnie, talk us through. It's Crispy here with Cooper Chapman. Talk us through, your preparation into this event number 2 here at Port Macquarie.
I wasn't really gonna go in any of these, but Dad and me were like, well, why not? So I was like, just have a go. And
Well.
just came down here this morning to surf today.
And talk to us about, where's your home beach and something about you that listeners around the world may not know.
I live at Molloway and I surf Molloway a fair bit, just like out of Coss Harbour. And I don't really know.
Yeah, well, you seem pretty cool, and I'll tell you what, live action, we've got Rosie Smart out there. You got anyone to thank, any coaches or any family at home you want to that are watching the live broadcast?
Probably just thank my dad for bringing me and being my coach.
Oh, very cool. Well, D&M, Dad and Mum, the coaches. So
Yeah.
congratulations through the quarter-final, and all the best in your Australian Open career here for the women's division. Well done, Bonnie Hills.
Thank you.
What an awesome name.
How is that?
So cool.
Have to find out from the dad, where, you got Lennox Smith, you got Axel Rose Carota, you got all these Funston names. What's who's Cooper named after? Cooper Chapman.
I don't know. I don't think I've never really been told my origin, where my name come from. I guess my parents just like the name Cooper.
Haha.
Pull it off. We had Chloe Chapman before me, and then Cooper Chapman. So we got 2 CCs, and then I got 2 more sisters, Olivia and Sophia. But we got Blue up and riding again. Evie Conway is really trying to turn the screws in this heat and get some waves really quickly, which I think is a great idea. In a 20-minute heat, it makes it pretty short time frame to get you 2 waves. So I like the idea of catching a lot of waves and trying to stay busy. I've been sitting on the beach watching it for a little bit, and there's not a whole lot of great opportunities, but you can create opportunities by catching a lot of waves, I think, out there today.
Well, here's our Newcastle surfer, Amelia Burke, stroking into that one. And I'll tell you what, did you get a chance in your training this week? Did you see the machines, the Australian rowers training hard at the HPC all week? They were there. Shout out to Rookie and Olympia, the world champion. They were grinding and hitting that rowing machine, even enjoying a bit of tramp and skate as well.
I didn't see them in there this week. We mustn't have crossed over. I did smell the food in the kitchen upstairs at the
Yes.
HPC being cooked though when I was training one day, and it smelled delicious. And I'm pretty sure the rowers were eating it. Sounds like they deserved it though.
Well, all I can say is usually camp, BLD, breakfast, lunch, dinner. I'm up there having a bite to eat. There was nothing left. The rowers, the Australian rowers, well, they were nutritional and they were amazing to meet and really just to learn from them. One of the keys, they can row for literally 2 hours and they hit the 20k mark. It's amazing. I just did 250 meters, 55 seconds. That was enough for me.
Oh.
I'm walking around today, still sore. Thanks, crew.
Yeah, they're phenomenal athletes, rowers. Endurance and the strength that they have is crazy.
Yeah, definitely, and great to hear. Like, world champions there. All the best for the Olympics. Great to see surfing in the Olympics as well. What does that mean for you? Would you have, for your best mate Wado, he'd be looking to eye an Olympic medal or an Olympic jersey as well?
Yeah, we'll just chat this way. First, 2 nice turns for Summer Longbottom, getting a campaign started here at Port Macquarie this year. Going to finish up on the shore, a little bit of a rail court, but yeah, nice first 2 turns. Get the ball rolling right at the halfway point of this heat. But yeah, as you're saying, the Olympics,
Yeah.
exciting, super exciting. I was actually listening to a Joe Rogan podcast yesterday with Tony Hawk talking about skating in the Olympics too, and it's really cool to see that all these extreme sports that have probably got more people, there's more people surfing, more people
more
skateboarding
participation. That's
in
right.
the world doing these, I guess you'd call them hobby sports that are just lifestyle sports that people do every day. It doesn't matter if you're competitive or not, being included in the Olympics. I think it's going to really be a big boost for the sport of surfing, and it's going to really show a lot of countries that maybe don't have an ocean or maybe don't have the opportunity to see surfing. It'll give them the opportunity to see how awesome what we do is, really.
Yeah, definitely. And we're at the halfway mark. Again, check out live scores, liveheats.com. And don't forget, visit newsouthwales.com. Look at these beautiful pictures. The stand-up paddle boarders at the back of Town Beach. We're at stop 2, Port Macquarie. And again, we are in the women's division. Rosie Smart in Heat 4 in the lead, a 6.33. Great way to start your heat in your competitive pack. Evie Conway, a 1.05 and a 2.07. She rolls into second. Amelia Burke with that kickoff, a 3.5. And Summer Longbottom, Dylan's daughter from Cronulla now. She's driving some big slabs and waves down there. And she's sitting on a 2.67, but all with opportunity, keys on the table to make the quarters. In your contest career again, you're in this heat. You're in heat 11 today, so you'll do a few heats with us on the live broadcast and webcast. All those listening and watching, good morning from event number 2 here at the beautiful Port Macquarie, the Australian Open of Surfing. Injection of support again from the New South Wales government, from VDub, and also Surfers Rescue and Surfing New South Wales. What a great thing to really bring back surfing and showcase the local talent and emerging talent in Australia.
Yeah, it's great to see New South Wales government and a bunch of different people coming together to try and give us back an opportunity to compete. It's been a really long year for a lot of athletes, and I know it's been a tough year for so many people, but yeah, being a professional surfer and being every morning waking up, getting ready for an event, it's been a strange year, so it's so awesome to see the support being put into surfing and giving us the opportunity to come and do what we love to do.
Yeah, definitely, and I tell you what, it's just happy and healthier. It's a simple thing, sharing the stoke. Just simple mantras like that, and even the rowers, they've promised me they win a medal, get on the podium next year. I want to see them stand up on their boat and do the old surf shuckers.
The surf shuckers on their rowboats. Hopefully they win gold and they do it. I look forward
Definitely.
to it.
Well, they're training hard, doing well. And I'll tell you what, back to Surfing Open heat number 4. This is round 1. We've got some juniors rising stars. There's Evie Conway, Summer Longbottom from Cronulla. She was from Wollongong. Went to Terra McCarthy, out Kuta, went to Indonesia, and now back in Cronulla due to COVID. So many ways adaptable, like yourself. North Narrabeen, now at Byron, now at Kingscliff. Great support. And tell us a quick one about what you're doing in the mental health space and just adding value to your career.
Yeah, I mean, quickly, I think Rosie Smart just got a 4.1, if my math is correct. And yeah, that's a smart heat, mind the pun. From her, she's really set herself up nicely for the end of this heat. But yeah, so the work that I do, I've got a little mental health project called the Good Human Factory. I'm actually partnering with Surfing New South Wales in their Mental Health 360 program, which we just announced recently, where hopefully we're working on getting a grant from the government so I can go and speak to all of the junior surfers
Yep.
at the New South Wales Board Riders Clubs next year in 2021. And yeah, basically I saw a bit of a gap in the mental health industry that I lost an uncle to suicide at a young age, and my little sister, Sophia Chapman, who's a good little surfer as well, lost a few friends to suicide, and I was like, what can I do to help? And I've been so lucky to have the career and the opportunities I've been given in my life that I just wanted to give back and do something, and I've been fortunate enough to read a lot of books and do a lot of my own research into mental health because I have watched my dad suffer from mental illness a few times during my sort of childhood, and he's on top of that now, but because of that, it made me very aware of my own mental health and wanting to have these techniques and skills in place so that when life throws us those hard moments, which are inevitable, I'm ready to deal with them. And then, yeah, that's where the Good Human Factory started, trying to share those tips with kids and inspire my friends, my peers, and mostly the younger generation to have the skills and the techniques to get through those tough times in life.
Such an important thing, and it's great to have you here, not only in the booth, but adding value in the community. So, well, live action right now, Evie Conway, and we saw Summer Longbottom just not finish that last turn, so she won't get the score required to grab the second spot into the quarterfinal. Currently, Rosie Smart leads the charge here at the Open Women. Round 1, heat number 4. And again, you're watching the Australian Open of Surfing. Stop number 2 here at Port Macquarie. New South Wales Open. This is the last heat, and then we'll be joined by Jess Grimwood to join Cooper Chapman in the box. Why I'll take a little saltwater gargle, have a little dip, get a few waves. Great little fun here at Port Macquarie. Don't forget, visit newsouthwales.com. Beautiful cafeterias, some great eateries, and tell you what, last night, any nice holes to eat for dinner around the place? Pizza shops, fish and chip shops.
I didn't get in till quite late last night. I got in at like 8:30, so I was straight to bed. But the boys said they had a great dinner at Lake Cathay
Yeah,
Tavern,
like
I think.
nice.
Rosie Smart just banged that one. Really, really nice surfing to.
Oh, pardon the pun, but she's playing a really smart game. Rosie's out there in the lead, a 6.33 and a 4.1. Millie Burke second, Evie Conway third, and well, there's that red warning sign. So Summer Longbottom, not sure if it's there, but it is an interference. So her second scoring wave with a priority interference, that's really hard to come away from that. She'll literally require a 5.91 to take second and won't be able to get the first position.
Yeah, which, I mean, she's still in the heat. It's been quite a slow heat for second, third, and fourth, so she's still got an opportunity here. Let's see if Amelia Burke can tighten the screws and get over that 10-point heat total and put it out of reach for Summer.
Well, Fresh Air broadcast, we might get a replay of that one for Red. Amelia Burke from Newcastle, nice little backhand attack and a formidable competitor on the juniors in the Pro Junior Hydrolite Pro Junior Series, the pathway to the podium, to the Dream Tour of the World Surf League. And here is Summer Longbottom, and look, she looks like she's going to come bat out of hell of that wave, and well, she's got to go for broke because she'll need a big score to make it through to the quarterfinals. Still achievable, but well, we'll need a good wave and some banging turns to get on through with 2.5 minutes remaining. These 20-minute heats. Yellow flag is up. Cooper Chapman, Good Human Factory. Great to have you here.
Thanks, mate. It's great to be here. Yeah, this is an interesting heat. We've seen Amelia Burke just lock in a 5.77 and make it really tough for Summer Longbottom here. She's going to need a 9.28 to take the lead.
Yeah,
Evie Conway's still in it. She needs a 7.21. Coming down to the last 2 minutes of the heat, though, it's going to be an interesting finish here. The waves are very tricky to get up in that excellent range right now. The tide's almost at the top of the tide, I think. So
yeah, 1.8 this morning, and as we saw our Fresh Air broadcast replay, that was a difference between Amelia Burke banking in a second wave of 5.77 and Summer Longbottom. A nice wave, but just not as hard, and those rhythm between turns. So in rhythm, speed, power, flow, such key and controlled manoeuvres, just what the judges are looking for. Now, a quick one. You as a competitor, did you find yourself talking to the head judges or getting, who was your coach growing up in your career to now on the qualifying series?
Oh, not really. I kind of always saw those guys that went and blew up at the judges as kind of, I
Yeah,
don't know. Or as a kid, you'd see parents go up and have a word to the
yeah,
judges, which I can understand kind of at my level now, being in the championship, I mean, on the Challenger Series and at the top end of the QS when you're traveling halfway around the world and a call does go against you and
yeah,
all your competitors are telling you got ripped off. I can understand going and talking to the judges. My dad kind of always tells me to because he's a judge himself and
yeah.
he's sort of coached me through my whole career and always been my biggest fan and biggest supporter. So I don't really go and talk to the judges. Once it's done, it's done. It's not going to change.
Yeah.
But
Criteria, knowing the criteria,
definitely,
key
I
opponent.
think it's just important to watch the waves and watch what the judges are scoring at each event, and then you can get a pretty good idea on what you need to do to get through. So, I mean, those heats where they're tied, it just means you got to surf a little bit better to get through.
Yeah, definitely. Don't blame the tools. Just get on there, learn from your losses, and enjoy your wins.
That's
So
it.
we are here at the Australian Open, winding up the first round of the women. And again, Rosie Smart playing, some good waves, good combos. And then Amelia Burke from Newcastle, whereas Summer Longbottom has an interference. Only one of her waves will come into play. She'll need a 9.28. And Evie Conway needing a 7.21 above average score. And that looks like a wrap. Cooper Chapman, great. We'll hear more from you and Jess Grimwood. That is a wrap. Rosie Smart advancing on through. Amelia Burke as we roll into the men's very shortly. Well, we're going to pay some bills and we'll be back after this short commercial break. See you soon for day one of the two-day event. Australian Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie, the New South Wales Open.
Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water. And when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble. Or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to Live Action. It is here this morning. New South Wales Open at Port Macquarie. We're straight on into the Open Men's Round 1 Heat number 3, it says on the board, but it should be Heat number 1. And myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by legendary lad around the scene, Cooper Chapman. Good morning again, Cooper.
How you going, Jess? Beautiful morning down here in Port Macquarie, eh?
It is so good. Here we go. Action looks like...
Oscar Berry.
There you go. Go through it.
Yeah, we got Oscar Berry, first wave of the men's event. Nice surfing here. He's found something with a few opportunities. I think that's a really good way to start his campaign here. We've got Kalani Ball in the red, the winner of the last event last week down at Cronulla. He's in some blistering form, so looking forward to him surfing. And we've got Brett Bircher in the white. It's a stacked first heat. I'm excited to call this one with you.
Yeah, this is a crazy looking matchup for the first kickoff of the men's out here. And obviously, being a competitor yourself, Cooper, we're going to be getting the insight from you throughout the day and throughout the whole event, which is nice to have the expertise here in the booth with us as well. This is pretty much maybe a quarter or semi-final matchup. What do you think was going through these guys' head looking at this as the first heat of the day? There you can see on the top left the Heat 1 matchup. Yeah, what's going through these boys' head first thing this morning having a matchup like this?
First thing to note, it's only a 3-man heat, so it does change the dynamic quite a lot in my head anyway. If I'm surfing a 3-man heat, you're only out there trying to beat one guy instead of trying to beat two guys, so it does change a little bit. But with two guys in your heat who are of high caliber, such as this heat with 3 really good surfers, there's got to be one loser. So if I was out there right now, it's all about trying to get that quick start and really put a bit of pressure on the other two guys so that as it comes into the tail end of the heat, they're scrapping to get through, not you. But yeah, it should be a really nice heat. I think the conditions are really suited to these guys out there right now. The tide's right near the top of the tide, I believe, and yeah, waves are looking really fun.
Yeah, it does look really fun. We saw you with your warm-up session this morning. I saw the signature man bun flying down the line. And how did you find the temp and the overall conditions getting out there this morning?
I only squeezed out there for a really quick one. I wanted to try out my new epoxy board because the waves are quite small today and it was quite crowded, and it's a pretty small little zone out there when there's 20 frothing people to get ready for their heat. It makes it very difficult, so I didn't get much. But the one thing to note, the water temperature's freezing. Living up the coast in Kingscliff now, I've been surfing in board shorts the last couple of weeks, and I just went out in a short arm and it was icy. So that's one thing to note. But here we go. It looks like we have someone up and riding. Oscar Berry quickly backing up that first wave, which was a 6.17, and straight into a second one. That's pretty similar to what I was just talking about. Trying to get that quick start can really put a lot of pressure on the other guys. And we've got Brett Bircher out the back. Nice first turn. Coming unstuck on that second turn there. Just losing a bit of speed. I think his back foot might have slipped off there. But yeah, great start for Oscar Berry. He's really put those quick 2 waves down 4 minutes into the heat, and he's going to, yeah, I think he'll be cruising on the end of this heat as we've got Kalani Ball looking to open his account on a nice looking wave here. What do we got? Nice first snap. And again, this is a great start for Kalani. Picking up where he left off last weekend, I think.
Yeah,
and a
he
nice
was,
finish.
like you said, like last weekend, he was in incredible form. I saw from the moment he took the water in the Cronulla Open, he was just on, and I feel like he had this extra gear. He was kind of sitting back. I don't know if that was a conscious decision for him, but he was kind of sitting back in his performance. Here's the replay. Have a look at how tight and sharp he looks on that first turn. Nice release in the rail. Not really much on offer on the rest of that wave for him. A bit of a wobbly one. Like you said, Cooper, it's super peaky. Does suit the surfing, but I have seen a few kind of less desirable waves, I guess, in the lineup as well. There are some really, really good long ones, and then there's those short little peaky takeoffs, or from what I saw anyway, viewing on the boardwalk there this morning.
Yeah, it's kind of trying to find those wedgy ones, those ones that have that bit more power, and see that first wave coming for Kalani is 7.33. I think the judges really like that opening combo between the first and second turn, no breakage at all, just straight from the first turn off the bottom into the second turn, and yeah, tidied it up at the end with a nice little foam bounce. So great way to start your account, 7.33, and Oscar Berry must have locked in a 3 for his second wave.
Yeah, 3.17 for second Oscar. So he is out in the lead. Brett's first wave at 2.67. 14 minutes on the clock. And it is the Australian Open of Surfing Port Macquarie Open here, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. And of course, Destination New South Wales. So we are very pleased and blessed to be in this beautiful part of the New South Wales East Coast, and it is an incredible spot. I think we've got a lot of history of competition surfing here, as we heard yourself and Crispy and True speaking about earlier this morning. This is kind of the spot that's generally touched on for the junior stops up and down the coast. So it's great to be back here in Port Macquarie, and had a little chat with a few of the locals out there this morning that were doing their morning walks and coffees, and they were just saying that they've been pretty lucky to kind of breeze past the COVID thing, as we see.
Oscar Berry on a nice looking wave. Great first turn, big second turn. Going to tidy it up to finish. Yeah, it's a really nice wave there. That was probably one of the better waves I've seen come through this morning, and he's picked the eyes out of it. Like, first 7 minutes of the heat, he had the 6 to start, backed it up quickly, got to priority, and then got another really good one. And we see Kalani just out behind him. This one looks like it's kind of missed the bank a little bit. He's going to get back out and try to keep priority over Oscar. So, yeah.
Nice little exchange.
Yeah, good start for Oscar. I think he's going to be well and truly out in front, and Kalani's going to need about a 5, I reckon.
How was that little claim as well? I liked the body language at the end of the wave. I feel like that was something that was never seen in competition surfing back in the day, and now I've seen it from the under 8s up in through this, or pretty much, qualifying series seed list. It's kind of a thing that's almost used tactically now, I think, maybe at the end of waves. I'm not sure if that's the right perspective on it, but from your insight as a competitor.
Yeah, claiming's a funny one. The stigma behind it, I guess, back in the day was a little bit frowned upon, and then a bunch of the Brazilian guys started doing it, and then I feel like a lot of the American guys started doing it, and it inspired the juniors to start doing it. I think it's great. I definitely have been known for a couple funny little claims. It's almost like they just, for me, when I finish a good wave, if I need a score, it's like this joy just takes over my body, and I kind of just stand up tall and bounce around. But
You're like, give it to me. This is good. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's just emotion taking over the body. We're out there trying our hardest to compete, and when something good happens your way, you get happy. You get stoked. I don't really know why it's frowned upon, but if it's something that's, yeah, it's a bit weird. There's kind of two different claims. There's like a claim for doing something really good, and then there's a claim for like, give me the score. So I think the first claim's fine. The second claim, when it's like, oh, give me the score, it's kind of like, let the judges do their job and you do your job. You go out there and surf.
Yes. Well, it's going to be exciting to see full emotion coming into play across the playing field over the next 2 days. We are here for the Port Macquarie Open at the moment, just over 11 minutes on the clock, and it is Oscar Berry out in the lead. Last wave for him is 6.67. Here we go, Kalani ball up and riding. Nice little over the top for the first turn. Goes to the rail again, extends a little through the tail release, lines up, really starts to put the foot to the pedal there on that rail, and that's the kind of informed surfing I feel like we've seen from Kalani through that last event. I just feel like he has that extra gear. I feel like he's kind of motoring around that second or third gear in these first few heats of what I saw in his kicking off campaign again at Cronulla, and then he just seems to just elevate and elevate and elevate and just bring more and more to the playing field.
Yeah, it's such a good skill to have, that sort of building through events. A lot of the top guys seem to do it so well and find that form right when it matters. So, yeah, look for Kalani. Oh, he got exactly 0.01 under the score.
That's so tight. When those scores come through from the judges, it's just, I always just bite my nails, especially for the competitors. I get so nervous for them, and they can, either win or lose by 0.01 of a score is incredible. Like you said, your dad's a judge, and you've been around surfing and competing at such a high level now. Just getting that news where you've just fallen short 0.0 of a point.
Yeah.
How does that feel when you're underwater?
Those ones are very hard to swallow, especially when it's the worst one, I think, is when you get the person in first has 0.01 more than you, and then somebody gets a wave right at the end and goes ahead of both of you, and you get out. You end up losing in third in a three-man heat, especially, is the worst. I've had plenty of them in my career, but it goes both ways, though. Sometimes it goes against you, sometimes it doesn't. So it's just got to try and get back out there and get another one and get just ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have Rosie Smart there taking out the last women's heat. A very good morning. Congratulations, Rosie.
Thank you.
And how are you feeling out there in the conditions? They look pretty suited to your style of surfing. Plenty of waves on offer.
Yeah, it's so fun. Like, it's just like some fun 2-foot waves, and it's pretty clean, so it's perfect conditions for today.
Great. And are you looking to chase the Australian Open series up and down the coast now?
Yeah, I'm going to do the one in Coffs because I'm from Sawtell. So that'll be pretty good to do it in front of my home turf. So I'm looking forward to that.
So obviously the crew at Sawtell Board Riders and Jed and the rest of your local guys, you want to make a shout out to those guys? I'm sure they're tuning in right now.
Yeah, I'm actually in Coffs Board Riders, but yeah.
There we go. Well, apologies, Sawtell, you can't have Miss Smart. She's surfing for Coffs. So would you like to make a shout out to the Coffs team?
Yeah, just thanks for supporting me.
Great. Well, good luck moving on into the next round. I think you'll be coming up again later on this afternoon. It'll be great to see your surfing performance back on the stage.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Rosie Smart. That was the last ladies winner. You watched her surf, Cooper?
Yeah, she was ripping out there. She smashed her heat, actually. It was pretty difficult for a few of the other girls in that heat, but she really found it. I think we've just had the wave of the day come in for Oscar Berry, and 8.6. He got to absolute work on that last thing. That kept giving him sections. The last turn was huge, and the whole way it kind of wedged back at him. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that. We kind of caught it on the way through that last post-heat interview. Here we go. We've got it. Nice first turn, setting it up. Gets to the bottom of the wave. Big turn there. That thing had a nice pocket. Straight into another one. I really like that turn. It was like a little John jab under the lip. Brought it back around and then finishing strong.
How good is his style? I haven't seen much of him surf. I've seen maybe a few heats over the last few years just randomly, but I like how his arms completely go flat again in between each turn, and then he resets. He looks really casual, but obviously able to drop such excellent scores.
He's got that like John drop chilled arm sort of look,
Mm.
skater look. But yeah, Oscar's been training really hard at the HPC. I see him in there once or twice a week, just training alongside me, which has been really cool to be training up at the HPC. I think Oscar had a bit of an injury and he's on his way back now, and it seems to be not holding him back at all. If he's got wave selection like that all event, I don't think an injury is going to be any problem.
Yeah, it's been incredible for him so far, out in the lead with those two scores. Here we go. Brett Bircher up and riding on the forehand. He's got to get the ball rolling here. He's had a bit of a slow start. Gets to work on a few nice opening sections. It's definitely going to go towards his improvement of the campaign and situation. He's currently in combo land. Needs a 12.84. Just a couple of mid-twos on the scoreboard, so I dare say he's going to replace that with the last wave. At the moment, just over 6 minutes on the clock. Oscar Berry looking sharp out there this morning in the lead. That's 6.67 and an 8.6. Here's a replay of Brett's Cooper.
Yeah, we've got the score coming in. It's a 4.17. It gets him out of combo land and gives him a shot at getting into second place with just one wave, which is a bonus, but it's still quite a long way away. I think he needs an 8.67, which would be better than Oscar's wave, which is probably the best wave I've seen come through today. So let's see if Brett can find something to finish this heat. We've got just under 6 minutes remaining. Oscar Berry's out there in the lead with 15.27, a great heat score total. And Kalani Ball with a very nice 12.83 as well. Very, very smart heat surf by Kalani. He's a veteran competitor now. He travels all the way around the world on the Challenger Series as well, and he's had a great last couple of years on the QS. Kalani is such a talented surfer, and he's got such a vast array of tricks in his book. So hopefully we'll see a couple of them today, and if not today, tomorrow when the waves drop off a little bit and we get some fun waves for finals day.
Yeah, and you can see Brett just there trying to throw a little bit more flair through the end of those turns and maybe trying to manufacture that score up into the excellent range. But like you said, Cooper, the wave choice is going to have to be there for him. There you can see nice drawn out vision of Port Macquarie Open here as part of the Australian Open of Surfing. Is the second stop alongside Cronulla. We kicked off last weekend, and you can see beautiful conditions and not much wind around this morning. We're able to enjoy a little bit of a pulse of swell, and as we hear from a lot of the competitors and Cooper himself, it is a little bit chilly in the water this morning. So interesting little part of the coast to be cruising on down to. Like you said, you've relocated to Kingscliff, and what made that decision for you in your life? Obviously from North Narrabeen yourself.
Yeah, when COVID hit, my accountant was like, you can be on JobKeeper and get paid the same as you would be if you were doing your trade. Oh, well, I was working just doing labouring to fund my surf career, but with no events and JobKeeper coming in, it gave me the opportunity to work on my my other little side project and move up the coast closer to the HPC and be training and surfing. And yeah, I moved up there, and the first week I got the most insane waves ever with Wade Carmichael. I was staying at his for a few days, and winter, the surf was the best it's ever been up there, so I can't be more grateful for that. But yeah, I just wanted a bit of a change. Sydney's been so awesome, and North Narrabeen's been such an amazing place to grow up. I'm so grateful for it. But yeah, sometimes a bit of change is good. My sister lives up in Palm Beach on the Gold Coast now, so it's nice to move up close to her and have family around up there as well. And yeah, just nice to have a bit of a change, to be honest.
Yeah, and I did hear reports coming out of winter up there. It's been pretty incredible for you guys. Even in late into the season, there seems to just be swell after swell, and just conditions are pristine up there.
Yeah, it's been a wild season. I mean, the surf was, we had days at all the points, like every week it felt like through winter. And then even last week, on Monday this week just past, I was in Stantor Barrels at pretty much like Kira at Spot X, but somewhere very close to the Gold Coast. But we're still getting Stantor Barrels with no one out on Monday, so
that's
it's coming
incredible.
into summer almost, and we're still getting swells. So it's been a beautiful year for surfing, and it's been beautiful just to be at home during winter. I haven't spent obviously this much. My new home, but it's been just so nice not having to leave the country for a while. It's been such a difficult year for so many people, but for us who are surfers, I think we're the most fortunate people basically in the world, because we've been able to continue surfing during COVID, and I think more people have been surfing this year than ever before in Australia, because it's been so crowded because everyone's off work. But yeah, it's been great that Huey's been sending us a bunch of love.
Yeah, I would have to agree with it. It has been one of the most crowded seasons I've ever had at home, and it's great to see everyone in the water, but it does make for wave picking a little bit less, as we see Brett Bircher up and riding. He's got to get moving now a bit more style on display. Gets two kind of mid-face slashes and a final manoeuvre. Don't think that's going to go up into the excellent range.
I can see what he's trying to do. It might be a little too late though. Luckily, we have conditions that are quite close to the shore and the paddle back out's quick. He might be trying to break down that 12.8 into 2 waves because it's a bit tough trying to get there with one, with an 8.5. But if he can get a 6, then he can leave himself only needing a 6.8 to finish the heat. But time is going to be the enemy here, I think, for Brett, coming back out the back in third priority and needing what's going to be a pretty big score. As we see Kalani take off, minute and a half remaining. Great first turn. Beautiful wrap on the second turn. Let's see if this gives him something to finish.
His surfing is incredible. Just to me, he just looks just another notch above. Just that classiness and the polished way he approaches heats. I just find him hard to go past as one of the favourites for the event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously last week he really showed the sort of form he's in, so it's going to be great to watch him this weekend here at Port Macquarie. The surfing that he's been doing has been very impressive, so I think that last wave is going to maybe just better his score and put him in. Oh no, it's just come in at it. Oh yeah, here we go. 7.57 for the last declining ball. You can see the way he's surfing with so much poise and class. Like you were saying, he's between turns. There's not much movement. It's really solid. He's riding Highline surfboards, I think. Sorry if he's riding Mayhems. But yeah, his boards look amazing, and look at that. It's very, like we said, first heat of the round, we've got 14.9 and 15.2.
Yeah, that's an incredible display performance kicking off the Open Men's Round 1. It is, of course, the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, the second stop for us here on the Australian Open Surfing. And at the moment, looks like Oscar Berry's training in the COVID off-season has been paying off because he's out in the lead of an in-form Kalani. Brett Bircher chipped away, like you said, in that situation, 4.40 for his last wave, but it's just not going to quite get him out of that combo land. This Oscar and Kalani super in form as we tick down to the end of the opening men's heat number 1. Of course, it is Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. And stick with us. We've got plenty more action coming up in heat number 2 of the men, a big heat for those guys. And we'll be very lucky to be joined over the next few heats, continuing with Cooper, I hope, throughout the day. So thank you very much and good morning once again. Stick with us. Coming right back after this ad break.
Have faith in me, I have faith in you. Still so many miles we can leave behind. How we learn to fly, the way we move and tight, if we hold you close while we're here in this room. I can hear the rising calling. I can see the road to go. And every time I think of you, babe, and I think of coming home. I said you and I felt like strangers in the night. Since I found you, I found my reason why. Oh, every time I think of you, babe, I think of coming home.
Volkswagen.
And welcome back. Live action with you here on this fine and sunny morning. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open of Surfing, second stop of the Australian Open of Surfing series on the New South Wales coast. And myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by legendary Cooper Chapman and fellow competitor. Good morning once again, Coops.
Thanks. Great to be back here. We've got that winner of the last heat down there, Oscar Berry, just sitting in the booth here, mate. Cooper Chapman here. How was it out there? You smashed that first heat. Great way to start off your campaign, eh?
Yeah, had a sick heat, eh? Hell fun waves. Like, got super lucky. Was on every single one that had a sick little double up, and yeah, just tagged them all to the beach. Bit of fun.
Yeah, mate. Those couple waves you got that 8.6. Talk us through that one. How did it look when you were paddling into it? What sort of sections were you looking for when you were paddling into waves out there? Because I want to do the same in my heat.
Yeah, that one was just a perfect one. It had like a little fat section to start, and then it like hit the bank and just bowled the whole way. Just didn't have to stop and pump. Just did snap after snap. Looking for anything that's got a bit of a good first section to do a big first turn, and yeah, that'll kind of set the rest of the wave up for you.
Yeah, you smashed that one. Me and Jess were in here talking about it. We said you looked a little bit like John on a couple of those turns. Nice low arm. So how's your off season been, mate? How's 2020 been for you with all that's going on in the world? What sort of training you been up to? What's on the agenda to finish the year too?
Well, I was injured early in the year, did a pretty bad foot injury. I was out for almost 3 months, and got in the HVC, did a bit of training down there, seen you in there a few times. And yeah, the rest of 2020, I just graduated school the other day, and got our formal and stuff on Thursday, so I'm pretty excited for that. And yeah.
How good's that? You just turned 18 as well the other day. It's been all happening for you. Hopefully get some heats under your belt, make some prize money, and you can have a good old party at your formal this week.
Yeah, that'd be real good.
Too easy, mate. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you in the next round. I think you'll be up late this afternoon, so good luck out there, and yeah.
Perfect.
Chat to you later.
Thanks,
have a good
Coops.
day. See
You
you,
too.
mate.
Congratulations to him once again. Here we go. Aidan Lewin Parsons, another informed surfer from the previous event. He's back in the water from Ulladulla, out there in the white rashies. Great to hear that interview from Oscar. As I said, I haven't spoken to him a lot or seen him surf too many heats, but he is such a funny character. He seems very cruisy and very frothy to be here.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I'll have a chat with. I was having a chat with him the other day in the gym up there at the training centre, and it was his birthday, and he was in at the gym on his 18th birthday training. So hats off to him. The training's been paying off, and it looks like that foot injury is coming along very nicely.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine going into your high school formal with a trophy from Australian Open Surfing, the crown, the champ. He's got plenty to celebrate, like I said, being fresh at 18, but good luck for Oscar going through the next round. At the moment, we are into heat number 2 of the Open Men's, and here we go, Coda Cologne up and riding. First turn up and over the section. Looks like he's trying to set up this inside now, what Oscar was speaking about, waiting for that wave to wall up for him, but it just kind of fizzles out into that inside shorey. So he'll get back to the drawing board. Opening wave for Aiden, just a 0.67 and a 5. Jack Swan, a 3.17. Coda Cologne's out there in the red, first wave to come for him, and a local surf school owner, I think, and surfing legend Wayne Hudson's out there in the yellow. So that is round 1, heat number 2 underway, of course. The Port Macquarie Open, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7, a really great new program. Or it's been on the board now for Surfing New South Wales for the last few years, but they're kind of revamping and getting that going once again. So log on into Surfing New South Wales and log your rescue on 24/7 if you've had a rescue experience or been rescued. And of course, working alongside Surfing New South as well, yourself, Cooper, with the Good Human Factory.
Yeah, we've just seen Wayne Hudson up and riding here. Looks like he's getting a little bit caught behind the section. But yeah, we were talking about it a little bit before, but Surfing New South Wales has created an awesome program called the Mental Health 360 program. We'll just call this wave white, up and down. Yeah, the Surfing New South Wales Mental Health 360 program with 4 organisations, one being my own, the Good Human Factory, but we're Surfing New South Wales are also working with Man Anchor, doing mental health first aid for a lot of different board riders clubs and upskilling people so that they can see those signs when it comes to mental health issues. Also Batyr, another great mental health charity or organisation from down on Sydney's northern beaches. They'll be talking to kids at schools about suicide prevention, some awesome work they're doing, and also the Waves of Wellness guys have been doing some surf therapy with psychologists taking people surfing and really letting them have that surf therapy, because all of us who are surfers know how important getting in that salt water it is when it comes to our overall physical health, but also our mental health. It can really give us that cleanse that we need sometimes.
And I heard you speaking with Crispy earlier about the origins of the Good Human Factory, but going into 2021 season, of course, you're balancing your professional surfing career alongside this mental health not-for-profit
Yeah,
company.
I'm trying to. It's really tough to set up as a charity, so at this stage, I'm just running. It's completely 100% just me doing it. So to
Yep.
try and organise a charity is just a bit out of my grasp right now. So I'm kind of running it as a business right now, trying
Yep.
to make it into a successful business, be an entrepreneur, but still be doing something good in the world. And hopefully, the services and the different advocacy things I'm doing are making a big difference. I mean, I've been doing mental health tips just because I've got such a great network, and we've had over 150,000 people view our mental health tips the last 3 months, which has been awesome. And yeah, we've got White up and riding here. Big first turn. It looks like he's just trying to back up that 5. As we were saying before, those 20-minute heats, you blink and they're gone. So he's really trying to get that quick start, as we see Wayne Hudson doing the same thing, trying to get a score on the board early in this heat.
You can see a little gesture there maybe to the wave gods. He didn't like the lack of energy maybe offered up to him on that last wave. So.
Yeah, a little paddle battle as well, maybe. Third and fourth priority are going to duke it out here. Looks like White's got the jump on him there.
Yeah, I love seeing. Oh, here we go. A little replay there for Wayne Hudson, local surf school owner. It's up and riding on the backhand. Just not much on offer for him. You see him there just kind of conceding to the wave there. But it's great to see. I love these really young guys coming out, like you're saying, a lot of young teenagers and freshly 18-year-olds and younger kind of 20-year-old competitors like yourself coming up against these guys that have been around surfing for so long. I think that's a beauty about the Australian Open series. It gives everybody this equal playing field, and it gives the opportunity that if you don't have a seed, whether you're younger or older, you can still get amongst the pack of pretty much some of the world's best surfers in the water.
Yeah, it's great just to have that opportunity for myself, being, I guess, in the elite side of surfing with guys like Kalani Ball, Jackson Baker. I think there's a few other guys who surf in those big events with us, and just getting that opportunity to do those heats. And I mean, it's surfing. Anybody can win these things. There's only one person can win, and it's always tough. I surfed in the event up on the Gold Coast a few weeks ago and got smashed in my quarter. So there's a lot of great talent. I know Chris Saffers is surfing in this event too. Sheldon Simkus. There's a lot of great surfers here. So it's just a cool opportunity that the juniors get an opportunity to surf against some of the guys who are at the top of their, I guess, at the top of our level on the QS. But these events are great. You get to see these new young talents coming up. I was speaking to Crispy just before outside of the booth, and I remember when I was a Grom, I knew every single kid. I knew how they surfed, how they competed. Whereas now I look at the heat draw and I probably only know 10 guys in the heat draw, and it feels like I'm a veteran now. So it's pretty funny getting to watch the young guys come up, and there's so much good talent coming through. So it's going to be awesome to call a few of the heats and also to get out there and surf against a few of them.
Yeah, well said, Cooper. And like you said, they're so unassuming too, just kind of floating around the competition zone. A lot of those guys that we don't really know their first names, and then suddenly they turn up in a heat and they're dropping 8s, and then you just go, oh my goodness, where in the world did this dude come from? And they're just from some sleepy little spot up and down the coast here. That's one of the beauties of being able to get straight back into competition and put on the platform for these guys to surf in the Australian Open. Here we go, Wayne Hudson up and riding again. Veteran goes for the dramatic dismount there. So looks like Coda Colourne's going to take this one. Up and riding on the backhand. Connects with the first section, but kind of cuts off that turn halfway. He's looking to make his way through to the inside. Much smaller wave for him. I think, like you said, Cooper, trying to get that ball rolling a little bit more. Not particularly the best wave choice, but it's probably going to help the situation, get the second wave on the board.
Yeah, it's always a tough one, these short heats. You try and get the ball rolling and do something quick, but then behind your one, a set comes. It's always about finding that balance and really trusting that intuition and making sure that the waves that you catch, you maximize those opportunity, because those 20-minute heats, it's something that growing up, you surf a lot of them, but then once you transition out of your junior career, the heats in the primes and in the big QS events are 25 minimum, usually 30 minutes, and that 10 minutes makes a hell of a difference. I'll tell you what, that few heats I surfed up the coast a few weeks ago, it felt so different. I felt like I was surfing board riders again. So yeah, I'm looking forward to adjusting a little bit in this event and trying to bring back some of those old junior 20-minute heat skills that we used to have.
Yeah, the fast, hard-hitting kind of tactical style that you were speaking about earlier.
But when I was surfing 20-minute heats back in the day, there's no priority, so you could be a bit more of an aggressive competitor, get a quick start, and then you could sit on the inside and get another wave. So with the priority now, 4-man priority, those 20-minute heats go almost quicker because you have to take your turn. So it gives those non-aggressive competitors a bit more of a chance. And like we were saying, it means anybody can win these heats. If you sit there with priority and get the 2 best waves, you've got just as much of an opportunity. So heat tactics definitely come into play a lot when these 20-minute heats are on. There's a nice little wave there for Blue. A couple quick turns.
Looks like one more of the Super Groms in the draw.
Yeah.
Mr. Jack Swan, I believe it is, and he liked the feel of that one. So good to see him getting things underway. His opening score 3-1-7. Scores still to be updated for the last few waves there from Coda and Jack. At the moment, 7 minutes on the clock here in heat number 2 of the Open Men's. We will see the Open Men's complete round 1 be run, and then we'll move straight back on over into the Open Women's. There's a beautiful drone shot there of location here at Port Macquarie, Town Beach. You can see that bit of swell pulsing on through, and great conditions really. There's the skate park there down to the left-hand corner of the screen, and as Cooper and Crispy was speaking about earlier, it's such an incredible destination. You can rock up, have a surf and a skate pretty much consecutively after each other before 8 a.m. in the morning. There's a little coffee shop there you can see behind the contest tents, and just a pretty incredible part of the coast to be in. Of course, very alive part of the coast as well. We've heard a lot about this area, I think, from the news lately, but it is great to be able to be up and running here for the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. And look at that, not a cloud in the sky at the moment. Cooper, we saw a fair bit of weather rolling in last night up and down the coast. It was pretty crazy storms. I'm sure you drove through them to make your way up here.
I didn't actually. I beat them. I drove down the coast, so I missed them. I definitely heard it when I was in bed, and I spoke to a few of the people working with Surf in New South Wales here with us, and they said they were driving straight into hailstones and cracking windscreens. So I'm glad I was coming down the coast, not up the coast yesterday, but it definitely was a big old storm. But just seeing this heat right now, a very different story to the last heat, huh? 3-man heat, 2 scores, close to 15 points. In this one, they're all scrapping. They're all going to be in with a shot to finish this heat. Well, with 5 minutes to go, if anybody gets a 6, I'll go to the lead. So it's going to be very interesting to finish this heat.
Yeah, absolutely polar opposite heat at the moment. It is Hayden Lewin Parsons in the lead.
First priority, taking a wave, pulling straight off. That is a mistake in my eyes. With 5 minutes to go in the lead, you want to be consolidating and really backing that score up and putting it out of reach for guys. But taking off there and losing priority is going to, let's see if it costs him. But luckily he's in the lead. The other guys still need scores. It always is a lot nicer sitting in the lead than having to wait and hope that other guys don't overtake you. But here we've got yellow. Wayne Hudson finding a bit better of a wave here this time. He's got his swivel on. He's got a few nice first turns. He's going to finish nice on the shore here. He's really put himself in a position where he can fight back to finish this heat. He liked that one. Sending up the little claim to the crowds. He's stoked. Love to see the smile on the face.
I reckon he's having a little bit of an interaction with the beach comms guys as well. Maybe they're trying to help buzz him up there. Have a look at this replay. Nice first turn. He put a lot of weight through that turn as well on the back end through the rail. He does well to make the connection. That really flat spot there. Gets another turn under his belt. And one more for good measure. Here's the throw to the beach comms and the judges. Loves the feel of that. And he's probably collecting a little bit of commentary there live on the beach as well. So that's going to be interesting.
Oh, what did he get? He got a 3.77. He's put himself in the mix to finish the heat. What do we need? We've got Wayne in 4th, needs a 4.81, and Jack in 3rd needs a 4.68. As we just saw White catch a wave there. It's going to be very tight to finish this heat. Both of the guys in 3rd and 4th need less than 5 points. So always an interesting heat when there's small scores.
Yeah, like you said, Cooper, it's pretty much in anyone's reach at the moment. Ulladulla Surfer in the white is out in front. That 5-point ride and 3.93. Last wave for him was just 2.07, so a throwaway. Coda's second wave was that 5-point ride, so he's sitting in nice position at the moment. I think he'd be up around that first or second priority spot out in the lineup. So only needing 3.94. Like you said, I think we're going to see a bit of a change. Here he goes up and riding on the backhand. Draws out the first manoeuvres. Looking nice and compressed and sharp. Capitalises on those 2 sections. Throws a lot of spray. Close-out manoeuvre. Gets a little bit of drift through the fins. And that's a good answer back. I think that's going to go well over the 3.94, Cooper.
Yeah, I think he almost surfed that wave perfectly. He connected with every turn. He threw plenty of spray. got the board all the way around back to the beach on every turn. I think, yeah, that's gone up into the 7-point range, 7.33 for the last of red.
Beautiful display here. Like you said, just surfed it perfectly. Those two sections really short and only offered up a tiny little window, and he's able to capitalise on it and put the finishing touches on the inside. A 7.33 takes the lead, just over 2 minutes on the clock. White now in second position, needing a 7.34. Blue needs a 5.04, and yellow needs a 5.17. So red, Coda, able to just create that space for himself between first, second, third, and fourth. And now a bit more of a battle maybe in the last 2 minutes of the 5. So moving into that second position. We haven't seen many waves go up into the excellent range in this heat. So here we go. Jack Swan up and riding in the blue. Opens up on the rail. Nice little tweak of the first turn. You can see the excitement and the anticipation of this final section. He needs to put the finishing touches on here. And nice little gem, lay back, and he's able to recover on the toes, and he likes the feel of that as well. You see the subtle little fin pump on the chest. He needs a 5.04, and I think that's going to be a tricky little score.
I like the last turn that he held on. I didn't think he would. If he made the last one clean, I think it was going to be very close. Because of that bit of downtime and that, he completed the manoeuvre, obviously, but there was that little bit of loss of control, which I think the judges potentially might cruel him for. But hey, you never know. The last time was still pretty nice.
Yeah, here you go. Last time we were just speaking about. Goes down over the heels, able to recover back over the toes. Pretty elasto, but it's not going to be enough for Jack Swan. A 3.63 in the bank. I think he may have been penalised. Well, not penalised, but there was not too much critical surfing on the outside sections. There wasn't super steep, kind of bigger wave offering up for his attack. So falling under that 4-point range, he's still going to need a 5.04 to move out of third. Wayne looking for the 5.17. Over 35 seconds, just over that left on the clock. Coda Kalorn, the Maroubra man, out in the lead. We've seen him a little bit hot and cold in the first round of the Australian Open at Cronulla for us here in New South Wales. He had a few blistering heats, and he also had a few slower heats where it kind of took a little bit too long to get the ball rolling. So it's nice to see him getting things going. Here we go. Wayne Hudson having a look at that one. You can see beautiful, glassy conditions as we wind down towards the end of heat number 2 of the men's. Coming on up, we do have heat number 3. Nice looking heat as well. Wayne Hudson throwing the dice one more time. It's going to need a fairly decent score. Looks like only one turn on offer for him, so we'll wait to see what that locks in. Goes for a little cheetah 5 to finish off. Nice little display of style from the local man, and stick with us. We are here at the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open. There's a beautiful shot of destination here in New South Wales. We have plenty more live action coming up to you right after this break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And there we go. Very good morning. Welcome on board. Live action bringing from the water here. Port Macquarie in New South Wales Open of Surfing in the water. It is Open Men's Round 1 Heat number 3. Callum Robson, Nathan Cook and Kelly Mills are in the lineup. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Cooper Chapman and fellow Open Men's competitor. A very good morning once again, Cooper.
Thanks, Jess. Great to be here. What an awesome start to this heat it looks like Callum Robson has had. We'll hopefully get the replay of that one. An 8.17, that's exactly how you want to start your heat. 2 minutes in, 2.5 minutes in, and wave in the excellent range. Here we go, replay. Big first turn. This wave looks really bowly. Great second turn. Very mature surfing there. Cal was ripping a few weeks ago up at the Gold Coast Open, and looks like he's carrying that form down here. Really flowy between those last couple turns, connecting the dots nicely to finish that one off. And yeah, 8.17, and he's straight back into it, trying to blow the tail out to back it up quickly. Incomplete on that one, but be sure that Cal's going to lock in another big score at some stage during this heat. These waves are starting to really hit the bank a lot better. It looks like the guys are getting a few more opportunities than maybe the women did this morning.
Yeah, as you've been saying throughout the morning too, you can see the wave choice really coming into play and very important for these guys, especially with the 3 or 4 man priority. And we saw that last wave really beautifully bowled, hit the bank really well, offered him up some steeper looking sections, and it's just really great to see at least some waves on offer here, and looks like very nice glassy conditions. You can see that little bit of reef out the back of the lineup, just throwing up the swell. And we're going to cross to last heat's heat winner, Coda Cologne. A very good morning. Congratulations, Coda.
Yeah, morning guys, thanks.
It's great to see you notch up another heat win under your belt. How were the conditions out there this morning?
It was a little bit slower than I thought, and it kind of like broke in closer to the shore than I thought it was. I thought it was going to break out a little bit further out, but when the sets came, it was actually really, really fun.
Great, and you enjoyed some success at the Cronulla Open. What are your strategies coming into this next stop for you on the Australian Open of Surfing?
Same one as Cronulla, just take it heat by heat. I'm not looking anywhere into the future. I'm just looking at each heat I have to surf and then hopefully win a couple heats or get through and get a good result.
Great, and of course, coming from Maroubra, you're one of the locals down there in the eastern suburbs. You got any of the crew, the board riders and the support crew tuning in from down there?
Yeah, well, my board riders, they're all posting on Instagram and they're watching me, so it's sick.
Oh, it's great to see you back out in action. Good luck coming up in your next round, Coda, and we'll see you back out in performance later on.
All right, thanks guys.
Thanks, Coda. Saw a nice little exchange there too from Cookie. I haven't seen Cookie surf a heat for a while. It's nice to see him back in the contest singlet.
Yeah, Cookie's been ripping. He had a great run up at the Gold Coast Open as well. I think he made the final. I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure he made the final. He's been surfing really well, Cookie.
And he's up your way as well now, up at around Kingscliff or around the Goldie, floating around up there.
I see Nath floating around all the time. He's I always run into him at Cabba surfing. So looking forward to watching him in this event. Hopefully the conditions maintain over the weekend for us.
Yeah, it does look like it might drop off maybe tomorrow, but I think we're pretty well positioned to collect as much of the swell as we can here. I think that's a nice benefit about being in Port Macquarie. It feels like that it doesn't matter how small or maybe how weak the swell is, you can go to one of those beaches that faces the different direction and pick it up and just take advantage of the winds as well. And you can see there's a nice little spanned out view of the contest site. You can see the working along with the lifeguard service here, the water safety is on the jet ski out there to the south, and there's a little range of free surf spots up there as well. See some paddleboarders right out the back on those rocks, and on the inside I saw a lot of the competitors warming up. There does look like some pretty bowly little options on offer up and down the beach for the free surf. And Cooper, will you be hitting the free surf warm up before your heat, or are you more of a watch the conditions kind of guy?
I had my little wiggle this morning, got the feet in the wax, felt pretty good out there. So I think I'll just wait until my heat, get out there and surf the heat, and hopefully, 3-man heat, hopefully a little bit more opportunity than those 4-man heats, and get to get moving. Hopefully it's not a slow heat. It seems like they're in a bit of a lull right now. But yeah, as you were saying before, there's such good variety here at Port Macquarie. It's almost like a really good kept secret. I seem to see Matt Banting put up clips every second week and surfing amazing waves, getting barreled, doing huge airs, doing massive turns, and yeah, you don't really see many other people coming here too often. So Port Macquarie is a very nice hotspot with such great waves, beautiful people around, and like we were saying before, the skate park down here. There's just so many good facilities to have a good time. And as we see, Kelly Mills in the yellow, nice first turn. He found a really good bowl there. This one's lining up through the inside for him. It's a great way to start his account. It's going to be a tight heat. 3 really good surfers there. I guess you'd call Cal and Nath 2 of the top seeds in the event, and then Kelly Mills throwing down that wave really throws a spanner in the mix.
Yeah, he was looking really casual on the approach on that first bottom hand turn here. Have a look at the replay. This thing just absolutely throws up in front of him and just casually goes up into the lip for that first turn. I think maybe a little bit mistimed on the last few maneuvers. This one was really nice, but he was kind of a little bit wobbly or a bit late there on the end. It might kind of bring that score back down, but the opening turn for him, really nice wave. There we go, 6-point ride. So it is just over 12 minutes on the clock here in heat number 3. Callum Robson out in the lead at 8.17 and a 1.47, so no doubt he'll be getting rid of that second wave score. Kelly's got a 6-point ride in the belt now after that last exchange, and Cookie a 4.33 for him. So really anybody's game at the moment. You can see some of the locals enjoying the out of reef opportunity here at Town Beach, and like I said, plenty of little spots up and down the coast. It's an incredible part of New South Wales. If you do have the chance post COVID restrictions to get on the road and travel, it is an incredible spot to visit and a great community as well. We saw all the locals making their way out with their pets and all their morning crews working out in the park and soaking up the action up and down the boardwalk. I had a chance to chat to a few of the older locals that have made their way from Sydney to here over the last few years, and they're just saying how incredible it is as a spot. As we see Kelly Mills, casual approach again, just really nicely combined bottom to top surfing here, and he's going to have a look to the inside section as we see Surfer in red getting to work behind him as well. I dare say Red's wave might have been a little bit better, a little bit more electrifying, and look at that last turn. Really, really spicy surfing from Callum in the red Cooper. Nice exchange there between yellow and red. I think red might have got the better of that exchange. Here's the replay.
Yeah, nice little first foam climb just to get moving. A little bit flat second turn. The wave kind of went a bit soupy, but he really turns it up at the end here. Nice jam there. That board's looking electrifying. That last turn was huge for the section. So great backup there for his 8. It's going to be tough to catch him now, I think, after that one. And we saw Mr. Mills on the wave before him in yellow. The wave kind of split into 5 or 6 different waves as he went along it, but he navigated it quite well and put it together to finish it off. He's going to have a nice little backup there. He's got that 6, so he's got his first one out of the way. One more wave needed for him. Cal Robson's just locked in a 7.17. They really liked the end of that wave. I think that 2-turn combo to finish, it was where all the points came from for Cal. So he's sitting way out in front with 15.3 points. Kelly Mills locked in a 3.9 on that last one. So he's put a bit of pressure on Cookie here to bring home the heat. He needs a 5.58. Still plenty of time. It's not too much of an issue right now, the time limit. I think Nath would be sitting out there in first priority, so he's just going to try and stay composed, find that wave that gives him the opportunity and really throw down and get something up over that 6-point range so he can finish the heat strong.
Yeah, that great display there from Surfer in red. Like you said, Callum Robson, that 7.13 in his bank as well as the 8.17. So pretty nice way to kick off your round 1, heat number 3. Coming on up in the Australian Open Surfing Port Macquarie Open, we will see Joel Vaughan, Joshua Stretton and Luke Bonfield in heat number 4. So that's going to be a great looking heat. Of course, Jolie and Luke, both from North Shelley, fellow comrades out here. So that'll be a good one to match up against Joshua Stretton. We saw him in pretty good form for the last event at Cronulla. And Cooper, we were speaking about a little bit earlier, you had the opportunity to jump on up for that WSL event at Stratty. And how was it up there being back into competition post-COVID, and it's such a big stage and vibe around those championship tour events? What was it like being up there amongst all the action?
Yeah, it was cool. It was a lot different jumping into the commentator role and not getting to surf in such a awesome event. But I'd spent a lot of time over at Stratty this season with Wade Carmichael and watching all of those boys who were over there going mad, and that everyone got to put in so much time there this year that I felt like everyone was surfing so well for the event, and they did well for how later in the year it was. The waves we got were really fun, but yeah, it was just cool getting to be around that action again and be around that vibe of people surfing competitively. It's such a beautiful thing to watch and such a beautiful thing to be around. That yeah, just being involved over there, especially in an event with no crowd, it was a really different atmosphere on the beach, but just being there and watching people get to do what they love again was so awesome.
Yeah, and here we go. Cookie up and riding on the backhand. He makes the connection to the inside, manages to put the finishing touches on the backhand there, so he'll get back out to the drawing board. He's looking for a 5.58, and I'm not sure if he had a turn before that final manoeuvre. It might have just been the 2 turns on offer for him on the backhand, so it will post his second score. We'll wait to see how that locks in with the judges, of course. The experienced judging panel down there on the beach. Here we go, reviewing that. Having to go to the rail. Lumpy and bumpy section. Does well to make it over the lump there and puts the closeout manoeuvre on. Just comes under the requirement. Sorry, 4.73 for the last wave for Cookie. So Nathan will remain in third. 5.18 required for him. 7 minutes on the clock. Kelly Mills is in second. Needs a 9.31 if he wants to take the lead off Surfer in red. Mr. Robson in a beautiful looking heat total at the moment. 15.30. And like you were just saying, going back to that conversation about getting back into WSL action, Cooper, such a different vibe to be around a contest when there's no spectators to be allowed. But like you said, such high caliber of performance from those competitors. And I think probably the first time they were all back into Rashies post the break.
I think they had the event at Cabarita 2 weeks before, which, yeah, they had good waves there. And I think Stratty is such a beautiful wave and such an elite wave to surf that getting to watch an event there, I think it's been the first time they've had an event there in so long. So it was great to be over there and watching it firsthand. But yeah, beautiful to be down here in Port Macquarie now, back in the New South Wales side of the border. It's been a really weird one with the border and everything up there at the moment. I'm inside that little bubble, so it worked out fine for me to be able to go up there and commentate. But yeah, back down here, it's been great to come back down here. I don't think I've been to Port in over 10 years, so it's so nice to get back here and get to enjoy this part of the coastline.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. I don't think I've been through here in about 10 years either. You always kind of seem to bypass it on the way to maybe the more common stops around Coffs or a little bit south of here as well in Foster. But Port Macquarie is just an incredible destination to hit, and it's just a bit of a vibing community at the moment. They've been lucky enough to not have a case, no transmission and community cases since I think way back in February or March. So they've been able to keep themselves nice and healthy in the bubble and enjoy these beautiful facilities we saw up and down along the beaches and the boardwalks. And of course, so many little surfing spots on offer up and down. Like you said, some of the other men's competitors in the QS able to post some incredible little clips from around this area. A lot of little secret spots and little waves that turn on and off with the tide and with this wind. We are very happy to be here. 5 minutes to go on the clock. Heat number 3 is in the water of the Open Men's. We did kick off things 7:30 this morning, and beautiful weather and conditions. Not a cloud in the sky. We passed the high tide, I believe it was, at just after 8 a.m. this morning, 1.8 metres. So we're going to see maybe a few steeper little sections coming into play as that water runs back off the beachy bank here. And of course, we are a mobile event. Across these beaches here, we are at Town Beach today. We have the options to move to Lighthouse Beach, I believe. Bonnie Hills is a spot that's available for the competition if needed, and another few other little secret spots up and down this bit of the coast. So it's pretty incredible to be stopping here once again with the crew from Surfing New South Wales, and of course Volkswagen supporting this Australian Open of Surfing series. And we are being presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Cooper, I don't know if you've had much to do with Surfers Rescue program that's been developed by Surfing New South Wales, or if you logged any rescues yet.
I definitely have logged plenty of rescues, and I've spoken to the guys at Surfing New South Wales quite a lot about the program, and it's so awesome because us as surfers are out there more than anybody else in the ocean, so it only seems responsible that we train ourselves in Surfers Rescue. And I went through the course, and I, being a young, naive, thinking I knew everything guy, when I did the course, I was like, oh, I reckon I can rescue someone pretty good. And then there's just certain little techniques that you get taught that really can make a massive difference. And it's kind of hard to explain just over your voice, but the best way to do it if somebody's unconscious in the water is to paddle on your board, but put them and hook your legs under their armpits and then paddle them in so their head's out of the water. And it's something that is quite a simple technique that I wasn't aware of. And once I learnt it, I was like, well, I'm so much more equipped for if I need to do a rescue. But yeah, I've definitely done a few rescues in my time. I was in Bali on a board testing trip with waves probably close to 10 years ago now. And I was there with Asher Pacey and a few other guys. And we were down at Canggu there, and we saw these kids playing in the rip down at Canggu, and anyone who's been to Echo Beach there over in Bali knows how strong that rip can get. The surf was about 6 to 8 foot. There's nobody surfing, and we were just having a few beers up at Canggu watching the afternoon go by, and we saw these two kids get swept out in a rip, and Asher and I at the time were like, all right, we're either going to watch these guys die, because we're looking around, not anybody else saw them, and we just grabbed 2 boards that we just saw on a rack that some guys were having a beer as well, and we just stole their boards and paddled out and saved these 2 young Russian kids, and guaranteed without us there, they're dead. And yeah, still look back at that to this day and can't believe how lucky they were that we were there and were such surf-conscious people that we were just watching the waves and were aware of how dangerous a situation they're about to get themselves in. So yeah, it's awesome now that Surfing New South Wales are making a really dedicated effort to training and upskilling people so that when you do get yourself in those situations, which can be life-threatening, we have the right skills and right techniques to overcome it. As we saw Cal throw a nice punt, unable to stick that one. He's already miles out in front, and Kelly Mills got a nice little one there cruising on through. He's going to really put a bit of pressure on Cookie here. Minute and a half to go. First priority. It's that situation where you have that one. You don't need a massive score. He only needs a 5, but sometimes a 5 with a minute to go can be the hardest thing ever.
Yeah, and so well said about your story too. I feel like it's a pretty incredible and like dramatic and real life story, but like you said, for surfers being generally the only people on the beach a lot of the time and always have their eyes tuned into the conditions, it is kind of a responsibility as being a waterman or a waterwoman to be able to execute those rescues and help people where there are pretty much nowhere else around to help. So it is great to see that Surfing 24/7 or Surfers Rescue 24/7 up and running, that program really getting into the nitty and gritty of getting everybody across the board able to up to date with the rescues. Here we go, Cal up and riding in the red. He's looking for that launch pad, gets a little bit of a frothy reverse in on the forehand. I think it's probably not going to go into his top 2. He's looking really good out there for the first heat of his round. 30 seconds on the clock, and like I said, if you do have a story of a rescue, like you heard Cooper Chapman's, or you have been rescued, do jump on board to that www.surfersrescue247.com and you can log there, and that's the best way for these continued programs to help pushing and giving people the chance to develop their skills. Is the government look at the data from the rescues and they're able to see, okay, this is actually a very valuable tool to get these surfers trained up, and that's how they put the grants into the back end of that and get everybody up and training. And there we go, end of heat number 3. There's the champ there, Cal. Nice looking heat for him. Like you said, that board's looking very nice under the arm. And we'll just go to a quick break right now. We are watching the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open as part of the Australian Open of Surfing. Coming back with live action, heat number 4 in the water right after this break.
Early morning, sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm not when I need
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Well, welcome back to Heat 4. You are watching live vision of Australian Open, men's and women's. We've got the men's division now, and I'm Crispy, and I'm joined with me, Jess Grimwood. That last heat, well, the Callum Robson flying through from the get-go all the way, just lapping everyone.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance. Very good morning. Congratulations, Cal.
Cheers.
And how did you find the conditions out there this morning?
I went for a free surf early. It was pretty tricky for sure, but out there I just had a game plan to get in the first good one, and I did that, and then it kind of made it a lot real easy from there on.
Great. Well, it was an incredible performance, and Cooper Chapman was in the booth calling your heat as well. He was making mention of how sharp that sled looks under your feet. What do you got going on out there equipment-wise?
I've got a Sparrow shape. It's my shape of Sparrow from the Goldie. It's a little 5'9" groveler swallowtail. Goes so good.
Yeah, it's looking really sharp, and we were speaking about in the booth as well the amazing conditions you guys have been able to enjoy up in the north part of the coast and up towards the Goldie. Have you just been in the water incessantly?
Yeah, it's just been so pumping up home. It's been that good, just surfing like all day and just filming, and the water's been beautiful. It's like tropical up there, but it's freezing down here. I'm freezing.
All right, so moving on into round number 2, will the strategy and tactics change headwise going into that?
Depends if the conditions change, but it's always kind of just get the best waves and then just surf them from there.
Hey, Callum, Crispy here. Congratulations, mate. I was watching your pre-heat warm-up.
Yeah, cheers.
Well, how do you find that coming into it a week in, a day in, and then those moments before it? What are you doing that helps you prepare for your heat to get a 817 and a 713?
I just do a bit of breathing and just try and focus on my breath and just bring my state of mind just to where I'm at the moment and what the job is, and then just do a little stretch, get warmed up, and then I'm pretty present and ready to go after that.
Yeah, cool, mate. Stay present, and congratulations through to the next round. Anyone to shout out at home? Any support at Evans Head?
Just everyone at Evans watching, and yeah, thanks guys. Cheers.
All right, there it is. Last heat's winner. See you later, Callum Robson, flying through on day 1, the Australian Open of surfing here at Port Macquarie, the Open. And I'll tell you what, Jess, it's heating up out there. I was out there just soaking in the bare feet on the sand, watching Callan, and now Joel Vaughan opens up, and look at that. He just did what Callan did.
Yeah, and here we go. Boom, they call him. Luke Bonfield up and riding in the yellow. I know all the guys will be tuning in at home as well. He's found himself a bit of a runner too. He needs to get to work on the rail. Kind of maybe a little hold back for that opening ride for him. Maybe feeling the nerves up against good mate and comrade Joel Vaughan, of course, from the same club. Like you said, Vaughnie able to open up 2 solid scores, and he's really arrived on the scene, I think, this year. I feel like he's really been rewarded for his surfing. Here's the replay here. Gets the fin release up and into the lip straight away for the second and just puts a little bit of extra touch on. It looks like he might be pumping towards the inside section as well. So finishing manoeuvre. I just feel like he was lost for a few years between that juniors and QS division, and now he's arrived on the QS, able to post these scores pretty much with his eyes closed throughout the last few events.
He really, in his moments, whether it's surfing for Australia at the Worlds, whether it's at Margaret River at the Australian titles last year, he just arrives, he's present, and he takes every opportunity. And he literally turns it into gold. He turns waves that are 6s and 7s. Because he does arrive and he's so present and strong in his turns, he turns them into 8 5s, and that is, Majesto kind of work. Joel Vaughan in the lead, 14-point combo, and again you're looking for 2 spots through to the next round. So if you're focusing on the 50% progression, if you're not finding the rhythm, keep consistent and aim for that second spot. The way to get through your heats on the early rounds.
He needs a nickname actually, Crispy. I wouldn't mind throwing the
Well,
magician.
His dad,
Majesto.
yeah, Majesto. He's a bit of an Avenger. His dad, the Vorny, and his younger brother's got a great one. I've seen him in his first Wahoo event at the Junior Series as a 6-year-old, and he was Bubble Boy because he had that little
yeah.
bubble on the back,
Yeah.
surfing McMaster's Beach and big waves. And Vorny, the Vaughan bus goes all around the country and around the world when it reopens.
Yeah, they're like the Central Coast version of the Wright family, how they had Kirby,
Yep.
Tyler and Owen just travelling up and down with the dad.
Totally.
Just all about surf and skate when the surf's
Yep.
not on. And I feel like the Vaughans are like the Central Coast version of that, where they've got that really strong support from dad, and then they're just keen to be in the water 24/7, as we see. No slouch to competition as well. Joshua Stretton, he was in form in Cronulla. Look at the amount of spray he's able to throw off that seemingly small section, and that board looking super crispy under his feet as well. So at the moment, 12.5 minutes on the clock. Looks like Bonfield's got some work to do. Just the 3-point ride in the belt. 5-point ride for opening wave of Stretton. And Vaughan has those two nice looking scores at the moment. What I've seen from the last few heat wins in this opening round on the men's crispy, Oscar Berry.
Yes.
Lee,
Oh,
he's they're such down to earth, unassuming competitors with such a lethal heat game, like we just saw Callum as well. I just feel like they're not massive showmen up and down the boardwalk or around the competition site, and then
Yeah.
they get to the water and they're incredible.
and he's formerly from Evans Head, so imagine that as sparring partners. Callan Robson, Oscar Berry, now lives at the Gold Coast with, Coach Andy King, physio Paul, getting him from rehab, sore ankle, sore wrist. So his knee and ankle the last 12 weeks, and on the tramp with Chloe, all those 1% gains, support, driving right now to those moments. And this is where it really kicks goals, and we're in round 1, and you can see that already. And that's what the talent pool is here at the Australian Open. Men's and women, best juniors, pro junior, QS, and also former CT guys. Darren O'Rafferty, the legends like...
See the replay of this one. So he tags that first section nicely, brings it back around. That's the money turn there. Gets a bit of release, and he brings it back around for a carve, and he's looking for that little inside section. And he kind of is just having a little bit of play with it, and he brings it around.
Wow, and the little
So,
foam climb at the end.
yeah.
But the judges, that second one, as you said, that was that key moment.
Yeah.
Nice fin drift, and everything just seemed to flow. His connection with
Yeah.
footboard to wave and his timing, it's scintillating.
Yeah.
There's a new word, scintillating it is. That is the man. So Dylan Moffat, stand by for that score. And well, talk about the judges. What is the criteria? It is actually Dylan Moffat's last wave.
Yeah.
So killer combo for the man in red. So locking in an excellent wave on the scoreboard. I'm just going to go to live heats. How easy it is to log in.
So
Liveheats.com. Click on the live, and there it is. 8.67 biggest heat as on the replay.
Oh.
And there's that second one.
Yeah.
Pushes the fins beyond the top of the lip, and that is a nice flary turn. And then I love the way here, not even thinking, he just does a check turn. The body moves, body
Yeah.
movement, and then really springs and squeezes everything out of that wave. Dylan
Yeah.
Moffat, 8.67 biggest heat score of the day, and combo 5.67 to back it up. Good feeling. 12 minutes remaining. True.
Yeah, he's built that house, and he's probably going to sell it pretty soon.
Yep. Foundation strong. Well, here we go. Talking about strong foundations. This is Logan Steinweed, and again, he is grinding through that one. And wave selection just let him down on that one. Still
Yep.
got a couple of waves, so that'll sit somewhere in his top 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Logan already holding a 4-0 and a 1.57. So he's in combo land. So with a 3-man heat combo land, well, you want to start focusing on the second position, unless
Yeah.
you've got to start again to
Yeah.
get that combination of a 14-3-4, kickstart with a 6, and then maybe close it with an 8 if you want to take the reins of this heat.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like Dylan Moffat might have just sold Emmett Street onto this one. So Emmett losing his priority. He's gone up. Dylan just got a good one. He's looking at this one. Potentially it's going to be another one. So, but unfortunately, Dylan's heat tactics worked well for him then and sold Emmett onto a dud. So Dylan's going to sit out there with first priority as Logan and Emmett battle their way to get straight back out the back. But as you were saying, Dylan, with a combined total of 14.34, so biggest combined total of the day so far.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
In
So-
the men's division, we saw this morning Anna Dos Santos bank some good turns, and
Yep.
Amelia Burke.
Yeah.
And also Bonnie Hills, not the surf break, but the surfer,
surfer.
the athlete. That was so cool.
Yeah.
Bonnie Hills wins at
Yeah.
Port Town Beach,
Yeah.
Port Macquarie.
So cool. Hopefully tomorrow it's at Bonnie Hills and we can say Bonnie Hills won at Bonnie Hills.
Well, Lennox Smith wins at Lennox Head.
Yeah.
The Skull Candy.
The Skull Candy.
All right, 10 minutes. We're at the halfway mark. This is Crispy and join with me, True Starling. It's great to be on the webcast with you again. Last week at Cronulla was awesome to go home to where I grew up
Yep.
for 38 years, and I love it at Lennox, but it's always the birthplace. It's something special about going to your home beach and also visiting the beautiful coastline. As you see some beautiful pictures, visit
Yeah.
newsouthwales.com, and that is a fresh air live broadcast of the beautiful beaches of Port Macquarie. We'll try and get a pan in of where we are, situation, location. Our van, you can see on the screen, that'll be up shortly. And then on the beach, you've got the beach tents, you've got the cafeterias, you've got the big walkway where people are walking their dogs. Not
Yeah.
yet, not with their yo-yos, you can see on the northern side. And look at that breakwall. It's such
So
a beautiful place. Skate park there, so just a promotion of fun activity to be healthy in life and
100%.
get outdoors.
Yeah,
have fun.
I was walking back to get a coffee just before, and I walked past the cutest bulldog, and it made me miss my dog so much. I was patting it for so long. I got the whole dog's life story. It was amazing.
I've got a little pugalier.
Oh, cute.
And a big bull mastiff, I call him. A
Yeah.
bull mastiff who's so
Oh,
massive.
We used to have a bull
eats me out.
mastiff.
Yeah, they're cool.
So good.
They just get bad hips, but they're big
Yeah.
dogs. They look mean, but they're nice in between.
Yeah, they're full sooks.
Maybe that's Logan Steinweed.
Yes.
The bull mastiff in
bull
surfing.
mastiff.
Big heart, big surfing, the big man.
Yeah.
So Dylan Moffat, Mr. Unpredictable, in the lead. 14.34. There he is, live on screen. Thanks for the beautiful pictures. Fresh Air broadcast team doing a great job. And visit newsouthwales.com, whether you want to go out to one of the waterfalls or you want to see one of the cafeterias or walk around to the lighthouse. The beautiful pictures of the lighthouse. They were stellar pictures here at Port Macquarie. And again, you can check that out, Port Macquarie info on the website on our surfingnewsouthwales.com.au.
Yeah, I was surfing out Lighthouse Beach yesterday, yesterday afternoon, and the lighthouse is beautiful. You could see all the people up there. They
Yep.
were just like having picnics, and
Yeah.
it made me want to come in from the surf and go up and have a picnic up
And
there.
and it would have been offshore. So
Yeah.
finding as a surf forecaster and surfers, we just know where to go to be
Yeah.
protected. And that place was in some places were so with that devil wind of Friday the 13th, and then you go to Lighthouse. And here he is, the
Oh,
big man's up,
Logan.
Logan Stein. And look at him just
Wow.
confidently finish that turn.
Yep. He's like, yep,
Oh
I
my
got
gosh.
that.
So he's holding off second. So, eyes are to be present in your waves where you are. If you can't get to the top, eyes on that second position. Would you agree
Yeah.
as an athlete?
100%. Yeah. You just want to, if you're in second and if you can't get to first, you want to maintain that second spot, build that house, and try and, fight off, in Logan's case, Emmett Street for taking that second spot, progressing through to round number 2 for the men. There is 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Logan's just banked in a score, so Crispy's just getting that up on his phone. But Dylan Moffat sitting comfortably out in the lead. He could almost just get a couple of little ones and just have a bit of a free surf on the comp bank now, get used to it for his next heat.
And you're talking about round 1, you're looking at, safe combos, you're
Yeah.
focusing on between 10 and 12,
Yep.
which is a 4 and a 6 or a 5 and a 6.
Yeah.
It really will get you through that first round, unless you got 2 bangers and 2
Yes.
top seeds, 2 Dylans, I would say. So Dylan Moffat in the lead, and he's our finalist in that event number 1 at Cronulla here at the Australian Open of Surfing. We are stopped number 2 at Port Macquarie. 8.67 and a 5.67 killer combo in the lead with 6 minutes remaining. Logan Steinweed holds a 4 and a 6. That last wave a 6, and again a nice selection wave with priority. Did that first turn, nice sharp turn,
Yep.
and then that finish, that strong finish. that is a training in the gym with his dad and his friends.
100%.
Specific training for those moments like that.
Yeah.
So Emmett Street, 5.51 to take second. Will it be enough? And that's it. It's
Yeah.
time is the enemy. What you do with priority is the key. And all unfold with these last 5 minutes with the yellow flag up and riding.
Yeah, as we see
True.
Emmett Street, he's chasing a 5.51. He carves that section, so he's opting to go left on this one. We've particularly seen everyone go right. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck on that last turn. So I think this morning, in my opinion, we've seen the rights
Yep.
produce the best scores. We
Totally.
saw Dylan get that 8 on a good-looking right. So we'll see what comes through for Emmett on that left.
You can see the wind, it's really boggled a bit now, so
Yeah.
it's really tweaking from the northwest. May swing around to the northeast a little, and then come around to the south, but here is
Oh.
maybe a bit of air wind. That is Logan Steinweed dropping his wallet like I did in the tramp
Yes.
pit yesterday. If you find it, please tell me.
Keep a lookout.
Oh, thank God for electronic funds.
Yes. Oh my goodness. But they're a bit of a devil, aren't they? Though I always just tap
So
and go,
easy.
and then
Yeah.
half the time I go, "Oh, how much money did I spend today?"
Exactly.
So it's
yeah,
always
you
on
can't,
coffee
you can't
and
budget
food.
like the old days.
No.
With the old cash days.
Yeah. Gosh, gotta.
What's the most money you've ever found on the ground in your life?
like $5? What about you?
I found $10,000 once.
No, you
Because I
didn't.
used to work for an airline.
You did
The
not.
Virgin Airlines. I found $10,000.
What'd you do?
I had to call the police. It was obviously not mine. Had to be honest.
That's yeah.
They're just one of the things that you do things different.
That's nice.
In hindsight.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes remaining. Welcome. We're chewing the fat with, well, True Starling and assisted Jess getting through this morning. That was cool. Quarterfinals. He's
yeah.
heat leader. Look at him. Unpredictable
Boof.
and well.
Ooh.
How's that little flip? Watch those rocks. There's a couple of rocks out there.
Yeah.
It's not Middle Rock, but a few rocks here at Town Beach and live stream of Logan Steinweed. Well,
Oh,
he's
there
really
you go.
isolating that second position, stomping his way through second position. We'll get a replay of that one. The left of red, incomplete on the second turn. So
Yep.
Dylan just getting a feel for the lefts. Is there anything over there worth looking at?
Yeah, well, as you see Logan up and riding, he's just consolidating that second spot, and this finish was pretty exciting. Boom, he gets a bit of release on that one, throws so much spray, lands it strongly. So Logan, in my opinion, is going to increase his second spot. I'm not sure what the judge's opinion of that is. I guess we'll see that pretty soon, but yeah, there is actually a couple of rocks out here. I surfed it this morning and I was paddling and I went over like a dark spot and I was like, oh my gosh, what is that? But luckily Joel Vaughan was like, it's a rock, it's okay.
Bit of seaweed. Yeah, it's a great spot. You just find your way. When it's big, it gets really good here. And we've had some classic state and junior series and Aussie titles here. We were here for about 7 years.
Wow.
And well, shortboard, longboard and bodyboard.
Yep.
Check them out. Hopefully 2021 there'll be a reprise of that. They're online at the moment. The Yeti Australian junior titles. Good luck, Groms. Boys and girls. And
So
some of these kids are in this.
What is the Yeti? I'm not keeping up to date with that. Can you?
Yeah, unpack it. Well, round one's done,
Yep.
so they had to qualify through their state, submit their
Video.
waves. They qualified from the state. Round one was you submit your best 2 waves in 2 weeks.
Okay.
M&D, mum and dad have been working hard. They're all sunburnt and tired. Coaches,
Yep.
support staff. WA went to Margaret River. Of course they won.
Yes.
Got through top 15, top 12 in their divisions, 14, 16, 18.
Yeah.
Now with Queensland, they went Stratty, they went different places. Surfing Queensland did well. Surfing New South Wales did their thing, bit of ground support.
Yep.
And then Vico, South Australia, all submitting theirs, COVID safe style as well. So yeah, congratulations to those through to round 2.
Yep.
And like some of the kids in the event, they've come down to this event, surf with the best surfers in the world. Some are in this event where they can surf in this heat for 20 minutes. They can get their 1 wave or 2 waves that they can use for their submission by next Sunday. So good luck, Groms.
Yeah, good luck. Is
All
Keenan,
states.
Keenan still in
He
it?
is through. He got top 8
Amazing.
in the under-14s, and Nixie got through.
Nixie
She
got
got
through.
second, and Juniper. They're my surfers in the team as a coaching support.
Yeah.
So it's great to see. And yeah, Max McGilvery got through. Osha Curtis for some of the Lee Bar crew. And
Epic.
good luck to everyone. That's what I say.
Yeah.
Surfing's the winner in the end.
Exactly.
True.
As long as you're having fun, you're winning.
Yeah. Every day winning, like Keen Dogs this morning. He
Yeah.
surfed, went to the skate park, and then I pull up with an orange juice for him. That's all done before
And he's
broadcast.
got some money and the car
Yep,
keys.
7 a.m.
Yeah. Well, we've got 10 seconds left in this one. Dylan Moffat looks like he's going to take it out, followed by Logan Steinwade and Emmett Street coming in third position.
Logan's last one eclipsed it, so
Mm.
again puts a stamp on through to second position.
Yep.
Strong surfing with what he did. So congratulations, Dylan Moffat, Mr. Unpredictable. He rolls through to the next Avenger round of 32. Logan Steinwade wraps it up second and bowing out Emmett Street. Great surfing for him as well. We'll come back shortly after this break. This is the Oz Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, Day 1, New South Wales Open. See you shortly.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
Well, welcome back to Day 1, the Australian Open of Surfing 2020 here at Port Macquarie. You're watching a live feed of just started Heat 6, 20-minute heats in the Open men. Zach McMahon in red, Ross Cadden in white, Saxon Reba in yellow. Well, I'm Crispy from the beautiful Lennox Head and True Starling. Where you from?
North Narrabeen.
You are. Northern Beaches. Well,
And then girl.
well, I was the Shire. Not that we hated the Sea Eagles, but we didn't like them. Is that
Can
your
I tell
favourite
you a
footy team?
secret?
Who do you go for?
I'm going to
That's
get
okay.
so much hate from this, but I actually go for the Bulldogs.
Doggies. Wow.
I mean, it makes sense because I have a Bulldog at home.
Yeah.
You know,
Love
favourite
it.
colour's blue. They've got a blue jersey.
Do you think I go for Cronulla Sharks, being born at Cronulla?
I think that you would, do you?
I was actually St George Dragons fan through and through. Still am. Always will be. Go the Dragons.
Yeah.
11 in a row like Slater. All right. Well, Mr. Unpredictability, you should be an Avenger. Dylan Moffat, a la Eminem, I love your hair too, and your sleds. Dylan Moffat, welcome back. And things haven't changed. You're still killing it out there and having fun. How was Port Macquarie from Cronulla last week, buddy?
Yeah, it's good. It's kind of fun, like different conditions. Like Cronulla was kind of out the back a little bit, kind of fatter waves, and now we've got like some punchy shories, which is kind of good to mix it up. Happy
Yeah.
to be in Port.
Yeah, how good's that? Hey, talk us through that left-hander. Why'd you go left then? What'd
I'm
you
not
see?
sure. I got so confused. I was like, because we were sitting on that right, and that right was coming through like the whole
Yeah.
time, and I saw like a sick left, and I was like, oh
Yeah.
no, no one's sitting there. And then I fell off anyway, but
Yeah, it
kind of
didn't
like
come into the thing, but you were in the lead and did combo the field, so you could have went straight over the handlebars, whatever, any which way but yourself. Hey, talk us through also what have you been doing this week from your final berth last week. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks heaps. I've just been working. Well, I work at Damien Harbourman's Rip Curl shop down in Narrabeen.
Yeah.
If you're ever in
Dormer.
Narrabeen, get
Yeah,
down there.
Dormer.
It's got everything. So yeah, just been keeping it real in there, surfing a little bit, trying to get ready for this one as well.
Yeah, talk
So-
us through. Yeah, 1 to 2 foot small waves. How does that come into play with your heat plan with equipment?
It's like bread and butter for this board. It's just a little epoxy, kind of just is like cheating. It's so easy. So yeah, it's fun. I haven't gotten off this thing since last week.
Hey, talking about the seeds, what's it like to surf against? I don't know if you know much, but Darren O'Rafferty on tour and people like Samba Man, they're in the draw. What's it like? And Cooper Chapman.
It's sick. It's so exciting to like surf against those guys. They have so much experience with competing, and how their head is like switched on within heats is going to be like super exciting to watch.
Anyone to shout out to, brother?
Shout out to mum and dad always, and everyone for putting the comp on.
Yeah,
And-
surfing New South Wales. Sick.
Yeah.
Hey, Dylan, we'll see you on the beach anyway later on, but enjoy the wins, mate, and through to the next round, and enjoy Port Macquarie because it's an amazing spot.
Sweet.
Don't know where we are tomorrow, but somewhere in between here and Bonny Hills, hey?
Sounds good.
Congrats, Dill.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Well, that was Dylan Moffat, and I just love chatting with him.
He's so nice to talk to.
And he's just so relaxed.
Yeah.
Yet, you know, throws one out there for Damien Harmon. Duma.
Yeah,
There you go
Duma.
at Narrabeen at the surf
The
shop.
Iceman.
He just and no wonder he knows so much about equipment. He works
Yeah.
at a surf shop. He's feeling boards all day. He's talking surfing. And he
Yeah.
no doubt takes extended lunch breaks. Duma, he's probably got an hour and a half lunch break.
I
Get
work
out
there too. It's so fun to work like with Damien and with Dill, and you learn so much working with them all. And you know, every shift that, because I work with it there there as well. Every shift I come out, I'm like, I didn't know that about this board. I didn't know that about this, and
Yeah.
it's really like you're just learning all the time. And Damien and Belinda are such good bosses, and they're so supportive of us coming down here. I think we're taking like the next 6 weekends off, so they're so supportive of us coming down, having time off work, and I mean they work us hard, which is so good, and we love working there. It's pretty epic. It's a little
Well,
family.
It's what you do in the background that matters when it's been exposed.
Yeah.
So, well, great to see. Current heat leader, Zach McMahon. And I'll tell you what, one to watch in the air, and also savvy surfer from Evans Head. Seen him in a lot of regional and state events, you know, blow some big turns,
Yeah.
one manoeuvre, big airs and big rotations. So I wonder if he'll take flight today here at Port Macquarie Airport. And we are at Town Beach. This is Saxon Reber on the backhand. Holds a 2-1 at the moment, so looking to pave his way and build the house, get a couple of scores on the board, and then bang out there for priority to get one of those good waves that we saw in 8.67. That Dylan Moffat, Mr. Unpredictability. Well, he's actually predictable now. He's
Yeah.
predictable to get through, get a really good wave, and
Yeah.
tear the bag out of it.
Yeah, 100%. But speaking of Saxon, he was, for me, a standout at that Cronulla event. He was surfing so good, dropping some pretty big scores, just making up the numbers, and looking really strong on his feet. So I'm excited to see how Saxon goes in this heat and throughout the rest of the event.
Well, this little priority error there, you could see just getting out of position, which is another
Yeah.
key thing. Positioning in the line-up, wave selection, a key pillar, as with equipment
Yeah.
for the contest plan. And you saw that heat leader now in second, Zach McMahon in red. But the good thing for him, Ross Cadden not out there. He's away, and Saxon Reber, so he re-establishes priority. So they paddle for a wave when priority begins.
Yeah.
You can lose it even though you don't get it.
So Ross Cadden isn't here?
I can't see him. He's not.
Yeah.
Could be a two-man heat, unless he's gone on one of the lefts.
Oh, unless
Emmett's
he's on the
lefts.
left. Yeah.
Just don't pay the dividend. So
No.
commiserations, Emmett. And that was in last Emmett Street from last heat. Coming in third, taking a win was Dylan Moffat and Logan Steinweed. Shane
Yeah.
is still there, strong surfing.
Strong surfing, the bull mastiff.
Yeah, the bull massive of surfing.
Bull massive of
Hey, up
surfing.
next, another high flyer, night aerialist going strong, and that is Chris Zaffis from Yamba. His father,
Zaff.
I used to surf with his father, Billy. I was a grommet. He was a dad out Cronulla Point.
Wow.
Just the heritage of some of these surfers.
No way. As we see Zach McMahon up and riding on this forehand, he tags that section. I think we missed one of the turns before that, but beautiful finishing turn. Gets a bit of release on that one. He's hoping to get potentially a little inside link up, but unfortunately that one not cooperating. So
Yeah.
he'll get straight back out there, potentially even move up into first position. But yeah, Chris Safis can throw down some pretty big airs. I saw him do one in South Africa last year, and we ended up calling him Air Guy.
Yeah.
Like he did an air every single heat and just was nailing them every time. It was pretty insane to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, shout out to HPC coach Pete Duncan. Works with this young man, Zach McMahon. Works with young Max McGilvery, and also done work with Callum Robson. So,
yeah.
Half Moon Tide. You know when you have the weird board rider's name?
Yeah.
That's the other one.
Half.
Why don't they just call it Evans Head?
Yeah.
No,
What's it called?
Let's make it complicated. Half Moon Tide.
Half
Board riders.
Moon Tide.
No
board
insult,
riders.
but it's just funny. One of those funny things.
Yeah.
Must be
How
a good
bizarre.
moon there.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't want to give away that they're from Evans Head. They
Yeah,
want to keep it super
maybe.
secret. Couple
Well, I
of
feel like-
super secret spots
Yeah.
there. Can't talk anymore.
Yeah, no. I feel like if you have a board riders and you call it just Evans Head, as we see Saxon Reba tagging away on his backhand, he's probably going to get the inside connection and pulls off on that one. I reckon if you call like a board riders Evans Head, you don't have the like variety to go anywhere else. I know for at home it's just North Narrabeen board riders, and you just have your board riders there on the alley rights or alley lefts, and almost every month it pulls through. But
one of the 12 of Cronulla. You've got Allura. You had former
12.
Wind and Sea, the Dunny Hangers,
the Dunny Hangers,
Sharks, the North End,
Yeah.
Juniors, Point. All right, so halfway through, 10 minutes remaining. Look at Saxon Reba, and there he is, blowing it up. And Ross Cadden, don't think he's out there, as we said. Zach McMahon done enough. He's in the lead. They're true Starling.
well, it looks like we just got the word from Cooper that this is only a 10-minute heat, so
Yeah,
it looks
right.
like the boys are coming in on this one.
And what do we call that? We call that a walkthrough.
A walkthrough.
Walkthrough. We get a position, we get a winner, and looks like our winner in this 10-minute heat for that one with the walkthrough, Zach McMahon will roll through as taking the heat. So we'll be chatting with, we'll ask about the Half Moon Tide board rider, and then also well done with that two-man heat. We're just about, so we are 10 minutes ahead of schedule. There's a beautiful pan. Again, Fresh Air broadcast. Cooper Chapman will be on very shortly. So we will go shortly to a commercial break. Visit newsouthwales.com. We'll be back with you shortly, and we're just about to begin Heat 7 here at the Oz Open, here at Port Macquarie. Talk to you soon.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile she's on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Alrighty, welcome back to day one of the two-day Van Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open. I'm Crispy, and I'm joined with me, well, the good human, the great human's back, Cooper Chapman, North Narrabeen, and now at the beautiful, well, you're Byron Bay, and now you're Kingscliff. You're just moving like a surf nomad, brother.
It's been a bit of a year like that for me, but yeah, I'm enjoying every minute of it. It's good to be down here in Port Macquarie right now. Couple fun little waves out the front. Looking forward to getting out there in my heat. I think I'll be in heat 11, so I've got 2 heats in here, and then I'll go get ready for my own heat. But yeah, we've got Chris Zaffis, Oscar Salt, and Gerard McCullum in this heat. A couple good friends of mine. Chris is surfing really well up at the Gold Coast event a couple of weeks ago, and I just had a chat to him actually before I came in the booth, and he said no cutbacks is what he's looking for.
That's what we joked around, yeah, with Wayne Hudson as well. And we're going to go to a live cross now, and it looks like, well, Evans Head, Zach McMahon, congratulations. That was a pretty cool 10-minute heat. Bit of fun to get through. Zach, it's Crispy and Cooper Chapman.
Hey, boys, how are yous?
Good, brah.
Yeah, really good, mate.
Hey, mate, how'd you find the conditions, Evans Head? Did you come here all week, or how does Zach cut this one? Did you arrive this morning?
I arrived last night. I'm actually just moved to Newcastle.
Yeah,
Not living in Evans Head anymore, but yeah, it's been fun. First surf during the heat just then. Yeah, it was good. It's good fun. Little suck ups and a couple with Saxon. He's one of my good mates on the niche team.
Hey, talk to us about growing up at Evans Head. What's it like? I see you around Lennox and Northwall a lot, and yeah, what the move to Newcastle? What's new for you for this year?
Not much. Just yeah, moved to Newey. Good crew there. Got heaps of work on, and just surfing in between work, and yeah, it's been good. Evans will always be home. Nice, quiet little area. Get waves to yourself, and then you got you boys up in Lennox, just up the road.
Yeah, nice, mate. Hey, talk to us through end of the year. You got a 7K prize pool. What's your goals for this event, the Oz Open of surfing?
Just to get back into it, have a bit of fun, get to come see everyone. First time in a while, so yeah, it's been good. Just catching up with everyone, and yeah, hopefully can make a couple heats.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been a pretty slow old year for us competitive surfers. Hey, what are on the cards for you for 2021? Looking at potentially a bit of a regional QS tour. I've been speaking to the guys at the WSL, and they reckon maybe Australia, New Zealand regional tour to start the year next year. Is that something on the cards for you?
Yeah, definitely for sure. Just been working all this year just to try and save some coin, and maybe do a couple comps next year.
Oh yeah, well, looking forward to watching you next year, and looking forward to watching you in round 2 coming up this afternoon.
Okay, cool. What is that on this afternoon?
I think they're doing 4 men's heats this afternoon, and you're in the first 8 heats, so you'll be surfing.
Sweet.
There you go. Thanks, Cooper Chapman, and that was our last heats winner. Well done. That was our man from Evans Head, now in Newey area, another hub of surfing. Zach McMahon and Saxon Reba getting on through. A big shout out to the master Dimmy, saying g'day, and Dimmy from North Stain saying go Saxon, and you could do with a haircut as well, so shout out to Dimmy on the mic.
Yeah,
the Stainy board riders.
Oh, gotta love Dimmy, such an iconic man in the surf industry. And talking of iconic, Chris Zaffers, early start, like we were talking about in the booth before, Chris, was going to be really crucial in these 20-minute heats, and Zaff's a veteran. He's been on the QS charging away last year. He had a massive result in, where was it, in Ribeira del Hus in Portugal. He was flaring on the big day. It was like 8 to 10 foot, and he was dropping 8s and 9s against some of the best guys in the world. And yeah, Zaff's really turned some heads last year. And as we were talking about this heat, he started off with, I think he had a high 7 to start and backed it up really quickly.
Yeah.
So beautiful start to the heat. Jason McCullum started off with a 3.83, and he's just paddling in right now. What's he got?
Well, this is where he's got to take the coach's hat off, and, well, just bangs out one. Just one turn, so good to get some points on the board, get the cobwebs off the rails. And here is Chris Zaffis. I just love the speed he goes into it and the commitment on the rail. He's been training really well, and, well, there it is. Throws the arm, grabs the mangoes from the tree, and sticks that one. Cooper.
Yeah, he's got that thing on lock. The money-making little blowtail reverse for Zaff there. It's Very well constructed heat here. Oscar Saltz hasn't had a wave yet to start off. A little bit maybe out of position or just waiting for those set waves. The southerlies just hit.
Yeah.
So it's changing very quickly out there. The tide's getting really low as well. So look to see those heat scores potentially coming down a little bit as the round goes on. There's not quite the same opportunities as before, but still some very high intensity surfing going on. So I think we've seen Zaf just drop in another pretty good score, and 14.34 points in the first 7 minutes. You'd be cheering out there right now if you had that start, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, here's a great replay. Chris Zafis, nice little speed carve as he rolls in, and again, innovation progression, there it is. Kicks the tail, throws the hands, and brings it back with nice low profile, leaning forward. That's how you kick that one. And well, many hours spent in that one to master that manoeuvre. Cooper Chapman, you love an air rev too?
Yeah, I'd call that my little bread and butter turn too, so hopefully get a few sections later. That wind is south though,
yeah.
So it makes it a little bit harder for the forehand air reverse today for us regular guys, but Zaf executed that one perfectly on that little bowl.
Well, it's like he picked the placement. You got that wind changing, and then you got that little serial bowl on the inside where it's just a bit covered by the wind and blocked by the waves. So great little pick there for Chris Zafis, and again, he is through. Just go on to liveheats.com. Don't forget, follow the scores. Follow Live Vision. Thank you to Fresh Air Broadcast, surfingnewsouthwales.com, or Oz Open on the World Wide Web. I'm joined with me, Cooper Chapman. And again, your business you're doing now, Good Humans, Great Humans. What's your website?
Yeah, it's thegoodhumanfactory.com. That's my little mental health project. We actually just released some merchandise. One of the shirts says "Be kind to your mind" across the chest, which has been
cool.
Yeah, it's been really cool. The first day I actually got them, I was wearing it, and I was driving down to the snow with my friend Alex Hayes, and we were at McDonald's of all places at Goulburn, and a guy came up to me and was like, "Oh, that's a really cool shirt, man. Like, where'd you get that from?" And I was like, "Oh,
yeah,
that's my little business." And he's like, "Oh, I really needed to hear that today. I suffer from anxiety and depression myself, and that was a really good reminder for me." So I was like, it's really cool to see little ideas and little projects of mine actually having some sort of impact, and seeing it firsthand like that. It's really cool to know that, I mean, making it tiny, but any difference is good when you know you can make somebody else's life better.
I had one too the other day at Cronulla. Little card on the ground, said hope, had a little cross, and I was like, that is cool. That's also, I lost my best mate when I was 19, and that changed my life to suicide. He took his own life, really hard trot, and again, that was why I got into youth work and became a chaplain and a surfing chaplain, and I've done stuff ever since, just adding value in my way through the best you can in the surf community.
Yeah, man, and it's so awesome to see Surfing New South Wales identifying the, I guess, problem that we have in Australia and globally with mental health issues as the world keeps getting harder and harder to live in. But yeah, it's awesome to see Surfing New South Wales launching the Mental Health 360 program this year. It's really exciting what we've got coming up in 2021 with a few great organisations with Batir, Waves of Wellness, Man Anchor, and my own little project, the Good Human Factory. So we're really looking forward to making a big difference next year in the surf community and just the wider community to try and inspire people to take better care of their mental health.
Yeah, definitely. Well, great words, Cooper Chapman. And talking about great surfing, in the lead is Chris Zafis of 14.34. That last wave with a nice little air rev, a 6.67, and goes with his 7.67. So he's dead set got a killer combo flying through to the next round, no doubt. Gerard McCullum, a 3.83 for Supercoach and a 2.5 from the Northern Beaches. Shout out again to Matty Granger and all the super coaches and the hubs, Northern Beaches at Manly and all. What are some, you talked about your mum and dad, great support, your dad a judge, and North Narrabeen board riders, also grassroots of surfing.
Mate, Narrabeen will always be home to me. The guys at North Narrabeen have shaped me to be the person I am, and I'm so grateful to call Narrabeen home. I've grown up there my whole life. We've had such a great depth of talent and so many amazing mentors around me at all times. So yeah, shout out to the guys back at Narrabeen. Dill Moffat just smashed his last heat. Who else do we have coming up? I saw Jessie Starling got through before. True's been sitting here in the booth. She'll be coming up a bit later today. And then, yeah, myself, looking forward to representing NN when we get out there a bit later.
Nice stuff. Sheldon Sinkus, one of the ones to watch, as we said, Sam Berman and Ethan Stocks. Up next, we've got Heat 8, Nathan Kawani, Adrian Kovacic from Bondi, and Brent Symes. He'll be in yellow up next. But right now, live vision of Oscar Salt taking off and away with priority. We'll see if this one rolls through, and no, it doesn't. And that's the risk of holding priority too long. Sometimes it can win, and sometimes it can sting like that when you take off on a bad wave, Coops.
Yeah, it gets a bit tricky as we've been talking about all day. Is those quick starts in these 20-minute heats are so important. Just getting in that rhythm, and sometimes you can surf yourself into rhythm if you're having a slow start. Sometimes we could watch here. It could work for Oscar. Catching a wave and getting out of priority can sometimes actually be super beneficial because you can get too selective, and when it's such a short heat, being over selective is very, very, very difficult to make your heat if you don't get a quick start. And 7 minutes to go, he had his first wave. It was a bit of a plug, and yeah, now he's on the back foot coming into the tail end of the heat.
Well, we saw that last week with Cronulla. When the waves were good in the morning and when they were coming through with the rhythms of the sets, that's when it was good to be selective. But, well, when the waves are scrappy like now, there is Chris Safis, our current heat leader. Nice little speed carve and looking to launch. He busts the tail and, well, throws the sparks on that one. So just 2 turns. Judges are looking for big turns in the big section, and guess what it gets? It gets big points.
Yep, Zaf knows all about big points, and don't know if that one's going to go into his top 2. He's already had a pretty strong start. Look for him to sort of get out the back and maybe loosen up a little bit. First round heat, he's probably through. It's a pretty slow heat. The other guys haven't really got too much, so he might use the back end of this heat to catch a few waves, throw a few airs, maybe try find some part of the bank that he can work on for a heat for his next round coming up later today, and yeah, just try and really lock this one out.
Well, I'm excited about Heat 9, Sheldon Sinkus, Axel Rose Carota and Samba Man. And then Heat 10, Ethan Stocks, Connor Lee, Taj Turner. And look at that little chip, his first Open. Going in it just to have some fun. Young Keen Dogs Crisp.
How good's that?
Little goofy footer. I'm a natural footer. He's a goofy.
Super coach. He's got a... What tips have you got for him out there today?
You know what? He's just having fun. He's been at the skate park. I'm just like, enjoy the moment.
Hell yeah.
You're here to have fun, get a wave. And you know what? He's still in the Aussie Juniors. He could get that wave that we could post before next Sunday because Dad's busy at work.
That's it. We'll go for it in the comp. Here we got Gerard McCullum, Jezza, riding his awesome-looking MG surfboard. Shout out to Mauricio Gill. He's also my shaper. And, yeah, Jezza's been riding his boards for years, and it was awesome. I actually watched Jezza surfing for years on his boards, and Jezza actually trained me quite a bit at Matt Granger's Surfers Gym down there on the Northern Beaches. Shout out to Matty Granger and the guys down there at Manly Surf School. Such a iconic place and probably the biggest and best surf school in the world. So, yeah, I've been lucky to go through that program down there in Sydney with Matty Granger. And, yeah, Gerard McCullum, or Jezza as we like to call him, is a great coach down there at the Surfers Gym. He takes through classes a couple days a week. And, yeah, it's really, really awesome to see how many people are getting involved in looking after their body as well as just going surfing.
Again, another pillar. We talked about equipment. True works at a surf shop. Dylan Moffat works there too, and shout out to Doma. But equipment's such a big thing. Nutrition, you just mentioned. How important is nutrition in your life, even with healthy mind, healthy body, healthy eating?
Oh, I kind of mentioned fitness, not nutrition. My nutrition's actually pretty bad. I mean, it's not bad, but it's definitely not.
Yeah.
It's not at the top of my list of things I look after. I'm extremely fortunate that my metabolism's pretty good and I can get away with eating somewhat average. I mean, I definitely do try and be very careful and make sure I eat.
But more
enough.
your training of skating, tough in the gym, tough on your ramps, and tough on the ocean ramps.
Yeah, that's it.
Big importance.
Oh, for sure. Always getting strong, so important when it comes to surfing. It's something I've focused a lot on this year, working with the guys at Surfing Australia and the HPC up there. It's I feel like my surfing's come leaps and bounds this year. I actually had a bit of an injury a little bit earlier, and coming back and feeling probably the strongest I've ever been right now. So yeah, big shout outs to those guys up at the HPC. They're doing some amazing stuff for Australian surfing.
Yeah, totally. And it just keeps innovating, and sharing the stoke is the mantra up there. Well, talking about sharing the stoke, we are watching day one of the 2-day event, the Australian Open of Surfing 2020. We are live broadcasting around the globe. Port Macquarie is, well, live vision. Nice little waves, 1 to 2 feet. And that wind is changing. You see that tide just coming out of that river. We saw with the river with the pan shot where the contest site is as a gap between the waves. Chris Safis in the lead, Gerard McCullum second, Oscar Salt, He just needs a 3.84, something small. But you can see when we go to our pan shot right here, we're down in the northern part, protected in that north swell coming in as that wind will change. But a beautiful hub to just scoop that swell, every bit of swell that'll come through. And there is Oscar Salt. Talk us through this one, Coops.
The nice turn, nice finishing turn. That's going to be very, very important score coming down the last 2 minutes of the heat, 2.5 minutes. Zaf just putting the finishing touches on and falling off there. But Oscar Salt didn't need much. Let's wait and see what he gets here. It could spell trouble for Jezza coming into the last 2 minutes. It was a really nice first carve there for Oscar. I quite liked the flow, and then tapped it to finish. I don't think he needs too much.
Well, that's right. So Gerard needs a drop of 2.5 to maintain second. Chris Zaffers comboed the field. He's flying through to next round. But Oscar Salt bangs out 2 turns. This is your heat leader. Tagging and bagging well. Nice vertical chip and then rams around and blowtail. Incomplete, but this is the wave. Is it a 3.84? Nice little wrap and then kick of the tail. Well, Cooper Chapman, that is Fresh Air broadcast replay.
It's going to be tight, but what we did see was Chris Zaffis dropping a huge score just then. He dropped in an 8.83. That second turn was brutal.
Wow.
Big, long, held out, nice carve. And also, we've had a 4-point ride drop in.
Was it enough?
Salt.
Yes, it was. 3.84. He turns a 4.0.
Turns the heat. And what do we? Jazza needs a 2.68 with just a minute 20 remaining. I think he's got first priority out the back there. So, yeah, all eyes on Jazza McCullum here with a minute to go, needing a 2.6.
Yeah, this is an exciting finish. This is where, you know, all those 1% gains in the gym, coaching, hitting the water, and then going, you know what? What do I tell my athletes in this? I've got to get this done.
Oh, and you're sitting there just pleading. Give me anything. One turn, 2.6 is not much.
Time is the enemy, Bart. And as we said, when you need that time, it seems to go so much quicker when you need that score. Would you agree, Coops?
Oh, completely. And this is what we were talking about before. Those early starts, if you just get... He could have had a 3 or a 4 earlier in the heat. A lot easier than he's going to try and pick one up now. So that's where those quick starts and making sure that you have those, I guess what we used to call it, or still do, is building a house.
Building
you
house,
want to
keeping
put up
it
those
simple.
foundations and make sure you've got those couple of waves to start the heat. And
well, 20 seconds.
It's not looking that good for Jezza. 20 seconds.
And it just doesn't seem like there's any commotion in the ocean there. So it looks like Chris Saffis will take a fly away with a win, and Oscar Salt doing the damage in the backhand. And it looks as though we're going to count this one down. But Cooper Chapman, that is great. Chris Saffis flies through from Yamba. Oscar Salt, he'll pick up second. And that's a wrap. We'll go straight to a commercial break. This is the Oz Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie Day 1. We'll be back with live surf action very shortly. See you soon.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Adrian.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And a very good morning once again, just past 11 a.m. here. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open instalment of the series. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth with Cooper Chapman. Cooper, we can see on the screen, heat number 8, out and running.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes into the heat number 8 as we see Brent Symes, a little replay there. Nice little backhand snap. Finishing it off with another one, just catching the nose there. We've got Nathan Kawani in the red, Adrian Kovacic in the white, and Brent Symes in the yellow out here. Another 3-man heat. About 3 minutes into the heat, the conditions are definitely getting a lot trickier with this wind, but the guys are going to be going mad out there still, I think.
Yeah, and I had a little scope around the contest bank and kind of made my way down the track too and checked out the tents on the beach just before in the break, and I think the wind's really starting to rip in to those glacier conditions we saw this morning, and I know the contest directors were maybe going to go for a little cruise up and down to our other mobile spots and just check out what the banks are looking like. And here we go. Nathan Kawani up and riding on the backhand. He gets that board pumping and rolling. Ooh, nice aggressive first manoeuvre. Sets up the second, and he's really letting his intentions fly there on the opening wave, or opening serious score for him. His previous ride, 3.60, so I think it's going to go well beyond that score. That was a pretty aggressive approach.
Yeah, he belted that thing. I've never actually seen Nathan Kawani, which is interesting considering growing up being a professional surfer, and he absolutely smashed that. Looks super flowy, real springy, and squared up nicely on that second backhand turn. It's going to be a great score for out there right now.
Yeah, that was really nicely timed, like you said, and I think this heat, another one of those examples of these three guys. I've seen Aiden surf a fair few heats. Brent Symes, obviously, he's better known as Red Dog from around the area. I've seen him in a few events. There's a nice little scope of the competition area here at Town Beach, Port Macquarie. But, it's one of those examples where you don't necessarily need a top seeding to get the opportunity to come and compete. And here we go. Adrian up and riding in the white. Stylish first bit of rail work on tap for him. This wave getting a little slow through the inside as he sets up the finishing manoeuvres. We'll cross on down to Chris Saffers, it looks like, winner of the last heat. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And I didn't actually get to watch your last performance, but I know Cooper was super dialed in and pretty frothing out one. I made my way into the booth, so...
Yeah, Zaf, how was it, mate?
Yeah.
You went absolutely mad out there.
Cheers, Coops. Yeah, I took your little tips, had a little wider, tried to get a little double ups, come around the back of them.
Yeah,
like
you
said.
nailed it. How's the big old carve on the second turn on that, eh? That must have felt good.
It did feel good. I was just channeling my inner Coops, really, watching all your clips.
Mate, it's definitely looking a little bit tricky out there. How is it out in the water? Is that tide a lot lower than when you're out there this morning? And that wind, obviously, a lot different conditions to the free surf this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. But there's some sick little double ups. I think the ones that don't look good end up doubling up and reeling off, kind of thing. Where the bigger ones are kind of going fat, but it's fun. I just sat in a bit and found some good ones. It's all right. A little windy, but can't complain. Good day at Port.
Lovely. Well, hopefully the conditions hang around, because I think you'll be coming up this afternoon again. I think we're running 4 heats of the men's, which, if I'm looking at my draw right, you were first in heat 7. You are going to be in the last heat of the day, I believe.
Lovely. Love the last heat of the day.
So we'll look forward to seeing you then, mate, and
Thanks,
then hopefully big finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good. Cheers, mate.
See you,
See you guys.
Congratulations. There he was, winner of the last heat. Saw him, as he was alluding to, Cooper, maybe the inside little tips paying off for the guys. And hopefully we'll see you out in action very shortly as well.
Yeah, it's good. I had a little chat to Zaf before we went out. We've been surfing together quite a bit up the coast. Surfed plenty of fun sessions over winter up at South Stratty with him. And, yeah, he's been surfing phenomenally. And, yeah, a few weeks ago up at the Gold Coast Open, Zaf did really well. He was surfing phenomenally. He actually smoked me and knocked me out of the comp, so it was nice to get to watch him in that heat just then, and he really put on a show. So hopefully get out there and find a few of them myself. Coming up in heat 11 I'll be.
Oh, nice. Well, another question, travelling around on the competition tour, obviously you guys can't travel at the moment outside of our generally our state region. But do you have a particular posse that you always travel with, like a little core group of guys that also compete that you stick together with?
Yeah, definitely. Everybody has that kind of travel groups. I was lucky enough that I travelled with Wade Carmichael and Darren Atkinson for most of my QS career, but then once Wade qualified 2 years ago, he's kind of off on that world tour program, and I've just been, yeah, bouncing around kind of different groups. I'm lucky enough to be friends with a lot of guys from all around the world. I'm actually really lucky that in a few key places like the States and in South Africa, I've got some friends who aren't necessarily surfers, and I can end up just going and staying with people and catching up with people outside the surf industry, which is, yeah, really cool. I really enjoy the best part about surfing is the networking and the amazing people and cultures that we get to experience, and I really enjoy doing that when I travel, trying to meet new people and get to be just outside that surf fringe every now and then.
Yeah, it is. It's really interesting too. I feel like it provides a bit of a more well-rounded athlete when you're coming into competition mode, because you like traveling around, like you're saying, around the world and around Australia at the moment. You never quite know what's going to be thrown at you when you're trying to keep everything together for competition. So being able to draw on all those different life experiences and things from outside of the industry, I feel like super important for you as a competitor and athlete.
Yeah, I think it just comes a lot back to perspective. You get to experience what other people's lives are like, and being overseas, staying with families and staying with friends can really give you that home feeling when you're away, which can really give you an edge when you're competing. And I think for me anyway, getting to stay with other people around the world who aren't surfers gives me a lot of gratitude towards how lucky we are with the life we get to live when we're traveling around the world all year to surf great waves and get to see friends from all different parts of the world, which you don't really get to experience in many other sports. We're really lucky with like that with surfing, that we're such an international sport. As we see Brett Symes jumping up and riding here in the yellow. Nice little first turn. Ooh, nice little fin drift on the second turn. It's a great wave there.
There we go. He's getting the ball rolling. We saw him get back into the competition jersey at the Cronulla event, and he's a super passionate dude. We saw a fair bit of emotion being played out through his heats as well, so a very animated competitor. Here's the replay. Smaller looking wave, but it looks like he's got a bit more volume under his feet as well. He's also, I believe, his own shape is able to ride on out in front of that finishing manoeuvre, so he'll get posted on the board. Opening waves for Nathan were a 3.5 and a 5.50. Adrian has a 3.6 and a 3.03. Brent with a 3.07 and 3.53. So just over 10.5 minutes on the clock. Red's out in the lead. Adrian in the white needs a 5.41. And Brent, Red Dog, needs 3.11. That is heat number 8. Coming up course, heat number 9 in the water. It is Samba Man. He's been around the competition circuit for a long time. Another great opportunity for the veterans versus the young guns. As we see Nathan up and riding on his backhand. He just looks so sharp and dialed into such small little sections, able to really capitalise. Here he goes, finishing little reverse touches. Can't ride out of that, but he's currently out in the lead. No real gap at the moment between first to third.
That's really, really good. I've never seen him surf before. He's got that like Lincoln Taylor, real springy, goofy back knee drop down kind of style. I love it. It's working really well out here in these small dribbly conditions. He seems to be bouncing around really nicely and flowing between turns.
Yeah, and here we go. Red Dog up and riding on the backhand. Bigger looking dude. We heard Crispy talking about the intimidation factor from his size earlier on in the early events. So he's one of those older school surfers when he's getting the ball back and rolling. And like you said, being able to just kind of capitalise on the pros of being a competitive surfer and travelling around in the industry, it's so easy, I think, for a lot of the competitors sometimes to forget how grateful they should be, at least, and that we are getting to travel around and spend your working day on the beach, whether that be here in the booth or on the sand. Here we go. Up into the lip for the first section. Super compressed. Nice release on the second. He's looking really sharp, and he just throws tons of spray off those rails, Cooper. But here we go. A quick little wave from, here we go, Adrian getting moving. Once again, currently sitting in second position. But yeah, Cooper, like you were alluding to before, just the opportunity to go to work, and I'm saying that in inverted commas, on the beach, and to be out in nature, and this is literally a job. You turn up here at sunrise and you got to get yourself into competition mode, but sometimes it's quite easy to lose perspective of that, and you obviously drawing on a lot of the other aspects of life and other people outside the industry, just to remind yourself of that gratitude that's important. And of course, that's, I guess, why you're such a good role model in the mental health game and the good human factory.
Yeah, I think just trying to take a step back and reflect every day on what's going good or bad in your life. It could be as simple as somebody smiling when you walk past. You can be grateful for that. It's just a mindset, really, living a life of gratitude. I'm so lucky that I've come on to really appreciating and respecting that, and it's really taken my life into a lot happier realm just by having that capacity to show gratitude towards kind of every little thing that happens in life.
Yeah, you particularly were super impressive as we just see Adrian up and riding again in the wider looking board, maybe a bit of a grovel model as well under his feet. Here he goes, getting to work on the inside. See, currently sitting in second position, needs a 7.71, so perhaps a bigger wave is going to be needed for him. Last wave, a 3.97. That was the previous drive for Adrian. Still got a score to lock in for the last manoeuvres. And Red's last wave, 6.17, increases his lead. And there it is, last of Adrian's, 3.07. Last of Red Dog, 2.73. So the situation remains, Nathan's out in the lead here, just over 7 minutes. Adrian needs a 7.71 and Brent a 4.05. But something that was super impressive for me, watching you as an athlete, Cooper, obviously you very articulate and super impressive in the booth, but watching you compete at Avoca and going through your own challenges and family loss was so incredible to see you be able to still just be so composed. As we see Red Dog composed under pressure here, just over 6.5, gets a few rail wraps in and changes direction, riding out of this one just barely. So nice few rail wraps in the opening rides of that. But yeah, Cooper, that event, I believe it was
Avoca.
Avoca.
Yeah, tricky event. I just lost, my family was all in Bali for my sister's wedding and my grandma passed away. And my whole family was overseas in Bali except for me at home with my pop, actually. I know my pop and my mum are watching right now. I just got a message from my mum, so hi pop. Hey mum, how you guys going? But yeah, that was obviously a really difficult time for me, but I think it's just the way it's life. You just got to deal with those punches when they come, and you got to try and have things in place so that when they do come, you have the ability and the capacity to overcome, not necessarily overcome, but just to grieve and to know that they're normal ways of life. These things happen, and it's always very difficult losing a family member, and it's always a tough time, but yeah, you just got to try and continue to get through life and have a positive aspect. And I was lucky enough that I had a surf comp to come to and be around such great people like all the Surf in New South Wales, all my athlete competitor friends and peers, and yeah, I couldn't think of anything better to do to clear my mind than get out in the ocean.
Yeah, and that was a pretty incredible heat for you as well. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, you had quite a good performance, and as well as that just raw interview after your heat interview. For me, that was just so impressive. And coming up as a young man, obviously, from your perspective through school and talking about how this Good Human Factory links in, is there much talk coming up as a younger guy at school about mental health still, or is it still in that era where guys are supposed to be tough that it used to be, and what we speak about a lot of the time?
I think we're definitely starting to see a shift. There's a lot more light brought to the mental health industry, and I think people are starting to realize that being vulnerable isn't weakness. Being vulnerable is courage. Like, being vulnerable and sharing how you're feeling, and when you're having a bad day or when you're going through something, having the ability to talk to somebody or just having the ability to tell people that you're not alright. It's kind of starting to change, but the way that I see it is we're just not educating and inspiring kids to have these techniques and skills that there are out there, like meditation and philosophy and kindness and all these little things that we can do daily that can help us kind of empty that mental health bucket of life. Fills up this bucket of hard stuff going against us, and then we just need to drill little holes in that bucket and have these different little techniques that can help us empty that bucket and help us stay on that really good side of the mental health spectrum.
Oh, that's such a good analogy and such a great way to put it, Cooper. And I got the opportunity also to speak to, I think it's Ben Higgins from the Rise Foundation, and they're talking a lot about mental health as well, and particularly focused on young men's mental health. And their idea was to kind of help promote that platform for young guys to learn about mental health and the tools that you're speaking about for emptying that bucket at school, the same way that we're able to learn about how to deal with diabetes or their asthma or things that do affect you day to day, which is exactly the same situation for the mental health. So it's incredible to see young people and young men like yourself coming up through that and helping promote and that platform for developing these young guys' mental health, because I feel like you guys can really relate to that age group. Here we go.
Yeah, we got Red back up and riding, looking super sharp out there. Nice first turn, throwing a little reverse. Don't think that one's going to matter too much. But yeah, as you're touching on, I think the thing that we're missing is that like 1 in 5 Australians are going to be diagnosed with a mental illness, but 5 in 5 of us have mental health. So it's just important, just as important as going to the gym, trying to do these little things and just being aware of the things that do help your mental health. It could be as easy as calling your friend or going and having a coffee, but just reflecting and realizing that that makes you happy, and then trying to do those things that make you happy. It sounds simple, but we all get trapped in our own mind sometimes, which is completely fine, but it's just having the awareness and the capacity to know when you're going through those tough times and to ask for help, or to do these little things that you know can bring you back to a positive mental health outlook.
Yeah, and you honestly, hats off to you, incredible ambassador for mental health and just for surfing, or the surfing industry in general. So if you are tuning in, do check out the Good Human Factory. I know you guys have got a website and Instagram up and running, and check out the founder, Cooper Chapman, as well. He's a great ambassador, especially for these super young athletes we see coming up in those Surfer Grom series. We've been hitting post-COVID, a lot of under 8s, under 10s, under 12s learning the art of competing, and like Cooper was mentioning, managing the mental health. As we see, it looks like a goat on the beach there. So some of the locals checking out the action there. Local goat, Billy Goat, checking out the surf competition right down there on the sand. So that's a good scene, and a little insight into how cool the community is around here.
Gotta love Port Macquarie.
That's
yeah,
it.
This heat's looking a little bit sleepy to go to the end. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining. Nathan Kawani's out in front with 11.67. Adrian Kovacic is in second with, I don't know who's got priority there. That is going to be an interference on somebody. We'll have to wait and see what colour had priority just there. We'll leave that one up to the judges and the priority judge. Whoever gets the interference is going to lose, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and you could see Adrian just having a little giggle to himself maybe. So the priority judge's main job right now is to determine what way that wave was predominantly breaking. And actually, no, not with the second and third priority. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, my mistake. They're going to have to see who was sitting in that second priority position. Looks like Red Dogs lighting up once again as we see Heat Leader up and riding in the red. Gets to work. Nice extension through those turns. I just think he's, like you said, Cooper, so compressed and so much speed and load going into that backhand tack. And yeah, sorry, my mistake about the priority. Second and third priority, obviously, whoever has second priority is going to be able to flex that over. And you can see maybe the guy's just hearing the announcement. And yeah, like I said, Red Dog looks like he's copped the priority interference.
Yeah,
So
it can be really tricky in heats like this. Oh, no, Red got an Sorry. Well, bear with us as we work out what's going on here. But yeah, coming down to the last 20 seconds, it's all happening in the heat here. 15 seconds remaining. White's just got a wave. Red and yellow both got interferences just then. So Adrian has actually taken the lead, and Nathan's lost his second best scoring wave.
I'm not sure if that's actually right. I think they might just be juggling up the results. So stick with us. We're going to have to confirm the official results from heat number 8 of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open of Surfing. Right after this, of course, heat number 9 coming on up. But stick with us. We'll let you know what unfolded in that dramatic end to heat number 8 right after this break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile. She's gone to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And welcome back. A very good morning still, just after 11:30 here at Port Macquarie. We are watching opening men's round 1, heat number 9, live in the water. It is, of course, the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, part of the Australian Open of Surfing series. And myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth once again with True Starling. Good morning, True.
Morning, Jess. I think it's the first time we've been in the booth together today.
Yeah, it is. I'm very happy to be working alongside you guys. We have a pretty stellar crew. Of course, Crispy and Cooper have been in the booth this morning as well with you, but great to have you back in on board. And it looks like a winner of the previous heat, Nathan Kawani, down there for the post-heat interview. Congratulations, Nathan.
Thanks so much.
And did I get the pronunciation right? Is it Kawani?
Yeah, Kawane.
Oh, great. And give us a little insight. There looked like a bit of drama unfolding at the end of your heat then. Did you know it went down, or you were just pretty focused on your own game?
I didn't even see.
So super focused on your own game out there. And what was the plan going into the tricky little beachy conditions here at Port?
Yeah, I've never surfed this beach before. It's like a lot of peaks around the beach, so it's hard to find the wedge, you know, to surf a good wave, to find a good wave. But it comes. A lot of plates, but it comes.
Well, it's incredible performance from you. We were all so impressed here in the booth, and I'm sure on the shores as well. Give us a little bit of insight into your background. We don't know much about you here from the web booth, so let us know where are you from, where are you residing right now, and what's the plans coming into this 2021 season?
Thanks for this question. I had a surgery in my knee just 1 month ago. I took a part of my meniscus off, so I haven't been surf for a while. I started to surf last week, so you know this been so recent for me. I'm not 100% yet. I'm so happy to make this hit. I'm from Brazil. I am living in Sydney. I study in Sydney. I used to be pro surfer in Brazil, but now I'm living here and look forward. And you know it's good to get back to the jersey and compete, and you know that. I plan to start to compete again in a couple of years, so it's been so good to start here.
Well, it's been incredible to watch you open up your first round here this morning, and I think you're going to be one of those guys that maybe a bit of an underdog in the name draw, at least for the seeding list for the men. I think it's going to work well into your favour, because the guys are all saying, oh my goodness, who is this guy? You do not look like you've come off an injury whatsoever. So incredible surfing from you. We look forward to seeing you coming up in round 2 later on. And any last words, shout outs for maybe the hometown in Brazil or your crew back in Sydney?
Yeah, sure. I love my family, my whole family is back in Brazil watching and probably don't understand nothing that I'm saying, but so.
Oh, please, speak in Portuguese if you need. Go for it.
All right. Valeu, galera que está assistindo. Muito obrigado. Depois de uma cirurgia, depois de 1 ano sem surfar, foi muito bom vestir a lycra de novo e sair que é surf. Valeu.
And so it's beautiful hearing a shout out there from last heat's heat winner, Nathan Kawani. Congratulations. We'll see you moving on through later on in round number 2.
All right. Hope to talk to you again.
Great. Thank you very much.
Bye.
And well done. And that's great to hear from them. They're like so incredible to have such a great mix of surfers and guys like that. You heard Cooper speaking about him in his heat, and he was like, oh my goodness, who is this guy turning up with such sharp backhand attack? And it's great to see him he's been able to recover and come off the injury, and he's posted up here in Australia and ready to kick off on Australian Open series. True.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him get a couple of waves in his heat before. I was just kind of keeping one eye on the water, one eye on everything else going on, especially that goat that was walking past. So yeah, he was ripping out there, and I was the same. I was like, who is that? I was sitting with Joel Vaughan, and Joel's like, I have no idea who that is. So looking forward to seeing coming up in the upcoming rounds.
I'll tell you what, those Brazilians are dangerous. They are so good, and like I was saying, like not such a well-known Brazilian name, but they literally all surf at that upper QS
Yeah.
championship tour level. They are incredible competitors, and I love their passion and their motivation for competition as well. I think they used to be kind of bagged on a lot back in the day. We kind
Yeah.
of cut them down a lot here in Australia, and now I think we're getting a bit more alongside that whole kind of movement and their passion for surfing and understanding it, as we see Axel up and riding.
Yeah, Axel Rose Carota, beautiful first turn. He brings it around for his second one, lays that wallet. So he's going to hopefully another section. Unfortunately, he does not. So I believe that is Axel Rose Carota's second scoring wave. Out there, we do have Sheldon Simkus in the red. He is leading this heat. Samba Man in second, and Axel Rose Carota is in third. He hasn't scored a drop, so Sheldon is sitting with a 7.33 single scoring ride. Samba has a 4.83 and a 1.33, and Axel is yet to drop another score. He has a 4.50 on his opening ride, only needing a 1.67, and I think he'll get that one as it drops in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a battle of the Grums versus the Titans. Here's the replay
Yeah.
of Sheldon's 7.
Whoa.
Nice, huge, drifting rail turn, and he gets the release through the tail as well. How was the tweak around through the end of that turn there,
Yeah.
True?
It was crazy. I just did not expect that. And 7.33 for one turn, so imagine if he can get two.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be a 14.
He's an incredible surfer, Sheldon. So maybe in the mid-range of ages that we've got spread across these three gentlemen, here's the replay from Axel's wave. He's the Grum in the heat, up and over the first section. Looks to put a variety in on the final turn and has to capitalise because that wave has no more face to offer him. So at the moment, Axel... 4.97 last wave for him, goes into the lead, and Sheldon's in second with that single wave score, 7.33. Samba Man, there's the man in yellow right there. Incredible surfer. He's been around pro surfing and the competition circuits for, I don't know, 20, 30
Yeah.
years, something like that. He's been obviously former top level competitor and championship tour surfer, and then turned coach, high performance coach.
Yep.
I don't know if you've had the opportunity to work with him.
I have,
you
yeah. Luckily enough, I've been able to work with Samba quite a few times. Always feel, I don't know, whenever I've got Samba in my corner, I always feel really good. I feel strong, and yeah, he's such an amazing coach. I know that he does a fair bit of coaching with the Vetti family from New Zealand, Safi and Finn. He also does a bit of coaching with Ella Williams, and a bit with Paige Harab too. So he's kind of got the New Zealand crew down pat on his team. But yeah, he's an incredible coach, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes in this heat. He's a pretty experienced competitor, and I spoke to him a little bit before, and he was feeling good. So we see Sheldon Simkus. This is his second scoring ride. Beautiful first carve, nice and fast. He brings it around for a second. Wow, he's looking really aggressive.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Here we go. Answer back
Boom.
from Samba Man. Up and riding on the backhand. Just gets the two turns off the cuff, but just hold the phone. Look at the replay here for Sheldon Simkus. So sharp. Look at the amount of control through those rails.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
That was just an incredible flex of turn. Look, he hardly even looks like he's breaking a sweat. Can't ride out of the final manoeuvre. Samba Man collects his third wave on the board as well. So stand by for the last few scores. I think Sheldon's still going to be a nice score, even though he didn't finish off the final manoeuvre. And there it is. An 8.07, so straight up into the lead. Yeah, he's comboed the field at the moment for first position.
I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be that wave.
No,
Sheldon just ripped it to shreds.
Yeah, that was really, really sharp surfing. Probably another level up than we've seen in this opening round for the men so far. I think probably Kalani and Oscar are coming close to that kind of level of gear. But
Dylan Moffat was surfing pretty good too.
Yeah, Dylan, and now Sheldon. We'll add him to the list of excellent scores for the opening round. So a 7.33 and 8.07. Axel's comboed for first, a 15.41. So it's become at the 9-minute mark. Battle for second. Samba Man needs a 4.65. His last wave was a 4.17. And I feel like with Samba, he's such a high energy human. I have never seen him not frothing for surfing.
Yeah.
And he's talking about waves and swells and all the different spots that are around wherever you are running into him. And he's constantly surfing in between coaching. And now he's got, I believe, another little one on the way. So a couple of kids.
Yes,
and
4 kids.
4 kids.
Yeah.
He's just such high level energy.
Yeah. Oh, he's such a legend too. Like genuinely all round nice guy. Like wants the best for everyone, you know. And he's just like, I'm just stoked to be able to compete in my hometown. And yeah, he's moved down here. He's doing a bit of independent coaching as well, which is so cool. I was talking to him before, and he's like, my brother-in-law is in like a bluesy kind of band kind of vibe, and they're playing tonight up at, I can't remember what the pub's name is. I'll have to ask him, but
One of
up
the
at a
pubs.
pub somewhere, and he was just all round frothing as we see the grommet Axel Rose Carota up and riding, carves that first turn again for the second one. So he's just trying to make up the numbers, bangs that third section, he brings it around again. So this wave just keeps on offering for Axel Rose Carota, and he keeps on jamming it. So Axel is potentially going to consolidate his second scoring, well, his second place, I should say. So Samba is looking for a score, which is pretty exciting. I mean, this heat is going to be a really good heat with 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you kind of want this caliber of athlete to be pushed against the ropes a little because you know what they're capable of. And as we say that, Samba Man up and riding on the backhand. He's got to get to work. Yeah, he's looking sharp. He's looking really lean too, I think, at the moment. Last few years, he's like looking super dialed. And here we go. Sheldon releases the tail on the first maneuver. It's hard to say. It's hard to not say he's at another level at the moment. I feel like in the opening, 15 minutes of this heat, look at the grin on his face. He's riding a nice sharp. It looks like maybe a epoxy DHD under his feet.
Yeah, I think everyone's out there on an epoxy. Samba's on an OG Flyer. So we see the replay of Axel Rose Carota's wave. So he's bringing that one all the way through. It comes a bit hung up on that second turn, but jams it again for the third, again for another one. So he gets like 4 or 5 turns on this wave. So pretty exciting surfing from the young gun from the Northern Beaches, Axel.
We know, of course, Adam Hennessy, Club Prezzo, tuning on in for his. Here's the replay of Sheldon's. That's just another level of speed coming off that rail. Check out the spray and the kind of assertive execution. He's unable to ride out of that final turn, so I don't think that's going to change the situation. And at the moment, the Grom, Axel Rose, currently in second position. I think we have a score to come. There's the locals, Port Macquarie. Beautiful place. Plenty of people enjoying the sunshine here. And this a beautiful morning we've had for opening day of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. Of course, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. And you're loving it too. That's got to get you psyched for your heat, seeing the locals cruising up and down the beach.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's such a unique place around here. You see things that you don't normally see. I know that when I saw the goat, I was like, had to rub my eyes a bit. I was like, is that a goat? Saw it walking up the rocks. I was like, yep, that's definitely a goat.
Definitely a goat. And it's just checking out the action we've taken over Town Beach, main peak right out here since 7:30 this morning. So we're just over 5 minutes on the clock. Last score for the North Stain Surfer Supergrum, 5.57. Gets him out of combo now, needing a 9.84. We're seeing him really turn up the dial under pressure. So no doubt 5 minutes to go. I think we're going to see all these guys collect another wave under their belt. Samba Man needs a 5.72. So last wave for him was a 4.07. He's going to need one of those bigger waves that you guys have been speaking about throughout the morning, and Cooper was definitely putting the target on that bigger, bowlier wave that kind of hits the bank a little more sideways and really throws in that first section.
Yeah.
It's going to need something more critical if he wants to take it to Axel and Sheldon at the moment in heat number 9. And True, you're coming up, I think, this afternoon in action.
Yes, heat number 3 of the women's, so quarterfinal number 3, which will be pretty exciting. Yeah, I'm so weird when I come up, like, coming into heats. I'm just like, yeah, I've got a heat.
Yeah, I tell you what, I feel like watching you over the last maybe 2 years, and since this break, I feel like you was just piecing everything together, and you'd have these flashes of incredible performance and these different flashes in the industry of brilliance, and then suddenly you've come post-COVID, turned up, you're killing it in the webcast, and you've gone to this whole other level of commentary, which is now, it could be one of your jobs full-time.
Yeah.
Plus, you've turned up and made the first final at Cronulla. So you made your way through those heats and you had an incredible performance. And it feels like things are just really falling into place for yourself and your sister. And I feel like you might be this new force of female commentator / athlete And I'm scared. I'm scared for everyone else that you're so cruisy and you come across so chill. But I tell you what, watch out if you're just tuning in. You're going to hear a lot more true. And there we see the boys answering back. Axel getting to work on the forehand. We saw a wave exchange from surfer in red, I believe, at the start of that. So we'll wait to see what those two scores lock in those. I think Axel might be trying to work his way up into that lead spot, but he's needing a near perfect 984. But yeah, true. I just think you're such a triple threat. And here we go. Here's the replay.
Yeah, beautiful first turn. He hits it again for the second. So Axel is absolutely on fire on this one. He's just finding his rhythm and he rides out of that one. So yeah, as you're saying, he's potentially hoping to jump up into that first spot. But I tell you what, Samba Man won't be going down without a fight. And there it is. Last wave for Axel locks in at a 6.50. So he has extended his second spot. Samba is now chasing a 7.25. But I tell you what, Samba is such a talented surfer. He's so aggressive and, you know, he's been competing for a very long time. So he's got that experience behind him. I wouldn't doubt if he gets another wave, he'll tear it to shreds.
Yeah, and over 2 minutes, there's plenty of time left in heat, as you know. But like I was saying, True, yourself and your sister kind of coming into that commentary scene as well. I feel like, I don't know if your newfound confidence and preciseness in your competition surfing has helped your commentary or your commentaries helped you surfing, but whatever it is, you and your sister are both on this like projection up to the top. So
thank you.
I'm excited to see. I'm hoping the same thing happens for Cooper. We'll see him coming up in heat number 11.
Yes.
He's an incredible surfer and was saying that the chance to sit and you dial into every single heat here in the booth along with the viewers at home, so you just get the chance to really nitpick and pick the eyes out of every single little movement under priority and wave and the conditions.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's only been helping your performance. We've seen, like we said, that first event for you and Cronulla was an incredible finals performance. So going into this round.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm just stoked to be getting the Rashi back on. You know, at the start of the year, I had a decent start to the year, but I was just not like performing as well as I'd hoped. So I was kind of going, okay, like, you know, do I need to reassess what I'm doing? And then COVID kind of happened, which I think for me was a bit of a blessing in disguise, because I could kind of step back and just reassess everything and be like, okay, you know, what do I want? You know, is what I'm doing making me happy? Am I enjoying this? And at the start I was like, you know what, maybe I'll just chill for a bit. But then as soon as they were like, yep, events are on, I'm like, okay, let's go. I'm down. Oh no.
And perhaps there just goes the opportunity for Samba Man. He's got 35 seconds. You can see it in his body language. He knows it. That was the wave that could possibly have offered him up that 7 or 8 points. So 25 seconds on the clock. He's going to go back to the end of the line priority-wise. Sheldon Simkus is in the lead. Axel needs an 891. Samba needs a 725. It looks like he's conceded defeat. You can see he's just kind of cursing himself for that. I don't know what happened on that last wave. He might have gone a little bit, he hit a bit of a wobble and gone straight leg and nosedive.
Yeah, I think that's what happened on that one, which, like, perfect wave selection. If you had executed that and done another turn, then you might have been on the way to a good score.
Yeah, unfortunately for Samba Man, it looks like it's done and dusted here in the opening round, but Sheldon Simkus with the victory lap right there. Moving on through with Northstain's Axel Rose Carota. Coming up, we do have live action from the Port Macquarie Open of Surfing. Heat number 10 will be in the water right after this break. We'll chat to you soon.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And welcome back. Live action here for the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open as part of the Australian Open of Surfing series. We are in the beautiful town beach in the small little surfy town of Port Macquarie. If you do want to check out the scene here, visit newsouthwales.com. It's an incredible part of the coast. And at the moment, we are into live action heat number 10. Myself, Jess Grimwell, joined in the booth by True Starling. And here we go, True, a little replay.
Yeah, this is Ethan Stocks up and riding on his forehand. Whoa, jams it for that second turn, and he's going to hopefully bring it around to get that inside connection. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that, but beautiful opening ride for the surfer in red. And this is Connor Lee up and riding behind him. He carves that one. Unfortunately, that wave just going a bit fat on him, so he'll get straight back out there. So red and white opening up their account. Red locked in a 5.33 and Connor Lee a 3-point ride. Out in the water, we also do have Taj Turner in the yellow, and in the blue is Keenan Crisp. So fellow commentators, young bloke or middle bloke, I believe he was saying before. Keenan is out there. He is part of the Yeti Australian Junior titles as well. Moving on to round 2, so if he gets a good wave in this heat, I think he could potentially add that into that round 2 video thing. I was talking about how crispy his young kid, Keenan, is in the Yeti Australian Junior titles. I didn't really know much about how it worked, what it was. I haven't really been keeping my eye on it, which I probably should, but he was saying that Keenan's in it. He's into round 2, and he's also in this heat.
Oh, great. So, yeah, like you said, maybe he can keep some clips. He's in the blue out there. And a little bit of wind onto the conditions here as we're getting very close to this afternoon. We're 5 minutes to midday. It has been a beautiful morning of surfing and an incredible place to be soaking in this stop of the Australian Open. Here we see Ethan Stocks up and riding, looking nice and light on his feet right there. And nice directional change over the first section, but one turn only on offer for him. Opening ride for Ethan, a 5.33. And opening wave for Connor was a 3-point ride. You can see Ken and Chris' name going to appear very shortly on the screen, and there we go. Heat winner, True, just giving me a little bit of help out there, was Sheldon Sinkers. How could I forget?
Oh.
Congratulations, Sheldon, and welcome to the mic.
Yeah, thank you. That was it's a lot of fun. It was actually my first time surfing at this beach, so it was nice to get a few waves and get a win.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance, actually. You just looked notch above the rest of the pack at the moment. Give us a little insight. Is there anything special that you're doing or riding to give you that little advantage out there, it's looked like?
Yeah, just been surfing a lot at home. COVID's been obviously a bit of a weird time, although I've been kind of trying to utilise my time as best I can and trying to improve with this off-season we have. Yeah, so it's been funny not travelling. Been amazing being at home, obviously. And just trying to get better every day. But yeah, I've got this DHC epoxy thing. I was kind of riding similar to this, or basically the same board to this at the start of the WSL events, the Aussie leg, and yeah, managed to make a few heats there and get some points. So I was looking forward to a good year, although kind of come to a bit of a halt. Although yeah, stoked with the boards I've been getting produced. Been nice to be home working on boards and getting ready for, I guess, 2021.
Yeah, and you're just looking so sharp out in the water. Of course, you're working with Daz, so Darren Hanley, and he's back up and running after copping that big factory fire not so long ago. So you guys are back in the booth and working on the shapes for this season? Yeah,
that was the first blow, I guess, to the year, trying to get boards off them. And they did really well getting boards for everyone. And yeah, he's been pumping me out some good ones. I feel like I've I guess in the last year or two come a long way with boards and what I'm liking, and I guess what I've needed for the QS. It's can be pretty grindy and that kind of thing, so getting that dialed is the first step into performing well. And yeah, I just want to get better and bring that into heats. And I was kind of happy out there with managing to get a few waves. I kind of fell a few times, but I'm sure hopefully I can maybe stay on my feet a little more and maybe get some more bigger scores. So yeah, looking forward to surfing. I guess I surf again tomorrow, so hopefully there's some waves around. And yeah, Port Macquarie, it's it's really cool to have events running up again and yeah, enjoying being in Oz and surfing in Arashi again.
Great. Well, it was incredible to see your performance. Like we said, looking very sharp, very dialed in. Good luck going into the next round. We'll see you back out in action tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Good luck. And
See
there
ya.
it was, Sheldon Simkus, last heat's heat winner. And back to the heat undergoing live action. You can see in the water, in the white, Connor Lee, just that 3-point ride. 2 last ways for Ethan Stocks is a 3.77 and a 2.6. Keenan Crispy, Mini Chris.
Up and
opening
riding.
Yeah, 2-point ride for his first wave. Ooh. He's looking dialed in, super grum. He's super young guy and just such a keen dude. Obviously, one of the other young athletes that's been able to return from injury. He copped a blow to the eye socket, underwent surgery.
no.
Yeah, he had the risk of losing his eyesight, and they were able to fix that up on the table in surgery and getting back into action. And he's been back, like we heard Crispy speaking about this morning, surfing and skating all before it's even 7 a.m. in the morning. So he's just one of
Yeah.
those super frothing grummets, and the opportunity to learn from these older, more experienced guys, Drew, is going to be priceless. Heat win or heat loss, is going to not forget these heats in the Australian Open events, and he's going to take them into his, what I can see is probably going to be a pretty good looking long career.
Yeah, 100%. I was talking to Crispy about it this morning. It's exciting for the younger Groms to be competing against some more experienced competitors. But last wave locks in for Keenan Crisp at a 3.37, so that bumped him up into second spot. So Connor Lee is chasing a 2.38, and sitting out in front is Ethan Stocks with a 5.33 and a 3.77. So don't think we have we have Taj Turner out there in the water. I can't see a surfer in yellow out there. He may be down at Tez's event down at the box down there.
Yeah, that's running simultaneously as we see Connolly a little late to the party there. You can see him feeling a bit frustrated with the timing, but still manages to click 2 turns and a huge attack there from Ethan Stocks. Very Sheldon Simkus of him.
Yeah,
He's looking similar, wasn't he?
He was looking very similar. I think every heat that I've watched, I've been like, okay, this guy's looking dialed. Okay, no, he's looking dialed. Oh, nope, he's looking really sharp on his feet. And here he goes, his first turn, throws so much spray. He's got so much power. Ethan Stocks is on fire at the moment. So, did that score lock in? Yeah, it did. It locked in at a 6.33. So Ethan Stocks has extended his lead, and Connor Lee just locks in a 4.67. So Keenan Crisp bumped down into third, looking for a 4.31. So still plenty of time remaining. We got 10.5 minutes in this one. Of course, the day is running 10 minutes early. We had a walkthrough heat a little bit earlier on today. So we saw, I think it was in the heat with Zach McMahon. Ross Cadden unfortunately didn't come for his heat. So Zach McMahon, Saxon Reba surfed a quick 10-minute heat, got straight out there. They came in and that was it.
Yeah, so determining seating for them. And as you said, 10 minutes on the clock. Ethan Stocks looking super sharp, dialed in, out in the lead. And I'm wondering what Crispy said to Mini Chris before he went out. He's only looking for a 4.31. And I bet you he's chanting the presence, the breathing, the staying calm, and just waiting and playing his own game. You can see Keenan, he's very composed young fella, and like you said, coming up against these bigger boys. I don't think there's Taj Turner in the lineup. You can see that dash next to where his heat total is, so I don't think he's out there. But you can see, look at how much water's raging out of that little river there. It's been massive change as the tide's dropping out. We're going towards a low later on this afternoon, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty substantial low. We had that 1.8 metre high just past 8 a.m, so it's a lot of water moving around out there now, just beyond the competition bank. You see the darker shades and the deeper, colder water maybe moving out. And at the moment, it is Ethan Stocks in the lead. Coming up next, heat number 11 of the Open Men's Round 1 will be Cooper Chapman, Arch Whiteman, and Cale Enfield. So it's going to be a nice looking heat. And I know we'll have Luke Bonfield joining us in the booth for the call of that. So that'll be interesting to see his take. He's been down on the sand, toes stuck into the sand on the beach comms roll, and he's had a jersey on earlier this morning, so we're going to have a few different perspectives coming in from him later on in the next heat.
Might
And-
even get a little insight from our heat.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get the word up for yours, although I think you're going to have no problem whatsoever.
Oh, thank you.
Will you be versing your sister at all in this first round? I know you were talking about...
No, luckily enough, I will not be. So Jessie actually got second in her heat, which pushes her into quarterfinal number 4 up against good friend Molly Picklum. So I've got the winner of heat 3, Bonnie Hills, and who I've got second in heat 4, which I actually missed that heat. I was a bit hungry, so had to run all the way to the cafe. I was getting a bit hangry, as we see. Ethan Stocks up and riding. Unfortunately, gets a bit hung up on that one, but he is out in front. So he's just getting his feet in the wax, maybe even just getting used to the comp bank before his heat. Potentially this afternoon, if not tomorrow. But that depends if we're here tomorrow. It's a mobile event, which is pretty cool. So we could be down at Bonnie Hills, we could be at Lighthouse Beach, we could be at, I think the other location was Lake Cathy as well. So pretty exciting to have those different variables for the beaches and to give everyone the opportunity, as we see Keenan Crisp up and riding on his backhand. Beautiful first turn again for a second. So he's looking nice and strong on his feet, and he tags that end section, has a little bit of wobble, and I think rides out of that one. We'll see what the judges think of
Jeez.
about that.
That's a nice answer back from the youngster in the blue. I'm interested
Yeah.
to see how that locks in. I think it's going to have to go up towards at least the 4s or the 5s. I think it's so smooth in between the transition there. Look at the rail work. Very smooth. Gets the final manoeuvre maybe a little bit hung up. I'm not sure if they'll deem that complete or not, because he kind of went down just before riding out straight in front of it. But he locks in a 4.43 and moves back into second position. So it is
Beautiful.
Ethan Stocks in the lead. Keenan Crisp in second with the 3.37 and a 4.43. Connor Lee now in third with a 3 and a 4.67. Only looking for a 3.14. Plenty of time on the clock though. So I dare say Connor and Keenan are going to be looking to replace those two lower scores, only in the 3s. And Ethan Stock's worst wave, a 5.33. So he's going to want to get rid of that because the boys are chasing now.
Yeah.
And, I think that's a nice display from the Super Grom, especially under pressure too, as we're moving towards the last quarter.
Yeah, very cool, calm and collected.
It is. But it is Ethan looking sharpest out there at the moment. You can see the boys having a little chat. And look at that raging bit of ocean behind them, just moving quickly out through that rip. Like I said, it's an incredible place to be here on the New South Wales East Coast. We are in Port Macquarie. It's been a destination for many surf events and a big history of good Aussie titles going down here. As you can see, nice drone view from the outlet there. We've got the break wall to the north of the competition bank, and there's the contest tent set up right down on the shore. You can see the high tide mark there earlier this morning, just lapping the toes of the judges perhaps. And here we go, Connor Lee up and riding.
Yeah, he's looking for a 3.14, gets straight into that one, brings that one all the way through, gets a little bit of a bubble up on that one, but that's okay because he recovers and brings it for another one and just tags that one quickly, and then he gets straight back out there. So was chasing a 3.14. I dare say he gets it and moves up into second with just on 5 minutes remaining. So Keenan could potentially be looking for a score to move back into that second spot. Here's a replay of this one, Jess. So he gets a little hung up coming out of that first carve, but he brings it around for a beautiful second one. So Connor Lee is looking sharp. I saw him before. He was actually getting some food just at the cafe just there, and he goes, "Oh yeah, I'm heat 10," and I was like, "Heat 8's in the water now?" And he goes, "Nah." I was like, "Yeah, yeah, heat 8's in the water."
So he's feeling
and
a
he
little...
goes, "Oh, I should probably go get my weddy on." I was like, "I think so."
He's feeling a little bit too cruisy, but
Yeah.
he does the job on the last wave, 5.27. Goes back into second, 4.5 on the clock. Crispy now needs a 5.52. You can see heat leader out in front. He's just maybe being dragged a little bit out beyond the takeoff zone. He's making his way back in a little bit. There's a supper cruising on past, and you can see the little foam jets of the jet ski just to the right of your screen as well. He's water safety and keeping an eye on everything out here this morning for us, and probably having a chat with the locals too. We've seen heaps of guys and girls enjoying the ocean out the back there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day today. It's so hot out there, so I feel so nice to be in here in the aircon and not be hiding from the sun, but it's so nice to actually have some heat back. Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So we're coming up with a couple ideas in regards to articles for Murmur Mag, and one of them is Christmas, like best Christmas present. So, what is your perfect Christmas present that you would want your partner to give you?
Foamy.
A foamy?
If you're listening, yeah. You're listening,
Elle?
Elle, I want another foamy. I'm all about the foamies. And look at that drone shot, True. Just
Wow.
quickly while we just, look how beautiful the water is. That crystal blue. There's the break wall on the right-hand side of your screen, and there's a skate park right behind it. There's a little
Yep.
kiosk. I think it's called Breakawall Headquarters, the little
Yep.
coffee shop there. There's the contest right front and center on the comp bank. There's the river outlet. It's just an incredible location, and
Yep.
it's, like we said, long history of competition surfing's here, and it's great to be back in action. There's the other side of the breakwall too, and I've got to say, I reckon they'd be pumping little waves on the other side all day.
100%.
Yeah,
It'd
with
be
this little
so
pulse and
fun.
swell. And yeah, best Christmas present. My entry for your Murmur Mag article would have to be a foamy. I'm so
foamy.
obsessed with them at the moment. Yeah, either a
I'll
longboard.
have to take it down.
Yeah, longboard or a shortboard foamy, whatever it is. I think they're so much fun, and like obviously not in any ways competing whatsoever anymore. I just get to kick back and spectate and observe all the surfing competition action. So I pretty much just stick to either a foamy or a weird board, big fat board, makes it surfing easy again. Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
I back it. So we see current heat leader Ethan Stocks up and riding. He beautiful first turn. Oh my goodness. And he comes around for a second and tags it nicely. So Ethan Stocks is looking like he's surfing very well at the moment. That board looks really nice under his feet. He's looking confident. I actually just got a brand new foamy from Ride brand. I got it the other day. It's a little 5'2", like 20 foamy.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
It looks so fun.
Here's the replay. Ethan's up and over that first section, floats down to jump back in front, open face gouge. Nice use of the wave and the opportunity there. Not as crisp as we've seen, but it, well, goes way up into the excellent range, 8.33. So nice improvement on the situation. Just over a minute on the clock. Connolly is in second, now needs a 9.4. Green and Crisp, a 5.52, so still within striking range. I'm pretty sure Crispy would be sitting in that first priority position now. So Blue having to utilise this last minute very strategically and very maturely for the young guy if he wants to get himself back into progression in the game. 5.52 required for him, and that's also relying on the fact if Connor doesn't improve his situation as well. You can see him having a little scope around. And last wave for Red, just a beautiful 8.33, dropping that into the wallet. 40 seconds on the clock. And heat number 11 coming up next, as we said. Fellow commentator in the water.
Cooper Chapman.
Yeah, Cooper Chapman, Arch Whiteman, Kale Enfield. We've still got a fair few heats to chip off to for round number 1. We're going all the way to heat number 16 today before we switch back on into the women's. And there's a priority, perhaps a sail to Connor Lee in the last 15 seconds. And yeah, Woe is right. Able to stomp that and right on out cleanly. I think he's going to improve his hold on second as we hit the last 5 seconds of this heat. Crispy did previously require 5.52 and might have increased. We'll wait to see. Looks like the buzzer's going in the background there outside the booth. So we'll call it a day on heat number 10. We'll come back with results very shortly. Coming up, live action from heat number 11. I will be joined in the booth by Luke Bonfield and True Starling. Thank you very much. We'll be back right after this break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dreamed, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
And a very good afternoon. Back into live action from heat number 11 of the Open Men's Round 1. That is Arch Whiteman getting to work on his backhand, dialing up the attack and puts in the combo. Looking very happy with the opening right, I'd say, for him. Heat number 11. And, of course, myself, Jess Grimwood, joined now in the booth by Luke Boom Bonfield. A very good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Good to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you on board. Of course, you've been getting those toes stuck into front and centre action out there. You've been on the beach comms.
Yep.
And you've been in the jersey as well this morning. So we'll...
Whole experience, Jess.
You've had the well-rounded, holistic experience. We'll check in with how you found the situation. But before that, we will cross to Ethan Stocks, the last heat winner. Mr. Stocks, incredible performance from you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And posting your best wave of the heat at the very end, that 8.33, were you looking for the improvement on the situation, or that one just kind of offered up into your pocket?
It kind of just came. I was pretty happy with how I was surfing, and just the wave came. So, yeah, it was pretty good to better my scores.
And coming back into competition post-COVID, is this one of the first few events that you've been able to put the Rashi back on?
Yeah, it's my second comp since all this COVID stuff, and yeah, it was good to get a heat win.
Yeah, well, you're looking very sharp and dialed into the conditions. What are we looking at? Obviously, you won't be up again today, but going into, I think it will be tomorrow's action, the next time you surf in round 2?
Yeah, tomorrow morning I think we surf.
Yeah, so we're looking at maybe similar conditions, if not a little bit smaller. Are you going to change up any of the tactics or equipment, or you pretty much just go heat by heat?
I'm pretty happy with my board. I got epoxy, so it goes pretty good in the small stuff.
Oh, great. Well, it's been a great performance from you in that last heat. Congratulations on the heat win. We look forward to having a chat with you later on throughout the event.
Sweet, thanks heaps.
Cool, thanks Ethan.
Catch up, bye.
So I was pretty blown away by how smooth he looked. After having a heat out there, I was absolutely astonished by how fast these guys are moving.
They're an incredible level above what you think is possible in these kind of conditions, aren't they, Boom?
Yeah, I was looking at waves and Joel Vaughan's just scrambling at them. I'm thinking, why are you doing that? It's not even a wave. Next minute he's got a 7.5.
Yeah.
I was really, really blown away by the level of these guys. A little bit humbling. Pretty cool at the same time.
You're an accomplished comp surfer, of course. You came off your maiden board riders win not that long ago.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. But I think I might have got a little bit big-headed and thought, oh yeah, I'll put myself in this comp, but maybe I've got to go do a couple more heat drills or something, try and better myself for the next one. Here we go. Cooper up and riding. Now, how good is the yellow spray on his board? Looks pretty conducive to these conditions, a little bit spicy, but Coops has been in the booth all morning.
Yeah, we've been lucky enough to have him in here behind the mic as well and giving us perspective, of course, on behalf of the Good Human Factory as well. He's been working alongside Surfing New South Wales, and he also gave us a little story about his 24/7 surfers rescue that he logged, about rescuing some grommies in Bali. So that was really interesting to hear his insight. Of course, this event, the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7, we're focusing on all those surfers getting on board and logging their rescues. Do you have anything from home around about Snorshelly? Any rescue stories? Have you rescued anyone lately, or you been rescued? Or
I actually have. Oh, it's not me personally, but a couple of the boys on their way up to the Kira Teams event one year actually tried to rescue a guy on the way in from Ngari, and unfortunately they did the best they could, but unfortunately he passed on. But they were there, they knew what they were doing. They were a couple of lifeguards, so luckily they were there. Unfortunately it didn't turn out, but at least they gave him a chance, so it's pretty good just knowing what you need to do in that situation.
Yeah, exactly. And as Cooper was saying earlier this morning too, and I'm sure you'll agree with, we tend to be the only people on the beach a lot of the time throughout the whole season, winter and summer. So having the opportunity to learn and be trained in the tactics of rescue with your surfboard as well is going to be pretty priceless when you end up in a situation like that, because it's not what anyone expects to turn up to.
Yeah.
But it's very good to be trained up, and that's what the program's been focusing on.
And what a good initiative. That's a fantastic thing they're doing. I did see Cooper in the water just before he paddled out. He said to me, "Where's the spot?" I don't know. You can't really see it here, but there's definitely two separate banks down on the beach. One of them's really close to the wall, and it's got lots of water sucking out past the break, and it forms like a little bowl. Then there's a deeper one out the back. These guys have opted, it looks like, to sit out the back, but there's definitely the opportunity. You can see Cooper sneaking off to the left of the screen there. Definitely the opportunity to get one under priority on that outside bank. In my heat, it seems like Joel and I think his name's Josh, just were all over those little inside ones everywhere. Everywhere I looked, they seem to be snagging one. Cooper's snuck off now, up and over the first section. You can see Cooper's a really talented surfer. Top 100 of the QS most years, and even he was struggling to get some board speed there in these tiny little conditions. So those guys that are getting those really high scores are obviously hitting that next level of their surfing. Here we have Arch Whiteman, 3 huge cracks. Just as I've said that was pretty well timed, Arch. Thank you.
Exactly, putting the evidence and the justification to exactly what you're saying, Luke. And here's the replay. Last wave of White. Beautiful looking surfing on the backhand. Smooth transitions through the rail and dials it up for the third maneuver. I thought that was really well timed. Nice 3-turn combo. And his opening ride was a 617. Second wave for Arch was a throwaway 267, because that last wave, boom, an 8.50. So judges thinking along the same lines as you in the booth here. And of course, you've been on the comms on the beach. As we just take a break, here's Kale Enfield up and riding in the yellow. Draws out the bottom turn, but kind of flattens out the first section. Gets a bit more release and vertical attack in the second. A little bit hung up on the third, but he pushes through in front. So that'll be his opening wave.
Yeah, that second turn was money. He actually got to connect with that one pretty well. And you can see Arch, I think where all his speed comes from is he's so low in his bottom turn. Insanely low. He seems to be, his bottom's almost touching the board. So Grummies at home, take note. If you're going to do a bottom turn on your back end in little waves, your bum almost has to be touching that board.
Yeah, and that's some good little tips from, you've been doing some coaching, so I'm going to call you coach from back at home. Here's the replay of Arch. He's out in the lead. He's already got an excellent score. There's that bottom turn, that boom speaking about, touching pretty much the wax on the lead up to the release in through the lip of the wave. So at the moment, it's doing well for him. He's out in the lead, and Kale needs an 8.51. His opening ride in the yellow is 6.17. And here we go, Cooper Chapman.
Here he is. And he's going to go hard off the bottom here. Clicks that first turn. Huge jam in the pocket. And ditches the fins over that end section. Riding out with speed. And you can see from his body language, he's happy with that.
Yeah,
Really happy.
I'm pretty psyched on that performance. Look at the paddle. The motor's on with the feet. And there's his signature man bun. I feel like he almost looks like a bit of a ninja. And you can see how much energy he has coiled up in that body. Look at the replay here again. Flexes priority. Sets up this first section. He's just fanging to get down the line. First turn's huge. Second turn's bigger. Tweaks out the tail and able to pull it back under himself and ride out with that subtle little claim there. And look at the score of that boom.
Wow, a 9.17 for Cooper. They're locking in a huge number. Sits him in second place now, needing a 5.51 to take the lead. So he's going to be in third priority. He'll be sitting wide on that little bank, I dare say. Archer's out the back, holding priority and the lead with 14.67. What a heat this has been.
Here's the replay again.
And you can see, it's funny because he rides out of that first one with a crazy amount of speed. He stopped it early, but the timing of that first turn was what threw all the water. And then once he got out of that first turn with all his speed, the second turn was just there for the money.
So that's a huge score. It's got to be the biggest score I've seen thrown down yet from the judging panel today, 917.
Yeah, I can't recall a score higher than that. The most impressive surfing I did see, though, so far was Sheldon Simkus' one turn, 7.2.
I have to agree. He's surfing like we've been speaking about, and that term that we use is just shifted up way into a different gear that I've seen across the board this morning.
Yeah,
He's
and-
just incredible.
And being on the beach and watching, he was going another speed than everyone else.
Yeah, it's sometimes you lose it, I think, a bit here, viewing online. If you're watching the webcast, the screen sometimes doesn't pay enough kind of credit to how good and how quick they're surfing.
Yeah.
You kind of lose it a little bit, and that's just generally across the board with broadcasting sports, I think. You just
Yeah.
lose how much finesse, and the fresh air broadcast guys are shaking their heads at us. And it's obviously something that you can't even translate, and it's the electricity and the atmosphere of being there live in sports.
Yeah.
And it's incredible. They look fast on the screen, and I tell you what, they are like exactly what Boom said.
Lightning in the
Lightning,
water.
absolutely.
Yeah, and it actually it gives you like a physiological response to it. You almost want to scream, yeah. So when you see something like Cooper's turn, it just makes you feel that ah.
Well, you can in here, Boom, because the judges can't hear us across here. So
Which is all right.
yeah, you can pretty much have your own. You can throw out your voice however you want in here. Of course, you've been working on the beach comms as well.
Yeah.
How do you find that trying to stay? You have to kind of stay a whole different level of calm, and you can't froth out too much because you're projecting your voice across the whole contest site.
Yeah, so you're not allowed to really show any bias to competitors. I feel like if you're excited about everyone's waves, then it's okay.
Yeah.
If you're not excited about everyone's waves, that's okay as well.
Yep.
You do need to just remain on an even playing field. But I do like to try and ramp up the atmosphere when I am down the beach, so I tend to be a little bit overexcited for everyone.
Yeah.
So.
But that's the just one of the positives of working in the surf industry. Obviously, we get to come down and watch the best surfers surf in the most beautiful locations. There it is, Port Macquarie. We are here for the second stop of the New South Wales series for the Australian Open Surfing. That's the contest bank set up right there behind near the toilet block and the breakwater headquarters. The kiosk is the fresh air broadcast truck, of course. They're always front and centre with the live action, helping to articulate the electricity on the beach and in the competition. And there's the beautiful crystal clear water.
What an unreal place to be. Cooper and I went for a walk earlier, checked out little skate park. If you are a grommet, that is almost the most perfect skate park you can learn on. There's little roll-ins for every bowl. There's a half pipe you can hit. There's little speed runs. And then you've got your skate park there, 50 metres walk to a little wedge on the beach. Imagine being a grommet growing up in this area. Or even coming on holidays to an area like this.
Yeah, it's an incredible stop. I don't know if you've had a chance to come through here over the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, probably about 10 years ago was the last time. But pretty similar to a little holiday destination you and I used to go to, Jess, in Scott's Head.
Oh, yeah, not too far from here either.
Yeah, pretty cool little place.
Only like about an hour up the road, up the coast here, so there's plenty of surfing opportunity. And there we go, Cooper Chapman.
Here he goes, and he's going to swing this one back to the washer stick with his power source. Jams that one in the pocket, so he's going to have a really nice backup for that score. And
he's only looking for a 5.51 at the moment, Boom. So dare say it's definitely going to throw away the 177. I think it's going to go way up into the range. I thought it was really crisp surfing from him, and you can see how much energy he has in his body alone, let alone translating through his turns and in his surfing. He's just such a high energy dude. And there we go, 5.40.
Awesome. So he's bettering his position, just coming in second still, 0.1 under Archer Whiteman. That is a close heat, close little battle we've got going on in front of us right now. And Cale Enfield just needs an 8.41. So I dare say he'll be waiting out the back with priority. Cooper ditches, hucks to the beach, and just comes unstuck.
Jeez, he was close to riding on out of that. Looked like a bit of an ankle breaker on the very end section.
Yep.
Made me cringe, but he's going to get back out there. No.
Are you hitting a section like that? No, not at the moment anyway, but in general, would you hit a section like that?
On my foamy, I just straighten out, go right in front of it, bus drive down to the beach.
Yep. I'm safety tapping that thing. There's no way I'm trying to huck off it.
I was commentating your heat, and I was saying, all right, well, that's a good wave, Boom, but you're going to have to go a little bit harder at the lip than that.
Yeah.
And I was hoping you were hearing, but...
Oh, I couldn't hear. You know what? I had an absolute shocker. I actually paddled in and said to the guys in the tent said, sorry, I had to put you through that.
Hey, no, there's no shame in getting out there. Of course, you were dealing with the ocean in the 20-minute heat, so you got the time and the variable of Mother Nature. I think you did a great job at
And
a little bit.
That's the beauty of the sport, though. You can have those magic heats where you can't seem to put a foot wrong, and then you can have those shockers, but it's all beautiful.
Yeah, and you've got a couple of the Super Grums on the program at the moment at home, as we see
Sure
current heat
do.
leader, Arch up and riding. We'll go through this wave first. Nice.
Little-
Whip back around.
And then ditches the fins over that second one. He is looking spicy. I love that word, spicy, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the beach is over me using it. But you've got to call a spade, and that is some really spicy surfing. Just look how low he gets in his bottom turn. Right now, that wave, you can't see it there, but that is a flat wave right at the start of that, and he's doing a proper bottom turn off of a very, very flat transition. So pretty impressive stuff there. Is Arch Whiteman, he's a Grom from NASA, in his brother's van, Whiteman.
Yeah,
and they just,
think might be
they
right.
just recently won the Aloha Grommet title.
Yeah, they won the Super Grum teams event that Demi put on. Yeah, at Manly, they took out $5,000 for the team, and there you go, Arch increasing his lead to 6.60. So, like you said,
Deserving.
deserving, incredible surfer. Believe from NASA. Hope that's right. I'm pretty sure.
I think so. I was having a chat to Billy Bain, who's their team manager last weekend, so he did mention his name. I'm pretty certain he's from NASA.
Yeah, so solid looking junior group coming from that whole Northern Beaches hub, and just over 2 minutes on the clock. Arch out in the lead. Cooper needs a 5.94 if he wants to take the lead, and Kale looking for an 8.41, so 6.17 in his belt, and safe to say he'd be holding down that first priority position, so he's going to need to pull the trigger on nothing less than pretty much a 9-point wave. And here we go.
Kale Enfield up and riding, so he's done a huge bottom turn there. Ditches the fins over that first section. He's just going to get some board speed up now. Goes for the spin to win. Comes unstuck. It's alright, still got a minute 30. I'd be paddling my backside off to get back out there. Good stuff from Kale Enfield. I like how he went for it.
Yeah.
You have to. He needs a big score. You really have to just ditch it.
Yeah. I have to agree. It's definitely going to replace that 0.4. He's coming out of 4.33. Here we go. Cooper.
So nice little high line to get some speed, and he gets to open up his arms there. Nice big carve to a little foam climb combo. That is really, really tough stuff to do, the carve to foam climb. It's a super underrated move in surfing, and I think that was a really well put together heat there by Cooper. So he's going to come in pretty happy with himself. Archer's out the back, 46 seconds remaining.
I think he's going to need a bigger score now. He is chasing 8.41, but I reckon that last wave of Cooper might go up beyond that 5.4 second wave.
We just saw Yellow. He did a little carve out the back, but it was just a little wave. I don't know if we'll go into that excellent range.
So 30 seconds on the clock, boom.
Yeah. I was wondering, because NASA and North Narrabeen are pretty close in proximity, I was wondering if Arch and Cooper had spent a bit of time in the water and maybe it might have felt them, made them both feel, a little bit more comfortable with each other. I know just having Joel out there was a little bit comforting for me, even though he is a little grom. And I haven't surfed too many heats, but I was like, oh, Joel's out here. This is quite comfy for me. Here he goes. Last wave of this heat. Arch Whiteman swerving back. Little victory lap. And he's going to take this all the way in. Little spin to win.
So it looks like last wave of Cooper increases his total, moves him up into the lead. So unofficially, Cooper Chapman takes that one out over Arch. There's a good view of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. Stick with us. Official results from heat number 11 and live action from heat number 12 will be up after this break. A big thank you to Luke Bonfield. Thanks for being in the booth.
Thanks for having me, Jess. It was a ball.
And I'm sure we'll welcome you back to shortly after this break.
Early morning sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Well, welcome back to day one of the two-day event. Australian Open is surfing here at Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open, day one here at Town Beach. My name's Crispy, and well, welcome Drew Starling back to the box. How are those last few heats? Cooper, Chapman.
I know.
Those two turns,
Well,
excellent
yeah.
by the judges. Excellent to watch. And
Speaking
Champ,
of.
well, talking about Champ, Coops, mates, you did what you told me you were going to do, and you exploded out there. Great win, brother.
Thanks, mate. I mean, I've been talking about quick starts all morning, and I didn't really do that. But the other guys got quick starts, and I mean, Arch had a 6 and an 8 before I even really got a wave. So, yeah, I was lucky to get that wave for that 9. Was a really nice little wedge. Gave me 2 nice sections, and yeah, job done.
Hey, did you find, like, what did you do? You know, you're on the ropes, so what did you go through to pull you that 9.1? What were your self-talk?
To be honest, I just didn't want to come back in the booth and not get through that heat. And yeah, the other guys had both had a 6, and then Arch had an 8 as well, which is a pretty tough little position in a 20-minute heat. I think there's only like 11 minutes to go when I got my 9, but yeah, I had total belief in my surfing. I knew if I got a wave that was a decent sort of wave, I was going to get a big score. I feel like my surfing's really good right now. I've got a great board under my feet. This new little MG surfboard's good model, my good Human Factory model. Yeah, it's feeling really good, and I've done some good training with B Durbidge up at Surfing Australia the last couple of weeks. And yeah, when I'm on waves, I feel like I'm surfing really well at the moment. So I just knew if I waited and found a wave that had some potential, I was going to get a score. So yeah, just tried to stay composed under a bit of time restraint pressure, and yeah, came through at the end.
Well, mate, congratulations. And probably the biggest thing that stands out there is the B word, and that is belief, mate. Belief in yourself, belief in your board, and belief from your surf community, B Durbidge, and the wider community. I'm sure shout out to Wado out there and all your family in North Narrabeen. Any shout outs for yourself, Cooper, back at home?
Yeah, I know my pop and my mum and sisters and dad are probably watching, so g'day guys. I'll see you all back in the booth shortly.
You.
Yeah, Coops.
See you guys.
See you, bruh. Mate, that was a legend in the making, and still just grinding through. I remember him at the junior series just frothing, and to grab the microphone with Sally Fitzgibbons and Laura Enova, and they used to just wrestle at the Rip Curl Grom searches, and you know, the Flano fun games and the surfing.
How sick.
And then look at him now, you know, a great human, and putting back into the surf community and saving lives as well with that belief in, you know, positive vibes and support in every way. So good on you, Tubes. Check it out, thegoodhumanfactory.com, and Surfing New South Wales for all connections, and also great things to do, coaching and education as well, and mental health, well-being.
Yeah, 100%. It's pretty impressive, all the stuff that Cooper's doing with the Good Human Factory, and you know, supporting mental health. So I hope he keeps on going with that one, because he's doing a really good job.
And I reckon we talk about pillars, and as a coach and a surfer and in life, having those pillars, those key areas, those values, we say, that keep us going every day. You've got your equipment as a competitive surfer. You got your support network. You got your trainer, strong in the body, nutritionalist. The other one is that mental health space, that positive, and also that support when it does go negative, to bring you back to negatives, they make a positive.
Yeah.
Put them together with support.
100%, and he's got a very good crew behind him, as we see Kai Warner up and riding on his first wave, so he's going to hopefully get around this one, and he does. So he carves that one back to the pocket. Unfortunately, that wave not offering anything more for Kai, but Jasper Welsh has locked in a 4.83, and then also just a small 3-point ride. We can't actually see the breakdown of the scores on screen, but you can do that if you guys are watching. You can do that at liveheats.com, as we see a replay of Kai's first wave, just a little bit deep on that one. He's going out in boardies. He's crazy. It's so cold out there,
Yeah.
but beautiful carve for his first going ride. Just getting his feet in the wax. And this is little Ollie Hudson up and riding on his first wave, up and riding on his backhand. So he's going to take this one all the way through. I haven't heard much about Ollie Hudson. Do you know much about him?
I do. He is third generation Port Macquarie, saltwater in the veins, surf reporter.
Nice.
Wayne Hudson's dad, Mr. Hudson, and then Wayne, who runs the surf school here. Port Macquarie Surf School. Check
Yep.
it out. Surfing Australia, Surfing New South Wales. They're on there. And that is Ollie, third generation. Uncle's an Australian champion, shortboard
Yep.
and longboard. Father's an Australian champion. And his dad, multiple state shortboard and single fin state and Aussie titles. That is Wayne Hudson.
Wow,
that's his son, Ollie.
Wow.
Great to see him on. Another junior, 13-year-old junior. It's great to see next generation giving it a crack and having some fun.
Yeah, 100%. It's really exciting to see. I mean, he's just locked in a 2.77 for his first wave.
Well, the
We got a
pies,
pie
lunchtime.
delivery.
Oh, my God.
I
And
can't eat before a heat, so I'm like, save it for
you
someone
can't.
else.
I'll have yours because I know where they're from. They're from Bell's Bakery, the best bakery, Australian award-winning chili con carne, multiple pies, multiple Aussie, and that is Wayno and Bell at Bell's Bakery, Port Macquarie. I'll be stopping there later on.
Yeah, it smells good in here. Oh,
Yep,
I wish I had my heat earlier,
it's
otherwise I
me
would be
and the pie.
jumping in on that.
All right, 12 minutes remaining. We're up to open men's. Heat number 12. In the
Yeah.
lead, you've got Jasper Welsh and little Ollie Grom Hudson, a 2.77, his first kickoff. Another goofy footer just tagging and bagging that one. Kai Warner out there, a 2.5, only a 0.28 to take the lead into second. Up next, Jacko Baker from Newcastle QS, and Harry Phillips, the high-flying bowl cut. That's what Keen Dogs, that's his idol, Harry Phillips with the bowl cut, and Duke Kelleher up next. Good luck to them. And then to follow Heat 14, Ethan Hardage, Harley Ross in Heat 15, and then James, the Flying Thompson, and Kobe Clements, backflip kid, in Heat 16.
Yeah, well, that's a great icon to have for Harry Phillips as we look at this beautiful overview of down here at Town Beach. This is day one. I mean, there's that bakery in the back. So we see Ollie Hudson up and riding on his second scoring ride. Unfortunately, a bit unstuck on that one, but the cafe Breakwall HQ, I believe it is.
I've had 2 coffees already. I
Good
am
coffees?
buzzing. And a cheese and ham. I've broken the rule. It is Super Saturday cheese and ham croissant.
Oh, a croissant.
Croissant on the toast.
Do you speak much French?
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
That's it. You got
Oui,
it.
oui.
All right, in the lead, Jasper Welsh, Ollie Hudson, Kai Warner, and as you saw with that beautiful pan of Town Beach,
Yeah.
so much to do.
So you see Ollie up and riding again. Beautiful first turn. Really back foot powered surfer as we see him go another one and again.
Wow.
So he's just making the most of these waves out there. I mean, it's a microgram, so he's having so much fun in these playful waves. I mean, I was watching it before and it looks like so much fun out there. Maybe a little bit wishy-washy than earlier, but I tell you what, I'm so keen to just be out there and go have a surf. So that is current heat leader Jasper Welsh. Ollie Hudson is in second place. He has a 6.17. Kai Warner in third, just with that opening score of a 2.50. So he'll be looking to get a proper scoring ride with just on 9.5 minutes remaining. And heat leader Jasper Welsh carving that one back to the power source. And again for another one. So Jasper is from the Northern Beaches down at Monavale. He's been surfing out at Narrabeen a little bit as well, which has been kind of cool. Yeah, he's ripping at the moment. He's got a really good crew behind him. He's feeling really positive, so it's exciting to see a couple of Northern Beaches crew come through and, hopefully break the ranks.
And again, that's what the Australian Open of surfing is about, exposing the underground grassroots, emerging talent of surfing
100%.
men and women. And it's great to see whether the juniors we saw Grace at Cronulla last week, and then you see the kids like Ollie and Keenan, and also the other emerging talent, as you're saying, Jasper Welsh. And there's no mistake, he's in white, Jasper the Ghost.
Yeah.
Used to love that show,
100%.
Casper. And then you've got Ollie Hudson second, Kai Warner, again, through the emerging of regional state Aussie events, and the Pro Junior Series really they've been a bit quiet the last 9 months, but Surfing New South Wales putting on with the state government a COVID-safe event, the Australian Open of Surfing, Stop 2, We are at Port Macquarie. You're enjoying beautiful pan view of the beautiful town beach. Again, visit newsouthwales.com. Visit the local, eateries as well, and even go shopping. Get out of the 32-degree heat.
Yeah.
I know some families are now, they're going to ship out. They've made it through their heat, or even if they've bowed out, they go enjoy on the back end of behind the caravan park. That's all the shopping of beautiful Port Macquarie. And look at the hinterland in the background,
beautiful.
waterfalls, so much to do. Go fishing or even go for a dip in the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, the water is so refreshing at the moment. It is a little bit chilly. I don't know if you've been in today, Crispy, but when I got in this morning, it was very fresh, but it's beautiful. It's so nice. It's so hot outside, and then you go in for a quick dip, and it's nice and cool and refreshing. You feel like so rejuvenated.
I'm going to jump out in my shorts,
Oh.
do a bit of ice bath.
Do it. Bit of Wim Hof.
Yeah. Alrighty, back to action. Jasper Welsh in the lead, 8.4. Ollie Hudson second, the junior Grom. And again, shout out to his parents, Wayne and Amy. Breathe.
Yes.
He's in second. He's got everything, nothing to lose, everything to gain. And Kai Warner, he might just got to stop Hutto from finishing the heat. Maybe pulling the plug.
Yeah.
And he'll get through, but we have 7 minutes remaining. For the little junior man.
Yeah, well,
Gain of confidence.
100%. It's
Fun.
Yeah, I feel like that's been a recurring talk subject today of, the younger Groms surfing against some more experienced people. I mean, Kai's been competing for quite a while now, and so is Jasper, and it's such an amazing thing to see some young kids just jumping in the event, getting a couple of waves, getting some scores in. I was talking to Keenan before, and he was like, yeah, I feel really stoked to be able to, surf against some older Groms. As we see Ollie Hudson up and riding again, he's just getting a flurry of waves, so that's probably like his 10th wave, I reckon. So that's always what they seem to be doing, those kids those days, catching heaps and heaps of waves, just having fun, and they're spending like 10 hours in the water, which is why they get so good so quickly. And it's so important for the young Groms to surf against some more experienced people to, learn and grow and become a better athlete and competitor in the future. I know that whenever I surf against people that are better than me or more experienced, I get excited.
Yeah,
I watch it back.
You get a lift.
Yeah, and you watch it back and you go, okay,
Yeah.
what did they do that was better than what I did, and what can I do that, I can potentially beat them next time? As we see the swimmers having a quick dip.
Yeah, that's
down
at the
in the
town
corner.
beach. We've had a contest there, Australian titles. It was about 6 years ago, and that was pumping off the back. Barrels to Never Never Land. And up and riding, this is Kai Warner looking to steal the dreams of the young Grom. And, well, his father was a wood chopper because he just chopped that wave. And, well, 4th of July, sparks thrown there with fireworks. That was Kai Warner. Stand by. And that is the experience coming out.
Yes.
Holding fort, utilising priority, connecting with a wave, and then board to lip, bang.
Yep.
Kai Warner's in the house. He's back.
He's back. He's back in action. I was just sitting with him before his heat, and there we go. He drops a fairly large score on that one.
Doghouse to the
617.
penthouse. There's the carve. Look at that. Right back to the source. We talk about critical surf and stay in the pocket. He's reading the wave. Nice 2 cutbacks. This is what the judges are looking for. Just reading the wave and bang. There's the moment. The finishing touch.
Yeah.
3 nice carve roundhouses and then bang finish.
Locking in at a 6.17 if my maths is correct on that one. As we see Jasper Welsh, he's in second spot, looking to better
one
of
he's
his
off.
waves. Unfortunately, he just gets eaten up by that foam ball in there, so he'll get straight back out with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. But I was just sitting with Kai before the heat, and I was like, how are you feeling? And he's like, oh, yeah, good. And he's just, man of very few words, but he's very insightful. He knows a lot. He knows what he has to do to get through, and he's surfing really good at the moment. I think he's got the support of his beautiful girlfriend Nikki down on the beach, and they're the dream team together, and it's exciting to see. So hopefully Kai can really put a clinic on throughout this event. We saw him bow out pretty early in the last one, but heat in the water. Kai's out in front, Jasper Welsh in second, and Super Grom Ollie Hudson is not backing down. He's in third, so he doesn't need a massive score to jump up into second spot with just under 4 minutes remaining, Crispy.
Alrighty, so Kai Warner going from the doghouse to the penthouse, and there is a beautiful picture of the town beach here at Port Macquarie. Some families enjoying this 32-degree day. Water's about 19.5 degrees, I reckon, but still beautiful to get in there. And Well, take 3 for the sea. If you see any rubbish on the ground when you're around the beaches in this beautiful environment, tip is throw it in the bin, keeping our beaches clean. And another thing, well, don't forget, at Surfing New South Wales, we have a QR code that'll take you straight to Log Your Rescue page. The monthly cash prizes for anyone who does this, and that's, I'm talking about surfersrescue247.com. 1.4 million recreational surfers, and we're in the water dawn all the way to dusk, and that's where you get a lot of to record your rescues when you help someone in a rip or help someone negotiate if they're in trouble in the drink. Just guide them in and help them use your board, or alert someone to know a lifeguard on duty or someone that can help them in. Whatever it may be, log it on www.surfersrescue247.com.
Perfect. Best thing to do is swim between the flags. If you're not surfing,
that's right.
We've got some red and yellow flags on the beach, so swim between them and stay safe. As we see Kai up and riding, beautiful first wrap on this one, and again for the second. So hopefully this wave will open up. He'll get a little inside, but unfortunately that one is not doing what he was expecting. So he'll kick out with just over 2 minutes remaining. So Kai's getting the ball rolling towards the end of this heat. Jasper Welsh still in second with a combined score of 8.40, and little Ollie Hudson is in third with a combined score of 6.17. I believe only chasing a small score to jump up into second spot. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining. I mean, as we were saying before, it's all about experience, and as long as he gives it his best shot and he's trying his hardest, and that's the most important thing.
And that's right. So junior surfer, he's got plenty of years left, and this is with priority. So smart play, Ollie Hudson, and roughly I think he needs like a 4.5 or a 4.87. Well, nice little wave with priority, and shutting Jasper out of that equation for that wave. He's going to take this one all the way to Mum and Dad on the rail. They're in front of the Surf School bus here at Port Macquarie Surf School.
Beautiful.
Call Amy or Wayne or Mr. Hutto if you want a longboard experience of a lifetime. And you can tune in on the local radio station for his surf report daily.
Oh, perfect.
Mr. Hutto, done it again.
As we see Jasper Welsh up and riding, cuts that one back in a little bit deeper to hopefully get a little wall on this one. So he's looking for a section, he's eyeing it off, and he goes into the air. Unfortunately, doesn't ride through on that one. We are inside the final minute in this heat, so Kai's still out in front. He has extended his lead with an 11.70 total. Jasper Welsh still in second at 8.40 total, and Ollie Hudson is in third with a 6.17 combined score. So we're coming down to 30 seconds remaining in this heat. So hopefully Ollie is back out there and we'll get another shot as we see a close-up of the current heat leader and then second and third place just paddling out.
Yeah, it's like, one would say, you think of boxing, a weight division. It's like a fly heavyweight going against Mike Tyson in the heavyweight. That's the difference between these young Groms taking on. But what they gain, they don't gain a knockout. They gain experience, they gain fun. They time with the jersey on. And that is priceless, as we see heat leader. And he's going to take this one out with a lap of honour. Kai Warner, well, doing some nice blowtails, really in good rhythm. And I must say, he's one to watch, Kai Warner. We'll be talking with him soon. And that is a wrap from that heat. Number 12, and taking a win, Kai Warner, congratulations. Jasper Welsh advancing on through, and titanic effort from the young Grom. Ollie Hudson. We'll go to a break. This is the Australian Open of Surfing here at Port Macquarie, the New South Wales Open, day one. We'll catch you on the back of this next commercial break. See you soon.
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water. And when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble. Or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
All right, we are back here on day one of the 2-day event. We're at the beautiful Australian Open at the beautiful Port Macquarie. And I'll tell you what, it smells like lunchtime there. Jess Grimwood, welcome back. NSB for life.
Thanks, Crispy.
Injuries. Your leg looks like my leg. A few times.
Well,
you're on the crutches.
Yeah, your leg looks a bit worse than mine, actually. But you're on crutches. It looks pretty
I'm not on
knobbly.
crutches.
Yeah.
Hey,
But,
still walking, still smiling. It's a good day.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's so good. How's the coffee? I love the way we start the morning. Nice little morning, sun's up. You know, the sound of the ocean. You know, take the shoes off, walk on the sand, and then the coffee grind, the contest grind, the QS grind.
Yeah, coffee and QS surfing goes pretty much hand in hand. I think this with the grind, and we can see some fresh little treats from Bell's Bakery as well. I think that's the local bakery.
It is Wayno.
Looking up.
And Wayno and Bell. Do you know they have Australian titles, multiple? It's all. I'll even go there and take a picture. Chili con carne, lemon meringue, their plain pie, and their brekkie pie. They have Australian titles. They go in competitions and they win.
Well, I can see why. That's what we had for dinner, and here we go. Another winner, Jacko Baker, the big boy from Newcastle, gets to a flying start. Look at the grin on him, and he's feeling it out there. That's his second wave under his belt. I think it's going to go up into the excellent range straight away.
Straight up.
Yeah.
And like we were just saying, you know, game plan, watch your game plan, and quick start, 383, and then the energy flows, just the energy that went into that. Look at the replay, Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcasting, and bangs out one. Throws the sparks nice and steep. The judges are looking for critical manoeuvres, risky ones, and with control, SPF Speed Power Flow. And that is Jacko Baker. And, well, sits with a 916 combo. And this heat has just started, and the others are left in line while he's in first class. That is Jacko Baker.
Yeah.
683 and a 533, liveheats.com.
He's looking so sharp. Harry Phillips in the water as well. Duke Kelleher. So no slashes in competition. I'm sure we're going to see those guys line up. But Jacko Baker, he's been right on the cusp of qualification for a long time. Incredible QS competitor. And we saw him, one of his close sparring buddies, Morgan Sibley, qualify for this year's tour. So he'll be kicking off at the end of the season for the 2021 season. And yeah, incredible surfer. I think we might have Kai Warner standing by for the post-heat interview shortly. Another stellar performance from him. We've seen the Red Rashies really taking to this half of the men's opening round. I feel like every heat I've seen so far, the Red Rashies have really been lining up. There's Harry Phillips extending extra torque through the body. A lot of thoracic rotation. As we see him finish off that wave, we'll pass on down to Kai Warner to say congratulations, Kai. Last heat win. And we'll wait to see his audio there. I'm not sure if he can hear us or not. But congratulations once again, Kai Warner. Last heat win under your belt. And sounds like we don't have any audio with him, so we'll go back straight to live action. Just under 15 minutes on the clock. Open men's round 1. Heat number 13's in the water. Harry Phillips first wave 3.60. And it looks like Duke Kelleher locking in his first few rides as well. So Jackson Baker out to a nice early lead, 5.33 and a 6.83. I think I liked Jacko's approach to this year's season. I feel like he really dialed it up on his training, and he's come back post-COVID looking a lot leaner and a lot sharper than I've ever seen him look before.
And
Crispy.
thank you, tripaz.com. He's S&C coach at Newey, Arcal, Philippa, and Jacko Baker, to name just a couple. And when you're with him, you don't connect, you don't listen, you don't get results. And I'll tell you what, you know, he's trimmed on the pies. Like, he wouldn't be having many pies. He'll be looking at them, wanting them, and he'll go, no, I'm just going to go sushi. I'm just going to go a healthy drink.
I
So
think
he's
Morgan
stripped a bit.
qualifying has sparked him up just a bit more. I feel like he's just been in that conversation for quite a few years now and travelling over to Europe for the QS series and to America and all the different spots internationally. And he's literally been right on the cusp of breaking through, and then seeing Morgan qualify and watching Ryan surf on the championship tour. He's like, what? He needs to step it up another notch. And I feel like he's done that with his surfing. He's always got that intensity and the passion in the back pocket, but he had to just dial in a little bit more and up that performance consistently across the board. And I feel like he's pretty easily found himself in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I reckon it's what they do in their off-season and during the peak season matters to get to the end season. And definitely, even in a heat, the start, middle, finish is so important with consistency. And like we've seen, his great start, great little backup, and then another great score, a 6.83. So he just needs to focus on that. And then when it gets to the final, you make the final, you do all the same stuff and give it your best. Leave nothing in the tank. And I'll tell you what, he again put him and Mr. Unpredictability and Cooper Chapman. There's 3 spots already that I'm going to say will make the final potentially tomorrow. They're my 3 picks. I'm going to leave 1 empty for the unknown.
The unknown. Well, I'm going to maybe write those
Macquarie.
3 names down, and then I'm going to say,
yeah,
in that unknown spot, I'm going to fill it in with Nathan Kawani, the Brazilian guy.
I
think
saw that Brazilian-Australian.
Yeah, the Braza Australian. I
Yep.
think he's like this underdog, and I've got a little bit of information about him being fed through, as you do, and I feel like he's just kind of going to be able to enjoy the grey man suit at the moment and float through
Yeah.
without the awareness of the spotlight or being harassed back and forth, not knowing too many people around the event, and suddenly we'll see him taking it to the guys in the
He
final.
could take that empty spot for the crispy pick, the commentator's cup.
Yeah.
And that the winner prize is coffee and a bacon egg roll.
Sure.
Done.
That's our fuel.
Deal.
That's the fuel in the booth here. And at the moment, Duke Kelleher opened up with a 7.40. We saw a bit of spray flying to the horizon on the last exchange for Duke on the side of the screen. So second wave to come for him. Only needing a 4.77. Duke Kelleher out there in the yellow. Harry Phillips needs a 3.81 at this stage. We do have that score to lock on in for Mr. Kelleher. Just over 11 minutes on the clock, and Jacko sitting down the lineup, holding down perhaps that first priority position. There you can see a view of the competition bank, a bit of wind now.
Yeah, a bit of wind. Low tides coming into play. We had our 8:30, 1.8 high. So around 2 o'clock, 2:20, we got that low tide as that pans back to our athletes in the water. There's your heat leader, Jackson Baker, on the middle of the screen in red. Duke Kelleher paddling back out. He'll get third priority. Harry Phillips needing a wave to get him in the second or first position. We're at the halfway mark, and again paying our bills. A big shout out to Planko, popped his head in. That's our water safety legend from Evans Head. Loves a big wave, loves a big tow at Evans Head, and with all the crew. And that's just part of our safety crew in the water for our athletes, paramount. If there's any trouble or see any trouble, get our athletes out and just keeping it safe and real in this great Australian Open day 1. Again, Adam Hennessy. Shout out to our co-commentators who couldn't be here for Staney. G'day, Dimmy. And also John Shamuka in him getting back. And, well, say that he can't be here, but Shmoo, you're a legend, and look forward to doing many events in the new year when we see that clarity of 2021, what that means. Every day is a good day.
I think that's going to be a pretty intense season coming up as we see Harry Phillips getting working. Is his second wave. Nice bit of spray flying to the horizon there. And again, pretty compact surfing. I haven't seen many heats in the past from Harry Phillips. I've seen him recently, obviously, across the last few events, but very compact, a lot of spray flying off the handle there. Second wave on the board. Second wave for Duke was a 4.10, so just under the requirement to take the lead. Jacko remains in front.
Yeah, so he needs a 7.91. I'm going to say he's going to chip away. It's going to be something like around the 6s for that last one of Harry. He threw some sparks, a nice little kick. I reckon it's going to set him around that. And there it is, 5.17 in the good range. So good range is 5 to 6.5 spread. And I'll tell you what, these judges are on point. Phil Courtney, Nicky Pearson, all the guys. You got Headbutt down there You got Benny Dunn. Who is Benny Dunn? Former CT. That's Martin Dunn's son. Super
Yep.
coach.
You
The
got-
godfather of coaching.
Yeah, he's an incredible
As
talent.
with McNamara, and still involved in surfing. The next leg. So cool. So last wave of white, getting him there. It's going to be the two-step, like the triple jump. You know when you just do long jump, do one jump? Sometimes you're in a heat. You need the hop, the skip. You need that 5-5, and then you need that 6.
The
That
triple
is the
jump.
triple jump into second position.
Triple jump tactic. I like that.
You
You
like
come
it?
out with, yeah, I feel like you come out with quite a fresh analogy. I think it'd be easy as a surf coach to fall into what everyone else has already done
Yeah.
because they've seen success using it before. But I do appreciate your fresh approach on the analogies that you use in surfing and your calmness. I've not once seen you break a sweat, even under pressure. Not yet.
Yes. Even yesterday when I lost my wallet, drop wallet, not in the surf, on the trams. It's somewhere in that pit. Oh my gosh.
No stress.
No stress. Breathe.
Yeah.
All right, back to the action. 8 minutes. And again, shout out to all the crew at Surfing New South Wales. Luke Madden, he'll be listening in. And Sam, his partner, longboard champ she is, state and longboard. And even LM, he's riding a longboard now. I love it. Just adapting and trying something new.
Keeping the froth alive for surfing.
Toes to the nose. Check it out. Loving Byron Bay. Everyone loves Byron Bay. How funny. Cooper Chapman moves up. It's just, everyone's moving, they're gliding, they're just, doing the things that they dream of doing in COVID. And that's a repeated thing that people are going, you know what, I'm just going to move up here. I'm going to go to Byron. I'm going to go to Kingscliff. I'm going to go to Newey. Like you got Zach McMahon. He's grown up at Evans Head or Half Moon Tide. He goes to Newcastle. So everyone's moving around. We're travellers, we're surfers, doing what your heart's desire. And do it with fun, do it with froth. Add value to your community.
True.
So good.
Well said, Crispy. And here we go. Over 6.5 minutes on the clock. Jacko Baker out in the lead. Duke Kelleher's in second. Harry Phillips needing a score as well to move out of third. Of course, just 3-man heat in the water, so top 2 will move on through. We've got 3 more heats remaining here in round 1 of the Port Macquarie Open here.
And then where to? Tell us the schedule, liveheats.com.
We are straight on into the women's for this afternoon. So it's going to be a pretty big afternoon for the women's, actually, watching the seeded surfers come to perform.
Slasher Baker.
Yeah.
Cody and Bodie.
Yeah.
Cedar
and Bodie, yeah.
Cedar and Bodie.
Cedar and Bodie Lee Jones, saw them floating around the contest side earlier.
Top names coming up. And True Starling taking on a sister. The sister act.
Yeah, True. As
1
well
and 2.
as we've got Annie Dos Santos. She had a really good opening heat. And here we see Jacko Baker up and riding in the red. Pumps down the line, generates some speed up and over the first section. Does well to get around it and goes to rail. Opens up the wings. Once again, here we go, putting the foot down, spraying a little bit more what we're used to from Jacko, and closes out that one. So tight, high and sharp competition surfing from the Novocastrian. Wait to see if he improves on the situation. Just over 5 minutes on the clock. You're shaking your head back and forth.
I just love the power. Look at the replay, Fresh Air broadcast. There's the carve, stays in the pocket. Look at this, reads it well. And then out of that turn, he just jams that turn. And then there's the power kick for the boom, the crash, the opera. Stand by for that score.
Yeah, and has improved his situation. It looks like it's locked on in as 6.33. So it throws away his 5.33, increases the lead. Duke now needs a 5.77 and Harry a 6.34. Here we go. Harry Phillips up and running. Looks like under priority too. He opens up the wings. Small looking wave. He's going to have to work to get through. And fits in a nice tight 3-turn combo on the forehand. That was not what I was expecting from what that wave was offering him. But he's manufactured maybe.
Yeah, 3 turns.
Cool.
A bit smaller. But what does he need? Think about that other one. Jackson Baker's 6.33. I don't think that's going to be a 6.34, but stand by. It's going to come close. Was a smaller wave. Just needs that bigger wave. It's not about how many turns. It's what he does in those turns. And there it is. It's just going to come under a 5.07.
You can
So
see
it's all
Duke.
about comparison. Duke was like, tactical error. But he will hear the score from our beach commentators. And I tell you what, they are legends down there as well. As with the Water Patrol, as you see, keeping it safe. And here's Harry Phillips. Just found another one. Well, under the nose of the other 2 surfers. and he's feeling it. He knows he needs to manufacture a good score in the 6.34 range, and it could be 2 vertical turns, but with 3 minutes and 40, we'll need to sell a lemon wave to the other surfers, or really just come out of the gates and go ham with a nice air rev or something innovative.
Gee, that's an amount of water that they're throwing off their rails out there. I find that's just so impressive, that how much speed that they're able to generate. And what we heard Boom speaking about earlier too was it's a lot flatter and softer than what it looks like across the screen. So be able to generate that much.
Yeah, that one, 2 turns, and he got more. 5.93's just posted for Harry Phillips, so he nearly got it done with that last one. A bit more vertical and a bit more risk to get the bisque.
Well, yeah, and look how close that second and third scoreline is. 3 minutes on the clock, 11.5 and 11.1 between second and third. So Harry still has to post the 5.58. Has to be pretty much similar to his last wave. Like Crispy said, the 5.93 needs a little bit more risk involved. So perhaps a steeper section and a little bit more on offer if he wants to post up towards that 6 or 7 range and get himself back into the running. Jacko sitting out in front still in the red, and you can see, look how much water's still moving around up and down the contest bank here. Jacko up and riding.
Yeah, heat leader, nice little selection with priority, nice little tag again, and again so sharp in his surfing. Clinical, does the old Larry layback, and he comes off. So this is important for Duke. He's given up priority, he selected this one, and looks like he's behind the carriage, but he manages to weave around, get some speed, and then jam that last pocket. So Harry Phillips, keys on the table to the next one. 2 minutes to select with priority, a good wave, maybe get those 2-turn combo he just done, or the 3-turner. Just needs the wave, needs to compose, and this is where the pressure cooker, it's either going to deliver goodness or it's going to rattle the cage with nerves. So here we go, live replay. Jackson Baker from Newcastle. Great little jam, just comes off, and then yellow. And with a set coming through, you've got to make the decision. Do you want to take the wave, or do you want to let the wave roll and let the other surfers maybe get the score on that wave? So pulled the trigger, and there is white. Time the enemy, 1.5 minutes. Co-commentator Jess Grimwood from North Shelley. What's some of your favourite waves at North Shelley? Just quickly, Jess.
Oh, I can't say.
Oh,
it's hard to say across the...
Okay, don't tell me about... You might crack your neck. You might soldier on. You might see a pelican. Yeah.
No, actually...
Love it.
I'm out of the water at the moment, and I feel like I have to log a rescue, and generally we've been focusing on with Surfers 24/7 Rescue the stories of us rescuing people, but I actually was rescued. I have a rescue to log where I was the victim of the rescuee, and the rescuer took me from the rip at North Shelley. I wasn't wearing a leg rope. I got injured, and then I got pulled out in the rip, and then he scooped me up, luckily. One of the older boys there, Robbo, hats off, Wanger and Robbo, and they scooped me up and paddled me back to the beach and then carried me up the North Shelley stairs. So I got to log that as a rescuee rather than a rescuer. Of course, Surfers Rescue 24/7.
That's right, and as Starkey would say, one of those crucible moments where you're thankful and you're back. And here we go, Harry Phillips pulling the trigger with priority. There was only 10 seconds to go. Will this provide? He's got to go to the air, do something to get that big score. And well, he will run out of time, and so Jackson Baker will take a win. Again, quick start, composure, speed, power, flow. He was on the tear on that one. Duke Kelleher, a great mature hold of second position into the next round of 32. Well, we will come back shortly after a break. This is the Oz Open here at Port Macquarie. The New South Wales Open of Surfing. We'll be back to you shortly. We'll hear from our sponsors. See you soon.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile she's on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And we do love New South Wales, and welcome back. We love Port Macquarie because this is day one of the Australian Open of Surfing. And we are stop number 2, $7,000 for prize money. 7 events, 42k. And my name's Crispy, and I'm joined with me in the co-box, well, Jess Grimwood. Great to be here, and onshore's up, mid-tide's here, but the athletes are best in Australia, in the region, and also in the state here at New South Wales, doing battle to make the final and share $7,000 shared in male and female. It's not even a word now. We don't share it. 7k for the girls, 7k's for the boys. Boom.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to have this series kicking off. We did start our series in Cronulla here. We started just down to the south of Port Macquarie, so a couple of hours south on the eastern suburbs of Sydney City, and that was an incredible kickoff to the New South Wales instalment of the series. And like you said, $7,000 prize pool on the line for the men's and the women's, $1,500 for the winner. We've heard a lot of these competitors crossing over between working in their careers and trying to push their professional surfing career into that next level where they can move away from working or labouring or whatever it is they're doing on the
surf
side.
school, surf shop, coaching, mentoring.
So it'd be great to see them pick up $1,500 for the purse and be able to put that back into surfing. At the moment, you can see Ethan Archie up and riding in the red. He's been out in action a few times this morning. I've seen him take to the water for the free surf. Looking like he's just kind of dialing into the situation. Nothing too critical, but getting the ball rolling. That's Ben Penny on the screen in the blue. He's an absolute character, of course, around the contest scenes. And Shane Cadden's out there in the white along with Sean Cummins in the yellow. So this is heat number 14. We are rolling all the way through to 16 for the Open Men's round 1. And there's already been some top-tiered surfing on offer here. And here we go. Sean Cummings, not going to waste any time. Gets going on the backhand for his second ride. And tricky little windy conditions this afternoon. The contest bank is a beautiful setup. There's great sand. And there we go. Ben Penny up and riding. Drops the wallet. Nice stylish layback to open up. Connects with the second section. Goes for the wrap. Looking very smooth and cash out there. Some good surfing for him.
Yeah, definitely. A nice bit of variety. You know, judges don't want to see the same manoeuvre, say same cutback. They want to see variety. They also want to see spice. They want to see vertical turns, all done with speed, power, flow, and then, you know, stomp your turn, get that execution, and then you're looking for a good score. And it's not my words, it's the judges' rulebook there, Jess Grimwood.
It is straight from the rulebook, and we can see the first few scores coming on in for the fellas. Looks like Ethan a 3.67. Ben Penny a 4.17, and Sean Cummings has a 2.83 and a 2.17. So still plenty of space for them to open up with the spice and the speed, power, flow. Like you say, Crispy, it's very important ingredients here. And all I can think about at the moment is the red rashies that have been progressing through and putting on those performances. Like
seeded surfers like Kalani Ball number 1 coming from the fresh win. And then also, look at next, talking about seeded rashies, because I think we're going to see a change. But the winner of last heat, well, we're donning the mo and stripping in the gym with the man Tripaz. Jacko Baker, congratulations on a win, champ.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's good to get the rashi back on. Feels weird.
Yeah, how long since a contest? Since March, was it, at Boomerang?
My last... Yeah, we had a local comp at home in the Matara. That was the other week, so that was... Yeah, that was the first time, but yeah, since Manly, it's been a fair while, eh? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm just here with Jess Grimwood. It's Crispy. Hey, talk to us about how many times you've been training with Tripaz and what's changed for you these last 8-9 months, buddy.
Going from travelling pretty much every week, every month, kind of thing, getting on and off planes to working 4 or 5 days a week and going to the gym. Gym regime's the same, but it's definitely weird going into training not coming off like 8 hours of surfing rather than like 8 or 10 hours of work. So it's kind of harder to get motivated, but you feel really good when you leave, and you're actually more. I think I'm more driven now, and I know how much I want it more now, with the hard work that has to be put in, not just the surfing side, with actually life in general as well.
Yeah, that's well said there, Jacko. And there's always been a few moments, you know, a few challenges like with COVID and family and just relationships that are gone. What are some of your supporting networks you got down there in Newey?
Well, to start with, Tripaz, just as a trainer and like a best mate as well. Like, it's good to have someone that you can train with and they're hard on you. But then when it comes to, as soon as we're done in the gym, your mates again kind of thing. So that's a really cool relationship I got there. Got my girlfriend, her family, my dad, my sister, my family. So I just got a good network of just family and friends. Just the local board riders as well. Merrill the board riders. I think most board riders could say the same. But just the community, everyone rounds together, and everyone's just always asking how you are, even if nothing's going on, just to know that you're doing all right and everyone's doing all right, and everyone catches up for a beer, and it's just a good community to be a part of.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well said. Hey, talk to us quickly. Who are you looking forward to at the ABB as well with Merriweather? Are you looking forward to a big 2021?
Yeah, it should be sick. It'll be a pretty good team. I don't know how many opens you get, 1 or 2. I mean 2 or 3. So I'd say Ryan and Morgan to be the first 2 picks.
Yeah.
But I mean,
you're not over 35 yet, are you?
No, I can.
And you're not a junior.
Oh no, I'm losing my hair up here, so I could maybe get there in the Mo, maybe. But no, we got like Mitchell Ross, or I think even Travis Lynch might be coming in, or even Louis Egan could get the Rashi back on. I'm kind of stoked just to kind of sit and watch and be first reserve and just enjoy it. And if I get the call up, I get the call up. But I actually find it more nerve-wracking watching and more being a part of like the coaching side, helping the team like with strategies, than actually having to do the job itself.
Well, you're getting it done. And the last thing, just with the contest, what does the Australian Open of Surfing mean to you? This Port Macquarie one, and you're going to Coffs and the rest of the instalments. What does it mean?
When I first saw him pop back up, I was just frothing to see some events back up. Not so much just for myself, but for the younger kids coming up as well. Like, I mean, it's kind of nice for us older boys that have been doing the QE and grinding for so long to kind of have a break. But for the younger kids coming up, you kind of want to keep that momentum going. And it's good that you got pretty much the best Australian QS surfers in town for most of the events, and you got the up and coming kids. Like, it's good to test yourself. Like, I mean, watching a couple of heats this morning, there was kids that were ripping that I've never even heard of before. So it's like a new generation coming up, and it's cool to see.
Well, you're inspiring, and you're all the way through the next round. Hey, look out for Darren O'Rafferty. He's in yellow with versus Harley Ross. They're up next. So
I'm excited to watch that one. I've had some heaps against Daz, and he's paddled up my back multiple times, but still good friends at the end of the day. So that's what it's all about. Young versus old.
Well done, Jacko. We'll catch
later.
you at the back end. Thanks, legend.
Well done, Jacko.
Woo. See ya.
Wow, what a legend. Great to hear. Just honest. I love just different, honest stuff that you don't know about. Not just the stock standard. How do you feel?
Yeah, he's so honest, and one of those guys, very straight up and down, really passionate surfer, really incredible, obviously, role model for those younger boys as well, coming up, especially in the Newcastle region. And I did see Jacko actually floating around in a delivery truck in this COVID time. So I think that's what he's talking about, having to go back to the tools or go back to the job, and then realising how much you want your professional surfing career to take off, because it's literally a difference between, you know, ending up working, you know, a normal job versus having this lifestyle, being able to travel on the surfing circuit. And here we see Ethan, current heat leader, throws it away.
Yeah, that wind of change is coming through, low tide. Look at that, just coming out of the river here at Town Beach. Situation update in the Open Men Heat 14. Halfway mark, Ethan Hartke in the lead, 894 combo. Ben Penny, your pick. Well, he's picking up some good coins, a 797. Sean Cummings, a 5 combo. And Shane Cadden, I think he's got a dot mark next to him. He hasn't turned up, or he just needs a wave.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's sitting out there. We haven't seen the white Rashi on any of the competitors, so possibly not in the lineup at the moment. As you can see, there's the water safety cruising on.
Yeah, Planko and the crew, and a big shout out to the Port Macquarie Council. And we've got our COVID safe Rowan from Surfing New South Wales with our COVID safe event, again working in close with the New South Wales government. Check it out online as well with our safety plan, and you can also go through to the connection with Surfers Rescue 24/7.
Yeah, and they've got such a great vibe going on here, the work crew of course, living pretty much part of that dreamy lifestyle as well. So the athletes obviously turning up to compete, but these work crew down here, same time in the morning, getting dialed into the conditions, able to soak up the sun and the beach and really enjoying this Port Macquarie installment of the series. Like Christy was saying, $7,000 for the men and the women, $1,500 for first place on the line. It is a massive boost back into professional surfing and back into New South Wales and Australian competition surfing underway. Here we go. Current heat leader, Ethan. He's been able to get himself into plenty of opportunity. However, he hasn't really capitalised on too much yet. He's still out in the lead, however. Just over 8 minutes on the clock. Coming up heat number 15 will be Harley Ross, Lucas Pearce and Darren O'Rafferty. So another great matchup, as we heard Jacko speaking about that opportunity for younger guys to get up and going in their competition surfing, and the chance for the older guys and maybe who we would consider as veterans, you know, getting to measure up against the young guys and their excitement and level of energy in the water.
Quick shout out, Mick O'Rafferty, super coach, HPC. He's barracking for Sean Cummings, currently in third position. So Raf he's working the tools today at the HPC. So Sean needs a 515, and he's one of the locals. As with his brother up next, he'll be barracking for his brother. And Miko, you should see him. He's coming back from injury, from a back injury, nasty one. You know, tweaking the old spine, but he's dangerously good. He got to the state in the Aussies last year, and he could have taken the final in D-bar about 4 to 6 feet, and he'll be back with vengeance as well with his injury. A lot of people getting injuries, but it's how you come back is really the proof in the pudding. And as we see with Ethan Hartke in the lead, just going through the motions, getting it done, maintaining that lead. And also, did you get to see Samba Man in his heat before?
Yeah, I did see Samba.
He is, I love seeing Samba. I saw him after his heat, and, you know, where'd I come? And I'm like, liveheats.com, you just got missed, and, mate, he was frothing. He goes, I'm having a fourth kid. I love Port Macquarie. I've moved here now. He'll be back.
He's full froth mode all the time.
He
I
is.
feel
And
like
when the
he's either
swell's up, and when he's had his 4-shot coffees in the morning, Samba is on.
He's on. He's such high level energy too. And,
Yeah. And something that's on tonight, ghost.road.com, the Lake Cat Eye Tavern Ocean. Check it out. Saturday the 14th of November tonight, 7 o'clock, the Ghost Road. You want to hang and sing and drink a beer with Samba, head on there, the Ghost Road on tonight.
I heard it might already have been sold out.
Samba, get me a ticket.
Word on the street.
Me and a wife.
Yeah, I heard it may have already reached COVID capacity. Obviously, they have those reduced numbers, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But everyone.
So you're denying me entry?
No, I'm just saying be prepared to be denied or having to flex your surf muscle.
Here it is. Well, talking about Sean Cummings, well, going for the barrel on that one, just flat. You can see the change in the wind. Look at the A-frame. So it does, Hutto was saying, local surf school, it does get better with the low tide. We will see improvement. Change in the wind, change in the swell from northeast, coming around from the east-southeast. Already see the change with that tide. And Sean Cummings just getting caught behind on that one, so that won't be the score in the last quarter. 5 minutes remaining. In your contest career too on the QS, Jess, as we see Ben Penny stamping second, what are you looking to do, whether you're in the lead or second in the 5 minute mark? What's going through your mind?
Oh, Crispy, it's been a while since I've had the serious contest Rashi on, but I know going into it, especially just being able to listen to the post-heat interviews with all the winners over the last few months, I think going into that point, I'd be thinking if I need a score and it's not up in that excellent range, I'm just waiting for an opportunity to open up the rail and probably get the 2-turn combo in, probably most likely for me on my back end. But yeah, 5 minutes is a long time in a heat. You could even, there's two mindsets going into that. You could just get really busy and just get into anything, the next thing that comes along, and just get the ball rolling a bit more and get the momentum in your corner. Or you can sit there and wait for that score, and as long as you're not going to crumble under the pressure, just try and post something even better than, you know, what you, 5 or 6 if you need to get back into the game. You're just going to be sitting there waiting for a 7 or an 8. But I'll tell you what, it's been a long time since I've been in a contest, Rashi, seriously. And it's it's sometimes really easy to see what goes wrong from this perspective. I think watching online as well. So for parents and friends and supporters of surfers,
the beach
it's so
view.
easy to see from the beach what they've done wrong or what they're doing wrong. And when you're out there and you have the pressure of the contest rashing on your shoulders and you can hear the beach announcer and the hooters are going off and the other competitors all have a different plan, it's really, really easy to get lost and to be confused with what move to make next and to feel like there's still ample time on the heat clock, because, you know, 3 minutes in a heat is a huge amount of time. And if you I'm sure run similar drills, but I did a few drills with BL back in the day where you caught it didn't matter what type of wave it was, you caught as many waves as you possibly could in 2 minutes, just to prove to you that you could literally get 6-7 waves in 2 minutes.
Totally, totally agree. There's times if you don't get waves, it's that simple. You don't get scores, so you can hold priority for 20 minutes. I once in a comp held priority for 18 minutes because I was waiting for the perfect wave. It never came.
Oh.
And I let go of lots of waves that could have got me through.
That's such a hard one.
And that's it. I've learned it also as a master athlete and just doing contests. And I'm more of a free surfer. Love the waves, single fin, shortboard, riding nice slabs and barrels with the family and friends. But I tell you what, when you experience it, it does actually give you that extra momentum to bring to your coaching table. Learning about the gym, learning about ASCA, learning about trampolining, or different connections that transfer that mind, body, spirit to make them a holistic, better athlete, and to transfer that over to your athletes as well. Let them experience it.
Well, that's what makes the best coaches, right? I'd find it hard as a competitor to be sitting there with a coach who's never surfed a heat in their life and have them telling me about how I need to improve my situation when I feel like that they don't understand that unique pressure that you have when you as soon as you put on a contest jersey. So I think that really makes for really great coaches and for obviously better competitors if you can take that knowledge and that lived experience into your career. And we see at the moment, I think it is Mr. Ben Penny out into the lead over Ethan Hartshee. Let's have a look of the live updates of the scores. There's just over a minute on the clock. It is heat number 14. See maybe a little bit of cloud making its way over. We're of course into the Australian Open of Surfing now in the back half of the 2020 season here in Australia. We've got a huge big schedule on the line and we go to plenty more amazing destinations just like this one, Port Macquarie New South Wales Open out in action. This is day number 1. Tomorrow, another beautiful looking day weather-wise on the cards. We have probably similar conditions. I think the contest was potentially going to be moved up or down.
Yeah, definitely.
The
Yeah,
coast.
we've got Coffs Harbour in 2 weeks, and then Kiama, far south coast. So check it out, www.surfingnewsouthwales.com. Another thing to check out, Port Macquarie Council, such a beautiful place as we've got a bit of quietness, but get a few shots of the beautiful skate park at Town Beach. And don't forget, wander the breakwall down to the little shack for fish tacos. Also a beautiful view of our beautiful place here at Town Beach.
Plenty of water moving through the
Look
lineup
at the
too.
low tide. I'll tell you what,
Raging.
You could like put a stick there. Remember you used to do that when the pouring rain in the river?
The boat races.
The boat races in the gutter.
Yeah, there's plenty of water moving around out here. And here we go, you can see...
Yeah, nice little pan there, look at
view.
Just enjoying the view, and right up there, fish tacos. See the Point Cafe. Don't forget, if you're heading out to the stunning drive at the hinterland, the trees are so tall, it's the rolling green hills. And I think that is a wrap for our action. And winner of that heat, Ben Penny.
Yeah, it looks like Ben moving on through, so stick with us. We've got plenty more live action coming up after the break. We will just take a quick moment to take our hats off to the sponsors. We're coming up with live action from New South Wales Port Macquarie Open here as part of the Australian Open of Surfing. See you soon.
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble. or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
And welcome back. Live action here from the Australian Open of Surfing. Port Macquarie New South Wales Open well underway. We do have heat number 15. Darren O'Rafferty up and riding there in the yellow jersey. Lucas Pearce out there in the white, and Harley Ross is in the red. We'll cross on over to last heat's heat winner, Ben Penny. Congratulations, Mr. Penny.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And Crispy joining me here in the booth. And that heat looked pretty tricky with the conditions. Talk us through what was going on out there.
Yeah, it was actually pretty slow. I was watching a few heats like prior, and they were kind of consistent. Waves looked small but fun, but it just stopped as soon as the hooter went. So I don't know, it goes like that sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, you're looking pretty casual and calm and collected. What's been the off-season program for you coming into the start of the Australian leg here?
Not a whole lot. Surfing when I can. I've been working a fair bit, so just getting out in the afternoons. And I don't know, I was a little bit nervous at the start of the heat, but I don't know, it came good in the end. Somehow I got the win.
Yeah, you took the win. You did look pretty calm and collected to us here on the screen, so great performance from you. Any change-up going into round number 2? Of course, you guys have got a pretty stacked heat draw, I feel like, for all these Australian Open surfing events. They seem like top-tiered QS events.
Yeah.
Is that something that plays on your mind and changes up the mindset going into those next few rounds?
Maybe. I'll probably just keep doing what I'm doing, try and have some fun with it. Not taking it crazy serious. I just want to enjoy some heats and put some good surfing together. So try to do that.
Great. Well, it's great to see you back into competition action. You're a great character around the competition scene, so no doubt we'll be catching up with you after your next heat win.
Perfect. Thank you.
Congrats. That is Ben Penny taking out the last heat, and straight back into the action in the water. Heat number 15, second last heat for the men's. Darren O'Rafferty found himself in the lead with, I think, 2 opening scores on the board already. Harley Ross is in second position, equal second with Lucas, because those guys just patiently waiting to open up. And let's have a look. If you are following on the scores, liveheats.com. Open men's round 15. Here we go. Last wave for Darren was a 5.83. So just a 0.67 throwaway. And here we go. Harley Ross.
Yeah, I love Harley Ross taking off. He is the king of speed, and just watch this rail turn and power as well. The junior becomes a man, and he just waited patiently, and 0 scores yet, but that is his first wave. Strikes a blow back. He's got a big heat. Darren O'Raff, former tour specialist. Miko Raff is watching and listening, so yeah, Miko, great to have you there. Super coach from Cabarita Way, and also he's a lifeguard here, Darren O'Raff, so and a former boat salesman for Miko Raff. So all the things that they've done, Rip Curl manager, and that is Harley Ross on the replay screen. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast. And well, nice 2 tags, and then wraps that one around. So strong, so controlled, and that is kickstart for the man in red in his reply. And there it is, 1 wave, 7.5, worth the wait, Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, definitely. You always have such a good analogy of Harley surfing, and he's incredible. He kind of comes across so calm and like he's executing these turns effortlessly, but so much speed and so critical. I found that second turn for him really nice. So yeah, easily well deserved, 7.50. Lucas, that 517 opening wave for him, and a 333 as the backup. So he's out in the lead at the moment in the white. Darren O'Rafferty, I remember Darren being all over those fold-out posters back in the day in Trax Mags.
Yep,
and
just
waves.
open them up, and there's Darren O'Rafferty.
Yeah, so here's another perfect example of the opportunity of these super experienced competitors and just such big names in the history of Australian surfing coming up against these younger guys that really have to step it up. And these older guys, although they've probably not surfed as many priority heats as maybe Harley and Lucas, they're still just incredible competitors. Their level of aggressiveness in the competition jersey, or at least finesse in the jersey, is unrivaled, I think.
Well, like we heard with the Gary Greens of Cronulla, their man-on-man heats came when they got to the quarterfinals, so they had to get the dangle, the carrot, get to the quarters to get the man-on-man, whether it was Reunion Island or Grudgigan back in the day on tour for the tour grind for Darren O'Rafferty. But, well, experience will pay off. He's currently in third, and his best wave, he only needs a small score to move to second, but Harley Ross holds a 7.5, so this is going to be game on for Heat 15. So Lucas P's a 517 in the lead and a 333 with priority. Harley Ross, 1 wave, he's got third priority, has a 7.5. Best wave of the heat. Second best wave of the heat is Darren O'Raff. He will not move with a bad wave or with a wave that's steep with a nice coping. He will tear the bag and execute a great 1 wave combo and probably post a 5 or a 6.
Yeah. And
lots of waves to skin the cat.
So very many ways to skin
many
the cat.
Waves.
And if you just have a look, just throw in Darren O'Rafferty. If he's a fresh name across the broadcast to you, have a look at how deep his history of surfing career goes. He's just an incredible surfer and generally just pumping waves across the images. If you just chuck his name in Google, he's always seems to be in the barrel, and here he goes up and riding.
Yeah, with priority. Yeah, just found that one, that first turn, Jess, and then again just executes that really relentless. He just perfect timing and execution with his turns, timed well, and bang. And he took that with priority. That's why White had to pull back, because he had second priority. So utilises priority. He's done his homework.
Yeah, geez, that was a nice display of prowess. He looked a little bit Kelly Slater-esque there to me. Maybe the similar style surfboard and just that really mature surfing. Didn't rush anything in between. No pumps. Here we go. Flexes priority over Lucas. Up and riding. Beautiful first turn setup. Up and over that section. Here's the money turn. Really nice bit of spray flying off the back too. And smooth rail wrap. Up and over the foam again to close that one out. Earns himself a pretty decent score and puts him into the lead. I'm waiting to see the update on live heats, but exact example of what we're speaking about, that experience in competition, 7.37.
I love the way he knew he had priority, saw it on the judges. You got it on the judges' booth, left to right, first priority with the colour. You hear it. He knew it, didn't even look. It was no question. He just committed to that wave. And talking about commitment, this is Harley Ross in third, but has the best wave of the heat. And there is a situation change. Darren O'Raft goes to the lead. So this will be Harley Ross flying back into contention for the next round in the back end of this round 1. Heat 15. Up next, Jess, the last heat we have up next.
We'll see heat number 16 of the Open Men's round 1 in the water for this Port Macquarie Open. As part of the Australian Open of Surfing, Jamie Thompson from Narrabeen will be in the red. Kobe Clements will be out there in the white, and Drew Connell will be in the yellow. There's some of the local bodyboarding community there. You can see
Yeah, a
how
lot of
much
bodyboarders. They used to come down the Cronulla from Port, another hub of bodyboarding. And then they'd come down, and they love the slabs around here.
Mm.
And the slabs down south at yours. They like hitting the zone.
Yeah, there's plenty of
It's
little
funny.
sneaky slabs up and down the
I
coast.
saw the headlands. A shout out to Headlands boarders. They were at Shelley Beach the other day in 1 foot nor'east, just slop. And I loved the different community, but they were having fun.
Mm.
And that's what I love about the different disciplines. Surfing in Australia. That's
Yeah.
the key.
There's so much opportunity growing up here. We just are so lucky to be in such a wave-rich environment. Like you said, there's just waves. Every stop that we go on for this Australian Open series, we'll see that there are waves to the left and the right, 20 or 30 waves within a couple of kilometres. And it's just anything from slabs to points to little beachies to anything you can imagine. So it's just an incredible part of New South Wales to be in. And I think it's just a no-brainer to be put on a series stop like we are. And we are in Port Macquarie at the moment. Coming up next, we will be going to Kiama, I believe, for the next event next weekend.
Yep.
And then we'll follow that up with Coffs Harbour.
I'll be at Coffs.
Yeah, and then the South Coast, and then Narrabeen.
Quick
Okay.
shout out. Guess who's getting married next week? That's why I'm not at Coma. Steph Single and Connor O'Reary.
Ah,
Cronulla
congratulations.
meets us Lennox. Yeah.
It's a beautiful
It's
union.
going to be amazing.
Two good surfers as well. Pretty good.
Yeah, Steph on the QS grind meets the Nulla lad, who's the new resident just over the hill. So congratulations to them in their wedding. Beautiful weather, and they'll have the best day of their life in their wedding union.
Will you be the celebrant?
I will
for the
be
ceremony?
part of the ceremony with one of the pastors, so the surfing chaplain, just doing the MC. That's why they call me Michael Crisp. I was born to MC. All right, back to the action. Harley Ross in the lead. That last wave, an excellent digit at 8.33. And like we said, there's no mistake that S is such a key. Speed, power, then flow. It's not speed, power, style like it used to be.
Mm.
SPS, it's SPF as we said, and Harley Ross is the description of that. He just painted a pretty picture. Nice set, nice vertical turns every moment with class, and then the execution of the last turn, 8.33 and a 7.5. So painting a beautiful picture of a combo. Darren O'Raff, 7.37 that last one. So Lucas Pease, he needs an 8.04. He's in third. Excellent score to stay alive into round number 2 this afternoon. I think we're going to run 4 heats of the girls, the quarterfinal, and then 4 heats of the boys. Stand by for that action on day 1. But up right now, 6 minutes remaining. Harley Ross in the driver's seat. Darren O'Raff, former tour veteran and surfer and super lifeguard, in second. And Lucas Pease in white, needing the excellent wave, and with, well, will he bring out the air game and a nice little finish? That would be something like in the excellent range, Jess.
Yeah, I think he might start going to the air or trying to find the launch pad as that clock ticks away against him. I think he's got a nice compressed style. He does like the launch pad. We've seen him across a few of the events so far. So wait to see what happens in the next 5 and a bit minutes for him. As he said, we're going on into the final heat of the Open Men's Round 1. And we'll switch back on over into the women's quarterfinals. We'll see some pretty serious names QS-wise coming to play for the ladies' draw. And I know these conditions particularly suited to a lot of these younger QS warriors. Cedalee Jones, Carly Shanahan, Miss Freya Prum, and Molly Picklum, the top seeded surfers going into the next round for the women. So they'll all be out there in the red rashies in their respective heats. And I just think these conditions for those ladies really suit them. I think they are really, really polished in, I guess, what some would consider junky beachy conditions as we go into the afternoon of surfing.
Yeah, definitely their small wave prowess, contest experience, junior, pro juniors, QS. A lot of those girls coming through the QS last year, but one thing they are going against Freya Prum, and she can be dangerous from Marimbula, especially when it's bigger. So it'd be good to see Freya because she has changed up her equipment, and she's got a partner as well, super coach and super legend. I love when they just band together. They're in such a good place, and it's like when you get all those moments in synergy, that's where the magic moments happen.
Mm.
Love it.
Yeah, Paddy's really good. He's always down here. And there are another couple of surfers that are absolutely just frothing out so hard at every event. Kind of like Samba too. Just that full level intensity. And all they want to do is be in the water all day. They're just hunting down the best conditions throughout the day and surfing 2 or 3 times. Even during their heat days, like their contest days. So just
Yep.
so psyched to be a part of
And still a
competition
part
surfing.
of it. And we talked about, I think you said before, about what BL was teaching you. One thing from an MR camp, so 4 times world champion, still passing it on, Mark Richards. I never forget when he talked to all the young emerging talent at a camp at the HPC, he would say, when I would win, put my rashi on, I'd paddle out first, take the inside first, be on the first wave. There's 3 wins. And he would just get waves, waves, waves. And, well, I'm like, that is gold nuggies from the 4-time world champion. Yeah, the criteria's changed, but it hasn't changed that much.
That's really
Top 2 waves.
Using the momentum that you create for yourself. Here's one person that's created a bit of momentum. Great looking wave for him. Opens up with already 3 big face slashes, and that's just such tight surfing from the veteran, Darren O'Rafferty. He's looking to replace his second wave score at the moment of 5.83, and I think that was a really nice wave choice and use of his priority.
Well, it was a nice peeler. It probably was about 4 foot when he took off, but because he just blew chunks out of it, it turned into a 1 foot wave at the end.
Here's the replay.
No, it is 1.5 foot to 2 foot, but that is Darren O'Rafferty just on a reeler, and that low tide's really coming into play. And look at him stay in the pocket and just know when to go and when to kick out. That's also a smart move and contest savvy. Holding second position and putting the pressure on this surfer Luca Pease, who needs a wave, needs an excellent score. 2 minutes remaining.
So he has increased the pressure. Last wave for Darren,
Wow.
6.57. So Lucas now looking for an 8.78. That last wave for Yellow going into the top 2. His second best wave so far. Best ride on the board is 7.37. It's a high scoring heat. Crispy Harley Ross, look at that, 15.83. Darren, a 13.94. So pretty high scoring heat. We've seen this throughout the first rounds. Just such impressive surfing from the men.
I think it's going to be a 5-man final because you threw in Kawana in your pick. I'm throwing in also Darren O'Rafferty and Harley Ross. It's like I've got a 6-man final.
We completely forgot about Sheldon Sinkus as well.
I know. Good old Shelley. It was great to see him. Him and Samba are like, we haven't been in the heat together for years.
Yeah.
It was so cool. And Cooper Chapman you'll hear from next. He's on the webcast. He's, taking off the rashi. And he's got some goodness.
He had a high energy heat too.
Yeah.
He was looking very psyched out there, very excited to be in the water.
And his sleds too. I loved his little post-heat interview. He was just frothing. Great sleds and great value add here in the contest. And day 1 of the 2-day event, you are watching, listening to the Australian Open here at Port Macquarie. Jess Grimwood and myself, Crispy, will be dropping out. I might go for a swim as well. The water's about 19, 20 degrees.
It's fresh.
Fresh.
It is fresh. So with 45 seconds on the clock, Lucas, you can see him hunting down the lineup out there. He keeps looking towards the priority board, keeping a close eye. He doesn't want to give away the opportunity, but he's going to need to pull the trigger very shortly. He needs a near perfect, pretty much looking for a 9-point ride now. Time's against him, 30 seconds on the clock. He shifts towards the north of the takeoff zone. He's going to need to find himself an opportunity. Harley Ross and Darren have been completely informed so far.
Clinical is the word when I think of it, and this is the last roll of the dice. So he's going to have to go to the air or just do some really powerful turns, and that would be a paddle. So Harley Ross Webster on the best waves, and remember he started slow. He's taken a win. Darren O'Rafferty turned every wave into something average, into something good. So great surfing from former tour veteran. He moves on through. And Heat 16 about to start. We're going to go to a commercial break. This is the Oz Open here at Port Macquarie. Day number 1. We'll be back after a break from here from our sponsors. Talk to you soon.
I dreamed, tired dreams. The lucky train is pounding.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And here we are, live action, back into things for this afternoon. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. We are into the final heat of the Open Men's Round 1, heat number 16 in the water. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined again by competitor and Superman on the mic, Cooper Chapman. Welcome back.
Good to be back in here. It's nice to have a couple heats out of the booth, a little heat out there in the ocean, and yeah, back in here now. It should be a good heat. Looking forward to watching this one with Jamie Thompson, Kobe Clements, and Drew Kernell. Jamie and Kobe, both a couple groms from the Northern Beaches that I've actually coached over the years, so it's nice to see the boys stepping up and having a huge turn there for Jamie to finish. Jamie's come a long way the last couple of years. It's been awesome to watch his progression. He's been a good friend of mine from North Narrabeen as well, surfing very well. Won the under-18 Australian title a couple of years ago, which was a big accolade for him to gather under his cap. And yeah, stepping up now. Hopefully see him on the QS next year. But yeah, competing here today at the Port Macquarie Surfing New South Wales Australian Open of Surfing event. And yeah, great start there, 6.83 for Jamie Thompson.
Yeah, that shot's fired, I reckon. I feel like Jamie is one of those guys, he's either really, really on or he's completely not feeling the vibe at all. And I feel like that turn and this wave combo, nice wrap right in front of the face of his competitors to open up. Just a few little rebounds, sets up. This is the real money turn here. Explosive, big up into the lip, throws plenty of spray and looks really confident on his feet. So 6.83 for him. Drew Kernell, maybe a local lad out there in the yellow. One of the younger Roms getting the opportunity to step up into this top-seeded QS style event. And just over 16 minutes on the clock. Opening ride for Kobe, 4.17, so 0.67 and a 3.5. So currently now in third. Opening ride for Drew was a 3.30. And here we go. Last heat's heat winner, Harley Ross. Congratulations, Harley.
Thank you. Cheers.
And looking really sharp and dialed in out there in the conditions, obviously deteriorating in the afternoon due to the wind. What was the mindset going into that first round heat for you?
Well, I just thought it was like little right, and it looked really slow, so I was like, pretty much just wanted to wait for two waves that I knew were going to be scores, and I ended up being my very first two waves, and I was going to sit a bit wider under priority, but I never really didn't really have priority and needed a score, so I kind of got lucky with my first two waves.
Yeah, well, that was an incredible performance of you. Obviously coming up against what we would consider a veteran, Darren O'Rafferty. Do you remember him coming up through his career as a Grom?
Actually, to be honest, not really.
Yeah.
I'm pretty bad though at recognizing people's names and faces. I've definitely watched him surf before, and he surfs really good, so I was happy to beat him.
Yeah, he's a solid competitor as well, but it's great to see you notch another heat win. Are you looking to follow this Australian Open of Surfing series up and down the coast over the next 2 months?
Yeah, I don't think I'll go to Coffs Harbour, but I'll definitely go down to Kiama and obviously the Northern Beaches because that's where I live. So yeah, I'll do those two, but maybe not Coffs Harbour just because I got work on and stuff now.
So obviously many of the other competitors having to work as well to fund their surfing careers. What are we hoping to see from you coming into this 2021 season of qualifying series surfing?
Well, hopefully just get myself into those Challenger Series events and then just have a good crack at the tour. But yeah, at the moment it's just get myself ready for the QS, which is what these comps are kind of about for me, and then hopefully get into the Challenger Series and then have a crack at the CT.
Well, incredible performance from you. I know Crispy says that you're pretty much the fastest competitor he sees across the draws. So good luck going into the next round for the Formula One surfing.
Cheers, Crispy.
And we'll see you probably for another post-heat interview not too long.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
All right, cheers. Congratulations, Harley.
Thank you. So.
And at the moment, it is Jamie Thompson out in the lead of the final heat of the men's opening round. We do have the women's quarterfinals coming up next in the draw. Will be Cedar Lee Jones, Sasha Baker, Annie Dos Santos, and Imogen Unfield. And good little afternoon of surfing on the card still. It is great to be, and the second instalment here for the New South Wales events, of course, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. We can see massive rip just raging out there. And Cooper, I was lucky enough to watch your heat in the water. You looked really excited to be on the board. You had a lot of energy going on out there.
Yeah, I mean, I felt good when I was on the waves. I'd been talking to Crispy all morning about how important a quick start is in a 20-minute heat, and it didn't quite go that way for me, but that's what surfing is. It's all about adapting, and yeah, the heat was great. The other two guys got a few good scores to start. I think they both had sixes pretty early, and then Arch had an 8.5 as well, so I was definitely on the ropes. I definitely felt a bit of pressure going into the back end of the heat, but then, yeah, I just got that one really good wave, which allowed me to do 2 turns, which set me up nicely, and then yeah, back end of the heat, clawed in a little 6, I think, right at the end of the heat and tidied it up. But wasn't the perfect start or the perfect first heat, but yeah, definitely nice to get a 9. You don't get too many 9s in. I mean, I haven't had too many 9s. It's very difficult in the primes in the Challenger Series to get up into that excellent range. They've really made the scale a lot harder. So yeah, it's something I've been working on a lot with Bede, Durbidge, and the guys up at Surfing Australia, is sort of prepping my surfing to be on tour, not just to surf for the QS and the smaller events. So I'm just trying to really make sure every turn I do is critical and worthy of being on the world tour. And yeah, it's nice to get a 9 in that heat.
Yeah, I feel like you said, it's really rare that you see those scores being thrown around from the judging panel. I mean, obviously a lot less or a lot more rare in the CT kind of level, but it's hard to see those 9s and 10s being thrown around at all in the first rounds, at least, as we see Kobe Clements getting to work. There's his unique flair. Nice wing style for the man in white. He gets on out of that one. But yeah, I think that, like you said, you're prepping your surfing and they're helping you develop your surfing towards your end goal, which is that championship tour surfing. And I feel like a lot of the time, back in the history of competition surfing, we used to kind of help those grums develop up only to a certain level where they're surfing towards a pro junior 8 or 9, which, like you said, once you step into the QS realm, generally being thrown down as like a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, there's definitely some heats in the QS where you feel like you've surfed a wave pretty good and you end up getting a 3 or a 4, and it's like, yeah, it's definitely a different level of surfing, and there's so many talented guys around the world that, yeah, you got to always be on your game, and especially once you get onto that world tour, the level of surfing up there in good waves is just phenomenal. So yeah, you just got to always be on your game, really, and there's no easy heats anymore in any surf comp. There's so many great talented surfers out there. We've got such a great array of coaches and equipment available to everybody now. It's such a inclusive sport, so everybody has pretty even opportunities depending on where you're from. So it's really cool to see the international surfers all sticking it to the, I guess you'd say, Australians and Americans and Brazilians, who have always been very dominant in the sport, are definitely starting to get caught up on from everybody around the world. So it's really exciting times.
Yeah, like you said, being available more for everybody around the world regardless of your location, and that's one of the benefits we've been able to take advantage of here, being able to broadcast and have everybody's families tuned in, and even there's some super grums at home, no doubt, watching as we see a nice little pan back of the competition zone this afternoon. We are at 2 o'clock here at Port Macquarie. It is the New South Wales Open and the next instalment for the Australian Open of Surf Series 2020. Of course, thank you to Surfing New South Wales, along with Surfing Australia and Volkswagen, Surfers Rescue 24/7, and all of our supporters here that have come together. Visit newsouthwales.com to help us bring about competition surfing back into play. But it is great to be able to broadcast it. Like I said, plenty of grums, I'm sure, tuned in and just keeping their eye on the type of surfing that they're practicing at their home breaks and wanting to break it up perhaps into a professional surfing career in the near future. As we see Kobe Clements, his previous ride, a 5.67, and puts him out into the lead. So second wave score for him, 3.50. He's going to want to get rid of that one. Jamie Thompson, just a 6.83 in the board, needs a 2.35. And Drew Cannell, a 2-point ride and a 3.3. So Drew looking for a 3.54. Dare say he might be one of the local lads from the area out there, one of the younger guys getting to match up against Jamie and Kobe. And these two guys, like you said, Cooper, you've spent a bit of time coaching them as super grums. What is it about them that you saw as a younger surfer that made you think that perhaps they might have a career coming into this qualifying series style event?
Oh, it's a tough question. Jamie's always been coming from Narrabeen as well as myself. He's always been kind of the standout Grom. There's been other kids that have done well, but I feel like there's always those kids that have that X factor, that have that competitive drive and that, I guess, older sort of vibe about their surfing. He's always really been polished. He's good at finishing his waves, and that's generally in a junior career what can get you through a lot of heats and get you quite a lot of success. And same with Kobe. He's been, I mean, it feels like he's been around forever now, and he still feels like he's a super Grom, but his surfing's matured so much in the last couple of years, Kobe's, and some of the progressive stuff he's doing and some of the waves that he's been surfing. He's been charging this winter. I've seen some amazing stuff come out of what he's been doing down in Sydney this winter, and I mean that flip that he did a couple weeks ago that was all over Instagram was wild. It's probably a never been done trick, like a flip like that under the. It's one of those things that I've always watched him to surf those waves that split into two, and you always go, I wonder if you could ever do something and air off the back and land on the next one, and he did a backflip onto it. So it's pretty cool to see that kids of his age are hucking backflips now, and yeah, all around the world there's just so much talent. It's really exciting times.
Yeah, it's incredible to watch those clips, like you said, coming out across the socials. It's so crazy. I've been watching a lot of that stuff from the wave pools and all the super groms like Sierra Kerr, and then I think it's Jackson Dorian, and all those super groms doing stuff that you would never before kind of imagine that would be in surfing. Or for me, definitely, I was like, I'd never ever think that that is a type of maneuver that you could be pulling off in the ocean or in the water. So to watch that come into play here in competition too, I think we're going to see guys like you said, like Kobe, being able to bring that to a heat. So we see Jamie.
That's Jamie Gotti. He started nicely. 6.5 minutes to go. He's just trying to tidy it up and get it back up. Nice 2 turns. Using his priority nicely. There's a good wave. It's going to take him definitely to the lead and have a very strong position going into the last 6 minutes of this heat. It's really smart, mature surfing there by Jamie. I'm sure Coach Matty Caddo would be back home watching and pretty pumped on that little one for Jamie. Really tidily surfed heat. Did what he needed to. Didn't get too stressed out. Put down his second scoring wave, and yeah, he's going to be in a really strong position heading into the last 6 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, so we only needed mid-2 to take the lead, and he posted 6.73, so goes straight up into the lead there. Second position now, Kobe needs a 7.9, and Drew looking for a 5.88 there. You can see the young man in yellow on your screen. I think he's moved a little bit further south of the main takeoff peak, perhaps going on to make himself a little bit more space against these older, more experienced competitors. I think it might be a nice little tactic in his back pocket as he moves towards just over 5.5 minutes here in the final heat of the opening round for the men. And we do have the women's quarterfinals coming up straight after this, and then we'll switch back on over into the first 4 heats of the men's round 2. So plenty of surfing action here this afternoon at Port Macquarie. We do have day number 2 on the cards for tomorrow. A little bit smaller conditions on the forecast. Going into competition, Cooper, looking at surf reports and winds and tides, do you take much notice day by day in competition mode, or do you kind of just turn up and let it present what it has?
Definitely in major events when we're travelling halfway across the world and there's a lot more at stake than just driving down to Port Macquarie and getting to have a fun little comp to freshen up. Yeah, there's a lot more, I guess you'd say, research goes into stuff. We're pretty on to knowing when the conditions, mainly because we have a waiting period in the bigger events. When we have 7 days to run 3 days of events, you can kind of base when you're going to have to surf, if that makes sense. So you want to kind of check this, be there a few days before, practicing at the wave, working out your equipment. You want to be there the day before, around the same tide it's going to be. There's all these little things that we do that people might not realise that go into every single heat. There's so much preparation, but a day like today, to be honest, I hadn't even looked at the forecast for Port Macquarie. I just knew I was going to be here and it was going to run on the 2 days, so I couldn't really change much.
Yeah.
But at events where, yeah, there is a waiting period and you can have a bit more of that luxury of getting to pick and choose the days when the wave's going to be best, that's when I think preparation comes a lot more into it. But here we're going to rock up today and run no matter what, so I was just ready to compete no matter what.
Yeah, true. And like you said so well, it's kind of so much work that people don't necessarily see viewing competition surfing that goes into be able to stand victorious at the end of the event, having to put in the days before the event, especially for those bigger QS or CT events that you'll be traveling to. and putting in the work. So there's those days and the weeks before the event that we're sharpening everything up, but then there's the months and the years even prior to that where you're dialing in your boards, and like these younger guys dialing in your turns and filming and doing the beach days, you know, sunrise to sunset, and going to the gym to back it up, like we heard Jacko Baker speak about as well. There's just so much work that goes behind becoming a professional surfer. So we see Jamie having a look at that one, perhaps under priority there, because I think he was feeling pretty free there under priority. I feel like Drew might have just got a wave under his belt as well. So we're just under 3 minutes on the clock. Jamie out in the lead. Kobe in second. Drew's got some work to do in third. And yeah, just so there's just a full commitment, and it's never a circumstance. I feel like I've never seen someone just pop up overnight and experience long-term success as a professional surfer. It's literally they do 10 years, 15 years of hard, committed work, which obviously you enjoy. It's an incredible lifestyle, but there's just so much to put into the background of becoming a professional surfer on a stage like this, Cooper.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a far more professional sport than it was, say, 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. And I think it's exciting. It's really cool that people are taking it extremely seriously now. There's so much money and there's so much pride involved. And I mean, it's pretty cool to be a professional athlete, not just a professional surfer. And so many people now, especially at the top level, I don't think there'd be a single guy on tour or a single guy even on the QS that doesn't train as well as just surf. And I think it's a bit of a testament to the way that the sport's going, and that's why people are able to do these flips and these crazy things now, because we're training to a strict regime to be able to do these maneuvers, and working with coaches and working with film review, and we're working up at Surfing Australia on skate ramps and jet ski sessions and trampoline sessions. It's becoming this very particular training environment to create the best surfers in the world, which is really fun to be around.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point you make, because like you said, back in the day, and not taking away, they were incredible athletes, but not generally viewed as athletes. They were more of the rock stars of professional surfing, and the training was so different and obviously not specified particularly across the board. So you'd have a couple of random guys that you'd hear about on tour training, or girls that were training, but generally across the board everyone just surfed. I think that took away from the athleticism that it takes to become a professional surfer. And now, like you said, that just promoting that full athlete lifestyle and just being able to show, I guess, across socials as well, has helped it, how much goes in behind the back end of becoming a top level competitive surfer. As we say that, Jamie Thompson's out in the lead, so 40 seconds on the clock. You see the ladies shuffling into the lineup for the kickoff for their quarterfinal round here this afternoon. Kobe's in that second position, looking to replace a 3.5. A 7.9 will get him into the lead, and Drew, a 5.88 required for him.
But time is going to be the enemy here with 20 seconds to go. Very tough. But going back to what surfing is as a professional sport, it is pretty cool that our main training is going surfing.
Yeah.
So it makes it a bit better than going 4 o'clock in the morning to the swimming pool and looking down at that black line for hours on end. Our training in the gym and our other stuff generally is worth the trade-off for training in the surf.
Yeah, exactly. What better place to be enjoying Mother Nature? And there we go. It looks like Jamie Thompson and Kobe Clements moving on through. That is the final heat of the men's here at the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open. Stick with us. Women's quarterfinals coming up next, live at the Australian Open of Surfing.
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Oz Open here at Port Macquarie. I'm here with Cooper Chapman. My name's Crispy, and Coops, you have just delivered goodness.
Yeah, little chalky donut for old Crispy's. Had his heat off, and I went and got a coffee and a donut, and got a spare one for him, just because he looks like he needs a little donut to cheer up his day.
It does, a bit of spark. I was just over at the skate park. It is just frother. It's full pack. There's bike riders over there. There's kids on scooters, and families just chilling. So it's coming alive. And what else is coming alive is Slasher, the Sasha Baker, well, from the north end of Queensland. Beautiful Sunshine Coast, and Cedar Lee Jones, defending champ, seed number 1, up in red, and there it is on a little boat chop, just doing a bit of a wood chop.
Yeah, here we are in quarter-final number 1 for the women's.
Yep, top 16.
Yeah, top 16. We've got Cedar Lee Jones in the red, Sasha Baker in the white, Annie Dos Santos in the yellow, and Imogen Einfield in the blue. Great start there for white. Sasha Baker, that's really, really exactly how you want to start your campaign in your quarterfinal. 7.5 and a 4.33 for Cedar Lee Jones, as we see Imogen Einfield. Nice little backhand combo to start off her heat. 2 little backhand snaps. Good little start for all 3 of the girls. It should be an interesting heat here. 17 minutes remaining. Plenty of time. And it looks like we're going to have Annie Dos Santos out the back by herself in first priority. We see White on the replay. Nice first turn, straight back up there into the second turn.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. 1, 2, easy as that. Backside snaps, 7.5.
Now there's 2 good things that have happened today for Queenslanders. They won the Women's Rugby League. Well done. State of Origin. I'm a New South Welshman like yourself. And also Sasha Baker has just opened the Queenslander. Sunshine Coast. Mum, shout out to Mum. Being coached by Martin Dunn, you can see clinical wave selection, back foot power, just a beautiful technique there. So Sasha Baker opening with a 7.5. Wait for a second score to drop. Check it out, liveheats.com. Cedar Lee Jones, last contest, event 1 at Cronulla winner, defending champ, 4.33. Still a good start for her. Imogen Enfield, 3.97, and Anna Dos Santos. And well, here he is. Well, I did say it this morning. I've called it. Looks like I'm 1 for 1. Oh, JT, you've done it. It was all about taking the winner spot, Heat 16, to get the interview. Congratulations, JT, Jamie Thompson.
Thank you. Well, yeah, that's what it came down to. At the end of the day, this is my goal, so good to be here.
And you kicked it, mate. You're probably through the World Cup if you played soccer. But I'll tell you what, how did you find the conditions? What did you put in your plan that you really made perfect?
It was a long day of waiting around, watching everyone dropping 8s to get 2 waves, but look, I'm still happy to get through. That's 1 done, on to the next one.
Hey, what have you been doing the last 9 months, JT? With Dad working?
Yeah, I work with Dad in the surf shop, work for Matty Granger at the surf school, and then do a couple, comps for Surfing New South Wales as well.
Yeah, nice, mate. Anyone to thank? You can see Mum out there.
No, thanks to Adam as well for shouting me a pie this Savo. I said I'd give him a thanks. It helped. I was starving. He grabbed me a pie from the bakery, so thanks to Adam.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I've got half a donut for you, but you literally have 1 minute to claim it because it's going to be...
I'll claim it.
I'm going to eat it before you get to the webcast. But, mate, talk us through any change of board with your tactics, with your heat plan.
Yeah, well, actually, I've got on a board that I haven't ridden in like 2 weeks because I was going to ride a groveler out there and then I saw it starting to bowl up, so I got on my pintail epoxy. So I was holding real nice and it's good on the calves, so that was a good choice.
Yeah, Tomo, Cooper Chapman here, mate.
Oh, Coops.
Well done out there. That same board you rode at the Surf Aid event last week?
Yeah, that one. I haven't ridden it since that.
Yeah, it looks really nice, mate.
So
I was just saying, looked super composed out there. Great start, and then that one in the middle, you didn't get too stressed out. You didn't try and go anything that wasn't too good, and yeah, you came through with that nice one. Nice. I think your second 6 was right with about 6 minutes to go. Very well surfed.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, I knew I had to wait out there because there weren't many waves coming. So I was going to say busy under pro, and then there were no waves, so I just thought I'd better wait and see if I can get another good one.
Yeah, it's always a funny one trying to stay busy under prio. It's such a common thing to say, but if there's no waves, there's no waves. Doesn't matter how.
Busy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, great heat, mate. We'll be seeing you in the second round tomorrow morning.
Cheers, boys.
Too easy. Have a great night here in Port Macquarie.
Frothing, cheers. See ya.
Come claim your donut. Well, that was Jamie Thompson, last heat's winner. That concludes round one of the men. Check out the extended results, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au, or go to the website for www.australianopen.com, and that is your event winner, defending champ Cedar Lee Jones from last week, and took down some scalps as well. So Sarah Baum, Philippa Anderson, and the lovely True Starling from Northern Beaches. What a final that was last week.
Yeah, Cedar's really stepped it up the last couple of years. She's watched her sister be very successful through her junior career, and Cedar's really finding her stride now. She's got that closeout Rio she's hitting off the foam. So much drive and so much power through it. As we see Annie DeSantos on her backside.
Yep.
One nice turn. Wave runs away from her a little bit there, but yeah, Cedar's really impressed me the last couple of years. Her surfing's definitely come leaps and bounds, and yeah, she's proven that she can stick to all the big girls.
Yeah, definitely. Under pressure, wave selection, and also in these pressure moments, really delivering the goods with completion and also tactical response, whether it's priority or getting the score where it's needed and where it matters. Well, right now, where it matters, Sasha Baker holding a 7.5, 12.5 minutes remaining. Cedar Lee Jones just locking in a 2.67. In second, a 4.33, her best. Imogen Enfield, a 3.97. She requires a small score 3.04, and this is your heat leader live on screen. Well, winding it up like a Duracell bunny, banging that drum, and well, just nice pinpoint accuracy. Love the flow. She just winds it up, bottom turn, top turn, and does it again. So great rhythm there of that heat leader Sasha Backer. Stand by for that score. Ana Dos Santos had a slow start and is quite a competitor as well. Brazilian Australian. Representing, I think, the Brazilian team at the World Games last year, and I think she's donning Brazil and Australian flag, and it's great to see her at the Aussie Open. They live at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, Annie
Around
lives
that.
across the road from the beach at North Narrabeen, I'm pretty sure, and she rides Mauricio Gill's surfboards as well as me.
MG.
Good old MG, I'm sure he's at home watching. G'day, mate. And he's looking nice out there. A little bit of a slow start, but still plenty of time and plenty of opportunities to be had out there.
Do you find shaping a board, it's not just here's my sheet of paper, size, dimensions, there's so much more in the relationship with your board shaper?
Oh, definitely. Having a relationship with your shape is so important. I've been lucky enough to work with a few great shapers over my career, with James Cheel from Chili Surfboards a lot through my junior career until I was about 17. I rode Chili's. Amazing guy. I actually worked at the factory there for a few years and got to learn a lot of the ins and outs while I was cleaning the factory when I was like 14, 15, 16, which was really cool. And then moved over to riding Simon Anderson's boards, as we see Annie up and riding. Nice first carve. Backs it up in the bowl, and looked like the insider section at Halle Eva almost just then.
Yeah, definitely. Just that innies. How is it when the kid's there?
So funny. But yeah, so I rode Simon Anderson's for years and had such an amazing relationship with Simon, both being from North Narrabeen, and obviously the knowledge that Simon has was second to none. It was so amazing getting to work with him. And then, yeah, the last year I've been working with Mauricio Gill, and my boards have been feeling amazing. But just having that ability to communicate with your shaper what's feeling good and what's feeling bad, I think has been something that's been really important to me during my career. Being able to understand why your board feels certain ways. For instance, for an example, if my boards are finding it hard to go vertical, I'll try and get a little bit more rocker or a little bit more tail flip, something I've been working on with Mauricio. Keeping my boards quite flat so they're fast in conditions like this, because this is pretty similar to what we compete in quite often. But then having that little bit of tail flip in the tail, for anyone who doesn't know what that is, it's just like an extra bit of concave an extra bit of rocker right at the tail of my board, so that when I want to go up a bit more vertical, I've got that little bit more pivot on the back. But there's so many like little nuances that can make such a big difference, and having that relationship with the shape is so important being a professional surfer.
Yeah, that's so good. And you see it. Slater has it with the Firewire crew, with Dan the Man, and also Tomo. And you see it with Mick Fanning and Darren Hanley. You know, the list goes on, whether it's John Carper or whether it's Takoro, some of the best shapers in the world. And then some of the best Aussie shapers. And talking about hours live action, that was Cedar Lee Jones. Her completion rate in those moments like we talked about, that's where it all comes to the punch, when you're confident on your sled. And well, make that wave selection, that commitment just makes it so much easier. Rides out of that one.
Looking very, very comfortable out there. It's going to be a tough end of this heat though. She hasn't really thrown down that big punch yet, Cedar, and it makes it tough when one of the other girls runs away a little bit with it, like Sasha has in this one. So look for a really tight end of this heat here. It should be exciting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. So seed 1 currently in 3rd, and then she's just bumped up to 2nd with that last exchange. So in the lead here, quarterfinal 1, 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Sasha Baker from the Sunshine Coast on a 12.77. Her best score is 7.5 and a backup 5.27 out of 10. Cedar Lee Jones back in contention. That 4.93 just dropped. And that was Anna Dos Santos, sold just a bit deep on that one. The girls sold it to her, just pushed a little deep.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there by Annie. It's going to be
a
tricky little end of the heat for her here. If I was her, I'd maybe sneak down towards the break wall a little bit and try and find something under priority. 4-man priority makes it very, very tough when you're in 4th. Well, she's in 3rd place. She's in with the shot, but having that 4th priority makes a really big difference when it comes to the final stages of a heat.
Yeah, so time remaining, 7.5 minutes. Anna Dos Santos needs a flat 5.0. Already holds a 4.27, her best. Imogen Enfield, a 3.97, needs a 5.3. So Sasha Baker, as you said. And here's these random lefts that come through. Dylan Moffat had a try one, done a little lobster dive, and they just haven't proved the goods, and those right-handers really scoop up on the bank and are provided from sunrise this morning from the get-go through all the heats. Really the big waves and the big points for even your 9.1, Cooper.
Yeah, I mean,
came off the back of a right-hander.
Yeah, with the little north or east-northeast wind swell, I guess you'd call it, it really makes the rights come back at you and give you that opportunity. With it being so small, when you go left, the wave's kind of bending away from you, so it loses a lot of energy, whereas what the judges are looking for are big turns on big sections, and the rights are definitely offering up that right now. The lefts just tend to not really be connecting, and super fun little rights out here. What's this beach called? It's had a mind blank. Down at Town Beach. I got it. Town Beach here in Port Macquarie. I actually haven't surfed here, I reckon, since I was about 14. Me and Banting used to surf here a little bit, and it's great to be back. It's a bit of a blast from the past. It's so nice to be here. And like I was just talking to you then, the skate ramp around the corner.
Yeah.
I wish I was still a Grom and skating because it looks so fun. Everything's like really nice size to be able to hit it and practice your little tricks. So,
and there are some young competitors over there, and just the local kids just having fun, and that's what I love about, the kids having fun, providing opportunities, skate ramp, whether it's a park, whether it's a bike track, or whether it's getting out on the jet skis, just doing things, keeping active, such a great thing.
Just connecting with each other, getting off that social media and being outside and doing fun stuff.
And talking about good human, you are genuinely a great human, because I come back and Cooper Chapman has me a brand new donut. I haven't eaten a donut, even though my name's Crispy. It's not after donuts.
Krispy Kreme.
I haven't had one, I reckon, for years. Like a can of Coke. It just doesn't go well when you're 45.
I can eat it if you want.
No. It's Jamie Thompson's. I promised. 1 minute, Jamie. All right, back to the action. Yellow flag coming up. 5 minutes remaining in the contest mine. When you're in the lead or second, what are you thinking about stamping authority for this back end?
In the lead, I'm definitely trying to get to first priority, which we don't actually have the priority list here in the comms booth, so I can't really comment on that. But if I was out there in the lead, I'd just be looking to control the heat, especially with the lead that Sasha has. She's pretty comfortable right now, but Cedar definitely has a bit of pressure on her right now, with Annie only needing a 5 and Imogen not needing much either. So look for her to try and control this last 4 minutes. I believe she has priority over both of the girls in 3rd and 4th. Sometimes you'll see White, Sasha try and control over Annie and Imogen as well, just in case if Imogen and Annie both got 9s, then Sasha loses. So it doesn't matter how far ahead you are. For me, I always feel vulnerable. I feel like you're better off to feel vulnerable and overcompensate than just to go out and muck around and catch a bunch of little ones and let somebody have an opportunity. So yeah, I think Sasha and Cedar are both going to try and control the last 4 minutes of this heat with priority. But yeah, hopefully we get some waves and everybody gets an opportunity.
Yeah, and definitely you can see that Cedar is holding priority, and also Sasha Baker, so a bit more comfortable. And again, you can see just that, not excitement, but that energy in Ana Dos Santos. You can see she really is eager for a set to come through, for someone to make a move or snatch that wave to get that opportunity to move on through to the semi-final. Only needing a 5-0 and Imogen Enfield a 5.3. This is first quarter final. And again, visit newsouthwales.com. Don't forget, beautiful waterfalls, tall trees, and a beautiful place to visit. Well, the wife and kids, they went to get out of the sunshine this 32-degree day here at Town Beach, and they checked out some of the shops down there, and Bell's Bakery. How good is that? A lemon meringue pie and an Australian pie, one of our many bakeries and great food stops here in the Port Macquarie region.
You can't beat a meat pie, can you? Being a surfer, surf and bakery go together like bread and butter.
Well,
delicious. Nothing better than going for a surf and going to the bakery and getting a pie and a sausage roll. I reckon I ate about 100 of them over winter. We did that many surf sessions up on the Goldie and at Lennox and
Lennox.
Broken Head at Suffolk Bakery. Oh, I made that place my second home.
See that guy on the right hand side of that is Plenko, keeping the eyes, one of our many water patrol here. Thank you to Port Macquarie Council and the lifeguards. Darren O'Raff, lifeguards, some super lifeguards also in this event, and coaches. It was great to see Gerard McCallum and also Mick O'Raff's brother Darren O'Rafferty, the lifeguard, in and donning the Raff shirt on, and Darren O'Raff not disappointing, and Harley Ross. That was a great moment.
Yeah, it's great to watch Darren back out there. He's still got it.
Yeah.
You can just see the flow and the wave knowledge that those guys who have been on the world tour just...
Yeah, I love that 2-footer. That was memorable, that 2-footer, because he just chose that 3-4 turn combo on a 2-footer, turning it into his second best wave.
Seamless.
Imagine when he gets on a set this afternoon and tomorrow on round number 2. All right, up next, don't forget Carly Shanahan from Coffs Harbour, Bodie Lee Jones from Northern Beaches, Shayla Wendell and Charlize Everett. They are up next. In the back end of this one, Coops, and 90 seconds. Yellow and blue need the score. You'll see the real just race in their paddling and the energy. They really want a wave to make it through to semi-final.
Yeah, you make this heat and you're on to finals day tomorrow, so the girls are definitely going to be looking to scrap through the end of this one, as we see Cedar getting a little wave to end the heat. Might have been a bit of a block manoeuvre to try and stop Annie or Imogen getting that opportunity there, but yeah, that wave didn't go into her top 2, so she's going to head back out. You'll see Sasha and Cedar heading back out right now, so the girls have got an opportunity here in yellow and blue with a minute to go. If something comes, look for them to pounce, because they don't need much of a score. Annie only needs a 5 and Imogen needs a 5.3, so anything can happen here. 45 seconds. Let's hope for some waves for the girls.
Yeah, there's nothing like a grandstand finish. It's great when a set comes through and, you know, every moment is jumped on. And there you can see Annie Dos Santos. She does have priority over Cedar, as you see a glance at the priority board, and she will have priority over her. But I must say, Sasha Baker will have priority over yellow.
No, I don't think she does. Sasha got one then as well.
Well, here we
so
go.
Annie's in first priority here. She's going to get around. Comes around the section. She wants it. Big first turn. Is she going to get a big second one? Nice second turn. Is she going to get a finish here? This is going to be tight.
She's going to squeeze this one 3 turns. So is it the score 5-0? In your opinion, I think
it's going to be... We're allowed to say, aren't we?
Yeah, we can say. I'm going to say it's just going to be under. It's going to be around the 4-5, 4-8 range.
I think low 4s. I think the first turn was there, the urgency. She wanted it, but the wave just didn't allow it, and that's what surfing is. And she finished with...
Well, we've got another career after commentating, and that is judging 4.13. Not enough. So commiserations, Ana Dos Santos. You know, has a great career. She's in the Opens against more experienced surfers, but banging that in. Great experience, win, lose, or draw. Ana Dos Santos, a 3rd. Imogen Enfield bow out. Moving on through, I told you, Sasha Baker from the Sunshine Coast. And Cedar Lee Jones, this is the Australian Open of Surfing Women's Division. We're going to roll out a commercial break. We'll see you on the other side.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile. She's gone to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream tired dreams. The lucky
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Okay, and welcome back to the Australian Open of Surf. We're here at Port Macquarie on the New South Wales East Coast into the women's quarterfinals, heat number 2. In the white, we have Bodie Lee Jones, who's opened up with a 4-point ride. In the yellow, Shea Lewidale. In the blue, Charlize Everett. And in the red, Carly Shanahan. I'm joined here with Michael Crispy Crisp. Beautiful, beautiful day down here at Port Macquarie Town Beach. The wind's come up a little bit. It's been a fun day though. There's been a few fun little right-handers dribbling into the corner here. And as the tides dropped out, we've seen some pretty good opportunity even though the wind's picked up. Pretty excited to see these last 3 quarterfinals for the women. They've been on absolute fire. In the last heat, we saw Bodie Lee's sister, Cedar, come through with second place behind Sasha Baker, taking out the win in that first quarterfinal. And here we go, Bodie having a bit of a look. No take on that one. Alright, with just 16 minutes remaining in this heat. No real scores to phone home about just yet. Alright, and we have Sasha Baker down there, the winner of the last heat, quarterfinal number 1. How was it out there? A couple good waves, great start.
Yeah, it was a good start. It kind of put me in rhythm for the rest of the heat, but it ended up getting pretty quiet at the end. Bit of a lull, but yeah, I was glad I started early.
Yeah, awesome start out there. Coming up against Cedar, last event champion. What were the nerves like going into that first? Was that your first heat?
Yeah, that was my first heat.
Yeah. How was that? Bit of a waiting around today for your first heat? It would have been nice to get that early start.
Yeah, it was good to get going. I mean, I've just been kind of hanging around all morning, had a little free surf, but yeah, it was good to finally get my first heat out of the way.
Yeah, you got to love that. What about the drive down? Not too bad?
Well, I'm from the Sunshine Coast, Queensland, so it's a little bit of a trip, but I kind of just stopped at a couple of places along the way, and yeah, there's a couple of good surf spots leading up to Port Macquarie, so it's not too bad.
Where'd you stop and surf?
I stopped at the Gold Coast, and then I stopped around Woolley area, Mini Waters.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we're very looking forward to finals day tomorrow. Hopefully we have a little bit more swell around, and yeah, we'll be seeing you in the first semi-final tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
See you later. Have
Bye.
a good night.
Alrighty, that was Sasha Baker from the Sunshine Coast, and how good's that for a VW? Good old road trip. Pack the car, visit some friends, grab some waves on the way. Just really, especially with fatigue, when you get tired, when you drive, drink plenty of water, have a little rest, share the driving with your licensed drivers, and yeah, so good to have a little stop and surf around the place.
Mate, it's the best way to do it. East coast of Australia is just littered with great waves, great communities, and beautiful, beautiful coastline, as we can see right here down in the corner at Town Beach. Look at that, skate park in the background, fun waves, caravan park in the background, the big river opening. What more could you want?
I know, and you see those red flags, that is the competition area, and well done to all the work crew here surfing New South Wales. Rowan, the COVID safe manager, Adam Huben, contest director, and Luke Madden, CEO, watching it online with his partner Sam. Shout out to them, and all the media manager Ethan Smith, such an integral part, all the way from the head judges, all the engine room we call them, doing a great job getting surfing back on in competition, COVID safe, in line with the COVID safe plan and the New South Wales government. And again, right now, quarterfinal 2 action. Well, just over 7 minutes is nearly done. Bodie Lee Jones, 4-0. Shayla Wendell, a 1-8. And just throwaway scores for Charlize Everett, a 1-3-3. And Carly Shanahan, a 0.5. So, in Cronulla, was just bowed out by a junior surfer. So, be looking to get another one back in this one with the contest and step number 2 here on the Australian Open Women's Division.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a slow start to this one. Second quarter final. First one we had some fireworks at the start and then pretty slow finish, whereas this one, slow start and hopefully some fireworks to finish. I know all of these girls will be itching to get one of those 2-turn rights and throw up some big turns and get themselves a little spot in finals day here at the Port Macquarie Surfing New South Wales Australian Open of Surf event.
What I love doing is going to the cameras, Coastal Watch, 1-2 foot today. And as we said, we got southerly winds that went from northwest this morning. So we're going to see a bump in the swell, just changing direction from that northeast windswell that we enjoyed this morning with the light offshore breezes. But low tides around 2:30, so 0.2. And, well, local surf coach and surf school owner Wayne Hutto, the local H-man, on the spot saying it will improve on things we'll see for the back end of these 7 heats remaining.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the end of the day. We just saw the low tide crossover then. I'm excited to actually watch the water out the back for anyone watching online. You'll see the rip that's dragging out because the tide's been dragging out of the river for the last 6 hours. Should in the next hour or two change and start dragging in. I tell you what, I've never seen the water drag so quickly in and out as I have seen here.
Yeah, there's only a few other rivers that do that, and probably like Waimea River when they get those big storms and they let the sand out. But yeah, a lot of movement, and again, going into our Surfers Rescue 24/7, never go beyond your level and always swim between the red and yellow flags. If you're in doubt, don't go out.
Yep.
It's that simple.
That simple, yeah. You can see out in the background right now, it's dragging out. It looks a bit like Haleiwa.
Yep.
Yeah, we should see that rip.
How's that when it's big?
Yeah, no, that's somewhere that you definitely don't want to get stuck in the rip. But it actually looks like Haleiwa right now. It's tripping out.
Yeah, definitely.
But we should see, with my non-expert opinion, the rip maybe settle down a little bit out the back there as the tide starts coming back in and we see the tide getting a little bit higher.
One would say a bit of neutralisation where water's coming in, water's going out, and a bit less movement and more sets. So let's hope for that.
Yeah, general rule of thumb, when the tide comes in, it brings in a bit of swell. So hopefully we see a couple nice little 2 to 3 foot sets come in for the last 2.5 heats of women's quarterfinals, and then we're going to jump straight back into the men's for 4 heats of the second round. Because we have pretty small conditions forecasted for tomorrow, we're going to try and get through as many heats as possible today. So big shout out to the Surfing New South Wales crew for putting on a big day today, and hopefully we can wrap up a little bit earlier tomorrow and get as much high octane surfing in as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said, working in close with the Port Macquarie Council, we're in line with the New South Wales Public Health Order and also Sport New South Wales and the New South Wales Office of Sport on all the plans. So Surfing New South Wales, the COVID Safe Plan, the QR code. Don't forget, under the website, log in, check out the safety plan, and it'll take you. You can win some prizes as well. And again, we're scheduled to go to about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Check out live heats, and again, log Surfers Rescue 24/7 live action. Here we go, Bodie Lee Jones. Coops?
Yeah, nice couple little turns there. She got nice little corner, bang, huge turn to finish there. That's got to be the best wave of the heat in my opinion. And taken 11 minutes to get her there, but she's going to go to a convincing little lead halfway through this heat right now, I believe, Bodie. But, mate, how good is it watching live surfing again?
Oh,
Massive
it's
shout
so
out to
good.
Fresh Air Broadcast and Surfing New South Wales for bringing out some live surfing for people to watch. Not necessarily, there hasn't been that much to watch this year except for the couple of WSL specialty events as we see Red up and running. Carly Shanahan, nice open face carve to start this one off.
Yeah, nice open face carve. I love the way she really opens up the body, like literally like an eagle in the wind, and really opening that torque and back foot power. So that was Carly Shanahan, and again under the coach's eye, super lifeguard at Coffs Harbour, former tour surfer, and he was in the rivals as well. So Superman, Shauno. And here we go for that is Shayla Wendell in third position. So I'll get back to Carly's wave very shortly. Bodie Lee Jones is locked in as well. That is it. Cooper Chapman joins me here. We've got a big day to finish day one. This is the Australian Open of Surfing Port Macquarie, and presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Log in any board riders, jump online to Surfing New South Wales and you can host a free learning Surfers Rescue 24/7. Get education about different techniques, saving techniques with your board, and also to guide someone to safety, whether in trouble, a swimmer or a surfer or someone on a craft.
Nice little one for Red, just fading out. But yeah, the Surfers Rescue 24/7 side, there's some invaluable information on there. Being a young, strong professional surfer in myself, when I did the course, I kind of went into it quite naive, thinking I knew everything, and I learned a few techniques that I can guarantee are going to save some lives in the future. So yeah, big admiration for Surfing New South Wales, identifying that surfers do have quite a responsibility out in the ocean to look after people who aren't, well, not even unexperienced, but we see so many people not understand how powerful and how vulnerable we are in the ocean.
Well, it's just utilising, surfers are there usually before the flags are up at 9 a.m. in school holidays time or summer. So in winter's our best waves. Surfers are there from dawn to dusk. And that's where, learning those skills, and supported by the government and Surfing New South Wales, get online, board riders clubs, even surfing clubs, and learn to surf. You got around Yamba, you got some lovely mums on bodyboarders. Well, live action here is our heat leader, and Bodie Lee Jones, North Narra. And well, given the opportunity, what does she do? She takes it by both hands.
Avalon.
Avalon. Northern Beaches.
Avalon won't like that.
Avalon.
Northern Beaches. Hotbed of talent. Very,
it
very
is. All the way from Palmy,
there.
home and away, all the way to Manly.
Yep. Plenty of great surfers have come out of the beaches, and plenty more will. Looking forward to watching the Lee Jones girls have a good crack at the QS over the next couple of years. There's a great bit of talent in their blood there, and yeah, looking like Bodie could lock in another score there. See what the judges think of that last turn, if it was complete or not.
Well, Carly Shanahan, she's back. Check it out, liveheats.com. So last one of Carly Shanahan gets her across the line. So just log in, liveheats.com, listen to the webcast, all those online, and there is the Council Port Macquarie lifeguard. And currently, Carly Shanahan banged in a 4.4 and then a 1.33 to drop. Bodie Lee Jones, that last wave, a 6.17 and a 4, so she is in the lead. That last one will come away incomplete. Don't execute your turn controlled and complete, and not rewarded that last turn. A 3.17 awarded there, Coops.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tight end of this heat. We've seen it time and time again. There's either quick starts and people running away with it, or, as you see right now, 5 minutes remaining. 3 of the girls with less than 6 points, which means they're all in with a great opportunity here with one good wave to take a strong hold on second.
Righty, Heat 3 up next. Don't forget, Freya Prum, the seasoned professional. She's up against a co-commentator, so True Starling. The Northern Beaches, Bonnie Hills, Emily Burke from Newcastle. That is going to be a titanic affair as well. Old experience versus the young guns, Coops.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch that one. True's been ripping lately. I haven't actually been down home too much, but some of the stuff on socials has been looking really good, so it'll be great to watch True get out there against Freya. I've seen her around for years, and she is an absolute weapon when it comes to competing in these surf comps. So looking forward to seeing the girls get out there and duke it out in quarterfinal number 3.
Righty, right now, yellow flag is up. 4 minutes remaining. You're watching quarterfinal 2 installment. Already 2 ladies through, and that is former winner of last week's event. The Australian Open at Cronulla was Cedar Lee Jones through with the Sunshine Coast, Sasha Baker, and looking for 2 more spots. There's 6 to go. Bodie Lee Jones holding the reins of this heat, and Carly Shanahan from Coffs Harbour really making amends from last week's loss, and this is where a true professional learning from last week and bringing it into this week, and just really continuing to be consistent and looking to move on through to the semis, no doubt, for Carly Shanahan.
Ooh, Bodie Lee's just locked in another score that we didn't quite see. Looks like she's locked in 5.3.
Yeah, 5.33, so...
Snuck that one out of our cameras.
while we were sleeping. She probably went up to Town Beach or that little right-hander near the break wall you're talking about.
Yeah, that was definitely on my radar. And I got one really good air section in my heat over in that rip bowl right next to the wall, and I fell, but there's definitely opportunity there. There's those really short, sharp, but intense waves which give big scoring opportunity, which, dare I say, that's where Bodie must have picked up her wave over in the corner then.
Right, time remaining, 2.5 minutes. This is where composure is key and doing something with your position with priority. These girls have priority. There's a priority board that they can see. That's why you get the glances back. But with one eye on the priority board, you've got to have the other eye on the ocean. Can't do anything without that wave. And here is Charlize Everett pulling the trigger on this one. Nice first turn. This is going to be her best wave of the heat. She currently needs a 4-4-1, so, well, completes that one.
Wow.
Drives out of that one. This could rattle the cage for Carly Shanahan again.
She's not going to need much here.
This is going to be interesting. I'm saying she's going to get it with that wave. And, well, needed a 4-3-4, posts a 4-7-7. She gets the cookies and digs deep in the cookie jar and goes to second. Situation change. White in the lead, Bodie Lee-Jones. Charlize Everett, with priority, has taken second position. Look at the replay, Coops.
Yeah, that's what we were saying just before. This heat's wide open for somebody to get one good wave and take a strong hold on second, and that's exactly what we've seen Blue do right here. Strong opening combo, went a little bit soupy, and she just polished it off right there perfectly. Without that finish, I don't think she would have got the score, so great surfing by Charlize. Getting exactly what she needed done, moving into second by about 0.4 of a point. And yeah, with a minute remaining, she's turned the heat up on Carly and Shay to have to try and pull a rabbit out of the hat to finish this heat.
Yeah, so look at the score. Carly Shanahan needs a 1-7-1 and a 3-5-1. You'll see the scrambling. A 1-7-1 is technically, literally, one turn, a completed turn in some way or form, whether it be a carve or a snap. Wow.
Sometimes you just can't get that wave, though. I've lost many heats needing less than 2 points, which they're the hardest ones to swallow, I'll tell you that much.
And look at Bodie Lee-Jones. This is first versus third, so... And this is where, whether you're with your mate or not, it is fight to the finish. Yes, she will take this one with priority, and that is Surfer in White.
Oh, no.
Wow, look at that. 20 seconds. One more paddle, Coops.
She needed a 1.
15 seconds. Can we see a
she
change? And look at the scramble.
Here, underneath priority.
We said it was going to finish with a bang, and this is going to be a grandstand finish.
Fired too early.
Here we go. Surfer in White, Bodie Lee-Jones. This will be a wrap to the end. Red will need a wave before the bell, and that looks like a wrap. And the Bodie Lee-Jones sisters are through to the semi-final, Cooper. And Charlize Everett snatches one right in the end with priority. And Carly Shanahan banged out of this one. And Shayla Wendell here sideline. We're going to come back very shortly after the break. This is the Australian Open Surfing 2020. See you on the back.
Early morning, the sun beats down the curfew smile sheens on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And love New South Wales. Welcome back to the Australian Open, day one of the two-day event. Surfing at Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open, and well, bring the music on. I think it's like the Logies. They're trying to get me off already, Coops.
Saturday afternoon, party vibes are coming into the booth. Here we are in quarterfinal number 3 of the Open's Women's. In the red we have Freya Prum, in the white True Starling, in the yellow Bonnie Hills, and in the blue Amelia Burke. Couple small scores to start for True and Freya. Nothing too much of consequence. A 2.67 for True and a 0.67 for Freya. Look for them to try and ditch both of those scores as we see this heat pan out.
Yeah, definitely. So, again, welcome. I'm Crispy, and well, with the goodhumanfactory.com, that is Cooper Chapman. And can you still remember when you were Grommet, wrestling, playing the games with Flano, the Rip Curl Grom searches, how integral are grassroots level board riders and those junior comps into making the man that you see in the commentary box today?
Mate, they shaped who I was. I was so fortunate that I got to travel up and down the East Coast,
Yep.
surfing in events like this put on by Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Australia, and the World Surf League, which I guess back then was ASP. And yeah, it was an amazing experience, my childhood.
Yeah, well, talking about junior Groms that have grinded through, well, the Avalon, it is Bodie Lee Jones, the twin sisters making it through semi-final. Congratulations to one of the sisters.
Yeah,
Well done,
cheers,
Bodie.
thank you.
I know you're not a twin, but Cedar was well. The Bodie Lee Jones is across. I think you may even go in her heat for the semi.
Oh, really? I haven't looked yet.
Ooh.
Is it going to be a match-up?
Maybe. I'll have a look. But talk us through that start. You know, a bit of a slow start. What was in your game plan? Did you have to adapt it when you were out there then?
Well, I'd been watching it for a while, and I kind of realised that there was just little pulses, so I wasn't really stressing when there was a bit of a lull because I knew a couple more would come.
Hey, talk us through the sister rivalry. Have you found that as a plus, you know, since you did the Grom Search days and the Wahoos to now? How have you found that rivalry making you a better person and surfer?
Yeah, 100%. It would be a good thing when you've got someone surfing with you every day that you're trying to match up to, that you're trying to beat, trying to be better than. Definitely pushed us to, you know, try and be our best.
Well, I can confirm, Bodie, you are in your sister's heat against Charlize Everett and Sasha Baker tomorrow morning. How good's that? How does that make you feel?
I don't know if that's a good thing. She just won the last one, so I'm going to have to step up.
I think you're going to have to work together to take down the Queenslanders
Nah.
and Charlize.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, how has COVID been with you, the break from contests? What have you been working on yourself personally and with work?
Yeah, I guess I've just been surfing a bunch. Kind of took a bit of a break, just kind of, you know, get my headspace together, everything. It was my gap year after school, so I've just kind of been keeping it on the down low. But yeah, it was super weird going back into a heat today. I didn't know what to think, how to feel. It's been so long since I put a rashie on, so yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, it's great to see you back in the rashie, and well, congratulations, you're through to the semi-final. Anyone to thank back at home watching the live broadcast?
Yeah, for sure, everyone at home, yeah, everyone that supports me. Yeah, for sure, all the fam, everyone here on the beach today watching me. Thanks, guys.
Well, get a good night's sleep. We'll see you tomorrow, you and your sister. So, hey, how's the numbers, you and your sister? Do you keep tally? What's the score between you with wins over your sister?
With wins?
Yeah. Are you even, or are you
we
ahead?
haven't competed against each other that much. I think I've been ahead in the past, but she's been really stepping it up lately. She's got that growth spurt on her side. You know, she's overtaking me. She's looking like the bigger sister, so anything could happen, really.
Well, good luck, and we'll see you tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep and drink plenty of water.
Yeah, cheers.
Well done. See you,
Thank
Bodie.
you. See ya.
All right. Jumping back in here to quarterfinal number 3. Not much has happened. A pretty sleepy little start to this heat. Look for a lot of action to end the heat, though. There's still lots of opportunity out there. That tide has just turned. Hopefully the tide's going to start coming in and it's going to bring some waves in to finish off this awesome first day we've had down here at the Australian
Yeah.
Open of Surfing at Port Macquarie. Good to be back.
So good to be back, and it felt like 2 weeks we were back at Cronulla, but it was only a week. But being on the contest grind and also our real day jobs, it's great to be back here, and we're seeing competitive surfing unleashed to the world, to the region, and even to Port Macquarie, just embracing them with, motels, hotels are full, Airbnbs are full, and the shops, the economy is thriving. So that's the positives, and people are just smiling, getting out there and really adding value to the community. And
Yeah.
a bit like yourself, goodhumanfactory.com. What's
Mate.
coming up for you? Website? Talk us through that.
A couple of things are coming up with the Good Human Factory. We just released our merch. Well, I just released our merch.
Yep.
I always say we when I talk about the
Yep.
Good Human Factory, but it's just me.
We meaning.
Yeah, so we released a bit of merch recently just so I can fund future projects coming up. I'm working on creating a Good Human Journal workbook, which is really exciting.
Yeah.
I also host a podcast called Good Humans with Podcast One, which has been, it's been a really cool experience. The whole idea was I'm very fortunate to have a very large network of friends who are successful but have also gone through some really tough things in their life, which is just completely normal. So I thought, why not create a podcast and talk to high-profile athletes and people about not so much their struggles, but those moments in their life where they've had to be resilient and what skills they learn along the way. So,
Yep.
Season 1 just wrapped up recently with Sally Fitzgibbons. That was an amazing episode, and a few of the episodes in Season 1 that I think are amazing are Ryan Callan, and his story is awesome.
Yeah.
Laura Enever has some amazing insights into young women surfing. I think all young girl surfers should listen to that podcast.
Yeah.
Griffin Colapinto, an amazing one to listen to for any young male surfer or any parent. It's actually a really good one. I don't know if you've listened to it, but Griffin talked a little bit about the pressures that his parents, in particular his mum, put on him at certain times and how detrimental it was to his career.
Yeah.
So there's some really cool insights just into behind the scenes of professional surfing and the ways that people deal with those struggles and how powerful and how tough those times that people have are, but how they overcome them. As we see Freya Prum
Yeah.
showing that experience, been a slow start to the heat, but she tags that one all the way through. Textbook surfing, knowing that the heat's been really slow, she knew she needed to get something on the board and stay on her feet to finish it, and it's exactly what she's done there.
Yeah, seasoned competitor, born in Merimbula, now trains at Gold Coast, studying in chemistry as well. So she's got such an experience on the QS level, even runner-up and some great feats last year in 2019. Her best performance on the QS, and she finds herself back in the contest, Rashi, and amongst some young junior talent. So Bonnie Hills, Amelia Burke from Newcastle, and then True Starling. But Freya Prum, I love that one because she's shown her experience, but just with her wave selection and just kicking those moments, I love her completion. So good score and good lead there, Freya Prum.
Yeah, great start.
Definitely one to watch.
Coming up the halfway point of this heat.
Yeah, and back to that, Good Human Factory. Definitely going to listen to that. I'll be getting that on my podcast from Lennox. I get fit about an hour 40 a day, and that's usually what I like to listen to, 2 podcasts a day. That's how I get my time in my commute to the HPC.
Yeah, I mean, I've just got such a amazing group of friends who are professional surfers, so I thought, why not give them a platform to not just talk about their results and their ups and all those great things that happen in our life, but give them a platform to share. Like Griffin told me that after he qualified for the tour, won the Triple Crown, got a 10 at Snapper, he went home and he felt depressed because he thought he was going to feel this crazy ecstasy of feelings once he'd got to this big goal and dream, and he got there and it was no different. So it's just a really cool perspective to understand the way that these professional surfers who look like they have the perfect life are no different to, I mean, I'm a professional surfer too, but are no different to me or you or anybody, and we have to go through these things and we can get through them with certain skills, techniques and people around us, and it's just important to listen to those stories and understand that that perfect life that some people look like they have on Instagram isn't always the case.
Yeah, great insights into the surfer's mind, and Griffin Colapinto, Sally Fitzgibbons, as you said, Laura Enever, just to name a few. Check it out, Good Human Factory.
We got Leah Fioravanti, we've got Billy Stammond on there, Wade Carmichael.
Wado.
Some great
Surfing
episodes.
Jesus.
You'll learn a lot
You
of stuff
can't beat.
about these guys that you didn't think of them. That's all I'll say. Like Wade Carmichael, you'll listen to his podcast and you'll be blown away by the depth and the intellect that he has behind that
Yep.
rugged-looking big
Yeah, that's
power
right.
surfer he is.
Oh, Wade, I'm sure he's listening right now.
Oh no, he's at Stratty with his girlfriend. He couldn't care less about watching me talk on the
He's
commentary.
gone fishing. Sorry, out of battery. All right, in 8 minutes remaining. Quarterfinal 3 action for all those watching and listening at home. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and
Ooh.
thank you to Fresh Air Broadcast. And look at this sweep of the turn. Looks like they're doing the old runaround back to that little sweep out. That'll get them in contention for that next wave. Freya Prum doing the runaround. 10-6-7 combination. Bonnie Hills in second here at Town Beach, Port Macquarie. True Starling on the back end. 3-5-4. And Amelia Burke from Newcastle pulls the trigger on this one. Nice little backhand. Better wave connection there, but just coming off the back end of that. Just one good turn for the young Amelia Burke. Only needs a 205, where Bonnie Hills needs, well, she's got the score with that last one. So Bonnie Hills' situation changed, a 373. So True Starling now needs a 374, a 374 for Amelia Burke and a 367 True Starling. Scores are in, 7 minutes remaining. Coops, Freya Prum experience paying dividends in the back end of day one of this 2-day event.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really interested to see what the conditions are doing right now. We haven't seen a runaround since early this morning, so that's obviously a sign for us that the conditions are changing a little bit out there, which hopefully for our fellow commentator, True Starling, doesn't mean because she's been so busy with us all day, she's missed out on some opportunities to watch what the waves are doing. But we're talking to her recently, and she said down in Cronulla she felt even more switched on there because she'd been watching and seeing what the judges are doing all day. So
yeah,
hopefully she can get an opportunity here to show us what she's capable of, because she's had a very slow little start to this heat, which can be very, very tricky to come back from in these 20-minute heats. But in her favour, the girls haven't got huge scores, and it's all within range in one wave.
Yeah, definitely. So again, little shout out to Tash and Bugger, one of my tattooists and friends, good friends back in Lennox. Hope they're watching and enjoying the forecast and the broadcast. We got Nixie Ryan. She had a good campaign. Did you see that last week? Nixie Ryan surfing Shark Island, getting some nice little waves. Check it out on Destination New South Wales and Surfing New South Wales.
I'll have to check that out.
I saw you surfing Lennox, that big day we had the last few months. You snuck out there for a couple. Have you ever surfed Shark Island big, young Cooper, or the reefs surrounding?
I've never surfed Shark Island or any other reefs. I've had Kip Caddy's a good friend of mine, and I've had some great sessions at ours. I will say that Cape Saland is one of my favourite waves in the world.
Well, then you can surf Island. If you can surf ours, you can surf Island.
I've heard that. I've heard it's even sketchier. I've heard it's like a big step and real sketchy.
Yes.
It's definitely on my list. I'm really looking forward to getting out there one day, but
definitely in the top 100 waves to surf, as seen in the old school tracks.
How good were they?
I know. Remember, they had the top 10 points, and it was like Sandon Point, the point over WA, North Point. You had Snapper Point. That's when they used to call it Snapper Point.
And we just crossed over that 5-minute mark, so yellow flag will be going up on the beach for these girls to indicate that there's less than 5 minutes remaining. Yeah, it's going to be one of those tight, interesting last 5 minutes of the heat. It's up in the air. Second, third and fourth is anybody's game right now, so we'll have to leave it up to Huey and see what can come through. It looks pretty sleepy out there right now, to be honest. That tide must be turning. Sometimes at the very bottom of the tide get a little bit of a slow patch, and it seems like that's what we could be going through right now.
Yeah, I find that, especially at point breaks, like everyone waits for the low tide at Snapper or Lennox or the Pass, and sometimes you get those gold nuggies just a couple hours before or a couple hours later, you know, hour and a half past the tide, where you just get a little bit more water movement going each way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, there's not much going on out there, but with 4 minutes to go, surely we're going to see another little flurry. True looks like she's seen something right now. The girls...
Well, she's got to stick to plan. Remember, you know, talking to her before it, she really only needs a 367. So it's what happens in the back end of these moments. Contest savvy, knows what she needs. She looks pretty relaxed. Freya Prum in the lead. She's holding a driver's seat to semi-finals. Bonnie Hills holding on the second. Amelia Burke only needing a 374. We may see another snatch and grab from that last wave exchange. There, Cooper Chapman.
Yeah, we've got, 3.5 minutes, and blue and white both need just under a 4-point ride. Very, very achievable, but as we all know with surfing, if a wave doesn't come, you're not going to get the score. So look for a little flurry, hopefully, at the end of this heat. We can see something happening out the back, right out the back in the rip. Should get here in the next 3 minutes. Let's see if the girls can make the most of it, as we see True having a bit of a paddle.
Wow.
She's firing. She needs a 4. One nice backhand turn, bit of release. And 2. That is very strong surfing.
Hold the phone,
That
Nana.
might be the
Needs
first.
a 367. Cooper Chapman, give me your score right now.
583.
583. Give it
First
some
turn?
loving.
Two good
Yeah,
turns.
I'm saying she got the score, and I reckon I'm going to call a 5. You say 583.
Freya, 2 nice
Person to
turns.
win.
Oh, True's already got the score. She went
Yeah.
8.6.
Well, there it is. You are on the money. I owe you a donut. 6-point ride. True Starling.
Freya just got
Look
another
out.
backup.
Benny Dunn. Cooper Chapman's going to take your spot on the judging world tour.
Oh, I'll stick to commentating. I don't know. I don't know how the competitors would feel if I was doing double duties, judging and surfing. I think commentating and
Yeah.
surfing's about as far as I can push it.
And doing podcasts, yeah. And training with Wado. Talking with Patchy and Michelle.
Do it all. But yeah, that's good one
That's
for
a
our
life.
fellow commentator, True. Now the other girls, what are they looking for?
Freya Prum.
2 minutes to go. Freya just locked in a
Last
7.83. Yeah, she really, like you were talking about before,
Yeah.
she opened up the arms on
Yeah.
one of those turns in the middle there and really brought it back, which out there today we're seeing a lot of little snaps and a lot of slow intensity turns. So
Yeah.
as soon as somebody can hold that rail in the water, they're really liking
Yeah.
it. We saw Chris Safis do a turn earlier that was a really nice long rail turn, and he got rewarded with a high 8. So
Yeah.
I think any time when the conditions are small, you can get a section and actually lean into the turn and put it on rail, the judges just eat it up.
And especially finishing turn or in that turn of the wave where it's most critical and you put the most risk, get it with execution and you're rewarded with the big points. That is in criteria. So 14.5, Freya Prum just, rattling on through to the semi-final. She's sewn up that. True Starling is second, needs a 8.51 to grab the lead, and she'll be looking to drop a 2.67. Here she goes for True Starling, and again in white. Just getting the rhythm. You can see she's got the energy. She's got 50 seconds remaining trying to dispose of that small score. Bonnie Hill's in need of a 4.95. Amelia Burke 6.08. So they need a wave, and you'll see the intensity in with 40 seconds with time the enemy. Cooper?
Yeah, I like the idea. I could see exactly what True's trying to do there. She knows she's got that
Yep.
two in the scoreline, and that's not what you want in your scoreline coming to the back end of a heat. So she was looking to try and just scrap that out, even if she could get a 3 and make it a little harder for the girls. But with 20 seconds to go, it's looking like the girls are potentially not going to get a shot. Maybe a little flurry right here to finish.
Well, they can't hear us, but there's a bit of commotion in the ocean, and it's about
Is
the
it going to
10
break?
seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2. Not going to happen today for the girls.
Well, there it is. Freya Prum, she sings into the semi-final. True Starling stuck to the plan and got it done with that left-hander, the rare left. We'll talk about that later. Bonnie Hills is sideline. Amelia Burke bows out from Newcastle. Well, we'll be back with the final instalment of quarterfinal 4. Up next, this is the Oz Open here at Port Macquarie. We'll come back after the back end of the break, and we're back with Jess Grimwood and a super guest.
Early morning, sun beats down upon the curfew smile sheens on to witness other homes. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
And welcome back. Live action here this afternoon. Australian Open of Surfing. Port Macquarie. New South Wales Open in action. We are into quarterfinal number 4 of the Open Women's. We did just see Freya the Chemist Prum take out quarterfinal number 3 and moving along with True Starling. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the commentary booth live from Destination New South Wales here with Kyla Whitfield. Very good afternoon, Kyla.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have, unfortunately for you, bowing out earlier this morning in the rounds. This is your division out in the water, the Open Women's. How has it been, the vibe around the event throughout the day?
It was really everyone was quite concentrated this morning, but overall everyone's really encouraging, so it's been good just to have everyone back just competing in general. Yeah,
to be back into action after
exactly.
COVID. And there we saw, up and riding in the red, Rashi out here for quarterfinal number 4. It is Molly Picklum, one of Australia's, if not one of the world's best female up-and-coming junior surfers. Here's the replay here, flying down the line, up and over the first section, collects a bit of extra spray up the top with the flick of the hands, but looks like only one turn-on offer for her. You can see Rosie Smart from Coffs Harbour Board Riders out there in the blue. That's Jessie Starling, sister True, just making on through the previous heat. We've had Jessie in the booth along with us a few times as well, and Charlie Hurst out there also in the white. So opening ride for Molly, a 5.83, 16 minutes on the clock. And Kyla, competitor also from North Narrabeen. You obviously have a big pool of female talent coming up through the ranks there. What is it like coming up as a Grom? You're obviously still 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a Grommet coming up in that the legendary club of North Narrabeen. What's it like?
Everyone's really quite tough on you, but on the inside everyone's super supportive, and it's so awesome being surrounded by so many incredible surfers, and they all push you, but everyone's supportive of every contest that you win or lose. It's
So
very
they're just
lucky.
building that kind of resilience that you need for competitive surfing. And
Yeah.
we'll get back to that in a moment, because we are going to cross live down to Freya, the Chemist Prum, with that last heat win. Freya, congratulations.
Thanks, Grimwood. Cheers.
Yeah, looking like you got a nice sled under the feet there. Tell us a little bit about the change up in equipment today.
Yeah, I reckon it was my second surf on it. Shaped by a good friend of mine, Daniel McManus. He's just starting out and he's killing it. Paddy and I are both riding his boards, as well as some DHs, and yeah, I reckon that was the secret weapon out there, Grim.
Yeah, well, you were looking pretty poised and very classy and sharp. I feel like the opening round heats for you, opening up as a seated surfer, you just didn't really look like you had to shift up too hard to get up into such a healthy heat total. Was it something that you were aware of during the heat, or could you not hear the situation out in the water?
Yeah, I could hear the score. I think I had a 6 and a 5 or something like that. And to be honest, I thought, that would get me through. But then I think I got a better one at the end. And to be honest, I was half exhausted, so I was almost going to go in because I just didn't want to paddle against the rip anymore. I didn't realise that there's a fair bit of sweep out there. I just want to save my arms, so I burn off some leg energy walking through waist deep water to get out the back. But
yeah, and
not sure if that was a great idea, but
well, it worked well for you. That last score was a 7.83, so you had a pretty healthy heat total. And of course, you always travel alongside partner and super supporter Paddy.
Yeah.
What's it like in the compound between you two at the moment? You guys just frothing out 3 or 5 sessions of surfing a day, or are you taking the back seat a little bit at the moment?
Yeah, we surf a little bit. We get up super early with the sun and check it out and do some Zen activities, and then assess the conditions. But if I'm competing, I don't surf too hard. I just sort of get the feel for it. But when we're at home, we're both working pretty much full time. So morning and night is where we get out there. But while we're competing, we sort of just tone it back a little bit because I'm pretty fond of a nap and whatnot. I'm not like not like a girl anymore. I don't have like endless energy.
Well, it's great to see you notch up a nice quarterfinals win there, Freya. We're looking forward to
Thank
watching
you.
you going into the semis tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for the support, Grimwood. I appreciate it.
No worries. Any shout outs before we cross back on over to the heat?
Yeah, actually, it's a dear friend of mine's birthday. Happy birthday, Brody. She wouldn't be watching, but that's right. Go say hi to Robbie at home and Dean. I think Dean was at work today, which is pretty rare. Robbie's painting madly, so hi family. Yeah, got one. Woohoo.
Well, it's great to see you back up there for the post-heat wins. So we'll see you tomorrow coming up in the semi-final. Congratulations,
Cool.
Freya.
Thanks, Graham. Have a good one.
You too.
Cheers, girl. You.
And it's great to hear from her, Kyla. I'm not sure.
That was great.
Yeah, if you spent a lot of time surfing or chatting with Freya, but obviously you're one of the younger competitors coming up in this division and gets the opportunity in the Australian Open of surfing to match up against people like Freya. She's somebody that you were aware of in competitive surfing before these events?
Yeah, definitely. I saw the name, I've seen the face, but I haven't watched too much of her surfing. But from what I've seen, like, she just rips.
Yeah, she is. She's one of the veterans, we'll call her, on
Yeah,
this series at the
definitely.
moment. Here we go. Charlie Hurst up and riding.
A nice first turn. Unfortunately, not getting a second section on that one.
Yeah, so she will kick off her campaign. It looks like Molly Picklum out in the lead at the moment. Of course, Molly from my home beach. So it's good to have both you and I in the booth at the moment. You're
Yeah, head to
obviously,
head.
backing Jessie from North Narrabeen. I'm behind Molly from North Shelley, but Rosie and Charlie coming off pretty solid junior careers.
Can't cut them out. Like, everyone's got a shot in this heat. It's a pretty stacked one.
Yeah, so Rosie, I know we just had a quick look at their history results at the moment, and I've been fortunate enough to commentate some of Rosie's heats over the last year of surfing. She's taken out 2 state titles already this year.
Yeah.
So she's a stellar
Super
junior
grom.
competitor. Super grom.
Super grom.
And Charlie from down south, Illawarra. Here we go, Molly Picklum.
Oh, nice carve. Almost fogging her rail on that first turn. Nice second carve. Hopefully she can get down this one, get another one in. Unfortunately, that just shutting down there.
Yeah, but safe to say she's going to be chipping away at her 2 wave total.
Yeah,
Opening ride for Pickles.
Opening ride was a 5.83 and her backup score of a 3.83. So
Righto.
looking pretty good so far. Hopefully she can better that score with her last wave, or potentially getting a better one.
Yeah, and there it was. It does do just that, Kyla. On the money, 4.47. Goes into a top 2. So Molly out in the lead, just over 10 minutes on the clock. Rosie Smart, state champ, in second position. She's got a 4-point rise. She needs to get rid of the 0.77. And Charlie Hurst sitting in third position at the moment. 2.71 required for the lady from Illawarra. She's also enjoyed a great junior competitive career. Here's Rosie.
Oh, that was spicy. That was a really nice turn going into a second one. Yeah, no, that first turn that we saw, that was really nice.
Yeah, and
lots of spray.
We've heard the word or the term spicy across the commentary booth all day today, and I think it's a great way to describe that little bit of extra pizzazz or flair that you can see in the speed. Have a look at this replay. There's a spicy turn Kyla's speaking about. She gets another one in nice and early, a bit more rail.
Her
She gets-
boards are looking really nice under her feet.
Yeah, she does. And have you had much of an opportunity to surf against her over your junior career?
I think 'cause she's a couple of years younger than me, I've only surfed a few, and yeah, she's like, I would never count her out for her age 'cause she is just on fire, like giving all the girls a run for their money. Yeah.
And so if you have just tuned in, it is quarterfinal number 4 of the Open Women's. Rosie Smart just posting a better score. Let's have a look at the liveheats.com update. Number to lock in for Blue still to come, but straight out on the board, you can see she's taking the lead. Here we go, Molly Picklum.
Here we go, working out for the first section. Oh, nice little layback carve into a nice cuddy. Oh, yeah, that last section was really nice. Even milking it all the way to the end.
Yeah, and she's a beautiful class act. We've seen her make that jump from the juniors and really successful earlier junior career. Now she's come across to the Opens kind of qualifying series. We saw her kick off her year in China at the start of the year. Here's the replay. Sets up the line really nicely, like you said, Kyla. A bit of a oof, mid-face gouge, goes to the rail. looks to consolidate and puts it nice and high and tight. So it's going to be a good, probably replacement score. You can have a look at that number coming in for Rosie Smart's wave. It was a 9-point ride for
Yeah.
the backhand of Rosie Smart. So she had those 3 turns, solid backhand attack. Score to come for last of Molly. So at the moment, Charlie and Jessie have some work to do. While we wait for that score of Molly, you would have spent a lot of time surfing with Jessie. She's just 2 years older than you, a year or 2 older than you.
Yeah, 2 years. Yeah, I've been growing up with the Starling girls, and they're like my older sisters, and I've actually been mistaken for one of their sisters, but yeah, I'm so lucky to have them, and just to have them as the support that that's always going to be there is really, really helpful.
Yeah, they're big advocates for women's surfing, of course. And I feel like, from my perspective, it's incredible to see the opportunities that are being offered for you young girls, especially coming up into professional surfing.
Yeah.
And is it something that is on the radar for you guys from that 12, 13-year-old range, that it's a potential career?
Yeah, definitely. When you look at the older girls who are kind of my age and a little bit older, even just looking at the younger girls, they obviously got a career, but especially at their age, I like knew that this is what I wanted to do, was just compete and surf, and just to have so many people to look up to is awesome, to have that motivation to kind of do your personal best, even win or lose, is really nice.
Yeah, and have a look at that. Last score for Molly has to go up into the near perfect range,
excellent.
9-3-3 for that forehand combo. So the judges loving that exchange from Rosie and Molly. Here we go, up and riding on the backhand.
On another one. Oh, nice backhand turn. Yeah, just almost nearly getting vertical on that one.
That's a pretty signature hook for Pickles.
Oh, yeah. That's like all over the Instagram. Like, it's just a clean, perfect turn that you just can't fault. Like, yeah.
It looks like she's starting to ramp up the energy too. She knows Rosie is out to get her, and of course Charlie and Jessie, although in combo situation, just under 6 minutes on the clock, there's still going to be plenty of time to post some scores and get themselves back into the game. Last score for Pickles was a 5.10. So quick heat update, it is Red in the lead. Rosie Smart from Coffs Harbour Board Riders sitting in second. Charlie Hurst and Jessie both in the 13.01 combo. And here goes Charlie up and riding.
Here we go. Nice first turn. Trying to get that lift in that second turn. You can tell she's struggling to get the speed off the takeoff, just because the waves are really weak and the winds kind of hit it onto it a bit.
Yeah, like you were saying that it's smaller conditions here this afternoon. The winds really come into play. When you got to surf your heat,
it was nice conditions.
Yeah.
Very clean and hardly any wind, and just some really nice right-handers almost going into the break wall, and yeah, very lucky.
Yeah,
first
very
hit of the day.
very pristine. Yeah, you girls for the first round seem to be able to capitalise on probably the best conditions we've seen throughout the day so far. We've still got plenty of waves rolling on through. Here goes Jessie.
Okay. Ooh, looking like winding up for a nice first turn. Hopefully she can get a second one on the inside. Unfortunately, that wave not really giving her any opportunity.
You can see in the body language there from the Starling's sister, not happy with like Kyla said, the opportunity. Of course, myself joining the booth now with North Narrabeen Junior, Kyla Whitfield, so it's great to have her perspective, fellow competitor, and coming up as a comrade in the North Narrabeen Board Riders with Jessie Starling. We saw, happened to be a bit of a flat mid-face turn for Jessie, so just the 2-1-3, and at the moment you can see Molly, she's calling for a situation. Now she's
sitting pretty pretty.
Yeah, she is sitting nice out in front. She's a very tenacious competitor. I know that for her, every heat she's honing her skills, and I know those sights are set on the championship tour, and she wants to be across all of this tactical part of competition surfing and heat surfing.
Yeah.
Going back to being a competitor yourself, do you and the other North Narrabeen girls like Jessie and True do training during the week, like heat specific training coming into comps?
Not all the time. We kind of have our own somewhat routines, but then we all come together occasionally, and I think we're all got our kind of like set ways that we want to go and like our different training. As we see Jessie standing up, nice first turn. Hopefully she can get down this second section. Unfortunately, that wave just not doing much for her, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems to be wave choice really coming into play at the moment. Molly and Rosie looking pretty solid out in the lead as time is against Charlie and Jessie now. Just under 3 minutes on the clock. This is quarterfinal number 4 of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open Surfing Series. We started off on the New South Wales coast in Cronulla last weekend, and we are moving on up through a 6-stop series. Of course, $7,000 per event on offer. Kyla, is this a series that's been important for you to get back into competition surfing, and will you be following it up and down the coast over the next few months?
Unfortunately, I have a bit of school, so I don't know if I can do all of them, but hopefully, fingers crossed, that's the goal. It's just good to kind of just get the feel for it again, because I feel like I was kind of in my groove, and then all of a sudden COVID hit, unfortunately, and just kind of just went into more of a cruise mode in a way, and just training instead of thinking about competitions, which kind of changes your whole mindset. So it's good to kind of have this leading on till next year. Yeah.
It's well said. And of course, yourself juggling education and competitive surfing in your young junior career. And we've seen a lot of the guys too in the post-heat interviews talking about having to juggle their full-time jobs as well as being up in that top kind of selection rank on the qualifying series. So it's incredible to see how much talent there is here in Australia, and people like yourself and that whole group of young, 12, 13 to 16 to 17-year-old surfers coming up. I can just see that push coming on to the World Surf League and the Championship Tour events from Australia again, where we've kind of seen those few years where we've had a handful of really good surfers, but not the depth that we have at the moment.
Yeah, there's so many incredible girls that just surf so well, and you know that you have to be onto it and sharp every single heat because everyone just rips.
Yeah, it's exactly what we see turning up, and I'm glad that you mirror that with the competitive experience as well. So here we go, just under a minute on the clock. Molly Picklum, the Pickles, is out in the lead, 15.16. Nice looking heat total for her. Rosie Smart, the Coffs Harbour Super Junior at the moment, having a look at this one.
Oh, as we see, just one turn on that one, not really giving her much, checking her watch. As this heat runs down to 35 seconds remaining.
That's it, and of course, being presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7, something we've been touching on throughout the day, a great Surfing New South Wales initiative and program, helping to train surfers in the art of rescue. And 20 seconds on the clock here for the final quarterfinal of the Open Women's. It is Molly Picklum looking pretty safe to say. Charlie Hurst now looking for a 991. Jessie Starling's in the combo land, unfortunately for her, as this clock ticks away. Looks like Pickles will pick up a final wave on the board. Here she goes, up and riding on the forehand. Just a bit of a smooth, stylish carve down, up and over the second section, and finishing a little slash. She'll do the victory lap, make her way on in. So Molly and Rosie moving on through, and we're coming up next with the first heat of men's round 2. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open. Kyla Whitfield, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we'll see you with live action right after this break.
Early morning, the sun beats down upon the curfew smile. She's gone to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam. It holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Okay, back to live action here. We are at the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, part of the Australian Open of Surfing series. We just had an incredible quarterfinal number 4 for the women. We saw Molly Picklum take the win there. Joined in the booth, myself, Jess Grimwood, now with True Starling. Welcome back.
Thanks, Jess. Good to be back.
Yeah, and straight out of competition mode and into the booth once again. You are the woman of many talents.
Try my best.
Now, here we go. Quick replay to kick off things already. It looks like Oscar Berry getting the ball rolling with the 5-point ride. I'm interested to ask the history of the, I think it's the AFL jersey painted on the front of that board with a number. So it'd be interesting to see the background of that. And in the water we have Kelly Mills, Cody Cologne and Joshua Stretton. Of course, straight on into Open Men's Round 2, Heat number 1. We will be running into Heat number 4 this afternoon and give us first-hand live update of conditions. How was it out there? What's going on with the wind? And what does it look like versus what it's actually like in the water from here?
You know what? It actually looks a lot better than it is. It's contestable for sure, but it's just a little bit rippy and you feel like you're paddling against a rip, and like for me I felt like I wasn't moving, so I was constantly paddling, and then there was no waves coming through and I was just a little bit out of position. I think I had to duck dive one set. I was just out of position for but I felt very lucky to be able to get a left in, which is unusual for the day. We've just been seeing all right, so I felt really lucky to get that one and make it through the heat.
Well, you surfed well as well, not just luck, but obviously you're prepared and looking really strong. And we were speaking about this last event. You've been training a lot and opting to go left. Like you said, I don't know if I've seen any other left scored today throughout the event. Maybe a couple of littler scores, but nothing consequential. So that ended up being one of your keepers.
Yeah, I think I was kind of just in the mode of, okay, I need to get a wave. I've got a 2. I need a 3. I know my backhand is strong, as we see. Surfer in red, that's Oscar Berry up and riding. Beautiful second turn. So he's making the most of those waves out there. Yeah, I just was like, you know what, I just need to rely on my surfing and just hope the wave provides. And I kind of just took off on the left. I didn't even think about it. I was just like, I'm just going to go and hope it has a section. And it offered 2, which I felt so grateful for. But yeah, I was looking for all rights. I was watching it and it was all rights. And then a little left popped up and I was like, I need a 3. I just got to go. So
yeah.
You
put a fair bit of oomph into that second turn as well. Obviously, it looked even like a little bit of a flatter section, so you kind of hit it earlier and really pushed through your back foot as well, and it gave it a bit more like pizzazz or whatever it is across the screen. So good choice.
Thanks. Yeah, I really milked that one.
Well, you got the score and you're moving on through to the semis tomorrow.
Stoked. Yes, very stoked. So
another great result already. I mean, it's like a win-win from here on in for you. And of course, the overall Australian Open of Surfing series will be awarding the champions at the end. So it's a leaderboard throughout each event across the series. And looks like Kelly Mills having a look if there's any opportunity there and decides not to take off. So he's probably paddling against that rip you were speaking about as well, True. And Freya actually mentioned it in her post-heat interview. She said you can't see it from here, but it's incredibly taxing the amount of water's moving out there.
Yeah, and you're just like paddling, and I got a little bit frustrated out there. I was like, I'm paddling and I'm not moving. Like, what is going on? So I was lucky to have my dad on the beach. He was directing me and where to go. And it was just a bit all round a bit of a wishy-washy heat. I don't know. I felt more nerves coming into that heat than the first one. I was kind of like, okay, I've come like off a good result. I need to make sure I back it up. But then I was like, why am I worrying about that? You know, I just got to go out there and surf and do my thing. And so hopefully next heat I'll get a couple more opportunities.
Yeah, just dusted off, unfortunately, for Jessie. She bowed out in that quarterfinal. So at least you can fly the flag for the Starling sisters. And it's great to see. I was speaking to Kyla who we had previously on, Kyla Whitfield, also from North Narrabeen, one
Yep.
of your junior girls.
Yeah.
It's great to see such a big pool of talent coming from that Northern Beaches area. We've got obviously a big bunch of guys and girls coming up from the Central Coast as well, but you guys have always been one of the most formidable forces, and I know we're going into the Australian Board Riders Battle very shortly, so it's going to be, this is kind of like a little warm-up round for a lot of the clubs as well, as we see Joshua Stretton getting to work on the forehand. There's that nice groveler
Oh.
board, and yeah, he's pretty dialed into these junky little beach conditions this afternoon. It is, of course, the afternoon of day 1 of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. It is round 2, heat number 1 of the men's in the water, and we're going to cross down to Molly Picklum, winner of quarterfinal number 4 for the women. Congratulations, Pickles.
Yeah, thank you.
And give us a little bit of insight. We just heard from True speaking about the conditions being quite tricky out there. How did you find the water movement and the positioning in the lineup?
For sure, it's definitely quite tricky, to be honest. The rip's pulling harder than what it looks, I think, because when I was out there, it's not that I struggled to stay on the spot, but it's definitely plays on your mind of like if you are in the spot. So it's definitely plays a part to your heat.
Right, and so coming off a bit of a break for you, I know your schedule was hectic over the last 2 years before Corona. Has it been a well-deserved and nice break that you've enjoyed being at home for a little bit, or have you just been ready to get back into that contest, Rashi?
I definitely wanted to get back in the Rashi, but as much as COVID was a bad impact, I kind of look at it as a positive for me, and I think it played in my favour to prepare. And like my coach at home is there, so we're just training a bunch and just getting stronger and preparing for kind of probably the next, hopefully 5 or so years, like because it's going to get pretty hectic. So I think it was kind of perfect timing with my career.
Yeah, and so are you looking to double up on the junior series, or are you going to just set your sights straight on that QS Challenger Series / Championship Tour qualification?
Yeah, I definitely finished with the juniors in a way, and I do want to hit the QS, but in saying that, I'm not strategically like going to the QE trying to make it in that way. I'm just probably going to compete in the highest stars I get in and do my best, and if I qualify, then I'll reassess and see if I want to go and compete and on tour, and then yeah, I'm pretty much just going to follow the QS. So yeah.
Great. Well, you're looking very focused and poised. Don't forget, I do owe you a cheeseburger.
Yes, you do.
So we'll work that out over the next few days. But congratulations on the heat win. We look forward to seeing you surfing in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Drew. Thanks, Jessie.
All right, that was Molly Picklum taking out quarterfinal number 4. She will be up in the semis tomorrow. I'm not sure, do you two ladies get split in the draw, or will you be hitting it up against each other?
Let's work it out.
Let's have a look at this. Yeah, we'll have a look. See if you'll be facing up against her tomorrow. At the moment, Oscar Berry opened up with a 5-point ride, 3.33 as a backup. And let's get the live update. There we go, 1.27 third wave for him. Joshua Stretton, a 4.23 and a 4.77 has him out in the lead. Coda Kalorn, a 3.7 and a 3.33 in third position. Coda, a 4.64 would take him to the lead. And Kelly Mills has the 2.17 and 3.13, so a 5.21 required for Kelly, and just a small looking scoreline there for the first heat and the first half of this men's round 2. Here we go, Coda.
Coda up and riding on his forehand. This kid from Maroubra is a very talented surfer. He bangs that end section nicely, brings it around, and he's looking for hopefully a little inside connection. Unfortunately, that one just goes a little bit flat on him, so he's going to get straight back out there. Coda has been surfing, I think he made semis in the last event, so he went pretty far and he's surfing really well at the moment, so I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps the ball rolling in this one. We've also got Joshua Stratton out in the lead. We saw him get quite a couple of really nice rides, and Coda has now jumped up into second position. He just got a 5.07 on that previous ride, so Coda making up the numbers on that one. Oscar Berry is down in third, and Kelly Mills is in fourth with just on 5-6 minutes remaining. Can't read that. 8 minutes remaining. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what? I went to the get my eyes tested the other day as we see Kelly Mills up and riding on his backhand. He's taking this one all the way through, just a little bump on that one, and he kicks out.
You can see his eyes, every wave he's taken off on so far, you can see him eyeing off that northern shorey section
Yeah.
of the wave. He's really chasing down that connection. I've seen a few really nice waves come through, but they've been rare.
Yeah, really rare. When I got my eyes tested the other day, and the guy was like, "You have perfect vision," and like whatever. I can't even read that far. I'm like, I think I need glasses, dude. But I keep saying to my family, I've got 20/20 vision. I don't need glasses. Like he's like, your eyes are exceptional. So I keep taking it down to the family. Like, I have exceptional eyes. You all need glasses. Like,
Well, you were able to scope out that rare little left in your heat, so I don't know. It's working pretty well for you at the moment. And we are into round number 2 of the Open Men's Division here at Port Macquarie, New South Wales Open. And Oscar Berry's been a very incredible performer already here. He goes up and riding on the forehand.
he jams that first section, and we just cut off him, and we go back. So he casts that one, and he tags that last section. Oh my gosh. So he gets a bit of release on that one as well. So he was chasing a score. He was only needing a 3.78. So dare I say he gets that one and bumps Coda down into 3rd position with 7 minutes 25 seconds remaining. So still plenty of time for all the surfers to get a couple as we see the replay, Jess.
Yeah, nice deep bottom turn. He connects well with that section. Nice bit of rail work. Has to cut it short because he lines up kind of, I guess, the money maneuver on that turn. I don't think it's going to be a super critical wave. I think, like you said, definitely going to get him into progression at the moment.
Yeah.
He was a standout performer this morning for me. He seemed pretty casual in the water, but just really dialed into the little beachy conditions that they had early this morning. And in his post-heat interview, he was just so relaxed and grounded. He just seemed like he was kind of just going for a surf. So to have that kind of attitude in this level of surfing where we see the seed list so stacked is probably going to benefit him. He's not going to be thinking too much about the bigger boys and the bigger names that he's going to have to head up if he makes it through this round. And
Yeah.
there's the score. Let's have a look at the update for live heats. And Oscar Berry's last wave of 5.40, but Joshua Stretton's just dropped to 6.67. So Josh jumps back into the lead, and he's another one of those guys that's somewhat of a grey man in the seedings, probably not as highlighted across a lot of the heats as probably what he deserves. And these guys are super dangerous in the draw. We see quite a few of them, Josh Stretton, Oscar Berry, and we've seen a few of the other guys coming up through, like, I can't remember what he's first, the Ulladulla Plumber.
Oh, Harry
Aiden.
Phillips. Oh,
Harry
Aiden.
Phillips,
Harry
yeah.
Phillips, Aiden Lewin Parsons.
Yeah.
The Ulladulla Plumber.
Yeah, so those guys I feel like have just made, you know, over the last year or two, they cross into
Aw.
QS. Here we go. Kelly Mills lining up and winding up on the backhand. 2 turns, got a little bit hung up on the second. Hits it nice and early on the third. Only chasing a 7.28, so it's going to go close into that range. It's definitely going to replace his second wave score.
I think I could be wrong, but I think from the theme of today, it feels like if people have been getting a little bit hung up on their turns, the judges have been hindering their scores a little bit. I could be completely wrong in saying that.
Hey, we got the freedom. You got that's the beauty of viewing surfing from the booth or from at home. You can throw out scores and have a guess.
100%. I just think that, I just feel like today they've been really
Critical?
capping. Yeah, they've been very critical, and they've been capping the scores, especially if you've been getting hung up. And I think I might have been right on that one, only getting a 4.63. It was a smaller wave as well, and I do think that they are also scoring the waves that have a little bit more juice in them too. I mean, we did see some really good scores from Molly being dropped. She got a 9.33. I actually missed the wave. I had to run up and get changed. I was like bolting up to the car, but we saw some pretty big scores being dropped from the girls. I think Annie got like around a 5 for just doing one turn on a bigger set. So for me, that was a key thing. That was like, okay, they're scoring bigger waves and big turns, which may also be why they capped that score for Kelly Mills.
Yeah, because it had quite a nice setup turn on it. So
Yeah.
you could say potentially that was going to be up towards that 6 to 7s range, maybe even something else. But like you said, being hung up, I think you hit the nail on the head there. He just wasn't able to capitalise on the opportunity. So 4 minutes on the clock here. Here
Because
he
the
goes.
surfing's there. He rips as well as he is up and riding on another one. So carves the first section. He's hoping to get another inside connection. He puts it up there for a second one. He's really grinding this one all the way through. Unfortunately, that one just got a weird wobble in it as we see Josh Stratton up and riding on his forehand, tags that first section, and again for the second, right in front of his fellow competitor. Oh, and he gets a bonus section on that one. So current heat leader is just on fire at the moment. Josh Stretton, he's been able to find those magic little rides out there, and that board is looking really spicy.
So just over 3.5, oh sorry, just under 3.5 minutes on the clock. We got some scores to roll on in. This is heat number 1, round number 2 of the men's. Coming up next, heat number 2 will be Kalani Ball coming fresh off the win in Cronulla for the Australian Open. Aidan Lewin Parsons, the man we were speaking about from Ulladulla.
The Ulladulla plumber.
The Ulladulla plumber. Callum Robson and Joel Vaughan. So Callum from, I think he's around the Evan Heads area.
Yeah.
And Jolie Vaughan, of course, from the Central Coast. That's going to be a nice heat as well. We are running all the way into heat number 4. And last score for Joshua Stretton improves his lead and situation. 6.07. Last wave for Kelly Mills goes into his top 2 and he chips away as well. So 3.70 for Kelly. Joshua Stretton in the lead. Oscar Berry's in second. Needs a 7.35. Coda looking for a 5.34. And Kelly a 5.78. 2.5 minutes on the clock here. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Pro, of course, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. And Surfers will give just a little insight into that program, the Surfers Rescue 24/7. They're in the water at remote, unpatrolled locations, and more often than not are the first responders to these emergency incidents. So they're encouraging all surfers of all abilities to do the Surfers Rescue course and log any of their rescues online. And it is a free program. We do work alongside a lot of the board riders as well, providing them with the training across the board to get all their surfers up to date on the latest rescue techniques. And we did hear some stories earlier on today of rescues and rescuees from Luke Bonfield and also from Cooper, and myself being a rescuee, being rescued by another surfer.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's important, as we were hearing, for the board riders and all the surfers to take the accountability and responsibility and get on board the program. It is free training along with the CPR component. We are 1 minute 30 seconds away from finishing off this opening heat of the men's. Joshua Stretton has just been just silently pacing his way through the heats over the last few events. And of course, we are coming up to the next stop next weekend, Kiama, followed by Coffs Harbour.
Yep.
And here we go, Coda Colon.
Coda Colon up and riding, tags that first turn nicely, chasing a 5.35. I think he said, unfortunately coming unstuck on that second turn. He was looking good, like he was on his way to that score. He is, well, we've still got 1 minute remaining, so hopefully there's enough time for him to get straight back out there and on another one.
Look at the swell out there that's breaking off the rocks. There's a fair bit of reef spotted up and down this bit of the coast, and some, as we were hearing from Crispy and a few of the local guys, 2 incredible little waves scattered all around this area. We are in Port Macquarie. It's a pretty incredible part of the coast to be on, and Coda's got to be kicking himself after that fall. He faded into the takeoff and set himself up for a nice score.
Yeah, and he was on a beautiful wave too, so if he had here we go, Speak of the Devil. Unfortunately, that one not opening up for him. Yeah, I think if he had connected that one through, he would have been close, if not have gotten the score, depending on what he did on the end. But he's not going down without a fight. We still have about 10 seconds remaining in this one, and he's looking at every wave coming through.
That previous ride for him was a 2.90, so you can say he was setting up. You can see the disappointment, and unfortunately for him, it looks like he's going to bow on out in third position, and the passion coming there. He really wanted the heat win, but congratulations, a beautiful heat surfed by Joshua Stretton. Oscar Berry moving on through once again as well. This is Open Men's Round 2. Heat number 2 will be coming up with live action right after this break. It is the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, Australian Open of Surfing. Stick with us. We'll see you right after this.
Early morning, sun beats down the curfew smile she's on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
All right, and welcome back to the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open of Surfing, part of the Australian Open of Surf, presented by Surfing New South Wales here, the beautiful New South Wales east coast of Australia. I'm joined in the booth with True Starling. My name's Cooper Chapman. We're both from North Narrabeen, and we are going to talk you through the last three heats of the day.
We sure are, and it's going to be a pretty exciting last few heats. I know this one is pretty jam-packed. We've got in the yellow Callum Robson, in the red Kalani Ball, in the white Aidan Lewin-Parsons, and in the blue Joel Vaughan. But we're going to take it down to the last heat's heat winner, Joshua Stratton. Josh, take us through that last heat. How are you feeling out there?
Oh, the waves are kind of fun, but they're a bit weird, and I was kind of just trying to keep busy and then keep my composure throughout the heat, and there's a kind of like, there's two banks now, so I paddled over to another bank, and then sets were coming through the other one. It was a bit washy, but no, it was good fun.
And that board is looking really spicy under your feet. What are you riding?
I'm riding a Steel Lewis 5.9, so it's called a little pool toy, and it goes so good in small stuff, so I've been loving it. It's my little gem board at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. And coming into your next round, are you going to change anything up, or are you just going to hopefully stick to the same recipe?
Hopefully stick to the same recipe, really. I'm just really feeling it at the moment. I'm feeling good. I mean, my body's great. My boards are obviously great. So I'm just going to come down, try and have fun, and yeah.
Epic. And is there anyone you want to say hi to back home or thanks to it, or at all?
Probably my parents. And yeah, all my sponsors and stuff. I really appreciate all the support.
Epic. Well, congrats on taking out that last heat and good luck in the next round.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Cheers. So we see this is Joel Vaughan up and riding on what I believe to be his first going wave. Hits that end second and again for a second. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that finishing turn, and Callum Robson up and riding behind him. He has opened up his first going ride with a 6.67. Beautiful finishing manoeuvre for Callum Robson. So this heat is pretty stacked, Cooper.
Yeah, Cal's definitely picked up right where he left off in round one. He got that quick start in round one, and yeah, 6.67 to start, and that last one's going to definitely help his score. We see Kalani Ball a little bit caught behind there to open his account. Be sure that Kalani is going to come home very strong. He was last event's winner down in Cronulla last weekend, and looked like he was in some blistering form. You were down there watching him. You made the final as well, Drew. How were the conditions last week?
You know what, Croops? It was actually really fun. I don't think I'd surfed Cronulla that fun before, and I was just really enjoying the time down there. I mean, Kalani was on point the whole event. To be honest, first heat, everyone was like, okay, he's probably going to win this. As we see scores locking in, so Callum Robson locked in a 5-point ride for his second scoring ride. He did open up with a 6.67. Joel Vaughan opened up with a 5.67, and Kalani Ball, last event's winner, opened up with a 2.07. And Aidan Lewin-Parsons will be sitting out there with first priority. The Ulladulla Plumber, Jess called him. So kind of exciting stuff, and this heat is pretty stacked.
Yeah, you always get that in the first round. Kalani ended up in second behind Oscar Berry, who had a blistering heat to start the round. So that's what happens sometimes in comp surfing when the top seeds don't win their heat. They match up in round two together. As you can see here, Joel, Kalani, Aidan and Cal, an absolutely stacked heat for round two.
Yeah.
Two of those guys are going to be going home, and two of them are going to be moving through to finals day tomorrow, which is going to be a really fun little Sunday down here in Port Macquarie.
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully the waves will pull through. It might hopefully be a little bit bigger than today. The forecast is looking really nice. I mean, it's really hot today. I think it's going to be another hot day tomorrow as well, which I'm looking forward to. I love summer, so bring it on.
Yeah, we're very much looking forward to summer. It should be a good summer here in Australia. We've had a pretty good start to the season with waves. It's been quite interesting. I've recently moved up to Kingscliff, and I've kept getting told that I'm just going to be getting northerly winds and average surf, but the last couple of weeks we've been having really fun waves. So yeah, hopefully we can get a little finger of swell to finish off this event tomorrow.
Yeah, well, what was the reason behind the move up to Kingscliff? Haven't really seen you in at all, so.
I know, I used to live down in North Narrabeen where True's from as well, and Yeah, when COVID hit, I guess surf comps all got cancelled and my life kind of changed a little bit. I was like, I've got an opportunity here to move up north, try and build my mental health business and spend
Yep.
a bit of time focusing on that rather than being a tradesman and working 50 hours a week trying to fund my surf career. Without events, it allowed me to free up that expense of traveling and really focus on a few other things. And yeah, moving up north was an opportunity that arose, and I jumped at it. And yeah, it's been a beautiful year. The waves were amazing all of winter, and yeah, hopefully summer's going to bring pretty similar.
And have you like been missing home at all, or are you just loving it up there?
Oh, I mean, I'm always going to miss home. North
Yeah.
Narrabone's just such a beautiful place. All my friends, family, and people who I've grown up with have been there. The people who have shaped me to be the person I am today, and I'm so grateful for that. But life's all about change. It's really nice to experience a new place. It's really
Yeah.
nice to meet a bunch of new people. And yeah, I've been having such an awesome time living right near the Surfing Australia HPC. And training full time has been such a beautiful opportunity. So just trying to reap those benefits while I'm still in that prime part of my surf career is pretty much the main reason behind the move.
That's pretty exciting. And I don't really know too much about the Good Human Factor. I know that you're doing good things for mental health and good things for people in general. But what was the whole like overarching theme behind starting it up and making a good impact?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've talked about this with all three of my
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, sorry.
No, I love talking about it. It is such an important thing. I mean, mental health in the context of the world right now is so important with so many people struggling and so many difficult situations happening in the world right now that I
Yeah.
think it's super important that we have people like myself just being advocates and talking about mental health openly as we see Yellow up and riding cow. Nice little first turn. This one looks like it's going to disappear into the channel. But yeah, as I was saying, I felt like there was this gap in the industry. My little sister, Sophia, who's good friends with you, lost a few friends to suicide in year 12 a couple of years ago. And
Yes.
I just hated seeing that. And I was like, what can I do to try and make a bit of an impact? And I've been so fortunate to have the career I've had and to work with some great psychologists, to work with some amazing coaches. And I've always taken it upon myself to read and look into ways to help my own mental health and basically to help me as an athlete to unlock my mind because it's such a powerful thing. And through that research and study, I found ways that have worked for me. And I thought the best way for me to try and inspire people to take care of their mental health was to share those techniques and tips and give people a platform to share theirs as well. So that's where the Good Human Factory started. So yeah, if you check out the Good Human Factory on socials, there's a bunch of mental health tips, there's a bunch of different little inspiring quotes and whatnot. And then yeah, working with Surfing New South Wales now as well, part of the Mental Health 360 program. And yeah, hopefully next year I'll be talking to over 2,000 junior surfers in New South Wales as we see White, Aiden Lewis, opening his account, just trying to get something going there. The wave seems to be fizzing out a little bit. He might get one, nice little snap off the bouncy section there and finishing strong. Just trying to really manufacture a score there.
Yeah, 100%.
Talking of manufacturing scores, your heat recently. I was in here commentating with Crispy. Not many people are getting through on left. How'd that end up at the end of your heat?
Couldn't even tell you. I don't know. I was kind of out there just going, okay, it's all right. So I didn't even look at any lefts when I was watching it. And as we see, Kalani Ball up and riding on the little right. He goes to the air on that one and brings it around. We'll decide whether judges think that's a ride out or not. But yeah, I don't know. I was just watching it and I'm like, I need a score. I need a 3. And I just saw a little left and I was like, this could have an opportunity if I don't go it. And it does offer an opportunity. I know I'm going to regret it. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to go and hopefully, manufacture a score out of it, which I managed to do. Yeah, but I came in, first thing I was like, sorry, Dad. Like, sorry for giving you a heart attack out there. But, stoked to be through to the second round. Well, semis, I think, is for the women. So
yeah, it's great. So looking forward to seeing you on finals day. There's some awesome surfing there
Mm.
by a bunch of the girls. A few of the standouts were the Lee Jones sisters and then Molly Picklum in that last heat dropping an absolute banger of a 9.
Yeah, she was
tomorrow,
ripping.
tomorrow should be a really interesting day for the girls' finals. But as we see it right now, Open Men's round 2 out in the water. Cal Robson with a great start, 5-point ride and a 6.67 on his opener. Really strong showing today by Cal. This morning he did quite a similar thing, and yeah, Joel Vaughan hanging on nicely. 5.67 to start his campaign. He's just sitting out there, dare I say, in first priority, waiting to try and get that back up to put the distance between Kalani and Aiden. So the end of the heat is a bit of a struggle for them. But yeah, right now, not much to phone home about for Kalani, a 2.07 and a 1.9. And for Aiden Lewin Parson just a 3.83. So anything's possible with 8.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Hopefully we can get a little pulse and the wave gods can give us a few opportunities to watch the boys flare up.
Yeah, I hope so. I think it looks like it might have cleaned up a little bit out there this afternoon. I mean, maybe a little Arvo glass off, or maybe I'm just being a little bit optimistic. I don't know, but it looks pretty fun out there. We've got another 2 heats of the guys left to run, and then we're going to call it a day. And then we'll start off straight with the last 4 heats of the men's. Which one will you be coming up in, Cooper? Heat
6.
Heat
I'll be the
6.
second heat tomorrow morning. So
Ooh, that's exciting. And who've you got in your heat? Do you know? No idea.
no, I don't know. I think I got Kai Warner, another guy from Narrabeen.
Oh,
so
no way.
That'd be good to get to serve a heat with Kai, just like board riders. But yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully the swell sticks around a little bit. I don't think the forecast looks that great. We just saw a score drop in for Aiden Lewin Parson, a 5.3. We didn't actually catch that on the screen. Hopefully we can get that up, potentially on replay. He might have moved down. There's a little bank right next to the break wall, and there's a few sneaky 2-turn rights.
Yeah.
If I'm guessing, that's going to be where he picked up that right, where he picked up that 5.3 just then and took him into second place, which has put a little bit of pressure on Joel Vaughan with 7 minutes remaining, needing a 3.4. Not a huge score. I think he's got first priority. He'll just be waiting there, trying to pick the eyes out of it and make sure the next wave he catches is a wave that has the opportunity to get a score on.
Yeah, I hope so. I know that there's 2 people that I always feel nervous about when I'm watching heats, and it's my sister, Jessie, and Joel. I don't know why. It's the weirdest thing ever. And yeah, I'm sitting here just going, okay, come on, you just need a 3, just get the 3. But Aiden Lewin Parsons is looking in form, and he was surfing really good in the last event. I think he got a finals finish as well from memory. I could be wrong in saying that, but he was surfing really good. He was in sync. His timing was really good, and his boards are looking really sharp as well. So hopefully he can make it through this one too.
Yeah, it's been awesome watching all these up-and-coming guys and not getting to really travel and do the smaller events the last couple of years around Australia. There's so many great surfers that I'm completely unaware of, and it's really awesome getting to sit in here in the commentary booth and watch my fellow competitors go out there and put on a show. It's really firing me up for tomorrow's competition.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know about you, but for myself, commentating this event and then being lucky enough to commentate the previous event in Cronulla, I kind of felt working this has been a bit of a blessing in disguise, because I've just been constantly watching the heat, constantly watching the waves. I've been able to dissect what the judges are scoring and what they're not scoring and what my other competitors are doing. So I go out in the heat, I'm like, okay, well, you know, she's going to do this, or this is what she can get to get this score, and this is what I can get to get that score, and this is what they're scoring. So I kind of feel pretty lucky to be able to be in the booth and, you know, bounce off yourself and Jess and Crispy and Tezza, and yeah, it's pretty exciting, and I feel so blessed to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's really cool getting to sit in here and watch and really dissect and analyse the way that they're scoring, the way that competitors are working their way around the lineup, and yeah, just get that overall experience watching the whole event. As we see Blue, he's fired on a little left here. True's left. It's a 3.5. Not a big score, but not a very good wave there. I think it's going to be tight. He did get 1 or 2 all right turns there, but dare I say, going into the last 5 minutes of the heat, he's going to want something a little bit better than that. There it is, a 3.07. Not quite enough. The left did not work out for him. Only one good left today.
Yeah, one little gem that came through.
Yeah, so this
Bloody
is
lucky.
Interesting ending to this heat. You'd almost put Kalani and Joel as maybe the 2 biggest names in this heat, and they're sitting in 3rd and 4th right now, and that is surfing for you. So with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, Kalani Ball needs a 6.04, and Joel Vaughan still only needing that 3.4. One nice little turn, another nice little wrap. He's trying. The waves just aren't quite giving him that opportunity, and now with under 4 minutes remaining, Callum and Aiden are sitting out the back in 1st and 2nd priority, and they're going to be in the controlling seat to finish this heat.
Yeah, they sure will. I mean, if I was Aiden, I would just be sitting on Joel, because Joel only needs a small score, 3.47. So, I mean, we all know he can get that in his sleep if the wave offers him to do so. But Aiden is either he wants to sit on Joel or update that 3.83 as his second scoring ride. But Cal Robson is sitting pretty comfortably in 1st position with a 6.67 and a 5-point ride with 3.5 minutes remaining. So Kalani and Joel, yeah, as you said, it's surfing for you, isn't it? first stop winner, Kalani Ball, is currently sitting in fourth in this one. So we see a surfer. Well, is that a lifeguard there? He's maybe pointing the jet ski to go a bit further down. With just on 3 minutes remaining, not too many waves coming through, and all the boys are just trying to get a couple of scores. Joel, you can see him waving his arms, saying, "Commentator, tell me what I need. Tell me what I need. How much time is left?" And hopefully all the boys can get another wave in before the end of the heat.
Yeah, the conditions, like you said before, are definitely cleaning up a little bit. The wind from the south seems to have dropped quite significantly to finish off the day here. We just need this. The tide's definitely turned as well. It's starting to come in. Hopefully with the last 42 minutes of competition today, we can have a few more sets roll in and have the guys put on a bit of a show for us.
Yeah, I hope so. The end of this heat's been a little bit quiet. Not too many waves coming through as we see Kalani Ball, beautiful wave up and riding. He was chasing a 6.04, so we'll see what the judges think of that one. He was sitting in fourth place prior to that one as we see Joel Vaughan up and riding. Unfortunately, that wave just closing out on him, so he'll kick out and get straight back out there for another one. So scores locking in for surfers in red and blue. Blue, probably not a massive score, but who have we got coming up next, Cooper?
Yeah, in round 2, heat number 3, we have Dylan Moffat in the red, Zach McMahon in the white, Oscar Salt in the yellow, and Adrian Kovacic in the blue. Another stacked heat. No easy heats from round 2 onwards here. The winners, first and second in these heats, are going to be going straight to the quarterfinals, which will be tomorrow. We've got 14 heats to run tomorrow. Hopefully we have some swell. It's looking like potentially Lighthouse Beach tomorrow will be the spot. And yeah, we had a little bit of a... I don't think that's going to be too much of a issue, that priority little takeoff there. I think Kalani might have had fourth priority, but he pulled off and didn't interfere with Joel, so no harm, no foul. With a minute 20 to go, Cow's fired. Nice first turn. He's really putting that board in the really critical section of the waves today. It's been great to see Cow. Started strong, never had a query in this heat. Ooh, blue. He might have found that left. I've seen somebody else get a two-turn left and get through the heat. We just saw Kalani actually lock in a 4.17. Pretty smart surfing there. He saw that there was only 3 minutes remaining. He only had a 3. He's put down a 4 to make his requirement only a 4.97. But the score that we're going to be waiting for here is for the man in blue, Joel Vaughan. Needing a 3.47. 2 backhand turns. Nothing super critical. But a 3.4 is not a big score.
It's not a big score at all. I mean, he put it up there, manufactured it, so we've got scores locking in for all the surfers. We'll see what comes through. So there's one more score to lock in for the surfer in blue with 25 seconds remaining. As we see, this is Aidan Lewin Parsons' beautiful second turn, I believe that was. I missed that first one. So we're going to count this one down in 10 seconds. Hopefully scores will come through for all the surfers. We may see a situation change. We may not. Who knows, Cooper?
Yeah, last roll of the dice here for Kalani. Last event winner. One big blowtail. Actually, we've had an interference on Joel Vaughan come in on that wave in front of Kalani.
Wow.
We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. And that is going to be the end of the heat. We're not going to have an official result for you right now, but we are going to go to a commercial break. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Australian Open of Surfing, Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. We'll be back shortly.
And welcome back. This is day one of the Australian Open of Surfing presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. I'm True Starling and I'm in here with fellow commentator Cooper Chapman and also fellow Board Riders Club member down from North Narrabeen. We have round 2, heat number 3 in the water in the white. Zach McMahon opened up his account with a 4.17. Dylan Moffat in the red, Oscar Salt in the yellow, and Adrian Kovacic in the blue. So another exciting heat, Cooper. As we see the surfer in blue up and riding on this one, he's carving his way all the way through, trying to manufacture a score out of that one, and he just unfortunately doesn't make it through that. So last heat, bit of an exciting but yet weird finish to that one. So Joel Vaughan ended up getting an interference on Kalani Ball, but he did get the score, but it didn't count because that whole wave was cut completely from his scoreline. So unfortunately, Joel Vaughan and Kalani Ball bowing out of that last heat. So we see that was a surfer in yellow. Quick up and out for Oscar Salt. So all surfers except for the surfer in red, I believe, have waves to lock in. Still plenty of time with just over 17.5 minutes remaining. What would you be doing out there in these conditions, Cooper?
What would I be doing out there right now? I would be out there surfing. No, it's definitely tricky. The waves are really slow and it's hard to find those opportunities. I'd just be trying to roll the dice quite a bit. I mean, in my heat earlier today, I definitely didn't do that. I didn't quite get the opportunities because the waves didn't quite do it. But, yeah, it seems to be the guys who are getting quick starts, like Cal Robson in the last heat, starting with a 6.67 and then backing it up with a 5 straight away. We've actually got Cal down on the beach. Cal Robson, how's that, mate? Great start to that heat. Talk me through it.
Yeah, cheers. I just wanted to start deepest and just controlled the start sort of thing, and then ended up getting like a little inside one that ran, and then kind of blew the first section, but then got a good turn and then finished it, so it was all right.
Yeah, I mean, with guys like Kalani Ball, Joel Vaughan, and Aiden Lewin passing in your heat, very stacked round 2 heat. What was the kind of game plan going in there? You said starting on the inside was super important. Do you reckon that was really critical? In those 20-minute heats, they disappear really quickly.
Yeah, definitely. There's probably about 4 good waves out there, and I was on that first one, and then it kind of just puts everyone on the back foot a bit, and then you kind of makes life a little bit easier for yourself if you start well, that's for sure.
Yeah, mate, you smashed that. Really looking forward to finals day tomorrow, watching you go mad in the front half of the draw. Hopefully I'll be there in the final with you.
Yeah,
anyone
good.
at home on the Goldie you want to thank, or anyone that you think might be watching that you want to have a shout out to?
Just everyone at home watching. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
No worries. Thanks, Cal. We'll see you tomorrow, mate. Get a good night's rest.
Thank you.
All right, that was Cal Robson, the winner of heat number 2, round 2. We are out there in the moment in heat number 3 with Zach McMahon out in the lead. Still early days in this heat, over 15.5 minutes remaining. 4.17 to start for Zach McMahon, 1.9 for Adrian Kovacic, and just a 0.77 for Oscar Salt. Super early days in this heat. Dill Moffat yet to open his account, but look for some big things out of Dill Moffat. One of the biggest scores of the day this morning. I think he had an 8.83.
Yep.
Very composed, 4 big forehand carves and a nice wave. Hopefully this heat can offer up a few more like that.
Yeah, I hope so. He's looking really, really strong on that new board of his. I know that he was waiting a while for it and he's loving it already, as we see the man himself up and riding, bringing that one all the way back to the foam. Hopefully going to find a little inside connection, which he does, tags that section. He's got such a low center of gravity, Dylan, and he's going to bring this one all the way through. Just a quick little tap on that one and he'll get straight back out there. So really nice opening ride for the surfer in red with just on 15 minutes remaining. So waited 5 minutes for that one, and I would say that he pulled the trigger on a really nice looking ride. So Dylan's going to open up his account as we watch the replay. Cooper, take us through it.
Yeah, Dylan's looking really nice and composed. He's not just snapping his turns. He's really trying to hold it on rail and draw them out, and I think that's being rewarded quite a lot today. We saw Chris Saffers and Sheldon Simkus do a lot of surfing like that. They're really rewarding those big drawn-out turns, the guys who are really trying to commit fully to their turns. The waves are quite small and soft, so you're going to see a lot of snaps and a lot of flicky turns, but the judges want to see those big turns on big sections, kind of like Dill just did, to lock in a 5-5 and take him straight to the lead in this heat.
Yeah, well, the judges liked it, and It's pretty exciting. I think Dylan's going to have a really nice future ahead of him, full of some exciting stuff. So I'm looking forward to, watching it. And, we're so lucky to be living at the same break and surfing against, you surf against him every board riders. But, yeah, just surfing with him or training with him or whatever that may be. So he's looking in form for this event.
Yeah, big shout out to Dill. He's probably one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet as
Oh,
well.
100%. He's so nice.
And that's pretty much the most important thing. He's the sort of guy that everyone wants to travel with, everyone wants to be around. As you see, White, nice little first turn, catching a bit of a rail, but he's got a nice wedge here. Drifts the fins, solid finish. Conditions like this, every time you finish a wave, it's a bonus because you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get out there, and you really have to maximise the opportunities, exactly like Zach McMahon did just then.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've seen Zach in heats do multiple airs and he just nails them every time. I don't know if you've seen much of his surfing, Cooper, but he's surfing really good, and he just locked in a 4.33 for that one, so that takes him straight up into the lead. So Dylan is looking for a 3.01 to take first position. Adrian Kovacic is in third, looking for a 4.38, and Oscar Salt just a 0.77 to his name. He's looking for a 5.51, but still plenty of time remaining with just under 13 minutes remaining in this one. So I think, hopefully those conditions have cleaned up a little bit this afternoon for the boys. We've got this heat and then one more heat remaining, and then we'll move on to finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, and we can see Zach McMahon. That's what we call building a house. He's got 2 4-point rides, nothing massive. As we see Dill Moffat, nice backhand slash. Wave's losing a bit of energy, but he's going to get one more big vert turn. Nice backup. Yeah, with Zach, he's got his 2 4s, so you're going to see he's not going to get to the end of the heat needing just a 2.5 or even a 4. He's already got those 2 4s. Now he can sit there and pick the eyes out of it, while Adrian and Oscar both need to basically get 2 scoring waves. And now Dill Moffat's locked in a 4.9 for his backup. So the 2 boys out in first and second are really just putting the foundations down for the heaters, you'd say. Nothing massive, nothing running away with it, but now they have the opportunity to sit there and try and find the best waves while the other guys still need to get that start.
Yeah, well, Dill just locked in a 4.90, so that took him straight up into the lead. So Dill in first, Zach McMahon in second with those 2 4-point rides. Adrian still looking for that 6.61 now, and Oscar Salt chasing a 7.74. So Dill Moffat, Zach McMahon kind of running away with this one, but still plenty of time remaining with 11.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, as you were saying, Zach has just kind of built that house. He was in first, and then Dylan's just building his own house as well. And I feel like this heat is going to be pretty exciting. There may be a couple of situation changes, I hope. I mean, Adrian Kovacic and Oscar Salt seem to be, I haven't seen too much of their surfing, but they seem to be pretty good surfers as well. So it's going to be an exciting heat for this one.
Yeah, there's definitely no easy heats in this competition.
No.
And shout out to Visit New South Wales and the Port Macquarie Council for having us here in the beautiful part of the Australian East Coast. It's been great coming back here, to be honest, for me. I haven't been back to Port Macquarie, I reckon, in over 10 years, so it's so nice to be here. And I remember as a kid coming down here to Town Beach with Matt Banting and surfing in the corner here, little rip bowls, and going down to the skate park. It's just such a great community town, and it's a privilege to be back here with so many people in the world and so many people in Australia under such strict travel restrictions. It's so awesome that Surfing New South Wales and the New South Wales government were able to get these events ahead and give us all the opportunity to showcase what we love doing.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's exciting to have quite a few events back to back as well. I think there's for the next 4 or 5 weekends, we've got all of these events coming up. The next one's down in Kiama, and then after that it's up in Coffs Harbour, and then we're back down at the far south coast, and then we're finishing it Northern Beaches, hometown, fingers crossed Narrabeen, hopefully, if the locals let us do it there. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting end to the year. I mean, I'm myself am pretty stoked that there's some events back up and running, and I didn't realise how much I'd missed being in the Rashi.
Yeah, it's been great, and big shout out to Fresh Air Broadcast. It's so awesome to have an event like this live streamed to
legends.
all around the world. I mean, it's great. It doesn't matter how high the level of surfing is. It's a great opportunity for people to get to experience surfing that we're putting on out there, and also get to see the awesome visuals of the places that we're competing for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, 100%. As we just saw the surfer in blue, that was Adrian Kovacic. He was just getting his second scoring ride in that one, and that already locked in at a 2.60. So he is now chasing a 5.91 to take second spot from the man himself, Zach McMahon.
So still plenty of time remaining, just under 10 minutes, so halfway down as we see Dylan Moffat, current heat leader, having a paddle on this one. Tell you what, I feel like he doesn't even need to paddle to get onto waves. He just does like 1 or 2 little strokes and he's on.
Yeah,
So
a good paddler, I'll deal. But yeah, this
Yeah.
is where those heats, as the time's dwindling away, you build that house early. Zach and Dill have both. Neither have got massive heat scores, but as the time ticks down, you get a heat like this that goes a bit slow during the middle. The pressure just builds, makes it a lot easier for the guys in blue and yellow to make mistakes, and then you can really control the heat. That's where I was talking to Crispy about it before. That early start is so important in a 20-minute heat. When you move up to 25 and 30-minute heats, you can kind of let that start drift away a little bit. You can sort of build a house and you can sort of pick 2 good waves. In 30 minutes, you generally know there's going to be 2 good opportunities. 20 minutes, not so much. That time just seems to evaporate when you're out there, and just sitting here in the booth, we're just watching it dwindle away with Adrian and Oscar really needing to find something to get their campaign going here in round 2, heat number 3 of the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, part of the Australian Open of Surf, presented by Surfing New South Wales. This event's presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. Such a great initiative by Surfing New South Wales and the New South Wales government to teach people how to rescue people in the surf. We have such a great community of surfers, and from sunrise to sunset at almost every beach, when there's waves around Australia, you can have surfers out there. So the more people that we can upskill and learn the techniques to save people's lives in the ocean, the better. And when I went through the course, I was quite naive and thought that I knew how to rescue somebody, and some of the techniques like the hooking under your knees and your armpits were things that I'd never would have thought of, and yeah, I can guarantee you're going to save somebody's life down the line.
Yeah, 100%. We've heard quite a few. I heard Crispy say that both his kids, a week later after doing the course, ended up saving a 6 and a 9-year-old out in the surf. I mean, anyone can do it as long as you're doing it safely and, making sure that you're doing it correctly as well, which is so important. And I think that's the best thing about having this Surfers Rescue 24/7 course, because it also promotes the right way to do things, so you're not putting yourself and others in danger as well. So we see this is Zach McMahon. He's sitting in second place, up and riding. Beautiful finishing snap on that one. So he's going to potentially lock in his second best scoring ride as the time is ticking down. We've got just over 6 minutes remaining on this one.
I reckon he's going to lock in his best scoring ride. That was freed it up a little bit on that last turn. He got to kick the fins out a little bit more. He's got those 2 4s already sitting there. Not as much pressure as before. We see Dill, bit of a fat one there. Nice wrap. This one's going to disappear. He'll probably get 4 more turns knowing him.
Yeah.
Not much more on offer there. But yeah, great little exchange bit there by the boys in number 1 and 2 in this heat with just 6 minutes 20 remaining. Things are getting very tight for the boys in blue and yellow. And we just saw the score come in for Zach McMahon. A 6.1 takes him straight into the lead. And yeah, with just under 6 minutes remaining, there is going to be quite a long uphill battle for the boys in blue and yellow. Adrian Kovacic in the blue needs a 7.81 to overtake Dylan Moffat, and Oscar Salt in the yellow needs a 9.64. So a long way home for those boys, but anything is possible. With still 6 minutes on the clock, it's going to be a good little showdown to finish this heat.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's still plenty of waves coming through. Anything can happen. That's kind of the beauty of surfing. You don't really know what you're going to get, and Mother Nature as well. You just rock up and, it changes every hour, and that's the most, I think, is the most exciting thing about surfing. And it's kind of like a drug, you just want more and more and more and more and more. And I think that's, surfers only a surfer knows a feeling.
Yeah.
Like, it's so cheesy, but it's so true, and it's exciting to be watching it and having it all back. And massive congrats to Surfing New South Wales. I know that they've been pushing really, really hard to get these events back up and running, and I reckon we'll also have a pretty exciting 2021 season. I've heard a couple of little rumours floating around, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be fun as we just go under the 5-minute mark there. Talk me through this. If you're in Dills Moffat's position right now and they overtake you by 0.03, still quite difficult for blue and yellow to get the score, but how annoying is that when you're only that far behind? But there we go, Oscar Salt has just locked in a 4.27, so he's in range now. What does he need? A 9.64. That doesn't seem right.
No.
Interesting. We'll come back with that. But yeah, I think Oscar Salt's only going to need about a 6.2 or something. So it's game on here. This is where it's really frustrating when you're Dylan Moffat and you get overtaken by .03 and you're the one on the chopping block.
Yeah.
But you can look at it as a threat or as an opportunity, and I think Dill's going to definitely have one more big fired up wave to finish this heat.
Yeah, I mean, whenever Dylan takes off on a wave, as we see current heat leader, Zach McMahon, beautiful first turn again for a second. So he's just kind of been getting that little tail flick on those turns, and he's nailing them. He seems like he'd be able to do them in his sleep, but I feel like with Dill, whenever he takes off on a wave, you just know that he's going to go big, and you know that he's just going to ride out. I haven't seen him fall too much yet in these events. I don't think, well, in my opinion, I don't think he will, but Crispy calls him Mr. Unpredictable. So, which is really exciting. I mean, that's the beauty of watching him surf. You just don't know what he's going to get. Same as yourself. You just don't know what you guys are going to do, but you know it's going to be something exciting and something riveting as well. So I think all the boys in this event, you just don't know what's going to happen. And Zach McMahon locked in his second best scoring ride, a 6.33. So he's got a 6.33 and a 6.10 to his name. So he's well and truly out in front. Dilmuff is in second with a 5.5 and a 4.90, needing a 6.94 to take the lead. Oscar Salt has 0.77 and 4.27. Only needing around a 6.2 to take second spot, and Aiden Kovacic is in fourth place. He has a 2.60 and a 1.90, chasing a 7.81 to take second position and progress through this one. We've got just under 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and this is where we were talking about it earlier, building the house. By the way, Zach having those 2 fours at the start really allowed him to pick the eyes out of the last two, and his last 2 waves have been the best 2 waves of the heat. So just having that confidence, and I believe having that base is such a great way to surf a heat, because then when you do get those waves later in the heat, you don't have that pressure and that stress that it matters. I mean, they definitely do matter, but you've already got those backup scores that you can rely on.
Yeah, I couldn't believe more, and it kind of takes the nerves off as well a little bit. You know, once you've got those 2 mid-scoring rides, you're like, okay, I can really open up here, and I know what the judges are looking for and what they're liking. Which for me I think is so important as well, because you kind of get a couple of good scoring rides, you feel good, and then you go, okay, I can open up now and I can, you know, really go to town on it.
I mean, we can't really speak from experience. Both of our heats today were definitely not quick
we're
starts.
not talking about that.
I mean, do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
But it's it's going to be an exciting finals day. Both you and I will be competing and commentating, which should be fun. Hopefully not in the booth too much, because we'll be in the water all day.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty busy day. I know for myself, I don't think I'll be surfing until the afternoon. I think it's just in the morning where it's boys and then boys again, or men's I should say, and then men's again. So the women's won't be surfing till a little bit later in the afternoon. We are already in the semi-finals. So you guys have round 2 to surf, then your quarters, and then the semis, and then eventually the final. So I'm actually really looking forward to watching it and commentating it, and hopefully you yourself can take it all the way through to the final.
Oh, that would be beautiful. If not, I'll be in here chatting away and watching some great surfing anyway, so looking forward to that. Down to the final minute of this heat. The boys in yellow and blue are still looking for scores, as we see yellow up and riding. A bit of a dribbly left here. I don't know if that one's going to be the wave he's looking for. He's looking for a 6.13. I didn't see the start of that wave, but the end did not look like a 6.13.
No.
Adrian Kovacic needing a 7.81 with just 30 seconds remaining. The boys have got a very uphill battle here. It's looking very good for Zach McMahon and Dill Moffat moving into finals day tomorrow with just on 20 seconds. Not much on the horizon. Really nice performance there by Zach McMahon. I love the way he surfed that heat. He got what he needed at the start and then picked the eyes out of it at the end. Textbook.
Yeah, he surfed a really good heat as we're coming down to the final 10 seconds in this one. So it looks like potentially Zach McMahon taking this one out, followed by Dylan Moffat, Oscar Salt locking in a 2.20 on his previous scoring ride, and Adrian Kovacic is in fourth. So we're going to wrap that one up. We're going to head over to some ad breaks, pay the bills, show you guys some sponsors, and we'll be right back with you after the break. And welcome back. This is day one of the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. This is the final heat of the day, so round two, heat number 4. We are stopping halfway through men's round 2, so is 8 heats. We're only running to heat 4 as we see Logan Steinwade up and riding. Out there we've got in the white Saxon Reba, in the yellow Chris Saffis, in the blue is Nathan Kawani, and in the red is Logan Steinwade. So pretty stacked heat. We've seen a couple of numbers drop. So Saxon Reba open up with a 4.33. Nathan Kawani opening up with a 3.83. Logan Steinwade a 0.83 and a 2.83. And Chris Saffis a 3.33 to open up his account. So we see a replay of Saxon Reba's opening ride. So tags that first one. And again for the second. So he's looking really strong on his feet. Manages to, wow. That was a really, really well surfed wave for Saxon Reba, the North staying local. So we've got 17 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in this one. Tell me what you thought about that wave, Cooper.
I do not know how he kept so much speed through
Me
that
either.
flat section. He seemed to just be throwing it up and down there. I know Adam Dimmy Hennessy would have been watching that, cheering on his Manly boy just then. Saxon's such a good surfer. He's been really impressing me the last couple of years. I did some coaching with him down at Manly Surf School a couple years back, and he's come leaps and bounds, and with surfing like that, it'd be awesome to see him move into finals day tomorrow and, yeah, go all the way. It would be great.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, in the last event down at Cronulla, stop 1 of the Australian Open of Surfing, he got pretty far into the event. I think he got quarters or semi-final finish, which is pretty exciting stuff from Saxon Reba. I mean, he's still only young. He's still in school, actually. I've heard a couple of stories about him where he'll go for a surf in the morning, go to school for an hour or so, go surf for like 2 or 3 hours, go to school for another hour or so, and then come back and surf. You know, so he's got that beauty with school to, you know, be able to surf in the middle of the day during a lunch break. And so we see Speak of the Devil and He Shall Appear. He's up and riding, and this one looks like it might stand up for him, and it does. Beautiful second turn for Saxon, and again for a third. So wow, he is surfing very good. He's looking strong on his feet, and that board is looking spicy. So Saxon, as we were just talking in that last heat, looks like he's building that house. I reckon he's going to drop a pretty good-looking number. And this is a really stacked heat as well. I mean, we've got air guy Chris Saffis as we see the replay. Cooper, take us through it.
A little bit flat on that first turn. This is a money turn. Bang,
Oof.
straight up, straight off the bottom into another turn. Some beautiful surfing there. He's got that almost wiggly Dantes backhand squirt going. It was really well constructed there, and it's coming in at a 6.5. What a beautiful start to the heat for the young fella, Saxon Reba. Wanted to have a little chat about Nathan Kawani. I'd never heard of him. I was talking about him this morning when he smashed his heat, and we got sent in some messages by one of his friends and I think one of his doctors, and he's a Brazilian guy, so this is a message. I'm going to read it out. He said, I've been working with Nathan due to his medical condition. I can give you some information about him. Nathan Kawani is a pro surfer from Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Guarujá is a famous place in the surfing community in Brazil, and is currently represented by Kyle Bailey and Jesse Mendes, 2 great friends of mine and amazing surfers on the World Tour. Nathan won the Paulista Junior Championship in 2015. He was competing in the Brazilian Pro Tour until the end of 2018, where he moved to Sydney, up and riding as we speak, and he's looking deadly. I'll keep going. When he moved to Sydney in 2018, he suffered a meniscus injury last year and had to do knee surgery, which he had problems afterwards. In September 2020, he had another surgery, and he's rehabilitating his knee since then. He's currently sponsored by No Crowd, a company founded with his brother in Sao Paulo, and I just got told that he's only surfed about 10 times since his knee injury. So he's looking unbelievable today, and yeah, looking forward to more of him. Can you talk me through those last couple of waves?
Yeah.
I was not looking, and dare I say there was some hot action. It looked like Zaf got a nice one.
Yeah, Chris Saffis air guy got a really nice looking ride, and the judges liked it, locking in at an 8-point ride. So this is the replay, Cooper. So he takes off on this one, nice bowly looking ride. Looks like he's going to go for an air, but he just tags that beautifully and brings it around again for his second one. So Chris Saffis is looking on point as he goes through to the end section, and he finishes this one nicely. So the judge is really liking that one, coming at an 8-point ride. So situation, Chris Saffis in the lead with a 3.33 and an 8.00. Saxon Reba in second with a 4.33 and a 6.5. Nathan Kawani, as we were just talking about, is in third as we see Saxon Reba up and riding on this one. The waves are looking really fun out there this afternoon. Beautiful first turn for Saxon. Again for a second. His backhand is looking really sharp as he puts it up there for a third. So Saxon Reba as we were saying before, Cooper, just building that house, hoping to better that 4.33 with, well, just over 13 and a half minutes remaining, so plenty of time. Blue, Nathan Kawani is only chasing a 7.01 and Logan Steinway an 8.01. I mean, there's still plenty of time remaining in this heat for the boys to get a couple waves, and looks like it actually might be an Arvo glass off. It looks like the waves have actually gotten a bit better this afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely cleaned up. That wind's died off and the waves are definitely shaping up really nicely. There's a couple of these rides get in that nice bowl, kind of like Zaf and Saxon have had on their last couple of waves. Saxon just locked in a 5.17. So yeah, he's moved back into the lead with 11.67 total. Zaf still only needs a 3.68, holding on to that 8-point ride. Wave up in the excellent range in conditions like today is very, very handy to have in the first 5 minutes of your heat.
Oh, 100%. It's so handy to have, and he's just locked in Saxon locked in a 5.17, so that took him up into the lead. Yeah, it's so handy to have those bigger scoring rides, especially when it's small, because you'd hopefully be guaranteed the progression through in that heat. But mind you, I've seen so many people have an 8 and a 2 as a backup and not progress through the heat, so it's really important to make sure that he capitalizes on his next opportunity and really betters that 3.33.
Yeah, Chris is a pretty deadly competitor, dare I say.
Yeah.
He'll lock in something over the 6-point range on his next wave and put it to bed. But anything can happen. The boys in blue and red are full of talent and full of opportunity out there in first and second priority. So, yeah, we'll see what brings the next couple waves. Hopefully the boys in red and blue can throw down some big scores and we can have a showdown to finish the day here at Port Macquarie in the New South Wales Open, Australian Open of Surfing. Stop number 2 in the New South Wales region, and yeah, last week was a cracker at Cronulla. We saw Kalani Ball take out the men's, and you can tell me who won the females because I can't remember.
Cedar Lee Jones.
Cedar.
Yes.
Both competitors here in this event today. We actually lost Kalani Ball in that last heat, which was a bit of an upset. Cedar Lee will be coming up on finals day tomorrow in the women's division. But quick wave there for red. This is what happens when you start on the back foot. Becomes a lot easier to make mistakes. That pressure rises. You kind of feel like you have to do a little bit more than you need to, and those waves just look a little bit better than they are when you're paddling into them when you need that score.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you kind of just going, oh yeah, this one's going to do something, and then you take off and lose your priority, and then the wave just goes flat. So, you got to really pick the eyes out of it. I mean, I know for competing out there this afternoon and being in similar conditions, it was really tricky to find the good ones, but once you find them, you know which ones they are.
Yeah, when they come in, it's very easy to identify them, but there's just not that many of them, and like we've been saying all day, 20-minute heats will just disappear on you. So unless you're on that first or second wave, like we spoke to Cal Robson just before, he was the winner of heat number 1 of the first couple heats. Yeah, Cal Robson said he started on the inside because he was aware that there isn't that many opportunities out there. So if you start on the inside at the beginning of a heat when there's no priority, you get that one extra opportunity in that 20-minute time frame to get a score. As we see Nathan Kawani, the Brazilian competitor, a few nice turns there, getting that zip across the section. A lot of energy, but that wave just not really giving him a great opportunity to get a score. I think Nathan and Logan are really going to need to put in something in that 5 to 6 point range in the next 5 minutes if they want to have a shot going into the end of this heat, because the boys in white and yellow have moved up to first and second priority. They're sitting pretty comfortably. Zaf needs to back up that 8, but he's already got the 3.3, so yeah, anything can happen, but I really like the look of white and yellow going into the last 9 minutes of competition for today, day 1 of the Australian Open of Surf.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty exciting day of surfing all day today. This morning we saw some really nice waves coming through, some massive scores being dropped from quite a few different surfers in the lineup. I mean, do we know exactly what, I was just thinking before, exactly what was wrong with Nathan Kawani? Was it a knee injury?
I think it's a meniscus injury, so looks like he's healed up very well and surfing absolutely on point at the moment.
Yeah.
Now, just add waves and yeah, we could be seeing a big upset with Saxon and Chris already starting off really strong in this heat. We see Saxon having a paddle here. Let's see if he can better one of these scores. A bit of a closeout, a little bit of a mistake there by Saxon. It's a bit of inexperience coming in there trying to manufacture a score. He's already got a 5.17 and a 6.5, so he should be waiting and trying to control the heat, not letting blue or red get as many opportunities as they would like, and trying to bet his 5.1 if that wave does come.
Yeah, well, he is in the lead, but Chris Saffers is hot on his heels. He's only needing a 3.68 to take the lead, which, dare I say, he will get that, will potentially get that on his next wave. Yeah, Saxon, he's still pretty young. He's coming up against some pretty experienced competitors as well. I mean, Logan and Saxon are 16, 17, I believe. So they've been competing for a while, but in the scheme of things, not as long as Chris Saffis and Nathan Kawani. So they do have that edge of experience over the young grommets out there. But I mean, Logan and Saxon surf really good. Logan, I don't know if you've seen him recently, but he's stocky as. So he's a powerhouse at the moment as we see Chris Saffis up and riding. Beautiful carve to open up that ride. And he's going to take this one all the way through. What's he going to do here? Beautiful layback snap on that one. So he's going to get straight back out there, and I reckon he's definitely got that 3.68. So dare I say, we'll see a situation change with just under 8 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, rock solid by old Chris Saffis there. Looked like he was in complete control, knew what he needed, and went out and executed. He's locked in a 6.27, solid 2 turns, and yeah, he's going to be cruising on through the end of this heat, I think. But anything's possible as we see Red trying to get something happening here. Nice big layback jam of his own, putting himself in contention to go into the back end of this heat. That's what we were saying. We needed to see him drop something in that 5-point range, which I think he's going to come close. Maybe high 4, low 5. And then, yeah, back end of this heat's going to be super exciting for us. 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a flurry of waves come through, which is super exciting. Hopefully Nathan Kawani can also bring one to the table as well. So we've got scores to lock in for Saxon Reba. He got one as well. He just unfortunately fell in that finishing turn. So scores to lock in for Saxon and Logan Steinwade. Still plenty of action. It looks to me like maybe the surfers have kind of split off on the bank. They might have separated a little bit. There is 2 kind of breaks here. We've got one up on the south end. We've also got one closer to the break wall as well. So a score locked in for Logan Steinwade. His last wave was a 4.70, last of wider 3.70. So Logan is chasing a 6.98. Nathan Kawani has dropped a 4.33. So looking for a 7.35. We've got 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. So still plenty of time. Not massive scores needed for surfers in blue and red, considering the talent and the ability that they have behind them. And we did see some pretty big scores drop from Nathan Kawani in his first heat. We had him on the post-heat interview, and he seemed like a pretty nice guy. So have you spoken much to Nathan Kawani, or don't really know too much about him?
I'd never heard a thing about him. I watched his heat this morning, and I was blown away. I was really impressed by his surfing. And, yeah, one of his friends or trainers or doctors, whoever it was, sent me a message on Instagram and gave me a bit of a rundown on him, and yeah, I'm super impressed. Hopefully that knee injuries looks like it's doing well, but hopefully he can bring some form into these next couple of events if he's doing them, and yeah, hopefully he can get an opportunity to finish this heat right now and throw down a 7. It's been very tough to find 7s out there today, but they're definitely out there. There's been a few big scores today. We've had a few 9s go down in the women's, and yeah, hopefully we can have a 9 to finish the day for the men's.
Yeah, that would be pretty exciting. He was saying in his post-heat interview as well that he is living in Sydney at the moment. So I haven't seen too much of him around Narrabeen area. So maybe he's Manly way or potentially up Avalon way. But geez, when I see him, I know it's him because he is absolutely ripping at the moment. And speak of the devil, he's up and riding on his back end on a really nice looking right. Beautiful first turn to open that one up again for a second. So Surfer in White could be in trouble here as he floats that end section and maybe finishes that one. We'll leave that one in the judge's hand. It's so tricky at the moment. You know, it's such an opinionated sport, whether he rode out of that one. What do you reckon, Coops?
I don't want to say he finished that wave, but he's definitely going to better his situation, I think, here. He's only got a 4.33. In my eyes, that was probably better than a 4.33, so his requirement's going to come down with just over 4 minutes remaining. There's still plenty of time, considering the paddle out's about 10 seconds, so he's going to get an opportunity here to finish the heat, and he's going to have a smaller requirement. There it is. It's locked in at a 5.4. His requirement's come down from a 7.2 to a 6.2. And yeah, game on for the end of the heat. He's given himself every opportunity to get through this heat now.
Yeah, it's just whether the waves come through for him or not. So Saxon will have priority over him. So if I was Saxon, I would be sticking right to him. So we see Logan Steinway up and riding on a right. Beautiful first turn. Brings it back to the power source for another. And he tags at end sections and finishes that one really strong. Every time I see him, he's like a bull mastiff. He's like so massive at the moment. And he's looking really, really strong and fit. So we've got a score to lock in for Logan Steinwade. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Chris Saffers is sitting out in front with an 8 and a 6.27. Saxon Reba is in second with a 6.50 and a 5.17. Nathan Kawani a 4.33 and a 5.40 to his name, chasing a 6.28. And Logan Steinwade is sitting in fourth position at the moment. He's got a 4.70 and a 3.2. He is looking for a 6.98. We saw him at the end of that wave. He was waving at the commentator saying, hey, give me some scores. I can't hear you out there. What's going on? You know, how much time have I got left? So sometimes I wish they could hear us and be like, you've got 3 minutes remaining, not too much, you know, a little bit of time left. Just get straight back out there. This is what you need. But
yeah, and you could really see in the body language of Logan on that last one. He wanted it. He's hungry. He's really moving the board around and looks like he's in form. But sometimes just no waves in your 20 minutes, and it can be very, very difficult to make it through your heat. So it all comes down to way more elements than just being the best surfer out there. There's so many little things in surfing that can go your way and go against you. So it's all about trying to make sure you tick all those boxes and you give yourself every opportunity.
yeah, 100%. I mean, the amount of boards as well that I've seen Logan break in heats, I reckon I've seen him like during Grom events. I reckon I've seen him break like 8 to 10 boards in heats. He just comes in and he's like, oh, I broke another one, you know? And I just go, dude, like, what are you doing? And they must be stick thin, you know? So he broke one down at Cronulla, and he comes in and he's like, well, I'm going to have to ride my back up now, and I don't really like it.
Had plenty of heats like that. I think I broke 3 boards in one heat in Tahiti one year.
Wow.
That sucked. I needed to beat Wade Carmichael to win the junior series, and I snapped 3 boards in the same heat. I think I wasn't meant to win the junior series that year. Yeah, coming down. 1.5 minutes remaining. What a great first day here at the Port Macquarie New South Wales Open, part of the Australian Open of Surf. Great day of waves. It looked like there was going to be moments where the tide was going to drop out, the wind was going to come up, but I think almost in every heat we've had a wave over a 6-point ride, basically. It's been a non-stop all day, 20-minute heats. You're going to get a lot of slow ones, but today it seems to have been really consistent. This little rip bowl right in the corner here at Town Beach at Port Macquarie has produced the goods, and hopefully tomorrow for finals day we'll have a few fun more waves to see some big surfing go down.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we've got a pretty exciting day, as you were saying, for finals day tomorrow. We've got some really big names, some great matchups coming through. We will start off with Heat 5, first heat in the water tomorrow morning. As we wind this one down, we've got 45 seconds remaining in this one. Chris Saffis still out in front. Saxon Reba holding on to second place. Nathan Kawani is still chasing that 6.28, and Logan Steinwade looking for a 6.98. First heat of the morning tomorrow will feature Sheldon Simkus. He's taking on Ethan Stocks, Arch Whiteman and Jasper Welsh. And then second heat, we will see yourself, Cooper, taking on Kai Warner, Connolly and Axel Rose Carrota. So some pretty big heats coming up tomorrow. Heat number 3, Jackson Baker taking on Ben Penny, Darren O'Rafferty and Kobe Clements, as we got 10 seconds down in this one. And heat 8, Duke Kelleher, Ethan Hardage, Harley Ross and Jamie Thompson. So pretty big heats coming up first thing tomorrow morning as we wind this one down. So this is day 1 of the Australian Open of Surfing. Looks like Chris Saffis took that one out ahead of Saxon Reba. Nathan Kawani unfortunately bowing out, as well as Logan Steinwade. So thanks for watching for day 1 of the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Surfers Rescue 24/7. We'll be back tomorrow morning for a 7:30 a.m. start. Location is yet to be determined, but we'll see you guys bright and early.
Yeah, we're going to pass over to the highlights from today, and yeah, see you tomorrow morning, 7:30, surfingnewsouthwales.com, or down on the beach somewhere in Port Macquarie. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
sun beats down upon home. The curfew smile she's on to witness other home. Moonlight stream onto my bed as I dream, tired dream. The lucky train is pounding full steam that holds me down to rest.
I'm finding my freedom. Now watch me fly. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me. I'm feeling so happy. I'm right when I need to be. Feeling so young and free. No one can take that from me.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.